can enter into holes. They can be used to test whether there is water inside the hole. Luofong wasn't particularly surprised to see the number of people in the live stream had already reached 3 million. He'd already become accustomed to being extremely popular. Therefore, he switched the camera angle to include himself in the live stream. When the audience saw Luofong appear, they instantly became extremely excited and thrilled. At this moment, Luofong calmly said, "Everyone, please don't get anxious. The eel I mentioned in the title will appear soon. At that time, everyone can witness a completely different kind of eel. It will surely amaze everyone greatly. The rules of this live stream remain the same as before. We'll continue with our raffles as usual. As for what the final raffle prize will be, that will require some serious consideration. I'll decide near the end. You've all seen that 6th level green giant turtle, right? For this battle, I won't personally intervene. Just sit back and watch the green giant turtle's performance." As Luofong finished speaking, when the players in the live stream heard that the 6th level green giant turtle would be battling, they were all immediately stunned. These players looked as if they had heard something unbelievable. You must understand that so far in the ocean survival world, apart from Luofong and his team, other players at most are only level 2. Originally, being able to watch a battle against a 5th level monster was already something they could only witness in Luofeng's live stream. Now they could actually see a 6th level monster fight. This was simply beyond these players' imaginations. Did I hear that right? Is this green giant turtle really a 6th level monster? This is a bit too shocking. Could it be that Azura now is already associating with 6th level monsters? And even have the monster battle for him? I want to know what level Azura's current strength has reached. Has he reached level 6 already? From level 5 to 6, one must go through the lightning tribulation. Could it be that Azura has already gone through the lightning tribulation? That's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Azura has only entered the main sea area a few days ago. Even if he cheated, it's impossible to level up to 6 in just a few days. This must be related to Azura's special talent, which allows him to do so well. So we're going to see a battle against a 6th level monster soon? This time, it's really a feast for the eyes. I just wonder where Azura has gone now. It must be extremely thrilling to witness in person. Just when these viewers were having a heated discussion, in Zyle's mind, rapid thinking was also taking place. What he was pondering was exactly that Miss Liquid Luofong had shown him earlier. Originally, Luofong asked him to kill the black eel, and he would just do his best. He couldn't afford to expend too much strength for Luofong. But under current circumstances, things had changed greatly. This time, he must obtain the Miss Liquid at all costs. In Zyle's heart, he still greatly longed for Xiaomei's approval. If it meant making Xiaomei fall for him, even if it cost him his life, he would be willing. Now Luofong had actually taken out a bottle of Miss Liquid. Once he obtained it, he could know about some of Xiaomei's emotional fluctuations. That would also help him do more things in the future to make Xiaomei happier. He had already made up his mind, determined to use his ultimate move to kill the eel and leave behind the 3 strands of spiritual fire. Even if he failed to obtain the 3 strands of spiritual fire in the end, he would still offer his own spiritual fire to Luofong. At this moment, Zyle had no time for further thoughts. There was no extra time left for him. He could already feel energy fluctuations coming from below his body. Obviously, the black eel had already launched its attack. The assault was fierce and powerful. Zyle dared not be too careless either. He emitted green energy from his entire body, preparing to counter the eel's attack. The eel moved extremely fast. Within just a few seconds, the eel had already arrived beside the giant green turtle. Bang! A huge sound echoed through the water. The black swamp was violently dispersed by the shockwave in all directions. The overwhelming surge of black swamp water surged outward like ocean waves. Zyle's massive green turtle body was thrown backward more than 10 meters by the eel's attack. Inside the live stream, the players who had previously been chatting and laughing were all stunned by this sudden scene. As the collision happened, the black eel's body began to emerge into everyone's view. When the players saw such an enormous black eel, their expressions showed even greater shock. There's actually a real eel? And it's this big? Judging from the previous battle scene, this large eel is probably also a level 6 wild monster. Never thought we'd actually get to witness a battle between 2 level 6 monsters. Tell me what you think. Who monster do you think will win? That goes without saying. I definitely support Azura. Even if the green giant turtle can't defeat the big eel, Azura will surely intervene personally. But even if Azura tries to interfere, he probably can't enter a battle between 2 level 6 monsters. If he already had level 6 strength, he would have joined the fight himself. I just don't understand how he can have a connection with level 6 monsters. Earlier, I suspected that Azura's special talent might be related to Beast Tamer. Looking at the animals around Azura now, he really seems to have that ability. Just look at Azura's pet giant turtle. Its growth rate is unbelievably fast. In just a few days, it has nearly reached 100 meters in size. Now another level 6 green giant turtle appears beside him. I seriously suspect Azura has a special preference for turtles. At this moment, Luofong wasn't paying attention to these viewers' comments. His focus had already been placed on the black eel. He wanted to carefully observe this battle between 2 level 6 monsters. What he was even more eager to see was the scene where these 2 creatures would battle using spiritual fire. As far as he knew, a battle using spiritual fire would definitely be incredibly spectacular. Chapter 470, Xiaomei's Song. After being knocked away, the green giant turtle steadied himself once again on the black swamp. He was extremely angry. It wasn't because of any injury. Being a turtle, his defensive abilities were quite strong. It was because the black eel had embarrassed him in front of Xiaomei. That was far more painful and distressing than any injury. Thinking about this, Xiao Lv's heart could no longer contain its fury. A strong green energy began to radiate from his body. Then, his body shot rapidly toward the black eel. The black eel was slightly surprised. Why had the originally small turtle suddenly become so huge? But he didn't hesitate in the slightest. His entire body was already surrounded by a massive amount of black energy. The eel swung his massive body toward Xiao Lv in attack. Soon, the two collided once again. Above the black swamp, as the two creatures attacked, black mud flew everywhere. For a moment, it was impossible to see their exact movements clearly. Now that Xiao Lv had transformed into the green giant turtle, his power was already very strong, even without using the dragon scale's power. He was able to fight the black eel evenly. He didn't fear the eel at all. Thus, the green giant turtle and the black eel engaged in battle. However, this fight lasted for less than a minute before Xiao Lv's body began to undergo some changes. From his originally green body, flames started to emit. These flames instantly surrounded his entire body. Those unfamiliar with the situation might mistake him for a fire turtle. The viewers watching the live stream were all deeply shocked by this scene. Before the players could even react, a melodious song reached everyone's ears. This song seemed to have a magical charm, allowing the viewers in the stream to feel physical changes in themselves. Once they noticed these changes, the players became even more excited. It's already surprising enough that the green giant turtle can emit flames. After all, for a marine creature to control fire isn't an easy feat. Now, they're suddenly singing? Is the stream of Xiao Luo now providing background music? Didn't you all notice? Since the singing started, the flames on the green giant turtle's body have become even more intense. Moreover, his movements have also become more agile. This song actually has the effect of enhancing abilities. It's not only affecting the green giant turtle. Even I feel like my previous headache has completely disappeared after hearing this song. That's really amazing. At this moment, after hearing Xiaomei's song, the green giant turtle felt as if he'd been injected with adrenaline. His whole body became excited. Covering his fists in flames, he attacked the black eel. Now the green giant turtle had begun to activate the power of the dragon scale. With each punch striking the black eel's body, he could punch huge holes through the eel. Meanwhile, the attacks from the black eel landed on the green giant turtle's body with hardly any effect. The green giant turtle's shell still had very high defense, combined with the enhancement from the super green giant transformation serum. His strength and defense were extremely powerful. Not to mention, there was also the dragon scale's power, plus the buffs provided by Xiaomei. In this state, the green giant turtle could not only easily handle a level 6 monster, he probably wouldn't lose quickly even against a level 7 monster. Now, fighting a level 6 black eel wasn't difficult at all. In the blink of an eye, several huge holes already appeared on the black eel's body. The eel's entire body was completely black. Even its flesh was black, as if the creature was entirely composed of black swamp itself. At this rate, the black serpent probably wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. The viewers watching this thrilling battle inside the live stream couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Oh my god, isn't the green giant turtle too powerful? Actually being able to defeat this level 6 black eel so easily. Could it be that this green giant turtle has already reached level 7? That must be impossible, right? How early is it now? Wild level 7 monsters already appearing? I'm starting to feel like we're not even playing the same game as Xiao Luo anymore. Can you all guess what kind of relationship this incredibly powerful green giant turtle has with Xiao Luo? This couldn't possibly be Xiao Luo's new pet, right? If this really is his new pet, I'm definitely reporting Xiao Luo. He's only been in the main sea world for a short amount of time. Already getting a pet that might be level 7? That's absolutely impossible, right? Senior Xiao Luo, can you tell us how to train pets? I'm also a tamer, but so far, I've only got one pet, and it nearly starved me to death. Life is just too hard for me. Just when the players thought the green giant turtle had already won the fight, Luofong didn't see it that way. He knew that the real climax was about to come. Animals ranked level 6 and above would usually only use their divine fire in life or death situations or under special circumstances, because the key to their further evolution lay precisely in the divine fire. Only with more divine fire could they hope to evolve further. But when one's life was in danger, such concerns no longer mattered. Luofong began preparing some items to prevent the black eel from escaping later. There was no doubt the green giant turtle could defeat the black eel. But if the black eel suddenly dove straight into the depths of the black swamp, that would become a real problem. Then, without the ability to see through solid ground, the green giant turtle wouldn't be able to fight down there. This time, no matter how many items Luofong used, he had to ensure the black eel wouldn't escape. If he missed this opportunity, obtaining the divine fire would become very difficult. Not every creature would willingly do this for Luofong. Thinking of this, Luofong had already readied his SSS tier talent, the ability of the beauty's chart, immobilization. He felt a bit nervous as well. Such an attack crossing a huge level gap. Would the immobilization actually work? Even if it did work, it would probably last only a short while. It all depended on the green giant turtle now. If he failed to seize the moment, there was nothing Luofong could do. Of course, Luofong still had one item, truly a last resort artifact. If things really got desperate, he'd have no choice but to reveal it. Chapter 471, Using the Divine Flame. But the final outcome still depends on luck. As Luofong was thinking, the already heavily wounded black eel could no longer endure. If he didn't use the divine flame, he wouldn't stand a chance against the green giant turtle. Now he felt extremely frustrated. Just a moment ago, that little turtle was about the same strength as him. How come, after he went down once, this turtle became so powerful? In the middle of battle, there was no time left for him to ponder further. He started focusing on the flame within his body. This flame was no ordinary flame. It was the divine flame they obtained after surviving the Thunderjia. The divine flame had no burning capability. That wasn't even its primary function. It was mainly used to temper one's body, transforming it toward the direction of a divine body. However, under normal circumstances, very few creatures would dare to use their divine flame early on to temper their bodies. Such an act would consume too much divine flame. For low-level creatures like them, Gathering even a bit of divine flame required considerable time. No one would waste it carelessly. Usually, only when a creature reached level 8 and wished to break through to true god would they spend vast amounts of time and divine flame tempering their divine body in preparation for becoming a true god. Currently, the black eel possessed 30 threads of divine flame inside his body. He had already reached a strength capable of challenging level 7. Still, he wanted to accumulate a bit more divine flame before attempting the breakthrough. Because for a creature, the more divine flame one had stored inside, the stronger their power would become after leveling up. Essentially, most creatures would only attempt to progress to higher levels after they had gathered as much divine flame as their bodies could possibly hold. Take the black eel as an example. He originally planned to begin his breakthrough when his divine flame reached 40 threads. That way, his strength would receive another significant boost. That's also why creatures of the same level could have such drastically different combat abilities. It all came down to how much divine flame they had stored. This was essentially a way to determine a creature's foundational strength. However, the black eel no longer intended to hide his power. It was time to use the divine flame. As soon as this thought arose, the divine flame within his body began to shift. At the same time, the energy surging through his body grew rapidly. His overall aura became far stronger. Even the black swamp surrounding him started to swirl violently, forming a massive vortex around his body. Divine flame could drastically enhance all attributes of a creature. Some abilities could only be activated through the use of divine flame. These skills were generally referred to as divine techniques. Seeing the massive disturbance within the black swamp, Luofeng's face showed uncontrollable astonishment. So this was the real power of a level 6 wild monster? Indeed, it was incredibly overwhelming. Even though Luofong was still quite far away from the black eel, he could already feel immense pressure emanating from him. He couldn't even begin to imagine what it would be like to fight the black eel up close. What kind of experience would that be? No wonder people often said that below level 6, there was absolutely no chance against anyone level 6 or above. Just this suppression from the divine flame alone was something no ordinary player could withstand. Right now, Luofong personally felt the power of divine flame. This further strengthened his determination to obtain the divine flame himself. The more powerful the divine flame, the greater the assistance it could provide to Luofong. Of course, he wasn't the only one shocked. The audience watching the live stream didn't have as much experience as Luofong did. After witnessing such an overwhelming display of power, their reactions were even more intense than Luofeng's. WTF? What's going on with this eel? Why did he suddenly become like this? As if he took a super boost. Just through the live stream, I already feel terrified. If I were actually present there, I'd probably be reduced to dust just from the surrounding energy near him. Battles between high-level wild monsters are truly terrifying. Before this, I was rooting for the green giant turtle, but under current circumstances, I think the black eel definitely has the upper hand. If the green giant turtle ends up defeated, even Zyle might struggle against such a powerful opponent. This time, there's a real chance that Zyle could fall here. Zyle, you absolutely mustn't die. If you die, who's going to keep drawing prizes for us? How are we supposed to survive without your giveaways? Because of the sudden surge in the black eel's strength, the previously one-sided opinion of the crowd underwent a significant change. However, most players weren't truly worried about Luofeng's safety. In truth, they didn't really have any goodwill toward Luofeng. After all, resentment toward wealth was a common mentality among most people. This was actually quite normal. After all, everyone had entered the ocean survival time world at the same time. So why had Luofeng alone managed to do so well, leaving everyone else far behind? This inevitably caused a strong sense of imbalance among the players. But facing such a situation, they were completely helpless. They couldn't even fight him. All they could do was come over, spin the prize wheel, and hope to get lucky. While these players were discussing intensely, Zyle now saw that the black eel had already activated his divine flame. He didn't waste any time either and immediately began to activate his own divine flame. Instantly, flames completely engulfed his body. His aura significantly increased. The black swamp touching his body was completely burned away. Without hesitation, as soon as the divine flame emerged, his body rapidly surged toward the black eel. His speed was incredible. The black eel, of course, didn't show any sign of backing down. Immediately, the two clashed in battle. It wasn't that Zyle didn't want to use a powerful technique to finish off the black eel directly, but as long as the black eel was still in relatively good condition, he couldn't kill him with a single strike. Generally speaking, as long as one's divine flame remained, it was extremely difficult for a creature to die. The divine flame was the very foundation of a creature's existence. After reaching the true god stage, as long as the divine flame didn't extinguish, one wouldn't die. Although the current divine flame wasn't as powerful, it still granted strong vitality to the body. That was exactly why the green giant turtle needed to fight the black eel directly. Only when they had fought each other to a near standstill could he release his ultimate move. That one strike would kill the black eel. This was also why it was so difficult to obtain another creature's divine flame. Unless you were powerful enough to completely dominate your opponent, to the extent that even if they still had divine flame within, you could instantly kill them. Otherwise, the only possible outcome would be your opponent choosing to self-destruct by exploding their own divine flame. Chapter 472, Battle of 6th Level Creatures. Under normal circumstances, even a 7th level creature wouldn't be able to instantly kill a 6th level creature. Such a feat would require an enormous gap in power. As both creatures started to involve divine flames in their battle, the scene above the black swamp became incredibly spectacular. In an instant, swamp matter flew everywhere, the sky darkened, and the entire heavens seemed to be stained pitch black. Black mud from the swamp was flung into the air, alongside the original floating black bubbles already drifting in the sky. These bubbles no longer needed to rise to the highest point to burst. They were already shattered prematurely by the shockwaves of the two creatures' battle. Above the black swamp, black rain had begun to fall. The atmosphere on site became incredibly intense. At this level of confrontation, each collision caused massive disturbances. The audience in the live stream watched this spectacle in stunned silence. Even before, when they had watched Luofeng's stream, they had never seen a battle of this magnitude. Most of the players present were still at level 0. There was absolutely no way they could ever reach such a level of battle. This instantly left the players so shocked they didn't know what to say. Of course, they still commented. It was just through the live stream. If they were actually present at the scene, they would have long been scared motionless, unable to even speak normally, let alone comment. Holy crap, the green giant turtle has really stepped it up. It's become this strong? That's really surprising. Now these two creatures are fighting so fiercely, it's genuinely exciting. This trip wasn't wasted at all. This is actually the first time I've seen two 6th level creatures fight. Sure enough, it's definitely spectacular. No wonder I heard earlier that one must endure the lightning tribulation to become 6th level. Looks like every creature that survives the tribulation isn't ordinary at all. As for further abilities of 6th level creatures, I don't really know much yet. This is a perfect chance to observe more. Who knows, maybe someday this knowledge will be useful. Dude, you're really thinking too far ahead. You're only level 1 now, yet you're already thinking about level 6. By the time you reach level 6, who knows how far into the future that would be. Whether you'll even live to see that time is uncertain. And so, this battle continued nonstop for 3 full minutes. The entire Black Swamp had become pitted and scarred. Green Giant Turtle's body had already sustained several injuries. Black Swamp Eel's body bore even more shouted gashes. The surrounding players were so stunned by this breathtaking, fierce fight that they couldn't find words to describe it. Right now, both Green Giant Turtle and Black Swamp Eel had stopped their attacks, but still kept their focus locked on each other. Luofong, seeing this, slowly began to speak. It should be time for this battle to conclude. Dragging it out any longer won't help. If, in the end, no divine flame remains, then it will all be meaningless. Green Giant Turtle, if you have any ultimate move, use it now without hesitation. Seeing the current situation, Luofong knew this was nearing the final moment. Right now, the Black Swamp Eel had already been heavily wounded. Luofong was really worried. If the eel realized it couldn't win, it might run away. He could stop the eel, but couldn't hold it here indefinitely. Once Green Giant Turtle missed this chance, it would be very difficult to find the eel again. At that time, the eel would just burrow deep into the heart of the Black Swamp. There would be absolutely no way to locate it. Luofong certainly did not want such a situation to happen. Upon hearing Luofeng's words, Green Giant Turtle also understood that delay was no longer an option. While the Black Swamp Eel was being worn down, his own internal divine flame was rapidly depleting as well. If he continued delaying, the remaining energy and divine flame in his body would likely be severely limited. In such a scenario, they might face trouble later if encountering Pippy Snake. Thinking of this, Xiao LV had already decided to use his ultimate skill, an ability that required the divine flame to unleash. The Flame God Punch. This was already considered a type of divine technique. Once unleashed, its power would be immense. But the consumption it brought was equally huge. It was a skill automatically granted when he obtained the Dragon Scale. Otherwise, there was no way he could have learned such a divine technique. Under normal circumstances, a creature that reached 6th level could still freely use all previous skills and abilities. But all of these abilities relied on the energy within the body to be released. And if one wanted to use Divine Flame to unleash a skill imbued with Divine Wind, then one must possess a divine technique. Divine techniques were extremely rare and valuable. They were skills that only true gods could master. Previously, Xiao LV had never even considered using such a divine skill on the Black Swamp Eel. Even when Luofong had Na Chu Chu the Super Green Giant Transformation Potion, he had still understood the possibility. But everything changed when Luofong Na Chu Chu the Think of You Liquid. His thoughts immediately did a complete 180-degree turn. In order to win Xiao Mei's heart, he was willing to pay any price. Thinking this, Xiao LV replied, "You'd better get ready too. I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. I can only use it once in a short period of time. Don't you dare let the Black Swamp Snake escape. Otherwise, I won't be able to achieve a one-hit kill." Upon hearing Xiao LV's words, Luofong nodded and said, "I understand. Let's start getting ready then." The viewers watching the live stream were completely stunned upon hearing the conversation between Luofong and Xiao LV. Their faces were expressions of complete disbelief. For a moment, they simply couldn't believe what they had heard. What's up? Did I hear that correctly? Is Xiao Luo actually getting involved in a battle against 6th level monsters? And from the sound of it, the Green Giant Turtle is implying that Xiao Luo plays a very important role in the plan to kill the Black Swamp Eel. Has Xiao Luo already become this powerful? He's actually capable of holding down a 6th level monster. This is just unbelievable. It seems like Xiao Luo is the one who told the Green Giant Turtle to kill the Black Swamp Eel in order to obtain something called Divine Flame. From the way they're talking, Xiao Luo places extreme importance on this Divine Flame. I wonder what exactly Divine Flame is. What purpose does it serve? This is the first time I've ever heard of such a thing. I actually know a bit about Divine Flame. After arriving in the main sea area, I've developed a habit of collecting information. I just so happened to come across this particular piece of knowledge. Everyone probably already knows this, but Chapter 473, is Xiao Luo's taste too heavy? If we players want to level up from level 5 to level 6, we must undergo a lightning tribulation. And after passing the lightning tribulation, one can condense Divine Flame. This is something only players at level 6 or above can possess. As for what Divine Flame can be used for, I don't know. Because my level is not high, my knowledge is limited. Anyway, you just need to know that Divine Flame is a very important thing. In the main sea world, there are still many players who like to do some unusual things. For example, collecting knowledge and so on. Therefore, some people also know a little about it. The more they know, the more shocked they are. Now, these players find Luofeng's real strength even more unfathomable. At this moment, Luofong has already prepared to act at any moment. This is a great opportunity that cannot be wasted. Luofong is actually quite curious about Zyle's ultimate move. Some things, these animals will change after entering the ocean world. Although he doesn't know much about it, Xiao Mei is still quite familiar with Zyle. When Xiao Mei heard Zyle say this, and saw that flames were already gathering on Zyle's fists, her expression changed, and she showed a look of concern, quickly saying, "If you use that move costs a lot. After you release the skill, your combat effectiveness will drop significantly." Previously, Pippy Snake was precisely wary of our three animals' ultimate moves, so he did not attack us. Once you use your ultimate move against this black eel, you won't be able to release it again for a while. It will be troublesome if you encounter danger. When Zyle heard Xiao Mei's concern, he smiled and said, "Xiao Mei, you can Feng Xin completely. Now, I have already taken the Super Hulk transformation potion. Even if this move cannot be used again in a short time, there will be no problem with combat effectiveness. Just watch me this time. If I kill the black eel, then I can get." Zyle didn't continue. As for the matter of wanting the liquid, he thought it was enough for just him and Luofong to know. There was no need for others to know. Zyle was now preparing his flame punch. A large amount of flame gathered on his fists. As for Luofong, he had already turned the camera in the live broadcast in a different direction, shifting it away from the two level 6 monsters. Turn to face away. When Luofong uses items later, he can't let the audience see them. Some items, Luofong does not plan to reveal to these players. As for these animals in front of him, they may know, but they won't spread the information recklessly. Some items that Luofong holds are meant to catch opponents off guard. Once other people or animals find out, if they have some preparations, the effect will be greatly reduced. As Luofong changed the live broadcast perspective, the audience in the live broadcast became very excited. Just when an intense battle was about to begin, suddenly, the two level 6 monsters were out of view. Such behavior was extremely frustrating for the audience. At this moment, a figure appeared in the live broadcast, immediately drawing everyone's attention. It was Xiao Mei, who had been talking all along but hadn't shown herself. In an instant, many players seemed to forget about the imminent major battle and instead became greatly curious about this jellyfish in front of them. I was watching the live stream almost reaching the climax, and Zyle didn't plan to end the live broadcast. I thought Zyle had changed his personality and wanted to do the live stream properly. But now I see, I still underestimated Zyle. He doesn't have the slightest intention to change, although he didn't directly end the live broadcast. But broadcasting in another direction, isn't the result exactly the same? This is truly a waste of our feelings. I must strongly condemn Zyle behavior. Wow, how did a jellyfish appear here? Could it be that the singing just now was from this jellyfish? Actually, this jellyfish looks pretty cute with her pink body. Now that this jellyfish appears by Zyle side, could it be? Has his taste become so heavy that he doesn't even spare jellyfish? Don't just throw accusations like that. You guys are so narrow-minded. How could Zyle possibly be like that? Didn't you notice that the appearance of this pink jellyfish and the green turtle together seems familiar? If I'm not mistaken, they should be characters from an animated movie I've seen in the real world. There should also be a fish and a seahorse somewhere else, right? Bro, you're really showing your age with that comment. Just as the audience was discussing this topic, Luofong was already completely focused on staring at the black eel. He was afraid of even a moment's carelessness. If the black eel managed to escape, it would be quite awkward. At this moment, LV Gui's flame punch was rapidly preparing. Even from a great distance, Luofong could sense an extremely powerful energy fluctuation coming from LV Gui. In fact, Luofong even felt a strong sense of danger. This feeling was truly quite unpleasant. If Luofong, from such a distance, could already feel this way, then the black eel who was right next to LV Gui could only feel it even more intensely. He sensed it more clearly than anyone else. The moment this feeling appeared, the black eel's heart was completely filled with shock. He really couldn't believe that the turtle in front of him could release such powerful strength. This immediately caused him to consider retreating. If LV Gui hadn't used this ultimate move, even if he wanted to kill him, it wouldn't have been that easy. At worst, he could just dive downward and survive. So previously, he hadn't even considered running, still planning to continue fighting against LV Gui. But now the situation had changed dramatically. His opponent was already preparing a big move. Staying here was just asking for death. He naturally had many attack techniques of his own. However, techniques or skills that could utilize divine flame, those he hadn't mastered. Therefore, he didn't intend to fight head-on. It would be better to retreat underwater and hide for now. As this thought passed through his mind, the black eel no longer hesitated and began to control his body, diving downward into the black swamp. At this time, LV Gui, although still preparing the flame punch, had never shifted his attention away from the black eel. If his skill was fully prepared, yet the black eel had already fled, he would still have to release that skill regardless. There would be no way to stop it midway. Chapter 474, Flame God Fist. This meant that no matter the outcome this time, he would suffer a massive loss of energy and divine flame. If in the end he didn't obtain the desired liquid, he would face heavy losses. Just as he was still thinking rapidly, suddenly, Luofeng's voice rang out. "How much time do you need? I'm about to start. You need to be as fast as possible." As Luofong finished speaking, Huangshan, who had been quickly diving into the depths of the black swamp, suddenly began to undergo a physical transformation, instantly transforming into a black dog. But this only lasted for 0.1 seconds. Huangshan's body transformed back to its original form again, but immediately after, it transformed once more into a black dog. Thus, Huangshan's body kept switching rapidly between the forms of a black eel and a black dog. This greatly affected Huangshan's mobility. The sudden switch between two completely different forms made Huangshan's originally coordinated movement extremely difficult. The difference was just too great. One had no legs, while the other had 4. Not far away, Zyle was already stunned. This was truly beyond his imagination. Originally, Luofong being able to produce a potion to make him grow larger had already shocked him greatly. But that potion was still within the realm Zyle could accept. After all, no matter how big he became, he was still a turtle. There had been no change in species. Now, the current situation was even more bizarre. An eel had become a dog. Just hearing about this transformation was already hard to believe, let alone actually witnessing it with his own eyes. This was nothing short of a blow to his worldview, almost causing him to lose focus. Luckily, his skill casting wasn't interrupted, or else just this distraction would have caused his skill to fail. That would have been truly disastrous. After witnessing Luofeng's power, he didn't waste any time anymore and hurriedly said, 5 more seconds. My flame god fist will be ready by then. At that moment, I'll finish him off. When Luofeng heard Zyle say this, he slightly furrowed his brows, not expecting it to take so long. Luofeng's, you are truly a dog talisman, could only be used once and lasted merely 0.1 seconds. Primarily because of the large level difference between him and the black eel. This resulted in a significant weakening of the you are truly a dog talisman's effect. This kind of artifact's effectiveness was linked to the user's own strength and level. During these 5 seconds, Luofeng would need to use the you are truly a dog talisman at least dozens of times. Although Luofeng still had quite a few uses left, using so many at once caused him some regret. Hopefully, this attempt would succeed. Otherwise, Luofeng would definitely be so frustrated he'd spit blood. But at this point, there was no way he could give up, or else everything done so far would be for nothing. The audience in the live stream couldn't see the surroundings of giant green turtle, but they could still hear sounds, especially Xiaomei. After seeing the black eel's physical transformation, her expression changed rapidly, as if witnessing something unfathomable. These changes had successfully aroused the curiosity of the audience. They were now extremely curious about what exactly was happening over there. Grass. A major skill is about to be unleashed in 5 seconds? Quickly let us see Zyle. Exactly what kind of major skill does giant green turtle possess? We've never seen a level 6 wild monster's ultimate skill before. It's definitely going to be amazing. What I really want to know now is what method Zyle is using that can prevent a level 6 wild monster from escaping within 5 seconds. This forced restraint ability is a bit too terrifying. If you can't defeat him, you won't even have the chance to run. Then whoever offends Zyle will truly suffer greatly. Just from their conversation now, it seems that Zyle and giant green turtle are in a cooperative relationship. But I wonder what Zyle gave him that could make a level 6 wild monster do his bidding? Could it be that green giant transformation potion he previously obtained? Now I finally understand. Giant green turtle must have consumed Zyle's potion to turn this green all over. And his power seems pretty impressive. While the audience was talking, the 5-second mark passed in the blink of an eye. Just as giant green turtle had claimed, only 5 seconds were needed. Right now, the flame fist gathered in his hand had already become almost solid, looking extremely oppressive and destructive. As soon as giant green turtle completed his attack preparation, without any hesitation, he rapidly moved toward the black eel. In the sky, an enormous flame fist, composed entirely of fire, rushed toward the black eel with a momentum capable of destroying everything in its path. Right now, the Xinxing of the black giant python could be described as extremely frustrated and desperate. In all his life, he had never encountered such a situation before. Despite being a mighty eel, he had actually been transformed into a dog. This was simply unbearable. The most critical part was that he had never been a dog before and had no idea how to use the forepaws properly. This left him completely unable to control his own body and flee. If he had just remained in dog form, he might have quickly adapted. But the constant transformation between dog and eel made it impossible for him to move normally. At this moment, giant green turtle had already launched his attack, and it was heading straight toward him. He now realized he couldn't completely avoid the attack. All he could do was try his hardest not to be hit in a vital spot. If he truly couldn't withstand the attack, he would ignite all the divine flames within his body and detonate himself. He would take everyone present down with him. The self-destruction of a level 6 creature would be truly terrifying in power. Its destructive force would even surpass the full-strength attack of a level 6 monster. Of course, such a self-destructive action would only be used when death was absolutely unavoidable. Once executed, he would die completely, with no chance of resurrection. The black eel was now extremely nervous. He wasn't confident he could successfully dodge giant green turtle's attack, mainly because the attack posed a tremendous threat to him that forced him to prepare for the worst possible outcome. Luckily, even though he had been transformed into a dog, the energy inside his body remained usable without much restriction. This meant his combat capability was still intact. Very soon, giant green turtle and his flame god fist were rapidly closing in on the black eel. The black eel had already braced himself and was ready. Chapter 475, Obtaining Divine Flame, plus 50,000. His entire body was already protected by a shield of black energy. At the same time, his body kept changing positions, trying to evade the attacks of the black moray. However, with Luofong blocking nearby, the black moray's body could only move within a small range. Soon, green giant turtle's attack arrived. He launched his attack directly at the red moray's head. Before the flame god fist even reached its target, the black moray already sensed a tremendous danger. A breath of death approached. He also understood that if his attack missed, it would surely mean death. Faced with a life or death moment, the black moray no longer held back and immediately began to activate the divine flame within, wanting to fight the green giant to the death. But just as he activated the divine flame and was about to move, suddenly, a shocking scene appeared before him. He suddenly discovered that his body hadn't moved at all. His entire body felt as if it had been frozen, unable to move the slightest bit. He had just noticed this and his heart was seized with shock. He struggled desperately to move, but no matter how hard he struggled, his body remained paralyzed. And it wasn't just his body that couldn't move. Even the divine flame he controlled suddenly went out of control and became unusable. At such a critical moment, he was unable to use the energy within his body. It was like watching death approach helplessly. Thinking of this, despair had already risen in his heart. At this time, Xiao LV was controlling his flame god fist, attacking toward the black moray. As it was about to strike, the black moray remained completely motionless, not even using the energy inside his body anymore. It was as if he was committing suicide. This caused the green giant turtle great surprise and confusion. However, he didn't have time to dwell on it. In such a tense moment, he had no time for extra thoughts. He just had to seize this excellent opportunity to kill the black moray first. A moray in this state, after being killed, would leave behind quite a lot of divine flame. He finished thinking all of this in less than a second. The flame god fist had already arrived at the head of the black moray. With a loud bang, the black moray's head was smashed into pieces. Black liquid scattered in all directions. The black moray's head simply vanished. But his body did not immediately lose mobility. Instead, it continued to roll about on the ground. This was nothing more than a futile struggle. Soon, the black body became still. Seeing this, Luofong didn't hesitate any longer and immediately came beside the body of the black moray. Of course, he didn't hesitate. He directly extended his right hand to collect the body of the black moray. Obtained level 6 black moray, +1. Obtained level 6 divine flame, +5. 10,000-fold reward. Obtained level 6 black moray, +10,000. Obtained level 6 divine flame, +50,000. After seeing the final system reward, Luofeng's expression changed, and he couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This time, he had actually obtained a full 50,000 strands of divine flame. This was truly striking it rich. Even within a level 6 creature, at most there would only be a few dozen strands of divine flame. Usually, anything over 100 strands would be enough to trigger evolution. Within level 7 creatures, most only had a few hundred strands of divine flame. To reach 4-digit quantities was extremely rare. A level 7 creature could theoretically have up to 10,000 strands of divine flame. Though such a possibility existed, no one had ever seen it achieved. One reason was the creature's own potential. After reaching a certain number of strands, no matter how hard they tried, they could no longer increase the amount and would have to evolve directly. Another reason was that accumulating too much divine flame required enormous resources and time, which ordinary creatures simply could not afford. Even within a level 8 creature, it was likely that there wasn't even 10,000 strands of divine flame. Most level 8 creatures would use divine flame to temper their bodies. Of course, there was still a difference between level 8 divine flame and level 6 divine flame in terms of the energy contained. As for how many times more powerful, it depended entirely on the user's strength. It could be several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times. Thinking of this, Luofong couldn't help but feel extremely excited. With this amount of divine flame, his upcoming actions would become much easier. Moreover, he could use the divine flame to enhance his own strength. However, there was one important point. He had not yet reached level 6, so he couldn't freely use divine flame. That made Luofong feel somewhat frustrated. It was like having a huge amount of money but being unable to spend it. Luofong originally wanted to try using the divine flame on the spot to see what kind of scene it would create. But to be safe, and to avoid exposing too much in front of them, he gave up on that idea. Now, his goal had already been accomplished. It was time to start fulfilling his promise. Thinking of this, Luofong walked over to Xiao Lv's side and smiled as he spoke. I didn't expect your attack to be this powerful. To actually kill a level 6 black moray with a single punch, truly shocking. Hearing Luofeng's praise, Xiao Lv gave a bitter smile and said, this is all thanks to your assistance. Otherwise, whether my flame god fist could even hit the black moray was still uncertain. Moreover, the key moment was when the black moray suddenly gave up resistance. That was the real reason why I could kill him so easily. Otherwise, if he had resisted with all his strength, even if the end result was his death, it definitely wouldn't have been this effortless. So, this was also your ability at work, wasn't it? Hearing Xiao Lv's words, Luofong smiled slightly and said, there's really no need to talk about these things further. Also, don't mention what you saw today to anyone else. I just checked the black moray's corpse. There were 5 strands of divine flame in total. I can take out 2 strands, giving 1 to each of you animals. In addition, I will also give out a super green giant strengthening serum and a bottle of missing you liquid. I think these rewards should be sufficient, right? Hearing what Luofong said, Xiao Lv's eyes lit up. He wasn't particularly interested in anything else, but he was especially eager for the missing you liquid. With this bottle of missing you liquid, how far would he be from winning the beautiful maiden's heart? Thinking of this, he spoke with some excitement. I have no objections, but let's still discuss it with Xiao Mei. As for that bottle of missing you liquid, you might as well not mention it to Xiao Mei. Hearing Xiao Lv's words, Luofong wasn't surprised. He smiled and said, of course, I'll give you the missing you liquid right now. Speaking, Luofong took out a bottle of missing you liquid and handed it to Xiao Lv. Luofong had plenty of missing you liquid in his spatial ring. He didn't care much about giving away just one bottle. Chapter 476, Transaction completed. However, this kind of potion isn't something you just drink and instantly receive love in return. It's more like a guiding light, pointing you in the right direction. As for the exact path to take, that depends entirely on your own judgment. If the other person doesn't like you, no matter how hard you try to please them, there won't be any reaction or result. With Xiong and IDE, at least you can know the final outcome ahead of time. Cut your losses when necessary. Xiao Lu took the bottle of Xiong and IDE from Luofeng's hand, his face showing extreme excitement. With this potion, his happy life might finally begin. Without hesitation, he drank the entire bottle. A moment later, he looked at Luofong and said, let's go see Xiao Mei. Soon, Xiao Mei once again appeared on the turtle shell carried by Xiao Lu. Xiao Mei wasn't unhappy about the reward Luofong had mentioned. After Luofong handed over all the items to them, he returned to the back of Xuanwu. From now on, each party would focus on their own tasks. Luofong had no intention of forming a team with them. He had many things he couldn't let others know. Besides, their goals were different. They needed to find Xiao Yu and fight against Pippy Snake. What if Pippy Snake saw he was too close to them and decided to attack him? Right now, Luofong had no confidence at all in defeating a level 7 wild monster, especially one that possessed a dragon crystal. Looking at the figures of Xiao Lu and Xiao Mei growing more and more distant, Luofong pulled his gaze back and began to carefully study how exactly the divine flame could be used. The viewers in the live stream all became extremely excited watching this scene. They had just been able to hear the sound, but not see any visuals at all, especially during the most exciting part. That kind of feeling was indescribably frustrating. It was like watching an educational video, where you only had the audio, no visual. Is that it? Is it already over? We didn't even get to see the battle. Was that level 6 black swamp eel already killed? That was too fast. The entire process took less than a minute. I remember hearing that creatures at level 6 or above are very difficult to kill. So why did it die so quickly this time? Could it be that what we just saw wasn't even a real level 6 monster? What a pity. If he really can kill a level 6 black swamp eel like that, then the battle must have been incredible. But we didn't get to see it at all. Surely Azura has some special ability to block us, keeping us from seeing the truth. After all, being able to kill a level 6 monster? I seriously suspect that Azura might be the son of the game's designer. No, perhaps even the father. What are you all fussing about? Seriously, are you actually watching the live stream? What I really care about is coming next. It's the raffle draw time again. As long as Azura draws my name. Who cares what happened in the battle before? I don't care at all. I'm just wondering what item Azura will pull out this time for the raffle. As someone brought up the raffle, everyone's attention quickly shifted. Indeed, they couldn't deny it. What the viewers came for wasn't just the stream content. Most importantly, it was the raffle. In no time, the audience began excitedly discussing what this round of the raffle might be. At this time, Luofong had already planned to close the live stream. He needed to study something new now. That wouldn't be convenient with the stream running. He also noticed what the viewers were saying. He had nearly forgotten about the raffle altogether. The spoils of war Luofong had collected this time weren't many in terms of variety. Only 2 kinds in total. The Divine Flame and the corpse of the level 6 black swamp eel. The Divine Flame was a highly valuable item, one he definitely wouldn't give away. It had cost him quite a bit of effort and risk to obtain it. As for the body of the black swamp eel, he could distribute parts of it. Certainly not giving the entire corpse to one person. Luofong himself couldn't accurately estimate the value of a level 6 creature's body, mainly because he had never come into contact with such items before, so he never really looked into it. At the very least, conservatively speaking, it should be worth tens or even hundreds of thousands of ocean coins. And that's without even counting the value of the Divine Flame. As for how much a single bit of Divine Flame could be sold for, that was something Luofong truly couldn't guess. Right now, Luofeng's attention was fixed on the corpse of the black swamp eel, which was already full of holes from Xiao Lu's beating. It was now just a headless eel corpse. Luofong intended to simply tear off some flesh from this damaged corpse to use for the raffle. This black swamp eel's body was at least dozens of meters long. As for its weight, it probably exceeded 100 tons. Creatures of this level had bodies so dense with energy that their body mass would naturally increase accordingly. Thinking about this, Luofong turned to address the live stream. I've made my decision. I'm going to use meat from this level 6 black swamp eel we just killed for the raffle. The winning results will be announced in 1 minute. 3 lucky viewers will be selected. Each winner will receive 10 gene of meat from this level 6 black swamp eel. Right now, Luofong didn't plan to spend much time on the raffle. He still had many important matters to attend to. Otherwise, if it weren't for the fact that he still needed these viewers to provide shock value, he wouldn't have time for live streaming at all. Anyway, it would only take a minute. He could afford to wait. He could use this time to leave the black swamp first. He wondered what difficulties Su Yunxi, who had entered together with him, might encounter. Surely not the black swamp as well. If that were really the case, he wondered whether she could make it through the black swamp. Just as Luofong was thinking. The viewers in the live stream became extremely excited due to Luofeng's prize announcement. Wow, Azura is still as generous as ever. This time, he actually offered meat from a level 6 creature. Whoever wins this will definitely get rich. 10 gene of meat from a level 6 creature. Whether you keep it for yourself or sell it, it's a great choice. I hope I win. I'm also benefiting from Azura's fortune. Not only did I witness a battle against a level 6 creature, but I might also obtain meat from one. Right now, I also want to follow Azura on his adventures. This feeling is really amazing. I just need to stand aside and cheer. Does anyone know where Azura is heading for treasure hunting now? Chapter 477. Absorbing Divine Flame? I don't ask for much, just some of the things you don't want lying around. Even a little bit will do. Right now, I'm just floating aimlessly on the ocean surface every day. It's truly too boring. At this moment, Luofong wasn't paying any attention to the comments from the audience. Less than a minute had passed. They had already arrived at the shore of the Black Swamp. And not far away, there stood a massive portal. Xiao LV was carrying Xiao Mei, heading closer toward the portal. Luofong didn't rush toward the portal immediately. He still didn't know where the portal would send them. If it was somewhere dangerous, there wouldn't be time to rest and regroup. Better to handle some matters here first before moving on. Soon, that 1 minute passed. The lottery results were also out. Luofong didn't waste any time. He glanced at the list and smiled, saying, "The list of winners is now out. Here it is. Master of Demon Cloud Pavilion, Ho, Xiao Xing, Jiu Yutian Lu Xing, Jia Tian Bang, Wu Jin Shindi. Let's congratulate these 3 viewers who won. Right now, I'll deliver the prizes to them." After Luofong spoke, he didn't hesitate and directly sent the 30 gene of black swamp eel meat he had prepared earlier to these players. 10 gene of meat might sound like a lot, but in terms of size, it's about the same as a palm. Once these 3 players received the prize, they all came into the live stream to thank him. After all, this lottery meant they could achieve financial freedom. As long as they sold that level 6 wild monster meat, they would have plenty of ocean coins for a long time. With such a benefit, how could they not come out to express their gratitude? Master of Demon Cloud Pavilion, Ho, thank you, Elder Xiao Luo, for the meat of a level 6 wild monster. I just randomly joined the lottery draw, never expecting to win. I'm really so happy. If Elder Xiao Luo ever has any tasks for me in the future, feel free to speak. I will never refuse. Xiao Xing, Jiu Yutian Lu Xing. This is the first time I've ever won anything participating in lottery events in my life. And I won a grand prize. I'm really too excited. I just can't imagine something like this happening to me. I'm so excited that I can hardly speak now. Jia Tian Bang, Wu Jin Shindi. Elder Xiao Luo, I'm also deeply grateful for your prize. However, I have another request. Would it be possible for me to join your guild? I've longed to join your guild for a long time. When the viewers in the live stream saw these winners come out to speak, they all became very excited. Originally, they were already very frustrated about not winning. Now the winners appeared, making them feel even worse. I'm about to spit blood. Why didn't I win again? This is really too painful. Right now, I was hoping to survive on Elder Shiluo's prizes. If I don't win next time either, I'll starve to death. You lucky winners, if any of you want to join my guild, I'll hand over the guild leader position to you, and I'll become the vice leader. I only ask that you can share some of your prize to improve the lives of our guild members. Hey, I wonder if you lucky winners can show us the prize you received? We have never seen what the meat of a level 6 creature looks like. What kind of effect does it have? If you can offer some for another lottery draw, that would be even better. Luofong saw that he had already distributed all the prizes. Without hesitation, he directly closed the live stream. Next, it was time to focus on real matters. After the live stream was shut down, Luofong looked toward the portal. At that moment, Xiao LV and Xiao Mei had already reached right in front of the portal. Then, Xiao LV turned his head to look at Luofong and said, "We'll go ahead first. Looking forward to meeting again next time." After he finished speaking, without a moment's pause, his body directly entered the portal and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Luofong didn't say much. From now on, the probability of him meeting them again was probably quite low. Luofong also wasn't eager to meet them again, as he'd rather meet Su Yunxi instead. He hoped she wouldn't encounter any difficulties. Following that, Luofong stretched out his hand, and a thread of flame appeared in his palm. The color of the flame was somewhat unique, blackish red. This actually had to do with the properties of the black eel. Every creature possessed its own unique attributes. Naturally, the flame he condensed would also carry these properties. These other attributes would greatly affect how efficiently others can absorb divine flames. If you want to absorb someone else's divine flame, you need to remove the original owner's attributes contained within that flame. Only then can you truly absorb it. This leads to a situation where, from a single thread of divine flame, you might only be able to absorb a fraction of its energy. If the attributes are similar, absorption becomes more efficient. But if the attributes are opposing, the difficulty increases significantly. Even worse, there might be counterproductive effects. For example, trying to use a fire attribute divine flame to absorb a water attribute divine flame is practically asking for trouble. Thinking about this, Luofeng finally understood that divine flame was merely a general term for this special divine power. It wasn't actually a specific type of flame. Divine flames could have any attributes. Their attributes were determined by the owner's own innate qualities. Luofeng stared at the divine flame in his hand, and he began considering attempting absorption. He wanted to try, using his 4th level strength, what consequences absorbing divine flames would bring. If he could truly use it, his power would reach an extremely terrifying level. After all, he possessed 50,000 threads of divine flame. With that much divine flame, he might be comparable to a true god. Since this idea had appeared in Luofeng's mind, he definitely wanted to give it a try. Otherwise, obtaining so much divine flame would be meaningless. As Luofeng focused his thoughts, the divine flame started entering his body. Instantly, Luofeng felt his arm going numb. A massive surge of energy appeared inside his arm. His entire arm began to swell slightly. A sensation of tearing pain spread from within his arm. This was something Luofeng temporarily couldn't adapt to. He dared not continue absorbing. This power was definitely not something low-level cultivators could handle. It was probably only those who had survived lightning tribulations and condensed their own divine flames who could absorb such divine flames. As soon as this idea appeared in Luofeng's mind, it made him feel somewhat frustrated. There was no way he had gone through all this trouble just to end up here unable to proceed. Chapter 478. The mysterious seed begins to grow. In the end, he still couldn't absorb the divine flame. That was truly embarrassing. Since he couldn't absorb the divine flame, he had to consider whether he could use it as a source of energy to release his skills. That would still be considered a good gain. As for whether it would succeed, that would depend on Luofeng's upcoming attempts. Luofeng didn't have many skills at his disposal. Generally speaking, when fighting against monsters, he only used 2 skills. One was the Fire Lotus. The other was Energy Clone. Thinking of this, Luofeng wasted no time and immediately summoned the 2 types of flames he controlled. Fusing 3 types of flames at once naturally increased the difficulty. Especially considering one of them was a divine flame, the difficulty wasn't just slightly higher. With a bang, this was the first attempt. Before the Fire Lotus could even form, it had already exploded. Seeing this result, Luofeng decided not to continue experimenting further. It wasn't that Luofeng didn't know perseverance. It was because the requirements for fusing special flames were quite high. The divine flame wasn't like the flames within his body. He had absolutely no way of controlling it. Therefore, he only tried once, experienced the feeling, and realizing there was no chance of success, he gave up. As for the energy clone, Luofeng didn't even need to try. The divine flame wasn't his own energy, so attempting was simply impossible. This made Luofeng feel extremely frustrated. Just as he was feeling deeply disheartened, suddenly, a very strange thing happened. Inside the space ring, the mysterious seed, which had originally been soaking quietly in a pool, suddenly flew into the air. This truly shocked Luofeng greatly. One must know, the space inside his space ring hadn't yet reached the divine level. Living beings couldn't move or survive in there. Unless it was because of the mysterious seed water, Luofeng wouldn't have been able to keep his pets alive inside the space ring. Now, the mysterious seed had actually risen up and flown by itself. It really astonished him. At this moment, Luofeng abandoned all other matters and focused solely on watching the mysterious seed, wanting to see what it was going to do. Could it be that the mysterious seed was finally ready to sprout? The seed's movement wasn't particularly fast, but after it had been moving for about 10 seconds, Luofeng followed its direction of flight with his gaze. When he saw exactly what was along that path, Luofeng's expression changed greatly, because he saw that along the seed's path lay the divine flame he had just obtained. Could it be that the mysterious seed's target was this divine flame? Luofeng's expression became complicated and unpredictable. If that were truly the case, Luofeng could practically jump with joy. Could this be the growth condition of the mysterious seed? He had long been extremely curious about the mysterious seed. He didn't know what kind of fruit it would produce if it actually began to grow. Thinking of this, Luofong immediately guided the divine flame to appear directly in front of the mysterious seed. Since the storage space of Luofeng's space ring was quite large, he usually placed various items he obtained into separate areas to avoid things getting chaotic. That's also why the divine flame was so far from the mysterious seed. As soon as the divine flame appeared in front of the mysterious seed, without hesitation, the seed rushed straight into the pile of divine flame. The divine flames surrounding it were being violently absorbed. Luofong noticed this and frowned slightly. What exactly was happening with the mysterious seed? Was it already beginning to grow? While Luofong was still trying to figure out what was going on, suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he stared fixedly at the mysterious seed. He actually saw a drop of black liquid forming beneath the seed. The color of this liquid was similar to that of the divine flame, but even purer and clearer. Seeing this drop of liquid, Luofeng's face filled with confusion. He didn't know what this was, but since it came from the mysterious seed, it probably wasn't anything bad. After all, even the water the seed had soaked in before had many powerful effects. Thinking this, Luofong didn't hesitate further. With a thought, the drop of black liquid appeared in his hand. Luofong immediately began inspecting the properties of this black liquid. Divine flame liquid. Description: divine flame that has undergone a special transformation, forming divine flame liquid. It contains all the energy of the divine flame and has absolutely no side effects. Low-level individuals can also absorb divine flame liquid to use in battle or to temper their bodies. However, those without divine flame inside them have no way to use it for power enhancement. After reading the description of the divine flame liquid in his hand, Luofong was shocked, and then quickly fell into extreme excitement. This time, he would finally be able to use the divine flame in battle. Truly, when one path ends, another path opens unexpectedly. Originally, Luofong had already lost all hope of using the divine flame, but now he could actually use it again. This feeling was indescribable in words. At this moment, Luofong became even more curious about the mysterious seed. He hadn't expected that it would have such a function. It was simply too powerful. What exactly was this seed from? He also didn't know when it would finally sprout and grow. Even in its seed state, it was already this strong. Right now, Luofong really wanted to know what kind of thing would grow out of it. Would it be a plant? Or perhaps, an animal? Or an object? This couldn't even be blamed on Luofong imagining randomly. After all, in this ocean world, anything was possible. All the things he was imagining could really happen. Just as Luofong was thinking, another drop of divine flame liquid was formed. This time, Luofong didn't take it out. Since he had no use for it right now, he might as well keep it inside the space ring first. When the time came that he could use it, he could take it out then. Now that the divine flame had already become usable by Luofong, he also shifted his attention away from the divine flame and focused it on that mysterious seed. As soon as he thought about it, the attribute panel of the mysterious seed appeared before him. In this ocean world, they, the players, could view an attribute panel for almost everything they encountered. When they met certain special items, or even items of particularly high level, even if they couldn't see the detailed attribute description, they could at least see the name. If the item's level was truly too high, they could even see several marks. Mysterious seed. Chapter 479. Going inside Tang Xue's pagoda. Status: growing. Seeing the description of the mysterious seed, Luofong wasn't surprised at all. This simply confirmed his thoughts. The mysterious seed had finally started to grow. It had been many days since Luofong obtained the mysterious seed, and finding the conditions for it to grow had truly been difficult. He never expected that it would require divine fire to grow. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to afford to raise the mysterious seed. After the recent battle, Luofong had come to understand just how difficult it was to obtain divine fire from the bodies of other creatures. Back then, without Luofeng's help, the black swamp eel wouldn't have had time to resist at all. Even if the black swamp eel could be killed, its divine fire probably wouldn't have remained. Luckily, Luofong currently had a relatively large amount of divine fire in his body. Otherwise it wouldn't be enough to feed the mysterious seed. Still, this would only last for a while. Luofong himself also needed the divine fire, and the quantity required wasn't small. Part of it was needed for combat. Another extremely important use was for tempering the divine body. Generally speaking, most creatures started tempering their divine bodies only after reaching level 8. It wasn't because they didn't want to start earlier. After all, tempering the divine body could greatly enhance one's power, but simply because their divine fire wasn't sufficient. However, this was different for Luofong. For him, tempering the divine body wasn't merely an early process. He had started tempering his body at level 4. If this were to be known by others, absolutely no one would believe him. Yet that was exactly what had happened. Luofong stared at the drop of divine fire liquid in his hand without hesitation and began absorbing it directly. The divine fire liquid entered from his palm into his hand. Since Luofong often used his right hand, he decided to start tempering that one first. This would also be beneficial for future battles. I wonder if doing certain things with a divine right hand would feel amazing? Once the divine fire liquid entered his hand, it began to merge into it, beginning the process of refining his palm. At this moment, Luofong could clearly feel his palm gradually becoming stronger. Luofong was quite satisfied with these changes. So far, what Luofong had gained could indeed be described as tremendous. It not only achieved his original goal, but also brought unexpected gains. Now that everything had been resolved, Luofong didn't want to waste time here any longer. He wondered how many trials the other creatures had already passed. If the other beasts were to obtain the final treasure, Luofong would genuinely feel regretful. Even if Luofong later took the treasure back from these creatures, it would already be too late. It wasn't that he wanted these treasures, but he wanted the items awarded by the system after obtaining the treasure. That was what Luofong truly desired. If there was only one treasure, Luofong wouldn't be satisfied. Therefore, he needed to accelerate as well, and couldn't let these beasts get ahead of him. Thinking of this, Luofong directly took Tang Xuewei toward the portal. However, Luofong didn't immediately step through. If the two of them simply went inside directly, he couldn't guarantee that they would appear at the same place, in case they were separated and encountered Pippy Snake or other dangerous creatures. Luofong now had some self-defense capabilities. Although he might not defeat high-level wild beasts, it wouldn't be easy for them to kill him either. But Tang Shuowei was different. She didn't have the same unfair advantages as Luofong. If she encountered high-level wild beasts, she might really be in trouble. Faced with such a situation, Luofong had already considered a method to solve this problem beforehand. There shouldn't be any major issues. Therefore, he looked at Tang Shuowei and said, I just thought of a solution. Can your 9-colored Yi pagoda carry living people? At this time, Tang Shuowei was also worrying about what would happen if she and Luofong entered the portal and ended up separated. Just then, she suddenly heard Luofeng's words, initially surprised. Then her expression changed. She understood exactly what Luofong meant. She just wasn't sure whether this method would work. Thinking of this, Tang Shuowei said, yes, my 9-colored Yi pagoda can indeed contain living people. However, spatial rings cannot be stored inside. The 9-colored Yi pagoda itself will be fine, but spatial rings might be at risk. This is mainly because my cultivation level is still low. The 9-colored Yi pagoda is currently in a sealed state. If the 9-colored Yi pagoda could return to its peak state, anything could be stored inside it. Are you planning to enter my 9-colored Yi pagoda so that I can bring you through the portal together? If that's the case, there might be a possibility. Hearing Tang Shuowei's words, Luofong smiled slightly and said, that's exactly what I'm thinking. However, it's slightly different from what you imagined. It's not that I enter your 9-colored Yi pagoda. It's you who should enter your own 9-colored Yi pagoda. I don't know what kind of situation awaits us on the other side of the portal. If it turns out to be too dangerous, and you go in alone, you might encounter something you can't react to in time. Let me be the one to bring you through the portal. If any danger arises, I have greater power and I can handle it. First, I need to ask you if you can enter your 9-colored Yi pagoda yourself. If you can't enter it on your own, then I'll have no choice but to be the one who goes inside. This was exactly Luofeng's plan. He had many techniques at his disposal and could respond to dangers in a timely manner. If he were the one entering Tang Shuowei's 9-colored Yi pagoda, he wouldn't be able to fully utilize his abilities at all. After hearing Luofeng's explanation, Tang Shuowei was momentarily taken aback, but soon she understood. She didn't feel anything improper about Luofeng's suggestion. She immediately replied, yes, I can indeed enter my own 9-colored Yi pagoda. But once I do, I won't be able to keep the 9-colored Yi pagoda inside me anymore. It will have to remain outside, and you will have to carry my 9-colored Yi pagoda. Should I go in now? Hearing Tang Shuowei's words, Luofong nodded and said, yes, go ahead. Don't worry, I'll get you out soon. As Luofong finished speaking, Tang Shuowei's figure flickered and immediately disappeared. Left in the air was only the 9-colored Yi pagoda radiating colorful light. Luofong reached out and grabbed the 9-colored Yi pagoda. He had no intention of placing it inside his spatial ring. Chapter 480. Into the Sea of Flames? Such spatial items cannot be stored within each other. If a higher level item stores a lower level one, the higher level item remains unaffected, but the lower level one might encounter issues. If the lower level item attempts to store the higher level one, then the lower level item will most certainly run into problems. Therefore, Luofong had absolutely no intention of trying such a thing. Holding the 9-colored Yi pagoda in one hand, Luofong approached the portal. Without hesitation, he stepped directly inside. In an instant, his vision flashed with a blinding white light, and his environment completely changed. Immediately, Luofong felt his body suddenly go weightless. His descent began rapidly. At this moment, Luofong could already observe his surroundings. He was high up in the air, plummeting fast. When he looked down, instantly, his scalp prickled with unease. Below was an endless sea of fire. It was completely composed of flames. Though Luofong had mastery over various types of flames himself, he certainly wouldn't volunteer to take a bath in it. Out in the real world, he wouldn't mind giving it a try. But this was inside the Dragon Yi. Such a sea of fire appearing here wouldn't be ordinary. That wasn't even the biggest concern. Even if Luofong couldn't endure the searing heat, couldn't he simply fly back up? Then there would be nothing to worry about. But what he feared most was this. Here, he actually couldn't fly. Now that was truly troubling. This sea of flames stretched boundlessly, with no end in sight. If he fell into it, he might have to swim for a very long time. He wondered if Xuanwu could hold up. A turtle swimming in a sea of flames, just imagining it sent a surge of adrenaline. Obviously, this trial wasn't asking him to swim through the fire. Luofong began rapidly scanning his surroundings. When he noticed the passing clouds flickering by in the sky, his expression subtly changed. He had just realized that the clouds in the sky truly took on all sorts of shapes. Some resembled turtles, others tigers, and even rabbits. Now, even someone as clueless as Luofong realized, these clouds were definitely not normal. It seemed that the key to passing this trial was on these clouds. The sky was filled with these animal-shaped clouds, though some appeared relatively normal. Not far beneath Luofong was a cloud roughly the size of a car. However, this cloud was still a few meters away. Right now, since he couldn't fly, this would be a bit of a problem. If these clouds turned out to be different from what he imagined, it would be really problematic. In such a situation, how nice it would be to have a parachute. But in the world of ocean survival, who would bother making a parachute? Even if Luofong wanted to create one now, he didn't have the blueprints. Back during the Battle Royale Fubon, he had used a parachute before, but he hadn't thought he would ever use one again, so he hadn't kept it. Now, no matter what he said, it was already too late. Luofong wasn't going to just sit back and wait for his doom. He was quickly thinking of solutions. If there wasn't a parachute, he could just create one himself. Without blueprints, it didn't matter. He could build it based purely on memory. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the demon blade, Thousand Edges, instantly appeared in his right hand. In his left hand, he held Tang Shuowei's 9-colored Yi pagoda. In this kind of situation, Luofong didn't plan on letting Tang Shuowei come out. He would wait until he was safe before doing that. Otherwise, wouldn't he just be dragging her down into the fire with him? Nonetheless, Luofong had previously warned Tang Xuewei to be ready to summon Xuanwu at any moment. In terms of defense, Xuanwu was more capable. After the thousand edges emerged, it rapidly transformed. And suddenly, an umbrella formed in Luofeng's hand. Instantly, his falling speed was affected. The umbrella was effective. Noticing this, Luofeng was overjoyed. This would buy him more time to think. Watching closely, Luofeng was now rapidly approaching that cloud. With no other choice, he gambled his last option. He pulled out his legendary grade grappling hook. Then he threw it toward the cloud. As for why Luofeng decided to do this, he simply had no alternatives. Unable to fly, he had no choice but to test his luck. Also, the cloud looked pretty solid. Maybe he could actually grab it. Now that he was in this oceanic world, anything could be possible. There were also some cloud animals nearby, but Luofeng didn't dare grab any randomly. He wasn't even sure yet what levels those cloud creatures might be. What if they were all level 6 creatures? Provoking a level 6 life form would definitely be a problem. As Luofeng was thinking, suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, quickly turning into excitement. The legendary grade grappling hook had actually latched onto the cloud. Now his body was flying toward the cloud, pulled by the legendary hook. Soon, Luofeng's body, carrying great momentum, landed on the cloud. The powerful impact caused absolutely no ripple in the cloud. Seeing this, Luofeng couldn't help but inhale sharply. This cloud was actually quite solid. It also confirmed that his assumption was correct. The key to passing this trial was indeed on these clouds. Once Luofeng steadied himself, he took the 9-colored Dili Pagoda in hand and decided it was time to let Tang Xuewei come out and see. Just as Luofeng transmitted the message to Tang Xuewei, a burst of white light flashed from the 9-colored Dili Pagoda, and Tang Xuewei's figure appeared before him. After stepping out, her expression immediately turned grim. Previously, inside the 9-colored Dili Pagoda, she had heard Luofeng's message. She knew something unexpected must have happened. When she finally saw the current situation, an expression of shock crossed her face as she exclaimed, "Where is this? We're not in the sky, are we? These clouds all around are so strange. Earlier, I could sense your voice was in a hurry. Did you run into any trouble?" Luofeng wasn't surprised by Tang Xuewei's reaction. He had reacted the same way when he first saw the situation. If it were only animal-shaped clouds, he wouldn't have been particularly shocked. The real shock was that these animal-shaped clouds were actually moving around normally, just like actual living creatures. That alone was enough to shock anyone. Hearing her ask what had happened, Luofeng smiled and said, "Look downward and see what's below the clouds, and you'll understand everything yourself. If I hadn't landed on the cloud, we'd only meet again inside the Sea of Flames." Chapter 481, Meeting Old Acquaintances. Hearing what Luofeng said, Tang Xuewei looked down below the clouds with a puzzled expression. She didn't realize anything at first, but after taking a look, she was genuinely startled. Her face changed expression, and her body instinctively took several steps back. Her chest heaved rapidly, her large breast shaking visibly, as she said in shock, "Why is there an ocean of flames down there? If we fell into that sea of fire, we'd be burnt to ashes without a trace left behind. You didn't nearly fall into that fire just now, did you?" Thinking back to what Luofeng had said, Tang Xuewei wore a face full of concern. Upon hearing Tang Xuewei's words, Luofeng smiled and replied, "You don't need to worry. Earlier, I really did appear midair, without any foothold. Luckily, I managed to get onto this cloud by using some tricks. Even if I hadn't reached this cloud, it wouldn't be a problem. Later, we can summon Xuanwu and freely roam even within the fire ocean." After hearing Luofeng's explanation, Tang Xuewei thought back to Luofeng's earlier decision, realizing how wise it truly had been. If she had suddenly appeared in such an environment, she probably would have been too panicked to know what to do. And if she fell into the fire ocean before realizing what was happening, well, that would have been the end of her. Unless she agreed to it, there was absolutely no chance for the items inside the 9-colored Dili Pagoda to come out. At that point, Luofeng would end up trapped under the sea. No one would likely ever discover his presence, unless Luofeng could make the 9-colored Dili Pagoda acknowledge him as its new master. As Tang Xuewei was lost in thought, Luofeng beside her suddenly spoke up. "Have you noticed anything strange about this cloud? Doesn't it seem like this cloud is slowly rising upwards?" Tang Xuewei was taken aback at Luofeng's words, and then she began to carefully observe the surrounding environment. After a while, her expression changed, her brows slightly knitted together, as she slowly said, "This cloud we are standing on does seem to be rising slowly upwards. That's a bit strange. Could there be something unusual up there in the sky?" Tang Xuewei started directing her attention toward the sky. Luofeng did the same, lifting his head to observe the heavens. However, Luofeng was different. He had already taken out his telescope and placed it over his eyes. He had also activated his X-ray talisman. Peering through layers of clouds, he directed his gaze further upward. Just a few moments into observing, he suddenly noticed something out of the ordinary high up in the sky. When he looked more clearly at what it was, his expression suddenly changed. He had actually seen a couple of old familiar animals up there. This was completely unexpected. There were 2 creatures in total. One was the level 7 Blackheart Tiger, and the other was the level 6 Iron-Eating Beast, Xiaobao. Right now, they each stood upon separate clouds, watching each other from afar. However, because the distance between the 2 clouds was too far, neither could reach the other's cloud. Witnessing this situation, Luofeng furrowed his brows. This really was bad luck, to encounter the level 7 Blackheart Tiger. Although Luofeng could now wield Divine Flame, fighting against a level 7 monster, he really wasn't confident at all. Even against a level 6 monster, he couldn't say he had 100% confidence. He could only find out the Divine Flame's power after actually engaging in battle. At this moment, a question surfaced in Luofeng's mind. Why had those 2 animals risen so high? Moreover, the clouds beneath them were also larger, rising at a faster speed. This was already clearly visible to the naked eye. It seemed they had been here for some time and understood some of the rules of this place. Based on the direction they were moving, there must be something above. Luofeng could precisely take advantage of this opportunity to see if he could discover any peculiar places. As Luofong continued to look further upward, after a short time, his focus sharpened, and an extremely excited expression appeared on his face. This made him even more excited than spotting the two animals. High in the sky, Luofong actually spotted a portal. It seemed only by continuously rising higher could one eventually reach and enter the portal. Based on the current rising speed of the cloud Luofong was standing on, it would take an unbearably long time to rise to the portal's height. Now Luofong decided to focus on those two animals and see how they managed to find such powerful clouds. This peaceful situation didn't last long. Suddenly, something unusual happened. A cloud wolf, while approaching the cloud where the Blackheart tiger stood, was instantly grabbed by it. Right after that came a ferocious attack from the Blackheart tiger. Within just about 10 seconds, the cloud wolf was directly killed by the Blackheart tiger. Its body turned into clouds and merged into the cloud beneath the Blackheart tiger. In the Blackheart tiger's paw appeared a white crystal. Without hesitation, the Blackheart tiger placed the white crystal into its mouth and swallowed it. Every movement had been clearly seen by Luofong. From watching these events unfold, Luofong learned something he was eager to know. He now understood why those two animals possessed such massive clouds. It appeared that all one needed to do was kill these cloud beasts, allowing their bodies to merge into the cloud. As for the white crystal left behind after the cloud beast's death, Luofong also found it extremely intriguing. However, judging from the Blackheart tiger's actions, this was undoubtedly something valuable again. Looks like Luofong was about to gain something new again. Throughout this treasure-seeking journey, even without reaching the final treasure, he had already begun collecting many excellent items. This trip was truly worth it. Once Luofong exited the Divine Dragon ruins, his power would significantly increase. At that time, heading toward the Chaotic Demon Sea would no longer be as risky. In the Chaotic Demon Sea, level 6 individuals were commonly encountered. Without some effective means, Luofong really wouldn't dare to proceed recklessly. Now, Luofong was already confident that once this journey ended, he wouldn't fear any level 6 creatures. After understanding these things, Luofong withdrew his gaze from the two beasts. He needed to act quickly now, hunt some cloud beasts to enhance his own cloud. If this was indeed as Luofong suspected, he would be extremely delighted. Could it be that the larger the cloud, the faster it would rise? Chapter 482, The Icefire Divine Lotus. And the clouds could be obtained by killing cloud beasts. A very bold idea appeared in his mind. If Luofong killed a cloud beast and received a boost from the system once, he could obtain thousands, even tens of thousands of clouds. Wouldn't that make him take off all at once? Most likely, the speed at which Luofeng's cloud count increased would be as fast as riding a rocket. Thinking of this, Luofong no longer hesitated and started to look around, searching for a cloud beast he could kill to test his theory. Tang Xuewei, who was standing beside him, noticed Luofeng's actions and curiously asked, "Did you spot something up there?" "I don't see anything at all." Hearing Tang Xuewei's words, Luofong didn't hide anything and briefly explained to her what he had just seen. Of course, he also shared his own guess with her. After Luofong finished speaking, Tang Xuewei revealed a surprised expression, quickly shifting to one of realization. She said eagerly, "Then let's act quickly. We can't let those two beasts enter the portal ahead of us." After that, Luofong and Tang Xuewei started to scan the surroundings. Although there were quite a few cloud beasts nearby, they were all relatively far from where Luofong and Tang Xuewei stood. This made Luofong feel a bit troubled. Continuing like this wouldn't lead to any solution. It seemed he had to bring out his grappling hook again. The grappling hook really was a great tool. Ever since Luofong entered the ocean world, it had stayed by his side, playing an important role. Since the cloud beasts were so far away, Luofong could only take the initiative to attack. Soon, a cloud beast came within 100 meters of their position. This one was a cloud eagle, flying freely through the air. Seeing this, Luofong didn't hesitate. He immediately used the grappling hook and shot it toward the cloud eagle. Bang! The claws of the grappling hook grabbed the cloud eagle's body. Then, the line started retracting rapidly. The cloud eagle, which had been flying smoothly, was suddenly attacked and didn't react immediately. It only felt a sharp pain in its body. It immediately realized it was under attack. A strong pulling force was coming from its body, dragging it toward a certain direction. How could the cloud eagle allow such a thing to happen? Therefore, it exerted force and suddenly stopped its body, remaining motionless in midair. At the same time, it turned its attention toward whoever had attacked it. It was two humans, standing there and attacking it. This enraged it greatly. Instantly, it gave up resistance and, along with the pull of the grappling hook, swiftly flew toward Luofong. Seeing the cloud eagle fly toward him, Luofong was startled. He hadn't expected the cloud eagle to come by itself. From this brief interaction, just now, the combat strength of the cloud eagle was clearly no simple matter. It should also be a level 6 creature. Because of the distance, Luofong couldn't check the cloud eagle's attributes at the moment. The ability players had was limited to certain ranges, not that just because you could see something, you could freely examine it. Now, there was also no time left for Luofong to think about other things. He needed to begin battling this level 6 life form. Strictly speaking, this was actually his first time. Before, he had only assisted slightly and hadn't officially engaged in combat. Now was different. If Luofong couldn't defeat the cloud eagle, he might truly be in a dangerous situation. Thinking of this, the energy inside Luofeng's body started to rapidly gather. The power of the absolute cold armor was fully activated. With Luofeng's current strength, the absolute cold armor would consume 200 years of lifespan per second. Of course, the consumption was great, but the resulting power enhancement was also massive. Instantly, a boundless force surged through Luofeng's body. Beside him, Tang Xuewei could clearly feel the pressure radiating from Luofeng's body. It caused her to unconsciously step back a few paces. Before Luofong, a flame was quickly forming. This flame lotus he condensed was different from usual. The previous fire lotus was an ice fire lotus created by combining ice and fire, and was extremely large, about the size of a wash basin. During battle, the ice fire lotus could become even larger. But the current situation was different. Before Luofong now was a fire lotus no bigger than the palm of a hand. This too could be called an ice fire lotus. However, the fire within it contained an extra element. Divine fire. Luofong had incorporated divine fire liquid into the ice fire lotus. However, because Luofong had only acquired a small amount of divine fire liquid so far, he didn't intend to waste it excessively. For now, he had only infused a small amount into this ice fire lotus. But even with just a single drop of divine fire liquid, Luofong had nearly lost control over it. Mainly, the energy contained within the divine fire liquid was far too powerful. Trying to make it fuse with ordinary flames and cold ice was basically close to impossible. Under normal circumstances, anything weaker than divine fire would simply be destroyed upon contact with it. Luckily, Luofong possessed a large number of high-grade tools. With the enhancement of the Ice Fire Origin Pearl and the Absolute Cold Armor, the Ice Fire Divine Lotus was finally formed. Since he had already added divine fire into it, Luofong decided to rename it. Besides, Luofong didn't have much divine fire liquid at the moment. Otherwise, he would have simply condensed the divine fire lotus to test its power. In his ideal scenario, he could even use the divine fire to create an energy clone. Just imagining that made him feel extremely excited. Luofong didn't dare think too much further and quickly reined in his thoughts. He needed to focus first on defeating the Cloud Eagle in front of him. Once the Ice Fire Divine Lotus was fully formed, the Cloud Eagle had already arrived near Luofong. The Ice Fire Divine Lotus struck the Cloud Eagle directly. With a loud bang, the surrounding clouds scattered in all directions. The Cloud Eagle's massive body was instantly blown into pieces. Only the lower half remained somewhat intact. As for the upper half, it had completely vanished into thin air. Tang Xuewei, who was watching nearby, had her eyes wide open in shock. She was truly stunned by what had just happened. Such a massive Cloud Eagle, directly wiped out in one move by Luofong. Was Luofeng's attack strength just too terrifyingly strong? If that kind of attack were to hit a human, they would be vaporized without even leaving a trace. It wasn't just Tang Xuewei who was amazed. Even Luofong himself was startled by the power of the Ice Fire Divine Lotus. This was actually the first time he had used the Ice Fire Divine Lotus, and yet its power was frighteningly overwhelming. One move, instant kill on a level 6 monster? However, when Luofong clearly saw the kill record that appeared, he let out a slight breath of relief. Ding, congratulations to the player for successfully defeating a level 5 Cloud Eagle. Turns out, it was only a level 5 monster all along. Chapter 483. I also know divine techniques. This startled Luofong. Being able to instantly kill a level 5 wild monster in one move, Luofong could still somewhat accept. But if one move could instantly kill a level 6 wild monster, that was simply too terrifying. He had only infused a single drop of divine fire liquid into it. But the power of the Ice Fire Divine Lotus already left Luofong very satisfied. If such an attack landed on a level 6 wild monster, even if it couldn't instantly kill it, the monster definitely wouldn't feel good either. Moreover, Luofong could release this attack rapidly. Even a level 6 wild monster likely wouldn't last very long under such high-intensity attacks. Thinking about this, Luofeng's mood was extremely cheerful. Now he also possessed a method to deal with level 6 wild monsters. This time, there was nothing to be worried about. He had only infused one drop of divine fire liquid. If he infused several more drops, the power would likely reach an incredibly terrifying level. Luofong now somewhat realized something. The level of these wild monsters might be related to altitude. The higher the altitude, the higher the level. Right now, Luofong had been continuously descending since entering this place. As a result, his altitude was very low. So encountering level 5 cloud beasts around him was not strange at all. These thoughts quickly flashed through Luofeng's mind. Luofong didn't dare to waste time either, because the cloud hawk in front of him, after dying, was already rapidly merging into the cloud beneath it. This was definitely not something Luofong wanted to see. Only when these cloud hawk bodies passed through his hands could they generate maximum profit. Thinking this, Luofong no longer hesitated, extending his right hand to touch the severely damaged body of the cloud hawk. And the white crystal gained level 5 cloud hawk, +1. Gained level 5 cloud crystal, +1. 10,000 times reward. Gained level 5 cloud hawk, +10,000. Gained level 5 cloud crystal, +10,000. After hearing the system's notification, Luofong smiled in satisfaction. Sure enough, it was exactly as he had thought. This time, his following actions would become much more convenient. With these cloud hawks, Luofong wasn't in a hurry to find other cloud beasts. First, he wanted to check the attribute descriptions of these cloud hawks and cloud crystals. As the saying goes, with extra grain in hand, one feels calm and untroubled. As this thought arose in his mind, 2 attribute panels appeared before him. Cloud hawk, level 5. Description, a type of cloud beast that feeds on clouds and is composed entirely of clouds. After a cloud beast dies, its body can merge into clouds, making the clouds larger and harder. Cloud crystal, level 5. Description, the energy crystal inside a cloud beast's body, containing vast energy that can be used to enhance strength. Note, cloud crystals are highly attractive to cloud beasts. Leaving a cloud crystal exposed for a long time will attract large numbers of cloud beasts. After reading the attribute descriptions of the 2 items in his hand, Luofeng's smile grew wider. This gain could not only enlarge clouds, but also help increase his level. Truly a 2 birds with 1 stone situation. Luofeng immediately took out a cloud crystal and swallowed it. Once the cloud crystal entered Luofeng's stomach, its energy started to be quickly absorbed. There was no negative energy inside the cloud crystal. Realizing this point, Luofeng was slightly surprised. Items without negative energy weren't common. Generally speaking, the energy within a creature's body carried the creature's own characteristics. Energy crystals like cloud crystals without impurities were rather rare. This also made Luofeng realize that all these cloud beasts around him were treasures. For Luofeng, it wasn't only the final treasure that was valuable. Even the various useful things gained along the way were a pretty good gain. Then, Luofeng took out a handful of cloud crystals and handed them to Tang Xuewei, saying, "These cloud crystals, you use them first." quickly increase your strength. Tang Xuewei accepted these cloud crystals without showing any surprise. Although she didn't know exactly what Luofeng's abilities were. After spending so much time together, she could guess somewhat. She was already long accustomed to Luofeng's actions like this. She didn't care much. As long as she followed Luofeng, everything would be fine. She also knew exactly what kind of person Luofeng was. Therefore, normally, whenever Luofeng gave her anything, she never directly refused. But she remembered all these things in her heart. She would repay Luofeng bit by bit in the future. After inheriting the Snow Goddess's legacy, her strength was already quite decent. However, for Luofeng right now, she still couldn't offer much help. This was just an unavoidable situation. It wasn't that she was weak. Rather, Luofeng was simply too strong. With her current strength, if there were a player power ranking list, she could probably make the top 10, if not the top 3. Although she only had an S-rank talent, combined with the inheritance from the Snow Goddess, her combat power wasn't inferior to those with SS-rank talents. And that was only because she had only partially inherited the legacy so far. The inheritance from the Snow Goddess was extremely powerful. Her current level was still relatively low, allowing her to inherit only a portion of it. But once she reached level 6, the situation would change drastically. She was also planning to tell Luofeng some things in advance. Thinking this, she looked at Luofeng and said, I'll accept these cloud crystals for now. Once I reach level 6, my combat power will improve significantly, and I will be able to fight alongside you. I have also obtained some knowledge from the Snow Goddess's inheritance. Among them are some divine techniques. These things require me to reach level 6 before I can use them. By then, you won't have to protect me all the time anymore. At this moment, Luofeng was just about to place the Cloud Hawk's body into the nearby clouds. Suddenly hearing Tang Xuewei say this, he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that the inheritance from the Snow Goddess had such a powerful function. It actually included divine techniques. Previously, Luofeng hadn't fully understood what divine techniques were. But after fighting together with Zyle, he had learned from Zyle just how terrifying the power of divine techniques could be. Granted, Luofeng's own stasis ability had helped during that fight. But the fact that Zyle had been able to kill a level 6 black eel with a single punch was enough to show how immensely powerful that punch had been. This was the might of a divine technique. Most importantly, ordinary unaffiliated cultivators usually didn't have access to divine techniques. Thinking about this, Luofeng's mind suddenly sparked an idea. He immediately shoved one of the Cloud Hawks in his hand into the cloud beneath him. The cloud beneath absorbed the entire Cloud Hawk and began to rapidly expand. Chapter 484, It's Up to You. Soon, the cloud beneath them expanded slightly. Just as Luofeng had anticipated, the cloud began rising faster. However, at this moment, Luofeng didn't rush to take out more Cloud Hawks and place them into the cloud. Instead, a drop of divine fire essence appeared in his palm. Since he was able to utilize the divine fire essence to release techniques, Tang Xuewei should be able to do so as well. If he could help Tang Xuewei activate her divine ability in advance, her combat strength would also increase dramatically. If Tang Xuewei became stronger, it would be great support for Luofeng. Thinking this, Luofeng no longer hesitated. He looked at Tang Xuewei and said with a slight smile, You try using this drop of divine fire essence. See if you can activate the divine ability you mentioned. When Tang Xuewei heard this, she stared at the drop of divine fire essence in his hand, a hint of surprise appearing on her face. This was her first time seeing such a thing, but she had heard of it before. She learned about it from the inheritance of the Snow Goddess. The inheritance of the Snow Goddess didn't just increase her strength, it also included some related knowledge. Now, she knew some things even better than Luofeng. It was precisely because she understood the value of divine fire essence that she was so surprised. Thinking this, she hesitated slightly and said, The divine fire essence is too precious. According to what I know, only true gods are able to produce it. You should save it for yourself. Even if I could activate my divine ability now, its effect wouldn't be particularly noticeable. So I won't waste it. Hearing Tang Xuewei say this, Luofeng smiled faintly and replied, You've been following me for so long, yet you still don't know my character? If I tell you to take it, then just take it quickly. It's just a test anyway. If it works, I'll give you a few drops for self-defense. Right now, the amount of divine fire essence I have isn't much. Once I have more, you can even use it to temper your divine body. Haven't you always wanted to fight side by side with me? This is your chance. Previously, because the mysterious seed took a relatively long time to condense the divine fire essence, there hadn't been enough for Luofeng to use by himself. Therefore, he hadn't offered any to Tang Xuewei. Back then, even if he had given her some, it wouldn't have been very effective. It was better to let him strengthen himself first. Besides, as long as Luofeng was around, Tang Xuewei wouldn't be in much danger. Now, with Tang Xuewei suddenly talking like this, he naturally wanted her to give it a try. If it worked, he certainly wouldn't be stingy. Most importantly, not long ago Luofeng had discovered some very important news. That was, as the seed grew, its speed of condensing the divine fire essence had actually increased slightly. At first, it could only produce 1 drop per minute. But now, it was able to condense 1 drop every 59 seconds. This was a huge revelation for Luofeng. Not because of the 1-second improvement itself, but because, if this trend continued, it wouldn't be impossible to condense a drop every single second. At that point, Luofeng wouldn't have to worry about running out of divine fire essence. Since Tang Xuewei was his woman, of course he wouldn't let her go without. Tang Xuewei had originally intended to refuse something so valuable, but when she heard what Luofeng had to say, she didn't argue further and accepted the divine fire essence. She looked at Luofeng and said, Alright, I'll give it a try. When we encounter another cloud beast, I'll try releasing my divine ability. If I can't deal with it myself, you can step in. Hearing Tang Xuewei say this, Luofeng smiled and replied, That's easy. We just need to put out a few pieces of cloud crystal, and the cloud beast will come. However, there were never that many cloud beasts around to begin with. Plus, the previous battle was too loud and noticeable. It already scared off the few cloud beasts nearby. It wasn't entirely Luofeng's fault. He just hadn't expected the Ice Flame Lotus to be so powerful. A single move had killed a level 5 cloud beast outright. Although these cloud beasts wanted to attack Luofong and prevent his ascent, they were still living creatures and naturally afraid of death. If a cloud beast of equal strength could be instantly killed, going to attack would only mean suicide. They would rather let stronger cloud beasts up above deal with Luofong. That's more or less what these level 5 cloud beasts were thinking. Hearing Luofeng's explanation, Tang Xuewei nodded in agreement. Since she had already decided to try activating her divine ability, she certainly needed a test subject. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to see how effective it was. This way, at least one potential attack wouldn't be wasted. Since the decision had already been made, Luofong didn't waste any time. He directly took out a pile of Cloud Hawk corpses and placed them on the cloud. These Cloud Hawk corpses began quickly merging into the cloud. As the corpses were absorbed, the cloud beneath Luofong grew larger and larger. Its rising speed also increased steadily. At first, after some effort, its speed had been about as fast as a snail's. Now, it had reached something closer to a turtle's speed, and it was still rapidly accelerating. However, there was one thing that made Luofong frown slightly. As more Cloud Hawk corpses merged into the cloud, the boosting effect became smaller and smaller. Looks like using only the corpses of the same type of cloud beast wasn't quite enough. As they continued rising, more cloud beasts began appearing around them. Luofong observed that the cloud beasts nearby weren't very large in size yet, probably not reaching level 6 yet. If they were to enter the area where level 6 cloud beasts resided, Luofong definitely wouldn't dare provoke a large number of them at once. The cloud beasts surrounding them noticed their presence, and the ones closer started moving toward Luofong. Leading the group was a cloud dog. It was walking step by step toward Luofong. These cloud beasts stepped on the air as if they were walking on solid ground. When the distance was appropriate, Luofong immediately cast a scanning technique on the cloud dog. Cloud dog, level 5. Seeing that it was a level 5 cloud dog, Luofong slightly relaxed. Against a level 5 cloud beast, he could let Tang Xuewei try her divine ability. But if it had been a level 6 cloud beast, he definitely wouldn't have considered letting her take that risk. If by any chance Tang Xuewei got injured by a level 6 cloud beast, that would truly be unacceptable. Thinking about that, Luofong looked at Tang Xuewei and said, "You start getting ready. This cloud dog is yours to handle." Hearing Luofeng's words, Tang Xuewei no longer hesitated. The divine fire essence she was holding in her hand began being slowly absorbed into her body. Then, a large amount of snowflakes began swirling around her. Chapter 485, Discovered. These snowflakes were just the beginning. Right in front of Tang Xuewei appeared several relatively larger snowflakes. These snowflakes were not only bigger in size, but also carried much more energy. Luofong could already feel the power of the divine flame from these snowflakes. Around the snowflakes, it was as if flames were burning. Seeing this situation, Luofong knew that Tang Xuewei had successfully unleashed her divine skill. This made Luofong feel extremely pleased. Although he hadn't yet seen the exact effect, but, based on Luofeng's experience, any divine skill would definitely be powerful. That was nothing he needed to worry about. Creatures below level 6 would find it hard to resist attacks from divine flames. Divine flame could already be considered the power of a deity. It would still cause significant damage even to ordinary creatures. Moreover, Tang Xuewei had already reached level 3. Using a divine skill to challenge a level 5 cloud beast was nothing unreasonable. After all, this was the inheritance of the snow goddess. While Luofong was thinking, Tang Xuewei's attack did not pause for even a moment because of him. Also, Luofeng's scanning ability had enraged the cloud hound that was slowly approaching. Their player's scanning skill, when used on other animals, was considered highly provocative to the creatures. Some calmer animals might not care much about his action. Obviously, although the cloud hound looked pure and adorable, it wasn't such an easygoing creature. After sensing the provocation, it quickly charged towards Luofong and the others. White energy gathered on the cloud beast's body. Revealing a set of sharp fangs, it lunged to bite Luofong. As for the cloud hound's attack, Luofong didn't take it too seriously. If Tang Xuewei's attack had no effect, he could step in later. Once he made his move, the cloud hound's body would be utterly destroyed. In no time, the cloud hound came into contact with the 3 snowflakes. There was no explosion as would normally happen. After entering the body of the cloud hound, the 3 snowflakes made no sound. Luofong, seeing this situation, slightly furrowed his brows. Could it be that Tang Xuewei's attack wasn't effective? Was it because Tang Xuewei's level was not high enough? Just as Luofong was about to open his mouth to comfort Tang Xuewei, suddenly, the words on the tip of his tongue stopped. Because he saw that the cloud hound, which had been moving forward, suddenly stiffened. The speed of its advance was instantly affected. Then, from the entry points of the 3 snowflakes, signs of frost began to spread. The cloud hound's body was rapidly freezing over. The frost inflicted considerable damage upon the beast. The cloud hound could now only stagger forward toward Luofong and the others. However, it wasn't over yet. Tang Xuewei still had many snowflakes floating in front of her. These snowflakes continued attacking the cloud hound. Previously, the cloud hound should have been able to dodge some of the snowflakes at its original speed. But because its body was already partially frozen, its reaction ability was greatly reduced. It could only allow the snowflakes to hit its body one after another. As more snowflakes entered the cloud hound's body, the movement speed of the beast slowed down more and more. Finally, one of its paws lifted, yet before it could come down, it froze midair. Clap clap clap. The sound of clapping rang out. Luofong smiled and said, "Congratulations. You're now able to take down a level 5 monster on your own. That's definitely much better than I was back then. I had to use all sorts of items to do it." At this moment, Tang Xuewei herself was also slightly surprised. She had never imagined that she would be able to kill a level 5 monster by herself, though it wasn't as shocking as Luofong instantly annihilating enemies. But she killed a level 5 cloud hound within about 10-something seconds. If this news spread, it would surely surprise many people. Still, she knew how she had managed to achieve this. She slightly blushed and said awkwardly, "Just now, I accidentally used up all the divine flame liquid you gave me to cast the heavenly snowfall. Without your divine flame liquid, I wouldn't have been able to kill the Cloud Hound so quickly. You don't need to praise me so much. After hearing Tang Shuowei's words, Luofeng smiled and said, the Divine Flame liquid is nothing too significant. Here, take these 3 drops of Divine Flame liquid first to protect yourself. Use them defensively, not for attacking. Leave the offensive moves to me. After some time, you'll be able to use the Divine Flame liquid without much limitation. It'll be as simple as drinking water. As Luofeng spoke, he took out 3 drops of Divine Flame liquid from his spatial ring and handed them to Tang Shuowei. Now, there was one more person who needed the Divine Flame. It seemed Luofeng had his work cut out for him next. He wondered if a level 6 cloud beast even had Divine Flame inside its body. Right now, Luofeng was extremely eager to encounter a level 6 monster to test his abilities. Tang Shuowei saw the 3 drops of Divine Flame liquid in Luofeng's hand. Although she already knew how valuable the Divine Flame liquid was, she didn't refuse it. With the Divine Flame liquid, she would be able to offer Luofeng some help in the upcoming battles. Now, she was even more determined. She wanted to reach level 6 as soon as possible. For her, that was going to be a significant milestone. Seeing this, Luofeng didn't say much more. Instead, he walked in front of the frozen Cloud Hound. Gained level 5 Cloud Hound, +1. Gained level 5 Cloud Crystal, +1. 1000-fold reward. Gained level 5 Cloud Hound, +1000. Gained level 5 Cloud Crystal, +1000. Luofeng didn't even glance at the corpse of the Cloud Hound. He directly absorbed the Cloud Hound's body into the cloud. After a minute, the cloud beneath Luofeng's feet had already grown to a diameter of 10 meters. However, once it reached this size, no matter how many more cloud beasts he absorbed, the cloud refused to grow any further. This puzzled Luofeng a bit. Was this really the maximum size the cloud could reach? But Luofeng clearly remembered, the clouds controlled by Haixinhu and Xiaobao had diameters larger than 10 meters. So, was there any explanation for this? Luofeng, filled with doubts, looked upward again. What he saw was unexpected, actually shocking. The 2 creatures above were now clearly staring downward in Luofeng's direction. Obviously, they had been attracted by the sound of his earlier battle. At their cultivation level, hearing was still extremely sharp. They could hear even the faintest of sounds from far away. Of course, their vision must also be enhanced. However, there were still quite a few clouds blocking the view in between. They did not have the ability to see through solid objects, nor could they look through layers of clouds to spot Luofeng. Yet, Luofeng could see them clearly. Chapter 486. Hurry up and come up. At this moment, Luofeng was secretly relieved that they couldn't see him. Otherwise, if they saw that Luofeng had only killed 2 cloud beasts, yet could continuously pull out numerous cloud beasts from his spatial ring, it would indeed be quite difficult to explain. Although they couldn't see Luofeng now, as long as he continued to ascend, sooner or later, they would spot him. As the altitude increased, the clouds above became sparser. The number of cloud beasts also decreased, but the cloud beasts were getting significantly larger in size. Undoubtedly, their strength was increasing as well. What made Luofeng feel somewhat surprised was this. Their clouds had originally been rising quickly, but now both clouds had stopped at a fixed point. This location wasn't particularly far from the portal. This left Luofeng feeling quite puzzled. The portal was right in front of them. Why weren't they entering directly? They surely couldn't be waiting for him. Luofeng immediately shook this thought from his mind. That was absolutely impossible. Right now, Luofeng decided not to dwell on this. He would just wait for the cloud to rise further. 10 minutes passed. Luofeng and the others finally reached a higher level of the sky. During this time, they encountered several attacks from cloud beasts. However, all of them were level 5 cloud beasts. For Luofeng and his companions, these level 5 cloud beasts were nothing more than small fry. Under current circumstances, one could say Luofeng was effectively invincible among those below level 6. As they entered the area of level 6 cloud beasts, the 2 figures high in the sky could now spot Luofeng's figure. When Xiaobao saw Xiao Luo below, a delighted smile spread across his face. Previously, when he and Black-Hearted Tiger had both been transported here, he had nearly been scared out of his wits. With his current strength, fighting Black-Hearted Tiger alone, there was absolutely no way he could win. If Black-Hearted Tiger wanted to kill him, it could happen at any moment. Fortunately, the clouds here could only move vertically, not in any other direction. This somewhat lowered the threat he faced. Although the clouds couldn't move, the cloud beasts could. Previously, Black-Hearted Tiger had tried to ride a cloud beast over to him. Luckily, these cloud beasts didn't obey Black-Hearted Tiger's will. After several failed attempts, Black-Hearted Tiger gave up on this idea and focused on making the cloud rise faster. There was another reason for this. Black-Hearted Tiger hadn't yet made up his mind to kill Xiaobao. Otherwise, as a level 7 martial artist, he still had many tricks up his sleeve. Black-Hearted Tiger's purpose for coming here was extremely simple. He wanted to become the Dragon Warrior in front of Xiaobao, so that Master Turtle would understand. He was the true chosen candidate for Dragon Warrior. Though Black-Hearted Tiger had no intention of killing Xiaobao, he still intended to give him some trouble. Had Xiaobao not had a few tricks of his own, he would have been in serious danger. Right now, Xiaobao understood the power of numbers. If Luofeng were here, Black-Hearted Tiger definitely wouldn't act recklessly. It would be best if he could somehow pin Black-Hearted Tiger down. Once he became the Dragon Warrior, he'd capture Black-Hearted Tiger and deliver him to Master Turtle's judgment. As for why Xiaobao assumed Luofeng was a good person, that was purely based on intuition. The intuition of a Shurtai beast. Thinking about this, he shouted loudly downward, "Xiao Luo, you've made it here too? I'm above you. Can you see me?" Black-Hearted Tiger naturally noticed Luofeng and Tang Shuowei as well. He recognized them as the 2 people he'd met at the entrance to the Dragon Ruins. Seeing that it was them, Black-Hearted Tiger didn't take them too seriously. He remained quite confident in his own strength. He wasn't afraid that these 2 would team up with Xiaobao. If these people didn't provoke him, and if he was in a decent mood, he might not even kill the 2 humans. But if the 2 humans did provoke him, he wouldn't show any mercy. The same went for Xiaobao. The fact that he didn't actively kill Xiaobao didn't mean he wouldn't. Then, he shifted his attention away from the two humans and focused on figuring out how to approach the portal and leave this place. After all, staying in one place like this wasn't a viable solution. Hearing Xiao Bao's words, Luofong felt momentarily stunned. This was truly something he hadn't expected. In truth, he wasn't especially close to Xiao Bao. Altogether, they had spoken only a few words to each other. Who would have thought that upon seeing him, Xiao Bao would actually greet him first? Looks like the main characters from movies and TV shows do all share similar personalities. They're always eager to make friends. If they meet a good person, that person could become an ally. If they encountered a bad person, that bad person would be moved by the protagonist's sincerity and would also end up helping him. This would show how remarkable the protagonist truly was. However, such an approach had no effect whatsoever on Luofong. Although his current goal did not directly conflict with those of these beasts, the objectives of these creatures were all things Luofong himself desired. Luofong wasn't just planning to take these things and immediately leave. He intended to help these creatures resolve their difficulties first. But that was something for the future. Right now, he needed to focus on getting through his immediate crisis. Thinking of this, Luofong also shouted back loudly, "I see you. I myself just arrived here not too long ago. Didn't expect to meet you here. You climbed pretty high. I have a question to ask you. Why is the cloud beneath me so small? Even if I continue to absorb cloud beasts, I can't seem to make it grow any bigger. How did you make your cloud so large?" This question had long puzzled Luofong, so now that he had encountered Xiao Bao, he decided to ask directly. This saved him from endless guessing. After all, since there was an immediate answer available, only a fool would ignore it. Upon hearing Luofeng's question, Xiao Bao didn't think twice before answering directly. Your cloud can't grow further because if you only use level 5 cloud beast corpses, you can at most expand your cloud to a diameter of 10 meters. Only by using level 6 cloud beast corpses can your cloud grow even larger. Just kill any level 6 cloud beast. Try to target smaller ones. Although these cloud beasts are all level 6, their combat strengths vary. The larger ones are stronger. Some of the biggest ones are nearly as strong as level 7s. After hearing Xiao Bao's explanation, Luofeng's face broke into a smile. So that's how it was. It seemed that Luofong would now have to kill a level 6 cloud beast. Luofong wasn't surprised that Xiao Bao had shared this information with him, but he also had no intention of just taking it for free. Chapter 487, A Cloud Horse? If he got the chance, he definitely wanted to repay Xiao Bao. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before that situation arose. After all, there was a level 7 Blackheart Tiger here. It wasn't possible for nothing at all to happen, right? Although Luofong currently couldn't defeat a level 7 beast, he wasn't completely helpless either. As long as he had enough Divine Flame Liquid, he wouldn't fear any level 7 creature. If Luofong could use the Divine Flame Liquid to create an energy clone, just imagine, a body completely composed of Divine Flame. The energy contained within would be absolutely terrifying. If this Divine Flame clone were to self-destruct, even a level 7 beast would hesitate to get too close to the explosion's epicenter. Thinking this, Luofong looked at Xiao Bao and loudly said, "I understand now. Thank you for your answer. If you need anything, feel free to tell me. I don't need anything right now. You'd better hurry up and come here. The portal probably won't be open for much longer." When Luofong heard Xiao Bao's words, he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that the portal for this level hadn't yet opened. If that was the case, Luofong didn't need to ask to understand why those two animals had stopped where they were. They must be waiting for the portal to open. Looks like Luofong needed to hurry up and catch up as well. Otherwise, if the portal only stayed open briefly before closing, that would be really awkward. With that thought in mind, Luofong started scanning the surrounding cloud beasts. All the surrounding beasts were level 6 cloud beasts, but their numbers were somewhat scarce. There was only one within a few hundred meters. In this place, the word only could be used. But in an oceanic world, every level 6 beast was an extremely formidable presence. Just successfully passing their ascension alone made level 6 creatures extremely rare. Here, being able to see a level 6 beast every few hundred meters was simply unimaginable. However, to Luofong, they were still too far away. The distance was beyond the reach of his grappling hook. Still, this wasn't a problem for Luofong. Without further delay, he directly took out a handful of cloud crystals. As soon as these cloud crystals were brought out, a cloud beast 200 meters away suddenly turned its head, staring in his direction. Seeing this situation, Luofeng's face lit up. As expected, there was hope. The beasts were indeed attracted by this food they loved. Luckily, there was only one level 6 cloud beast around. If there were several level 6 beasts at the same time, he wouldn't dare expose this many cloud crystals. At this current stage, fighting multiple level 6 cloud beasts simultaneously would be quite challenging. This was because he was concerned about Tang Xuewei. At the moment, he also couldn't summon Xuanwu. Xuanwu's body was simply too large. If it accidentally crushed the clouds, that would be really interesting. Luofong dared not attempt that easily. Not because he feared he would die if he fell down, but because finding another cloud and climbing back up again would cost him considerable time. This was a cloud horse. However, this cloud horse wasn't ordinary. Its body wasn't completely white. This was a bicolor cloud horse, white with red markings. Around the cloud horse's 4 hooves were red clouds. Moreover, the horse's head and tail were both formed from red clouds. As this cloud horse drew closer, its name appeared in front of Luofong. Fire Cloud Horse. Level 6. Attribute, Fire. Seeing the Fire Cloud Horse's attributes, Luofong was slightly stunned. It seemed he had encountered a peer after all. Since that was the case, let's see whose flame was stronger. Now that Luofong had this Divine Flame Liquid, he already had the confidence to deal with level 6 creatures. As he activated his thoughts, an icy and fiery Divine Lotus rapidly began to form in front of him. This time, Luofong didn't plan to infuse the Lotus with too much Divine Flame Liquid. He would start by testing with just a single drop. Previously, just one drop of Divine Flame Liquid had been enough to instantly kill a level 5 Cloud Beast. He was curious about its effect against a level 6 Cloud Beast. As he prepared his attack, the Fire Cloud Horse wasn't standing still either. Flames began to rise from its body, especially from its head. where the flames were especially thick and intense. Its eyes had already turned into burning flames. Even the air it exhaled came out like streams of fire. However, the area where the most energy gathered wasn't in those places. It was the fire cloud horse's four hooves. Right now, they resembled four flaming pillars, galloping through the air. In particular, the front hooves had so much concentrated fiery energy that the flames were already flowing like liquid over their surfaces. Just looking at such a scene was enough to feel the immense power it contained. Luofong was not far from the fire cloud horse and could clearly feel the immense energy it radiated. In fact, Luofong even sensed the power of divine flame emanating from the fire cloud horse's front hooves. This somewhat startled Luofong, as he hadn't expected the fire cloud horse to be so aggressive, launching a major attack right from the start. This seemed a bit unfair. If the fire cloud horse had known Luofeng's thoughts, it would surely have shouted in anger. Luofong had the audacity to accuse it? If the fire cloud horse hadn't detected the immense energy from the flaming lotus in front of Luofong, which already posed a threat to it, it wouldn't have attacked with its ultimate move from the beginning. In any battle, no one fought like Luofong did, immediately unleashing divine flame as soon as the fight started. Divine flame wasn't something ordinary like a wildflower on the roadside that anyone could just pick at will. The fire cloud horse wasn't the only one feeling astonished. The two beasts above also shared the same reaction, especially the Blackheart tiger, who could sense that Luofeng's strength was definitely no match for his own, so he didn't take Luofong seriously at all. As long as Luofong didn't interfere with his ambition of becoming the dragon hero, Luofong could do whatever he wanted. Just as he had turned his head, preparing to walk away, suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. All beings above level 6 were extremely sensitive to the power of divine flame. The moment Luofong had activated the divine flame, they had sensed it. Could it really be the human below already using divine flame so quickly? This surprised him greatly. Even he himself, despite being inside this place for quite some time, hadn't dared to use the power of divine flame. At his level, relying solely on his own strength, especially since he had already mastered the chi, it was already formidable. This was also because he hadn't fought many high-level cloud beasts. He wasn't particularly eager to kill them either. As long as he expanded the cloud beneath him sufficiently, that would be enough. But now, this human had immediately unleashed divine flame. Did he even know how rare and precious divine flame was? Xiao Bao, after sensing this change, was equally shocked. In all his years, this was the first time he had ever encountered a battle that began with divine flame as the opening move. Chapter 488, Battling the Huiyun Horse. Could it be that he had encountered an expert? The stronger Luofeng was, the more powerful assistance he could provide. With Luofeng's help in the future, it wouldn't be impossible for them to defeat He Xinhu. Right now, the two animals were both highly focused on Luofeng's upcoming battle. As time passed, Huiyun Horse didn't immediately retreat just because Luofeng had formed a fire lotus. Its power wasn't weak either, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Of course, it wasn't foolish enough to use its head to collide directly. It had also considered dodging Luofeng's fire lotus, causing his attack to miss. But Luofeng's fire lotus wasn't slow at all. Wherever Huiyun Horse dodged, the fire lotus followed. Seeing this situation, Huiyun Horse realized that evasion was impossible and could only engage head-on. Thus, under everyone's watchful eyes, Huiyun Horse's flaming hoof collided with Luofeng's ice flame divine lotus. A collision between divine flames. With a loud bang. Don't underestimate their small size. The explosion effect was extremely intense. The expanding energy wave rushed directly toward Luofeng and the others. After the energy wave dissipated, Luofeng looked at Huiyun Horse's front hoof and was surprised to find that it was already gone. Only one leg remained standing. Cloud-shaped blood dripped slowly from it. After seeing this, Luofeng felt quite satisfied. This attack had basically crippled one of Huiyun Horse's legs. Even with the enhancement of divine flame, if Luofeng's ice flame divine lotus had struck Huiyun Horse's head, the battle might have ended right on the spot. That was also related to the element of surprise. After all, right upon meeting, he had launched an attack containing divine flame. Huiyun Horse didn't know Luofeng's exact fighting strength. It wouldn't possibly unleash its full strength from the start. Now it was too late to regret. The intense pain made it extremely furious. Instantly, energy surged across Huiyun Horse's body. Divine flames began flowing wildly through its body. Even its horse eyes started spewing out flames. At the same time, massive energy gathered within its horse mouth. It was obvious that Huiyun Horse was preparing its ultimate move. Clearly, it had been enraged by Luofeng's earlier attack. No matter what, it would make sure Luofeng died here today. Luofeng, seeing Huiyun Horse's reaction, sneered coldly. This was exactly what he wanted. Inside Luofeng's body, 3 droplets of divine flame liquid began to disappear. These 3 droplets began fusing with ice and fire. A larger-sized ice flame divine lotus was gradually forming. The energy contained in just 1 droplet of divine flame liquid was at least equivalent to the energy contained in 2 threads of divine flame. If someone absorbed another person's divine flame, simply comparing the amount, the energy in 3 threads wouldn't even match 1 droplet of divine flame liquid. Because the divine flame liquid was formed after the mysterious seed had purified the divine flame. All impurities had already been removed, leaving behind only usable energy. As both sides were gathering their ultimate attacks, an extremely fierce battle was about to erupt. Above, high in the sky, He Xinhu and Xiao Bao sensed the intense energy below, and their expressions began to change. He Xinhu now felt an immense curiosity toward Luofeng. Someone like Luofeng, who could wield divine flames so freely in this environment, could only fall into one of 2 categories. One possibility was that Luofeng's power was extremely strong, with abundant divine flame in his body, unafraid of consuming it. The other was that Luofeng was being overly reckless, daring to release his divine flame energy so freely. If it were ordinary energy, he could quickly replenish it by absorbing energy items. But when it came to the consumption of divine flame, recovery wouldn't be this easy. Xiao Bao naturally knew this as well, so he was now somewhat worried. What if Luofong and the beast fought too intensely and consumed too much? He still needed Luofong, a very powerful expert. It would be better if he could capture Heishin-Hu in advance, but clearly, this opportunity no longer existed. He would already be thanking the heavens if he himself wasn't captured by Heishin-Hu first. Originally, he had just been a Shoudai beast that only knew how to indulge in food, drinks, and entertainment. Now, suddenly becoming the dragon hero had left him struggling to adapt. He had already become the hope of the entire village. If he failed to become the dragon hero and defeat Heishin-Hu, the consequences would be extremely severe. While the two animals were lost in their own thoughts. Below, Luofeng's large-scale ice flame divine lotus was already ready. Now, Luofeng's body itself was trembling violently. Simultaneously integrating 3 droplets of divine flame liquid had already pushed Luofeng to his limit. If it weren't for various tools assisting him, the ice flame divine lotus might have even exploded on its own. Luckily, he wouldn't have to hold on like this for too long. Huiyun Horse had also completed its preparation. This time, from Huiyun Horse's mouth, a giant fireball was spit out. On this fireball, divine flames continuously flowed and flickered. As soon as the fireball appeared, it rapidly flew straight toward Luofeng. Naturally, Luofeng wasn't willing to show weakness either. The ice flame divine lotus immediately charged to intercept the fireball. When the two made contact, a massive explosion occurred. Sparks scattered everywhere. When these sparks landed on the clouds, they burned holes through them. Even Luofeng could already feel the powerful waves of fire rushing toward him. After the flames dissipated, Huiyun Horse had already taken several meters backward. Its full-strength attack had ended up nearly even with Luofeng's. More precisely, it had fallen slightly behind. Because just now, being so close, the explosion's power was extremely strong. It could only retreat a few meters. But Luofeng had stood completely still in place. Luckily, its attack and Luofeng's had nearly cancelled each other out, not creating any major danger. Now, it should be able to engage Luofeng in close combat. Close combat was exactly where Huiyun Horse excelled. Its hooves were extremely sharp. As long as it could strike Luofeng with a kick, it would absolutely pierce straight through Luofeng's body with a single blow. Thinking of this, Huiyun Horse no longer hesitated. It would finish Luofeng off while he was still weakened from expending so much power in his previous move. With only 3 legs, Huiyun Horse's mobility was not restricted in the slightest. It walked on the air, not on land. There were no restrictions. Essentially, it could step anywhere. Huiyun Horse was rapidly advancing toward Luofeng. Seeing that Luofeng just stood there, motionless and unresponsive, it felt slightly confused but was not deterred at all. It continued forward. Chapter 489. The Fire Cloud Horse is killed. Isn't this exactly what it wanted? Just charge straight forward and kick Luo to death with one strike. End it all. In the sky above, Xiao Bao also noticed this situation, and his heart was startled. Although he didn't know what exactly had happened to Luofeng, he couldn't just watch Luofeng be killed by the Fire Cloud Horse. He quickly shouted out, "Xiao Luo, dodge quickly. The Fire Cloud Horse is about to attack. I've fought with the Fire Cloud Horse before. Its hooves are extremely powerful. If you get hit by it, you'll die instantly." Xiao Bao wasn't making this up. Not long ago, he had indeed encountered a Fire Cloud Horse. However, it wasn't the same one as the one Luofeng had met. But he had indeed experienced how powerful the Fire Cloud Horse was. The Fire Cloud Horse was definitely one of the stronger existences among the level 6 cloud beasts. Even though he had martial arts protection at the time, he still felt uneasy facing the Fire Cloud Horse's attacks. He hadn't intended to engage in a life or death battle with it, and only tangled with it briefly before breaking apart. He decided to find a slightly weaker level 6 cloud beast to kill instead. Now, he was simply informing Luofeng about what he knew. Everything else would depend on Luofeng's own response. He could only hope that Luofeng wouldn't be killed by the Fire Cloud Horse. Blackheart Tiger noticed this situation, and his expression flickered between light and dark. Originally, he saw Luofeng being able to release such a powerful Fire Lotus, and thought that Luofeng might be a decent opponent. Who knew that before the battle even began, it was already ending. He shook his head, stopped paying attention to Luofeng, and started preparing for the next battle. The portal in this trial wasn't easy to pass through. Blackheart Tiger hadn't fully turned his gaze away from Luofeng yet. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, revealing a look of unwillingness, as if witnessing something incredibly shocking. And indeed, that was the case. He actually saw, right in front of Luofeng, another Fire Lotus identical to the previous one appear once again. After all, usually, divine techniques have a certain cooldown time. It shouldn't be possible for Luofeng to release the same divine technique twice in just a dozen or so seconds. The cooldown period could perhaps be ignored for now, but where did Luofeng obtain so much divine fire within his body? The amount of divine fire energy contained in just one Fire Lotus was already enormous. Now, adding this one, Luofeng had released a total of 3 Fire Lotuses. For a human of level 6, this was no small number. Could it be that Luofeng was not level 6, but level 7? Right now, Blackheart Tiger couldn't be certain whether Luofeng was level 6 or level 7. It would be better if he were still level 6. But if Luofeng was indeed level 7, then he might face some very troublesome issues. A battle between 2 level 7s wouldn't be simple. Thinking about this, Blackheart Tiger's attention toward Luofeng intensified. At this moment, Luofeng was looking joyfully at the charging Fire Cloud Horse. He had not made any other moves earlier. It was on purpose. He was also worried that if he formed the second Ice Fire Divine Lotus too early, the Fire Cloud Horse might be frightened away. He couldn't move the cloud he was standing on freely. If the Fire Cloud Horse fled, it really would be gone. At that point, Luofeng could only witness helplessly. Luofeng had previous experience in this regard. To kill a level 6 monster, one must act decisively and kill with one strike. Otherwise, the divine fire contained within its body would be completely unobtainable. As long as the monster has even a moment to react before dying, it will cause its own divine fire to explode. Even some timid creatures, knowing that death is certain, won't hesitate. Moreover, almost all creatures that reach level 6 have undergone the lightning tribulation and are no simple opponents. They are fully capable of doing these things. Right now, the Fire Cloud Horse wasn't far from Luofeng's position. Originally, the Fire Cloud Horse intended to charge quickly forward and kick Luofeng's head to pieces. Therefore, it held nothing back in terms of speed and quickly reached the cloud where Luofeng stood. However, as it arrived above the cloud and had not yet taken a few steps, the suddenly formed Fire Lotus frightened it into stunned disbelief. This was already the second time it had seen a Fire Lotus. Naturally, it knew exactly how powerful a Fire Lotus could be. If it was hit by the Fire Lotus, without a doubt, its body would be blown to pieces. But now, to release the divine technique, the fireball it had used just now, it was simply impossible. It had only been less than 20 seconds, far too short for the cooldown period. Divine techniques were not something you could casually release at will. No one had expected that Luofeng had just released a Fire Lotus, and in the blink of an eye, he had already unleashed another one. This simply defied all logic. Could it be that Luofeng's divine technique had an extremely short cooldown time? Even if the cooldown was short, it couldn't possibly be just a few seconds. More importantly, how could Luofeng possess so much divine fire within his body to release a divine technique of this level without even blinking? Even the Fire Cloud Horse, whose own divine techniques had no cooldown, wouldn't dare to release such a technique again so soon, mainly because the divine fire consumed by just one such technique was enormous. Doing it again would completely drain its body. In the current situation, the Fire Cloud Horse didn't foolishly charge toward Luofeng's Fire Lotus. As the saying goes, you don't fall into the same trap twice. It no longer entertained thoughts of killing Luofeng and decided to flee first. A wise man doesn't risk unnecessary harm. At worst, it could just wait until Luofeng's Fire Lotus exploded on its own before coming back. After all, Luofeng was right there. Where else could he go? Most importantly, the horse also knew that Luofeng couldn't leave the cloud and chase after it. Thinking this, the Fire Cloud Horse turned around and ran, not intending to remain here any longer. But just as it had turned its head and was about to leave the cloud, suddenly, something extremely terrifying occurred. It actually discovered that its own body was completely immobile. Even attempting to activate the divine fire within its body proved completely futile. The energy inside, too, showed no response whatsoever. Realizing this situation, panic already filled the Fire Cloud Horse's heart. As the Fire Lotus rapidly approached, despair rose from within its heart, quickly covering its entire mind. Now it had become nothing more than livestock awaiting slaughter. With a loud bang, the Fire Cloud Horse's body exploded into pieces. The shattered remains landed on the cloud and began to merge into it. The cloud started to slowly grow larger. Only a red cloud crystal remained in the air. Chapter 490, Divine Fire Cloud Crystal. Luofeng was completely stunned upon witnessing this situation. A sharp pain immediately struck his heart. It almost made Luofeng unable to catch his breath. He felt a bit upset and murmured, "My corpse." To other people, this might have only been the loss of one body. But for Luofeng, it meant losing potentially tens of thousands of bodies. Moreover, this was a level 6 Yun Beast corpse. Even the clouds on the Yun Beast's body were probably excellent materials for refining pills. Such a high-quality item, of course, mattered a great deal to Luofeng. However, it was too late now, no use regretting. Apparently, his Ice Flame Divine Lotus was quite powerful. As long as a level 6 monster was immobilized, he could instantly kill it. But this had also cost Luofeng quite a lot. Over 1,000 years of lifespan had been consumed just like that. Almost every battle Luofeng fought was literally a life-risking fight. For anyone else, they might have worn themselves out and died even before entering combat. Since the body of the level 6 Huiyun horse was unrecoverable, he might as well check the cloud crystal. Luckily, the red cloud crystal still contained some divine fire within. If even the divine fire had disappeared, Luofeng would indeed have been extremely frustrated. Thinking of this, Luofeng wasted no time and strode toward the red cloud crystal. Another divine fire was about to be obtained, but how much bonus would he receive this time? As Luofeng walked forward, in the sky above, the two beasts had both become dumbstruck. Xiao Bao was only level 6. Even using his master divine techniques and energy arts, he probably could only reach that level of damage. An attack capable of instantly killing a level 6 creature, its destructive power was naturally formidable. He himself could only release it once in a short amount of time. It would require a cooldown before he could use it a second time. But Luofeng had unleashed it twice in such a short period, which shocked Xiao Bao greatly. It seemed this time, he had really encountered an expert. There was hope for dealing with Hixin now. At this moment, Xiao Bao's mood was clearly very cheerful. But Hixin who wasn't so pleased. After witnessing the entire event, he frowned. This human truly had some skill. Just from that Flame Lotus attack, his body would have sustained injuries. Yet things shouldn't have gone that badly. Normally, such a result would only be possible if someone self-destructed. He had observed carefully and just couldn't figure out why the Huiyun horse had remained completely still at that crucial moment, allowing Luofeng's Flame Lotus to strike without resistance. It didn't even attempt any kind of defense. Otherwise, considering the Huiyun horse's strength, if it had activated its divine fire, the outcome wouldn't have been so dire. It appeared Luofeng still had some unknown abilities. This caused Hixin to develop a hint of wariness. Now that there was no immediate danger, Luofeng wasn't moving forward in haste. That previous battle had taken quite a toll mentally. Although he had assistance from items, fusing level 6 divine fire fluid was still a considerable task. Fortunately, everything had been worth it. Arriving before the red crystal, Luofeng grabbed it in his hand. You have obtained the level 6 divine fire cloud crystal, +1. 10,000-fold bonus. You have obtained the level 6 divine fire cloud crystal, +100,000. Hearing the 10,000-fold reward from the system, Luofeng nearly jumped up in excitement. This time, he was really going to get rich. Because within a divine fire cloud crystal was not just one thread of divine fire. Multiply that by how many times now? Luofeng filled with excitement, started examining the attributes of this level 6 Divine Fire Cloud Crystal. If Luofong had already reached level 6, perhaps he could directly tell how many threads of Divine Fire a level 6 Divine Fire Cloud Crystal contained. But Luofong was currently only at level 4. While he could sense the presence of Divine Fire, determining the exact number of threads was beyond his capability. Divine Fire Cloud Crystal. Level 6. Contains Divine Fire, 7 threads. Description. This Divine Fire Cloud Crystal can only be possessed by Yun beasts at level 6 or higher. Divine Fire lies hidden within the Cloud Crystal. It not only provides you with Divine Fire, but the Cloud Crystal itself can supply energy as well. After reading the description of the Divine Fire Cloud Crystal, Luofeng's face broke into a wide smile. Inside one crystal were actually 7 threads of Divine Fire. How many threads of Divine Fire then would 100,000 crystals contain? 7 times 100,000 is equal to 700,000 threads. A full 700,000 threads of Divine Fire. Even if it were only level 6 Divine Fire, that would still be an enormous quantity. Who knows whether even a true god possessed this much Divine Fire energy. This time, Luofong no longer had to worry about consuming Divine Fire. Even if he and Tang Xuewei used it together, or even added Su Yunqi into the mix, there would absolutely be no problem at all. Most importantly, this wasn't the end. As long as Luofong encountered more level 6 monsters on the road, there would still be additional gains. Even if Luofong hadn't obtained any treasure, the value of these divine flames alone should be enough to draw the attention of a divine level being. Thinking of this, Luofong dared not reveal this ability of his. Otherwise, it would be very likely that some true gods would come and capture him to use him like a dairy cow. That was certainly something Luofong would never want to see. After Luofong stored away the level 6 Divine Fire Cloud Crystal, he looked up and saw some floating body fragments of the Huiyun horse drifting in the sky. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Previously, he had always obtained complete corpses for the system to trigger. Now that there was no intact corpse left, he could try collecting and using some of these body fragments. Thinking thus, Luofong no longer hesitated. He extended his hand and touched a fragment of the Huiyun horse's cloud-like body. Immediately afterward, a system prompt echoed in his mind. After hearing the prompt, Luofong became very excited. It worked indeed. Fragments were just as effective in triggering the effect. You have obtained a level 6 Huiyun horse body fragment, plus 1. 10,000-fold bonus. You have obtained a level 6 Huiyun horse body fragment, plus 10,000. Seeing a pile of level 6 Huiyun horse body fragments appear within his spatial ring, Luofong couldn't help but smile with great satisfaction. Since it worked, Luofong didn't hesitate. He began swiftly collecting all the floating cloud-like fragments in the air. In a short while, within Luofeng's spatial ring, several giant mountains of clouds had already formed. These were all the fruits of his painstaking labor. The number of level 6 Huiyun horse body fragments was already at least in the millions. If it weren't for the 2 creatures above staring intently at Luofong, he would have taken out a huge amount of these cloud fragments right away to upgrade the cloud beneath his feet. Chapter 491, Snow White Cloud Mountains. Right now, however, he was slowly pulling out fragments of clouds from his spatial ring. If he took out just a bit, the 2 beasts wouldn't be able to notice anything. As the cloud beneath Luofong rapidly expanded in size, its rising speed also increased. It was quickly approaching the 2 beasts. Just as the cloud was ascending, Luofong took the opportunity to check the current condition of the mysterious seed inside his spatial ring. The reason was that the 2 beasts on top had become especially alert toward Luofong due to his previous movements. If he suddenly took out a handful of Divine Fire Cloud crystals, things might get complicated. Better to study it secretly for now. The mysterious seed now looked significantly different from when Luofong had first acquired it. Initially, the mysterious seed had looked like a simple pebble-like seed. Now, its shape had begun to change. It had become somewhat rounder, as if something inside was ready to burst out at any moment. What excited Luofong the most was that a crack had actually begun to appear at one end of the mysterious seed. Witnessing this sight, Luofong was genuinely delighted. The mysterious seed was finally about to sprout, and the time for blooming and bearing fruit couldn't be too far off. This time, Luofong wasn't only here for observation. He also wanted to take out a Divine Fire Cloud crystal to see what would happen when it was exposed to the seed. After all, the Divine Fire was sealed inside the Cloud Crystal. If the mysterious seed was unable to crack the Cloud Crystal and absorb the Divine Fire, then Luofong would have the tedious task of cracking each Cloud Crystal himself, which would be inconvenient. As the thought passed through Luofeng's mind, a piece of Divine Fire Cloud Crystal floated next to the mysterious seed from within his spatial ring. Then, Luofong guided the Divine Fire Cloud Crystal closer to the mysterious seed. Upon contact, the Cloud Crystal instantly began to melt, revealing the Divine Fire within, which then flowed into the mysterious seed. As for the remaining shell of the Cloud Crystal, it simply fell to the ground. The mysterious seed didn't even bother glancing at it. Noticing this, Luofong was momentarily stunned. This was totally unexpected. Originally, he had assumed that at this stage of growth and development, the mysterious seed would certainly require a lot of energy, and the Cloud Crystal should be able to provide at least some of that. But now, it seemed he had thought wrong. Apparently, the mysterious seed was quite picky. It actually looked down on even 6th-tier Cloud Crystals. Well, if it didn't need them, that was fine. He could use them himself. Right now, Luofong was only at level 4, but with the help of so many high-grade items, his strength was rapidly growing. It wouldn't be long before he could break through to level 5. Whether he could reach level 6 within the Dragon God ruins, that would depend on luck. Still, Luofong was somewhat confident about this. Since those level 6 beasts from before had wanted to confront level 7 beasts using the Dragon God ruins, we can infer one thing. The Dragon God ruins must be capable of boosting one's power. If others could go from level 6 to level 7, then his progressing from level 5 to level 6 wouldn't be unreasonable. Seeing that the mysterious seed could now extract Divine Fire by itself, Luofeng's goal this time had already been achieved. He no longer lingered on the mysterious seed for too long. After shifting his gaze away from his spatial ring, he turned his attention to what was happening in the air. Soon, he would be meeting with those two beasts. Was his current ascending position suitable? If he were to suddenly appear right beside Haixinu, things might get awkward. After Luofong double-checked his position, he exhaled in relief slightly. Their positions formed a triangle. The distance wasn't too close yet. Right now, Luofong wasn't confident enough to fight a level 7 wild beast. A level 7 beast and a level 6 beast were on completely different levels. The gap was so huge that a level 7 could instantly kill a level 6. This difference, however, depended on each beast's foundation. In other words, it came down to how many divine flames you used for the upgrade. The higher the energy stored before the upgrade, the stronger the upgraded power. Still, based on his current rate of ascent, for Luofong to reach the same height as the other two beasts would require about another half hour. If he could bring out a large amount of fragments from cloud beast corpses, he could definitely shorten that time significantly. But doing that was impossible. Two pairs of eyes were watching him. Moreover, based on the situation right now, there wasn't really any urgency. The two beasts couldn't rise any higher, so they just stayed there. Whether Luofong rose faster or slower didn't matter much. Thinking about this, Luofong looked at Xiaobao and shouted loudly, "Why has your cloud stopped moving at that spot? Are you waiting for me? If you are, I can understand. But the one beside you, surely he isn't waiting for me as well." Upon hearing Luofeng's question, Xiaobao's expression subtly changed. He looked somewhat embarrassed and replied, "If you insist that we're waiting for you, I guess that's not entirely incorrect. The truth is, once we've reached this altitude, we can no longer ascend any further. We have to wait for the portal to open before we can proceed higher. Because, we noticed a countdown timer displayed on the portal. There are only 40 minutes left now. As long as you can reach here within those 40 minutes, it'll be fine." Upon hearing Xiaobao's words, Luofong was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected such an explanation. If Luofong hadn't misremembered, when he first saw the portal earlier, he hadn't noticed anything like a countdown at all. How could Xiaobao claim otherwise? From what he knew of Xiaobao, the creature didn't seem to be the type to lie. Looks like he'd have to wait until he reached their altitude to verify. Perhaps the view differed from different altitudes. He still had 40 minutes left. To Luofong, this provided a fairly comfortable amount of time. Realizing this, Luofong took out some more fragments of Fire Cloud Horse remains and tossed them into the cloud beneath his feet. Instantly, the rising speed of the cloud increased slightly again. Time passed quickly. 25 minutes later, Luofong had finally ascended to the same altitude as the two beasts. Not far above them, a portal floated in midair. When Luofong looked at the portal this time, astonishment flashed across his face. The scene before him was vastly different from what he had seen from below. What captured Luofeng's attention wasn't the portal itself. It was the two white cloud mountains surrounding the portal. His first impression of them was simple. White, big, round. Exactly like the steamed buns Luofong often ate at night. Thinking of this, he couldn't help glancing in the direction where Tang Shuawei was located. Lately, he'd been too busy upgrading to pay her a visit. He hadn't even had time to ask Tang Shuawei for a drink of water. Chapter 492, Countdown. It seems that after finishing the current matters, I should really enjoy myself a bit. At this thought, Luofong stopped pondering further. He shifted his attention away from the two snow-white cloud mountains and looked deeper ahead. There, an opening appeared. More accurately, it was a portal, and above the portal, there was actually a countdown. 13 minutes and 14 seconds. This matched exactly with what Xiaobao had said. Looks like to proceed further, he'd have to wait until the countdown ends. Just as Luofong was observing, Xiaobao's voice already rang out. "Xiao Luo, you finally arrived. Didn't expect to meet you here. Your strength is truly formidable. The battle earlier must have drained you quite a bit. You should take this time to rest as much as possible. There might be more battles ahead." Hearing Xiaobao's words, Luofong smiled slightly and said, "You don't have to worry about that. The consumption from just now isn't really a big deal for me. I've already recovered most of my strength and am ready for battle anytime. Didn't expect that I'd meet such a powerful human here. If I'm not mistaken, you haven't even reached level 7 yet, right? That was the power of a 6th level divine flame you used just now. Judging by your tone, could it be that you have so many divine flames within you? Or are you capable of rapidly restoring them?" At this moment, Haixin's interest in Luofong grew. Previously, he definitely wouldn't have initiated a conversation with Luofong. But after the recent battle, his perception of Luofong had changed somewhat. He truly appreciated powerful opponents. Especially, he enjoyed testing himself against them. This was also the reason he initiated the conversation. When Luofong heard Haixinu speak like this, he was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Haixinu to approach him voluntarily. It seemed his performance just now had already drawn Haixinhu's attention. However, Luofong wasn't worried or afraid. Even if Haixinhu intended to harm him, he wouldn't get the chance. The distance between them wasn't close at all. Thinking about this, Luofong said, "Indeed, I haven't reached level 7 yet. But if you're looking for a fight, I won't fear you either." After hearing Luofeng's words, Haixinu murmured thoughtfully, "Let's fight after you reach level 7. Right now, although your strength is quite good, you're still not qualified to challenge me. Victory at one level higher than yours would be unworthy of me." After saying this, Haixinhu didn't speak further. He simply sat down on the spot and closed his eyes to rest. Luofong, listening to Haixinhu's words, did not feel anger. Some people might take his words as contempt and immediately rush forward to fight Haixinhu. But Luofong wasn't like that. Since Haixinhu had no intention of fighting him at this moment, that was for the best. Moreover, Luofong had no intention of fighting a level 7 Haixinhu either. Whether or not he could defeat Haixinhu, he would definitely suffer greatly himself. From their exchange, Luofong could tell that Haixinhu was actually quite a noble tiger. Later on, when Luofong and Haixinhu finally had their showdown, he could hold back just a bit. Seeing that Haixinhu had already closed his eyes and sat there quietly, Luofong said no more. Then, after briefly exchanging a few words with Xiaobao, Luofong said nothing further and began to fully absorb various energy crystals. As he ventured deeper, the more high-level creatures he would encounter. So far, they had only encountered 6th-level beasts. In the future, there might even be 7th-level beasts. If he didn't quickly enhance his strength, what would he do in case of danger? Even without 7th-level beasts. To obtain the final treasure, Luofong would definitely have to confront both Haixinhu and Pippi Snake. Without a few tricks up his sleeve, how could he possibly obtain the ultimate treasure? Beside Luofong, Tang Xiuwei was also rapidly absorbing energy. Thus, the sky became silent. 2 humans and 2 beasts were each busy with their own matters. Tens of minutes passed in a flash. When there was only 1 minute left on the countdown, the 4 of them had all opened their eyes. Their attention was now completely focused on the portal. Everyone felt extremely curious about this situation. No one knew what would happen once the countdown ended. As the countdown drew closer, everyone became increasingly tense. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended. Suddenly, the huge portal emitted a dazzling white light. It was so bright that they could barely keep their eyes open. Fortunately, the white light didn't last for very long. It quickly vanished. Then, a scene that shocked everyone occurred. From the dark hole, a black dragon's head emerged. The dragon's head didn't linger at the entrance for long. It began flying out rapidly. Soon, an 18-meter-long black dragon completely emerged from the dark hole. Seeing such a massive black dragon, everyone involuntarily inhaled sharply. This time, they were definitely in for trouble. Even Luofong could feel the immense pressure radiating from the black dragon. This dragon's power level wouldn't be low. After emerging, the black dragon quickly arrived between the 2 snow-white cloud mountains Luofong had seen earlier. Its body slowly passed between the 2 cloud mountains. Witnessing this, Luofong was momentarily stunned. Why did this scene look so familiar? Didn't something similar happen when he fought with Tang Xiuwei? Luofong quickly shook his head. Now wasn't the time to think about such things. Better focus on the current task first. After passing between the 2 cloud mountains, the black dragon didn't swim toward Luofong and his group. Instead, it stopped right in front of the cloud mountains and stared at Luofeng's group. Apparently, unless Luofeng's group moved forward, the black dragon wouldn't approach either. At this moment, everyone's expression turned grim. They had already realized that to enter the portal, they must pass through the black dragon's guard. This must be the most difficult part of this trial. While everyone was thinking about how to overcome this obstacle, suddenly Xiao Bao's voice rang out. The clouds can move now. My clouds can move freely now. While speaking excitedly, Xiao Bao controlled his cloud to move around in all directions. Seeing this, Luofong was momentarily stunned. Previously, the clouds didn't have this ability. This limitation had restricted him to only vertical movement. Being able to move freely through the clouds would now become an extremely important condition for entering the portal. Chapter 493, Divine Flame Stone. As soon as he thought of this, Luofong asked, "How is your cloud able to move? What method are you using?" Before Luofeng's words had fully settled, Heixin, who had already maneuvered his cloud closer toward the direction of the black dragon. Witnessing this, Luofong felt somewhat displeased. Well now, so everyone else knows how to use it, but he doesn't? It made Luofong feel quite awkward. At that moment, Xiao Bao's voice rang out. It's actually very simple. You just need to inject your power into the cloud. When we first arrived here, we discovered that the clouds couldn't move. We began trying various methods to make them move. That's why we had already poured energy into the clouds beforehand. You don't need to be overly surprised. Although Xiao Bao was already able to control the cloud freely, he didn't follow Heixinhu's lead and move toward the black dragon immediately. Instead, he decided to go and meet Luofong first. So his cloud was currently speeding toward Luofong. Upon hearing Xiao Bao explain this, Luofong finally understood how everything worked. Fortunately, it wasn't restricted only to level 6 creatures who could control the clouds. Otherwise, all the others would have already departed on their clouds, leaving Luofong and Tang Xiuwei behind, watching helplessly. That would have been a very awkward situation indeed. While Luofong was pondering, his hands did not stop moving. As his energy poured into the cloud beneath him, suddenly, the cloud below Luofong began to stir. Seeing this, a pleased smile appeared on Luofeng's face. At that moment, Xiao Bao, piloting his own cloud, had also arrived beside Luofong. Seeing Luofeng's cloud move, Xiao Bao laughed and said, "Congratulations to you. Since you've got yours moving now, let's get going quickly." Heixin, who has already started moving ahead, we can't fall too far behind. Facing off against the black dragon alone might still be a bit difficult for us. Hearing this from Xiao Bao, Luofong smiled faintly and said, "Sure, we can talk while we go. But we shouldn't be in too much of a rush either. Let Heixin who test out the black dragon's strength first." Luofong naturally understood the importance of time. But sometimes, one shouldn't risk their own life just to save a little time. Approaching the black dragon up close was definitely dangerous. But if they didn't get closer, there would be no way to leave this place. When Xiao Bao noticed that Heixin, who had moved a considerable distance away, he decided it was finally time to ask some more personal questions. Earlier, with Heixin who around, there had been some doubts he couldn't voice at all. If he had shouted loudly, and Luofong could hear, Heixin who surely could have as well. Then Luofong would be placed in the awkward position of whether or not to respond. Fortunately, that was no longer a concern now. Xiao Bao said, "How much divine flame do you have remaining inside your body now? From what I saw earlier, you have already used up quite a bit. What if danger arises again? I still have some divine flame stones here. You can use them." Saying this, Xiao Bao took out a bright red stone from his spatial ring. Though Luofong had previously answered that his body still held plenty of divine flame, Xiao Bao clearly saw through this as a statement meant for Heixinhu's ears. It was a warning. After all, who would ever openly admit weakness in front of an enemy? Xiao Bao still needed Luofeng's help, so he couldn't afford to have Luofong weakened. That's why he offered up his own divine flame stones. Divine flame stones were extremely rare stones. They contained divine flame energy, capable of rapidly increasing the rate at which a creature replenished their inner divine flame. This was truly a very precious item. Even for Xiao Bao, he didn't possess many, only a few, and those had been gifted to him by Master Turtle. If he had to find them on his own, even one stone would have been impossible to locate. Upon hearing Xiao Bao's offer and seeing the divine flame stone in his hand, Luofong was momentarily stunned. It took him a moment to process what had just happened. Originally, he thought that as a sure-type beast, Xiao Bao should be quite easygoing. But he had never imagined that Xiao Bao would not only answer all his questions honestly, but now even offer him gifts. Luofong did have some knowledge about divine flame stones already. Even if he didn't, one simple identifiability would reveal the divine flame stone's properties directly in his mind. Divine flame stone. Grade 6. Contained divine flame. 5 threads. Description. The divine flame stone is a highly unique gemstone, capable of being formed only under certain specific environmental conditions. For instance, in places where divine flame energy is extremely abundant, or where creatures with divine flame have died in large numbers. The divine flame energy contained within divine flame stones was much easier to absorb compared to the divine flame stored inside other creatures' bodies, and came with absolutely no side effects. After reading the description of the divine flame stone, Luofong had to admit, it was truly a rare and precious item. In front of other creatures, it would definitely spark a frenzied scramble. Sometimes, even after killing a level 6 wild monster and obtaining its divine flame energy, you might still end up with less than what this single divine flame stone contained. But this kind of value only applied to other creatures. As far as Luofong was concerned, it held no special significance. The divine flame liquid inside his body was far purer than the divine flame stone, composed entirely of concentrated divine flame energy. He could even swallow it directly into his stomach. But divine flame stones couldn't be used that way. The reason the item was named divine flame stone wasn't without merit. Once you completely absorbed all the divine flame energy from the stone, all that remained was an empty shell. This kind of special material, imbued with divine flame energy, was also a rather rare ingredient with many potential uses. But all of this meant absolutely nothing to Luofong. Right now, the amount of divine flame energy within his body was already more than he could possibly use. It seemed like he'd need to find a few women to help him use up this surplus. Still, Luofong didn't plan to directly refuse Xiao Bao's offer. That Xiao Bao had readily brought out such a precious divine flame stone, without hesitation, showed the sincerity in his gesture. Even though Luofong understood Xiao Bao's intentions clearly, he couldn't accept it. Thinking of this, Luofong smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness. But you should keep this divine flame stone for yourself. I didn't lie earlier either. My divine flame reserves are indeed more than sufficient. I don't need your divine flame stone." When Xiao Bao heard Luofeng's words, he still wanted to keep persuading him, but before he could even open his mouth, suddenly his eyes widened. He had just noticed a flickering flame hovering above Luofeng's hand. Chapter 494, The Jade Mantis. Chapter 494, The Jade Mantis. That was quite terrifying. This mass of divine fire must contain at least 20 strands. Combined with the divine fire that Luofong had previously used, the total amount of divine fire within Luofeng's body was probably over 50 strands. Moreover, judging from Luofeng's relaxed expression, that number might be significantly higher. Someone who possesses 50 strands of divine fire is already extremely formidable. The higher the level, the more difficult the progress becomes. Even himself, up to now, only had 56 strands of divine fire in his body. That was already nearly his limit, and further improvements would be extremely difficult. He was already at the threshold of breaking through to level 7. However, such a breakthrough wasn't easy. It also required some opportunity. The reason he came this time was to seek that very opportunity, and that was to become the Divine Dragon Hero. But becoming the Divine Dragon Hero wasn't easy, especially with Blackheart Tiger as an obstacle. If it weren't for the fact that Blackheart Tiger didn't have intent to kill him, he would have been in danger long ago. But under the current circumstances, he no longer needed to worry too much. From the fact that Luofong could casually offer divine fire like this, one could see that his strength was absolutely not simple. With Luofeng's assistance, when Xiao Bao faced the level 7 Blackheart Tiger, he wouldn't be at too much of a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Xiao Bao no longer tried to persuade further. Since Luofong had already offered so much divine fire, there was no need for him to give more. Otherwise, if Luofong still had more remaining divine fire than he did, it would be rather awkward. Though, that was probably not the case. Xiao Bao suspected that Luofong possessed some kind of item that allowed for quick recovery of divine fire. Otherwise, how could a level 6 human have so much divine fire within his body? After putting away the divine fire stone, Xiao Bao looked at Luofong and said, "Alright, since you insist, I won't say any more. If you need anything, just let me know." Hearing Xiao Bao speak like this, Luofong smiled slightly and said, "Sure. I can't keep relying on your help either. If you ever need any assistance, you can also let me know. If I'm able to help, I will definitely do my best." Luofong wasn't someone who would forget kindness or betray those who had helped him. Those who treated him well, he would never take for granted. However, under normal circumstances, very few people were actually able to help him. Other people simply didn't have access to him. If even Luofong couldn't solve a problem, others wouldn't have a chance either. When Xiao Bao heard Luofeng's words, a very happy expression appeared on his face. In truth, he indeed had a matter that required Luofeng's help. This was extremely important for him. It was directly related to whether he could become the Divine Dragon Hero. Actually, he himself wasn't particularly interested in becoming the Divine Dragon Hero. But if he didn't find a way to become the Divine Dragon Hero, then other people's lives would be placed in his hands. The pressure forced him to do it. Thus, Xiao Bao began to speak. "I indeed have a matter to ask. But it's not something absolutely necessary. I just hope that if Blackheart Tiger attacks me in the future, you would be able to help me a little. I don't require you to fight him to the death. As long as the two of us act together, Blackheart Tiger wouldn't dare to act recklessly. I do have some strength myself. Still, such a situation would be dangerous. At that time, you can make a decision based on the circumstances. No matter what decision you make, it won't be a problem." Luofong wasn't surprised by Xiao Bao's words. He had already predicted what kind of situation might arise from interacting with Xiao Bao. As for Blackheart Tiger, regardless of whether Xiao Bao had mentioned it or not, Luofong would have intervened and helped him anyway. Luofong would not allow Black Heart Tiger to obtain the final treasure. The inheritance of the divine dragon hero, Luofong had already set his eyes on. In the end, perhaps neither of the two animals would be able to obtain the dragon hero inheritance. Luofong could only silently apologize to Xiao Bao in his heart. Then again, if Luofong helped Xiao Bao defeat Black Heart Tiger, then Xiao Bao would no longer need to become the divine dragon hero. Luofong felt quite satisfied with this line of thinking. Thinking thus, Luofong smiled and said, "Okay, that's settled then. We shouldn't waste time here any longer. Let's hurry over. If we can move in while Black Heart Tiger and Black Dragon are battling, that would be best." Of course, this was only Luofeng's fantasy, but he still controlled the cloud at the fastest speed, moving closer toward Black Dragon. The speed of the cloud's movement was related to the cloud size. The larger the cloud, the faster it moved. Among their three clouds, Black Heart Tiger's cloud was the largest, so he was moving forward the fastest. Now he had already left a long distance between himself and Luofeng's group. He was rapidly approaching Black Dragon. Roughly 3 minutes had passed. Black Heart Tiger was already quite close to Black Dragon. However, he didn't immediately charge forward and engage Black Dragon in battle. As he drew closer, he began to sense more clearly the strength of the Black Dragon. Judging from the energy contained within Black Dragon's body, it should be a level 7 creature. Moreover, it was one of the stronger ones at that level. This made Black Heart Tiger hesitant to act rashly. It wasn't out of fear of the Black Dragon, but rather concern about getting injured here. After all, there were still many competitors around. He couldn't afford to expend too much energy. Therefore, he stopped at a relatively close distance and decided to carefully observe first. He planned to use some methods to probe the specific situation here. If he could enter the portal without fighting, he would be more than willing. Luofong and the others were in the process of moving forward when they saw Black Heart Tiger suddenly stop. Everyone was immediately taken aback. Could it be that Black Heart Tiger noticed something? Or was it possible that even he, alone, hesitated to move forward? That didn't quite fit Black Heart Tiger's character. Just as Luofong and the others were feeling puzzled, suddenly, Black Heart Tiger, who had already stopped, began moving again. But this time, it wasn't his own body moving toward Black Dragon. Instead, from his hand, a jade mantis appeared. Following that, a part of the cloud beneath his feet separated, and the jade mantis directly jumped onto this smaller cloud fragment. It then moved in the direction of Black Dragon. When Luofong saw this, he was momentarily stunned. So, this kind of maneuver was possible? It seemed that a level 7 monster did have quite a few techniques up its sleeve. However, this jade mantis looked oddly familiar. Could it be that Black Heart Tiger transformed some animal into the jade mantis? In theory, this shouldn't be one of Black Heart Tiger's abilities. Luofong didn't dwell on it much. Did it really matter what environment they were in now? People had already crossed over from another world. Animals from movies and TV shows had already appeared. Could one still reason with them? Thinking this, he glanced at the Xiongnu and Xiao Bao beside him. Chapter 495. The Black Dragon spits white liquid. He should know quite a bit. Still, it would be better to ask Xiao Bao and learn more about He Xinhu's abilities. If Luofong wasn't mistaken, He Xinhu probably possessed more than just one jade mantis. Thinking of this, Luofong asked, "Can you tell me something about He Xinhu? It would help me prepare if I ever have to face him." Right now, Luofong and the others were quickly approaching where the Black Dragon was. But it would still take some time before they reached it. It wasn't that Xiao Bao was slow, but he needed to wait for Luofong. His cloud was much larger than Luofeng's cloud, and naturally much faster. But unfortunately, the speed of their group depended on the slowest person. If Xiao Bao were alone, he wouldn't have considered this. He could already feel the Black Dragon's power. It would be quite difficult for him alone to pass through. So, he still preferred to move forward together with Luofong. There's strength in numbers, even for animals. Xiao Bao still needed Luofeng's help. So naturally, he wouldn't refuse Luofeng's question. He thought for a moment and organized his words before speaking. Actually, He Xinhu is kind of my senior apprentice brother. However, he committed some mistakes and was imprisoned for 100 years. No one knows how, but he managed to escape. He wants to become the Dragon Warrior, and I must stop him. Otherwise, once he becomes the Dragon Warrior, the animals will be in great danger. Especially those animals who ordered his imprisonment. He Xinhu will surely seek revenge on them all. Since his escape, he has already mastered Kung Fu. He can also transform other animals into jade. The jade mantis is just one of them. He has many other level 6 jade animals under his control as well. So if we fight him, we'll definitely have to fight these jade animals too. But we also can't damage the jade animals too much. Otherwise, when they return to normal, they'll still carry the same injuries. This makes things significantly more difficult. But for now, we don't need to fight He Xinhu directly. He probably won't come after us either. But there might be some minor tests or attempts. After hearing what Xiao Bao said, Luofong nodded in understanding. Although this information was somewhat different from the cartoon he'd seen in the real world, there were still similarities. Soon, Luofong had a general idea of the situation. Even though the two of them were talking, they were both keeping their attention on the jade mantis that He Xinhu had released. Wanting to see how the battle between the jade mantis and the Black Dragon would unfold, gaining a bit of insight in advance would help prepare for possible countermeasures. As the jade mantis approached, the Black Dragon also turned its attention toward it. When the jade mantis got close enough, there was no sign of movement from the Black Dragon's body. Instead, from the Black Dragon's mouth, a stream of white liquid spewed out. The liquid moved quickly, shooting straight toward the jade mantis. Even if the jade mantis wanted to dodge, it had no way to. Despite the jade mantis' natural agility, its current position on a cloud left it with limited space to maneuver. Soon, the two collided. There was no explosion. Instead, a green energy shield covered the jade mantis, protecting it. However, the white liquid was highly corrosive. It began to slowly eat away at the jade mantis. The green energy shield couldn't last for long, before it was corroded through. Then, the jade mantis itself started to burn. Seeing this situation, He Xinhu slightly frowned and immediately recalled the jade mantis. When the jade mantis retreated, the Black Dragon made no move to pursue. All along, its body hadn't moved at all. It had merely opened its mouth and spat out some white liquid. From a short distance away, Luofong witnessed this scene and couldn't help but frown. Earlier, from Xiaobao, he had learned that the Jade Mantis was also level 6, and not just an ordinary level 6. After its transformation into Jade, its strength had increased even further. In this state, the Jade Mantis had become nothing more than a killing machine. Originally, Luofong had thought that even if the Jade Mantis couldn't defeat the Black Dragon, it could at least put up a bit of a fight. Never had he imagined that the Jade Mantis wouldn't even last one round. It had been overwhelmed in just a single encounter. He wondered what power the Black Dragon's white liquid could possibly possess. Whatever the case, this time, getting past the Black Dragon's guard wouldn't be easy. Luofong hadn't expected this obstacle to be this difficult. Could it be that the treasure lies behind the portal? Otherwise, just one trial already has such a powerful monster guarding it. In the end, there couldn't possibly be an 8th level creature waiting for them, could there? Luofong, still with doubts in his mind, had already arrived near the Black Dragon and came to a stop. He had just witnessed the power of the Black Dragon and naturally dared not act recklessly. Luofeng's current offensive capabilities had already reached level 6, or even nearly level 7 strength. But when it came to defense, there was still a significant gap. He could use the Divine Fire Liquid on Xuanwu to strengthen its protective barrier, but that would cost quite a bit. At the moment, Luofong did not have any spare Divine Fire Liquid to use on Xuanwu. He Xinhu noticed Luofong and the others arriving, but didn't seem surprised. He only glanced briefly at Luofong before turning his gaze back toward the Black Dragon. He Xinhu, expressionless, said casually, "If you can pass the Black Dragon, I might have to view you in a different light. I hope you won't disappoint me. Especially you, Xiaobao. Don't die so easily. I'm still waiting for you to personally witness my transformation into the Dragon Warrior." After He Xinhu spoke, his cloud immediately accelerated, quickly moving toward the Black Dragon. He didn't wait to see how Luofong and the others would react. Hearing He Xinhu's words, Xiaobao smiled awkwardly and said, "What do we do now? Should we go along with him? Or should we stay here and observe a bit longer?" Luofong thought for a moment and replied, "Let's follow him as well. Let's see if there's a chance to sneak past. If we wait until He Xinhu gets through, then it'll be much harder for us to start. Otherwise, we'll be facing the Black Dragon all by ourselves. I don't have confidence that we could defeat it." Hearing Luofeng's words, Xiaobao wasn't surprised at all. He wholeheartedly agreed with Luofeng's point of view. "Okay, then let's head out." So the two of them, plus one animal, began moving forward toward the Black Dragon. Chapter 496, The Attack of the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon saw the humans approaching. It started to become interested. After all, it had been extremely bored living alone here as the only dragon. Now, encountering some creatures, it could play around with them a bit. Especially this black tiger before it, from which the Black Dragon could sense an enormous amount of energy. Even itself couldn't easily stop the Black Tiger if it tried. As the Black Tiger approached, the Black Dragon's body also began to stir. It was getting ready to fight the Black Tiger. Heartless Tiger possessed a 7th level strength and was also a master of internal energy techniques. There wasn't much about the Black Dragon that scared him. However, he only wanted to pass through the dragon to enter the portal. There was absolutely no reason to engage in a life or death battle with it, especially when the two were creatures of similar power levels. Even if they determined a winner in the end, both sides would surely suffer. While Heartless Tiger was still thinking, the Black Dragon had already launched its attack first. The dragon spat out a glob of white liquid, attacking toward him. This was still the same attack as before. When Heartless Tiger had just recalled Yutalong, he had sensed the destructive power of that white liquid through its residue. Such liquid might be very effective against 6th level creatures, but for someone at his 7th level, it had practically no effect. Seeing the white liquid flying toward him, Heartless Tiger waved his hand, and a ball of green energy flew out, colliding with the white liquid. With a bang, an explosion occurred. The white liquid was blown into pieces. Heartless Tiger snorted coldly and said, "There's no need to use such childish tricks. If you only have that much ability, I'll just enter the portal." Without hesitation, Heartless Tiger began moving toward the portal. Hearing Heartless Tiger's words, the Black Dragon became furious. How dare a Black Tiger mock it? A mighty Black Dragon. This was absolutely intolerable. Instantly, thick black energy surged from the dragon's body. That white liquid from just now had only been some stomach acid from its belly. It wasn't even one of the dragon's true techniques. It had decided that if it didn't show the Heartless Tiger some real power, the tiger wouldn't understand its strength. Originally, the dragon had just wanted to play with him, but now, it was completely angry. Radiating thick black flames, the Black Dragon flew furiously toward Heartless Tiger. Heartless Tiger moved forward riding on clouds, which allowed fairly fast movement. But compared to the flying speed of the Black Dragon, he was simply unable to match it. In no time, the Black Dragon was already before Heartless Tiger. The Black Dragon excelled the most in close combat. Its pair of sharp claws could easily slice through even solid objects. As soon as they met, the Black Dragon attacked without hesitation. On its pair of Black Dragon claws, black lightning flickered continuously. Just the sight of them could make one feel the power of a devastating strike. Seeing this situation, Heartless Tiger's heart was startled as well. He hadn't expected the Black Dragon to launch such a fierce attack right away. Why were these humans and creatures he met today all acting so unpredictably? Previously, the Luofong he encountered had been the same. Now, meeting this Black Dragon was no different. Were their internal energies simply endless? However, there was no time left for Heartless Tiger to think too much about these meaningless things. The Black Dragon's attack was already upon him. Heartless Tiger immediately activated the energy within his body, forming a defensive shield entirely made of green energy. Moreover, this shield wasn't just an internal energy shield. It contained faint traces of divine flame. This was unavoidable for Heartless Tiger. Faced with such a powerful attack from the opponent, he could only fully focus on defense. As long as he could withstand the attack, he could fight while advancing toward the portal. His objective was very simple: to get into the portal and leave this place. Luofong and Xiaobao, watching from not too far away, became extremely focused as well. They had never seen a battle between two 7th-level beings. Especially for Luofong, he hadn't even seen a 7th-level battle before. Even a battle between two 6th-level creatures had only occurred once. This was a perfect chance to observe how powerful beings fought. Quickly, the attacks of the two creatures collided. The black dragon's lightning-covered claws struck the green shield of Heartless Tiger. With a crackling sound, an extremely crisp noise rang out. Heartless Tiger's shield immediately split open where struck by the dragon's claw. Cracks began to appear across the shield. The moment that sound rang out, everyone's heart sank. Feng and Xiaobao, who were watching from a distance, were relatively fine. They were just slightly surprised. How could Heartless Tiger's shield be destroyed so easily? However, Heartless Tiger himself didn't have such a simple reaction. After all, this was his own technique. He naturally knew its exact power. This shield had been created using both internal energy and divine flame. Beings below the 7th level couldn't even begin to break through it. Even 7th level creatures would find it extremely difficult to crack. Therefore, he truly hadn't expected that the black dragon could destroy his shield with just one claw. It was unimaginable. If that claw had struck his body directly, what kind of scene would that create? The black dragon had actually used such a powerful skill right from the start. This made Heartless Tiger feel extremely annoyed. Crack. The sound of expanding cracks came again. That immediately made Heartless Tiger feel a sense of danger. Before his eyes, the green shield's cracks were getting larger and larger. The dragon's claws were now piercing into the shield. Finally, after less than 3 seconds, his shield was completely shattered. The black dragon's claws didn't stop. They kept coming toward him. Its sharp claws aimed straight at him. Luofong and Xiaobao were clearly getting tense. Not because they were weak-hearted or would feel sad from seeing someone else die, but if even the 7th-level Heartless Tiger couldn't defeat the black dragon, and worse, was killed by it, then they themselves had practically no chance at all. Luofong felt a chill down his spine when seeing the black dragon's lightning-covered claws. Without needing to test, he already knew that Jinbu's protective barrier would absolutely not withstand the dragon's sharp claws. He just didn't know whether Jinbu's shell could manage it. But considering the huge power difference, 3 full levels, probably even that would be hard. Thinking of this, Luofong realized he couldn't just stand here watching anymore. Chapter 497. The dragon swishes its tail. Let's move quickly, Luofong said. While the black dragon and He Xinhu are locked in battle, we should seize the chance to leave. This was exactly why Luofong had come here. At this moment, Luofong no longer held back. He directly pulled out a large number of fire cloud horse corpse fragments from his spatial ring and merged them into the cloud beneath him. As a result, the cloud beneath Luofong was rapidly expanding. Xiaobao, who stood nearby, saw this and was absolutely stunned. Before his astonished gaze, the cloud beneath Luofong had already grown to the same size as Xiaobao's. But this was not the end. Luofeng's cloud continued expanding quickly. Within less than a second, the cloud beneath Luofong had already reached the same size as He Xinhu's. Looking at Luofong with shocked eyes, Xiaobao hesitantly asked, "You actually obtained so many fire cloud horse bodies? How come I didn't know about this? One fire cloud horse body shouldn't produce so much cloud material, right? Did you kill multiple of them?" Hearing Xiaobao's words, Luofong smiled slightly and replied, "That's correct. Back when you guys couldn't see me, I encountered a few fire cloud horses and just happened to kill them. Originally, I planned to bring them back as trophies. But now, I guess it's time to use them up. What are you waiting for? Let's move already." Having said that, Luofong had already begun steering the massive cloud rapidly toward the portal. Of course, the path didn't go through the black dragon's location, but it wasn't that far away either. It wasn't like Luofong had any strict principles about only entering from this direction. He had also considered going around from other directions. But after trying, he abandoned that plan, because there was simply no way through in other directions. It was as if a wall surrounded the area. Only this path allowed progress forward. To be precise, Luofong was heading straight for the valley between the two snow-white cloud mountains. Behind those mountains was the portal. To reach the portal, one needed not only to pass by the black dragon, but those two cloud mountains probably weren't just there for decoration either. As they were moving forward quickly, only Xiaobao remained there, looking utterly bewildered. Such a contrast was simply too great. Originally, he had worried that Luofeng's cloud was too small, so he slowed down on purpose. Now, instead, Luofeng's cloud wasn't just not small, it was almost twice as big as his. That was truly shocking. Xiaobao hesitated only briefly before quickly following Luofong. Right before the two of them, the black dragon's claw attack was already about to land upon He Xinhu's head. Judging from the moment He Xinhu's shield was broken earlier, even as a level 7 creature, He Xinhu would likely be unable to withstand the black dragon's claws. Just when they thought He Xinhu would be hit, suddenly, a very loud sound rang out. This startled Luofong and the others greatly. This kind of sound was definitely not the noise from a physical impact. Luofong had been watching the battlefield intently all along, because this battlefield was exactly where they needed to pass through. The black dragon's body was huge, and the path they needed to take would pass quite close to it. At that moment, Luofong suddenly saw a flash of green light, followed immediately by that loud sound. When the huge shockwave finally disappeared, there appeared, in He Xinhu's hands, there was actually a jade green sword. The jade sword had already collided with the dragon's claw. Where the two had made contact, immense waves of energy were being released. For now, the two were locked in a stalemate. Seeing this scene, Luofeng's heart leaped with surprise. He Xinhu had this weapon all along? This time, there would truly be an exciting battle. Now, He Xinhu might even be slightly stronger than the black dragon, or at least at equal strength. This was truly a great opportunity for Luofong. While the two were locked in fierce battle, Luofong could sneak past unnoticed. Thinking this, Luofong no longer hesitated and quickly began heading for the portal. Soon, Luofong had already approached the side of the black dragon. It was the only way forward. However, he was currently on the tail side of the black dragon, facing directly opposite He Xinhu's position. So in the midst of the two creatures' battle, they wouldn't pay attention to Luofong. Just as Luofong was imagining himself about to reach the portal, suddenly, a huge dark shadow flew straight toward him. This startled Luofong greatly. It was a gigantic black tail, attacking him directly. The speed was incredibly fast. Fortunately, Luofong reacted in time. He avoided direct injury himself. But the remaining portion of his cloud, being too large, couldn't dodge in time and was struck by the black dragon's tail. It directly tore a huge gash into the cloud. Luofong, witnessing this, couldn't help but inhale sharply in shock. Just how much power was behind that strike. Even a cloud as solid as this could be destroyed. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's made of clouds. Its hardness was truly impressive. At the very least, it was far stronger than Luofeng's physical defense. If even the cloud couldn't withstand the black dragon's tail, then if Luofeng's body got hit by it, he might explode on the spot. That terrified Luofong so much that he quickly retreated. He stared at the black dragon's rapidly swinging tail, momentarily lost in thought. He hadn't expected the black dragon to be capable of such a move. This put Luofong in a bit of a difficult situation. Xiao Bao, who followed closely behind, also frowned deeply. So the black dragon could even attack using its tail? This was truly a bit troublesome. He Xinhu, who was currently battling the black dragon, saw what had happened to Luofong and couldn't help but smile. Earlier, when he saw Luofong trying to sneak past unnoticed, his expression had been somewhat displeased. After all, he was here fighting the black dragon fiercely, while Luofong tried to slip through and take advantage later. That was truly irritating. Fortunately, the black dragon still delivered. Just using its tail alone was enough to stop Luofong and his group. Although He Xinhu was currently locked in combat with the black dragon's claws, it didn't prevent him from speaking. He Xinhu said calmly with a slight smile. You can't even handle the black dragon's tail? If that's the case, you should just go home early. If I retreat now, its target will become you instead. Hearing He Xinhu's words, Luofong didn't take it too seriously. After all, who wouldn't be upset while currently fighting the black dragon? Luofong didn't care what He Xinhu said. He only needed to get past the black dragon's defenses. Under the current circumstances, Luofong would have to take action now. Actually, the current situation was still somewhat favorable for Luofong. The black dragon's head was occupied, locked in battle with He Xinhu together. Chapter 498, Power Cloud Dragon. They couldn't afford to worry about anything else. They just needed to deal with the black dragon's tail. However, before taking action, Luofong wanted to check the black dragon's attributes description. Generally speaking, for creatures with such a large level gap, there wasn't much Luofong could see. But if these creatures initiated attacks against Luofong, some of their attributes might be revealed. After all, if the creature had already used some skills in front of you, you were naturally going to find out something. Thus, a panel appeared before Luofong. Power Cloud Dragon. Level, Grade 7. Description, the Power Cloud Dragon possesses enormous strength and is famous for its power. After Luofong saw this description, even though it was only a simple sentence, it still surprised him greatly. Firstly, the name of this black dragon. It sounded so familiar. Fortunately, it was just the similarity in names. If it were the real person coming over, that would truly be interesting. As for the description mentioning that the black dragon had great strength, wasn't that just stating the obvious? Luofong had just started fighting the black dragon and already had a deep understanding. Seemed like its name was indeed well deserved. Since there was nothing else useful, Luofong didn't bother to look further. It was time to start. Clearly, there was no other option but to fight. Thinking this, Luofong turned to Xiao Bao beside him and said, let's begin. Who can pass beneath the black dragon's tail depends on their own fortune. Before Luofong even finished speaking, a flaming lotus had already started forming rapidly. Seeing this, Xiao Bao didn't hesitate any further. Green energy began appearing on Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao specialized in close combat, excelling in using softness to overcome hardness. He might still manage to exchange a few blows with the dragon's tail, as long as he avoided being hit directly, that is. Otherwise, even though he was a sure tie show, the consequences wouldn't be optimistic. Once the ice flame divine lotus appeared, Luofong started controlling the cloud to continue moving forward. Seeing Luofong advancing, the black dragon naturally wasn't going to hold back. Its tail flew toward Luofong. Seeing this, Luofong didn't show any panic. He directly controlled the ice flame divine lotus to counterattack. Both moved extremely fast. With a loud explosion, a tremendous blast occurred. The black dragon's tail sustained some injuries. Blood started flowing from the wounds. Having suffered such a strong attack, the black dragon roared painfully. Woohoo! The black dragon turned its head toward Luofong, looking as if it wanted to swallow him alive. This was the first time in many years of its life that the black dragon had suffered such a serious injury. It had actually started bleeding, something the black dragon simply couldn't tolerate. But right now, it couldn't immediately withdraw its attacking claws to deal with Luofong, because it was currently locked in battle with the black heart tiger. Whoever faltered first would receive the opponent's attack. Just like, if the black dragon suddenly retracted its claws, then the black heart tiger's emerald blade would land directly on its body with no obstruction. The damage from this strike wouldn't be small. This situation temporarily placed the black dragon in a difficult position. Since it couldn't turn around to fight Luofong, it continued to control its tail to attack him. The injuries Luofong had just inflicted on its tail didn't affect its combat effectiveness. Only a wound was created, causing some bleeding. Previously, the black dragon hadn't taken Luofong too seriously, so it hadn't put much power into its tail. Now the situation had changed. After being injured by Luofong, the black dragon was extremely angry. Now, black lightning began appearing on its tail. This situation was similar to what had appeared on its claws before. Looks like this time the black dragon was really getting serious. Luofeng's face also became somewhat serious. Being close to the dragon's tail, he could already feel the power coming from it, something that made Luofeng's heart tremble slightly. After all, Luofong was currently only a grade 4 player. The only reason he could stand here and mix with creatures of grade 6 and grade 7 was because of his superior cheating skills. He also possessed many high-level items in hand. However, actually making Luofong fight a wild grade 7 monster directly, The difficulty level was indeed extraordinary. At this point, Luofong had no way to escape. This was the only way to reach the portal. Looks like Luofong would also have to take out something particularly powerful. Luofong still had quite a few items in his possession. However, some of these items were rather inconvenient to take out and use. Some of these items were just too unique. Luofong had no intention of letting others outside their group see them. If word got out, it would be a problem if people started coveting them every day. This time, Luofong intended to use 5 drops of Divine Flame liquid to condense the Ice Flame Divine Lotus. This was a significant challenge for Luofong. Previously, Luofong had fused no more than 3 drops of Divine Flame liquid at most. Now, attempting to fuse 5 drops at once, he wasn't sure whether he would succeed. If he truly couldn't manage to succeed, he would just bring out some other special items in his possession. Thinking thus, Luofong no longer hesitated. The Divine Flame liquid started flowing quickly from his body toward the flame, then began to merge rapidly. Some of the high-grade items Luofong had on him were already operating at full capacity. The Divine Flame liquid was fusing quickly with the flames and frost. This first time fusing so much Divine Flame liquid at once was taking Luofong quite a long time. But the Black Dragon's tail wasn't giving Luofong any time to prepare his ultimate move. In actual combat, unless the creature had some special preference, no living being would foolishly wait for the enemy to unleash their ultimate skill. Such situations could only happen in movies and TV shows. Although Luofeng's Flaming Lotus wasn't ready yet, one creature had already gotten prepared. That was Xiaobao, standing not far from Luofong. Green energy was already covering his body. Seeing the Black Dragon's tail about to strike Luofong, Xiaobao immediately leapt up and grabbed the Black Dragon's tail midair. But the Black Dragon's tail was not so easy to touch. The moment Xiaobao's body touched the Black Dragon's tail, changes began happening. Black lightning on the Black Dragon's tail began stimulating Xiaobao's body, making the energy covering Xiaobao's body start to fracture. Xiaobao could only endure painfully to hold onto the Black Dragon's tail. But the Black Dragon's tail remained a highly destructive weapon. Even for Xiaobao, it was impossible to hold on for a very long time. Chapter 499, wrapping up. After all, there was still a considerable gap between level 7 and level 6. Especially, this Black Dragon was no ordinary creature. At this moment, Xiaobao was tightly gripping the Black Dragon's tail, struggling slightly as he said, "Xia Luo, is your ultimate move ready yet? I can't hold on much longer." Upon hearing this, Luofong replied calmly, "You can let go now." Hearing this from Luofong, Xiaobao immediately felt relieved. His body flew straight off the tail of the Black Dragon. Meanwhile, his cloud quickly rushed forward to catch him. Before Luofong had already appeared a rather large Ice and Flame Lotus. This was an Ice and Flame Lotus fused with no less than 5 drops of Divine Fire liquid. If Luofeng's strength hadn't also rapidly improved recently, completing this fusion would have truly been difficult. One had to understand that each drop of Divine Fire liquid contained several strands of Divine Fire. 5 drops of Divine Fire liquid meant as many as a dozen strands of Divine Fire. This alone already surpassed the amount of Divine Fire contained in the body of a typical level 6 creature. As soon as the Ice and Flame Lotus had formed, the Black Dragon's attack had already arrived. The two collided. This attack was even fiercer than the previous ones. Massive waves of energy spread out in all directions. The Black Dragon's tail, crackling with black lightning, heading straight for Luofong. Its speed was instantly heavily affected. It actually paused midair. That was quite astonishing. This time, Luofeng's Ice and Flame Lotus did not cause significant damage to the Black Dragon's tail. However, it did leave a wound, from which black blood poured out. Seeing this, Luofong felt a jolt of shock. He hadn't expected that even with the power of 5 drops of Divine Fire liquid, the damage inflicted was only this much. That made Luofong feel somewhat disappointed. But, in the end, this result still fell within Luofeng's acceptable range. After all, his opponent was a level 7 creature. If a level 4 human could inflict serious injuries, that would be even more unreasonable. It seemed he really needed to quickly improve his strength. As long as Luofong could fuse more Divine Fire liquid, he wouldn't have to worry about such situations. If he could fuse 100 drops of Divine Fire liquid, even against level 8 creatures, he might be able to put up a fight. And if Luofong could condense an Ice and Flame Divine being, that would practically be a walking nuclear bomb. Its destructive power went without saying. Blackheart Tiger, observing from the side, frowned slightly at Luofeng's attack. He hadn't expected that how much Divine Fire could actually exist inside a level 6 human being. Under normal circumstances, no human should possibly possess such vast amounts of Divine Fire. Judging from this situation, Luofong probably had some artifact in his possession that contained Divine Fire and could quickly replenish it. Such artifacts indeed existed, though they were rare. The difficulty of replenishing Divine Fire was significantly lower compared to increasing its total quantity. Increasing Divine Fire was akin to expanding the volume of a container. Extremely difficult. However, once part of the liquid in the container was used and then refilled, the difficulty became relatively manageable. Generally speaking, to increase the maximum capacity, one had to start with the container completely full. Otherwise, the difficulty was tremendous. For instance, imagine your body could hold a maximum of 20 units of Divine Fire. But now, due to consumption, you have only 15 units remaining. Trying to raise that maximum by just 1 unit would be extremely difficult. That's why most creatures wouldn't casually use Divine Fire. If they could use their original energy instead, they would. Only when absolutely necessary would they draw upon Divine Fire. Because, once Divine Fire was used, the rate at which its maximum quantity could increase would slow down significantly. For any creature, this wasn't a small matter. After all, no creature wanted to delay their progress in improving strength. Now, Blackheart Tiger's opinion of Luofong had completely changed. Regardless of how he managed to obtain so much Divine Fire, it alone proved that Luofong was truly remarkable. However, Luofong was still only level 6. Trying to take on a level 7 Black Dragon would still be difficult. Originally, Blackheart Tiger had planned to strike the Black Dragon from the front, while Luofong and the others attacked from behind, hoping for mutual damage, flanking the enemy. Unfortunately, he had overestimated Luofong and underestimated the Black Dragon's power. The Black Dragon was indeed extremely powerful. Earlier, had it not been for the jade knife he had with him, he couldn't have resisted the Black Dragon's claw attack at all. Even then, when the dragon's claw struck the jade knife, it showed absolutely no sign of retreating. This clearly showed how incredibly hard the Black Dragon's claws were. This was only a level 7 dragon, and yet it was already this powerful. If Luofong could truly become the divine dragon hero, his strength would absolutely surge dramatically. As Blackheart Tiger was thinking about how to break the stalemate, suddenly, his expression changed, and he looked toward Luofong in disbelief. In front of Luofong, another fire lotus filled with a massive amount of divine fire had appeared. This fire lotus didn't hesitate at all, and immediately shot toward the Black Dragon's tail as soon as it formed. With a loud boom, the two collided and exploded. Before everyone could even react, another fire lotus appeared. It quickly slammed into the distant dragon tail. In less than 20 seconds, 6 or 7 fire lotuses had already exploded. Although each individual attack from Luofeng's fire lotus wasn't particularly effective, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Now, multiple wounds had already appeared on the Black Dragon's tail. At this point, the Black Dragon was filled with endless rage. Its signature dragon tail swing, which had always been unstoppable, had practically no effect against Luofong. Every time it tried to attack Luofong with its dragon tail swing, a fire lotus would immediately appear to ruin its move. Granted, a single fire lotus couldn't cause serious damage to the dragon's tail, but each one still managed to cause bleeding. Realizing this, the Black Dragon grew even angrier. It continued swinging its tail violently, determined to kill Luofong. The two beasts nearby, witnessing this scene, were completely stunned. Luofeng's fire lotuses seemed like they were endless, firing out like they cost nothing. They couldn't even begin to imagine just how much divine fire Luofong possessed. But this wasn't over yet. As the Black Dragon continued attacking with its tail, Luofong kept forming more fire lotuses in his hands. 1 minute later, all 20 fire lotuses had hit the Black Dragon's tail. Now, the dragon's tail was completely covered in wounds. And at this moment, the Black Dragon finally stopped its attacks. Chapter 500, entering between the two snow-white, cloudy mountains. Its tail withdrew and no longer attacked Luofong. Seeing this, Luofong felt great joy in his heart. It seemed his continuous bombardment had indeed been effective. He had actually frightened the Black Dragon to some extent. In that case, couldn't he now pass through the Black Dragon and head toward the two snow-white, cloudy mountains? The two creatures beside him, He Xinhu and Xiao Bao, were completely stunned. These fire lingua were simply too much. Judging from the divine fire energy contained within them, at least 200 threads had already been consumed like this. There's absolutely no way that a level 6 human should possess such a quantity. Although level 6 divine fire could not be compared to level 7 divine fire. Still, even for a level 7 creature, it would be difficult to deploy this much divine fire in a single battle. Others might possess so much divine fire, but they would certainly not be willing to use it. While it's true that this substance recovers relatively quickly, that's only when compared to increasing the total amount of divine fire. If you compared its recovery speed to restoring one's own energy, it was extremely slow. That was exactly why these creatures felt so shocked seeing Luofong expend such a large amount of divine fire in combat. At this point, they had even begun to doubt whether Luofong was really a level 6 being. Could he be a level 8? Was he deliberately hiding his strength to act weak and ambush the strong? This made them all fall into deep thought. Seeing Xiao Bao still dazed, Luofong naturally understood the consequences of what he had just done. But this was something Luofong had to do. With so much divine fire liquid, there was no way he could always use it in secret. Sometimes, no matter how stealthy you wanted to be, circumstances would force you to reveal it. Just now was exactly such a situation. If Luofong hadn't done that, there was no way for him to get past the Black Dragon. He was now laying the groundwork with these creatures. In the future, the amount of divine fire Luofong used would only increase. Wanting to avoid drawing attention would be extremely difficult. Thinking thus, Luofong hesitated no longer, and said, "What are you still standing there for? While the Black Dragon is not attacking us, let's quickly leave this place." After saying this to the dazed Xiao Bao, Luofong himself began moving forward into the depths. At this point, what Xiao Bao decided to do was no longer of much concern to him. Luofong could only help if possible. Fortunately, Xiao Bao was quick to respond. Hearing Luofeng's words, he immediately snapped out of his shock, and the cloud beneath his feet quickly followed Luofong. As for the Black Dragon's tail, it no longer reacted to their movement at all. The Black Dragon had no intention of continuing the fight with Luofong. Initially, it had not believed that Luofong could actually possess so much divine fire inside his body. That's why it kept battling with Luofong, until its tail was already severely wounded and Luofong was still effortlessly releasing fire lingua. It realized it could not keep this up. Today, it truly had encountered a freak. In truth, if Luofong only had those fire lingua, he still wouldn't have been able to defeat it. The key was that the Black Dragon's front side was currently engaged in battle with He Xinhu. It simply couldn't spare its hands. In the end, it had no choice but to make this decision, to let Luofong and his group pass. As for the current He Xinhu, however, it had no intention of letting him go. It wanted to have a serious match with He Xinhu. Seeing Luofong and the others wanting to leave, He Xinhu immediately became anxious, shouting at the Black Dragon. "How can you let them go? How about we stop fighting for now? You go and deal with those two first, then we can continue fighting after that." In response to He Xinhu's words, the Black Dragon showed no reaction at all, as if it hadn't even heard them. Seeing this, He Xinhu became anxious and continued. "Then at least let me go through too. My strength is far above theirs. I simply chose not to attack you. If I really attacked, the injuries you'd receive would absolutely be very serious." As Luofong and his group were almost completely past the Black Dragon's domain, He Xinhu felt increasing anxiety. If they left before him, it would be extremely disadvantageous to him. After saying this, the black dragon still showed no reaction whatsoever, instead intensifying its pressure. Even the other dragon claw was now covered in black lightning. From the looks of it, not only did the black dragon not intend to let him go, but it was preparing to fight him. Seeing this, He Xinhu flew into a rage. This was truly going too far, bullying a tiger too hard. He had no intention of holding back either. Instantly, the emerald blade in his hand flashed with green light. This was a declaration of battle against the black dragon. He wanted the black dragon to know, Blackheart Tiger was not someone easy to provoke. Thus, a great battle was about to begin. As for Luofong, he no longer paid any attention to what was happening with He Xinhu. He had already controlled the giant cloud, passing through the area guarded by the black dragon, finally arriving before the two snow-white, cloudy mountains. Now, as long as they passed through the valley between the two snow-white cloud mountains, they would reach the teleportation portal. Luofong didn't know much about these two snow-white cloud mountains, nor did he care whether there were dangers or not. Without hesitation, he controlled the cloud and moved directly toward the space between the two snow-white cloud mountains. As soon as Luofong and his group entered the middle section, the cloud mountains began undergoing changes. From the top of the cloud mountains, numerous cloud spheres suddenly rolled downward. Seeing this, Luofeng's heart immediately tensed. Just as expected, it was indeed dangerous. Earlier, when Luofong first saw these two snow-white cloud mountains here, he had already found it strange. Surely, they weren't constructed here just as scenic viewpoints. Anything unusual must have some hidden cause. These cloud spheres appeared extremely large. He didn't know their exact power, but anything existing in this place likely possessed considerable strength. Luofong turned to look at Tang Xuewei beside him and said, "You should also use divine fire liquid. Don't hold back at all. With so many cloud spheres around here, I don't know the full situation. If something catches you by surprise, you might be in danger. These divine fire liquids are just external resources. Your safety is far more important than this." With the mysterious seed continuously growing and developing, the speed at which it could generate divine fire liquid had increased dramatically. It could now keep up with Luofeng's rate of consumption. Since this was the case, he naturally wouldn't treat Tang Xuewei poorly. He had already given her a significant amount of divine fire liquid long ago. Chapter 501, Cloud Sphere. Upon hearing Luofeng's concern for her, Tang Xuewei's face lit up with a very happy smile. She said, "All right, you can rest assured. I will take good care of myself. You don't need to worry about me. With my current strength, I can still protect myself." Just as the two of them were conversing, the cloud sphere had already dropped from the high sky and was about to reach them. Several fire lotuses appeared in front of Luofong and directly flew toward the cloud sphere. Each of these lotuses contained a drop of divine fire liquid. It wasn't that Luofong didn't want to form higher quality fire lotuses. It was just that there were too many cloud spheres around. If he were to form one lotus after another, they would have missed their chance long ago. In the air, besides these fire lotuses, there were also many masses of snow converging together. Within each snowflake was contained the power of divine fire, and each one had tremendous destructive power. Soon, the cloud sphere arrived in front of them. Luofong immediately controlled an ice flame divine lotus to intercept it. With a bang, a massive explosion erupted. A large amount of cloud matter came rushing toward them. Although the cloud sphere had been destroyed, its shattered fragments continued flying toward Luofong and his companion. In an instant, Luofong felt a bone-chilling cold. These clouds were filled with extremely low temperatures. If even someone like Luofong, who was highly resistant to cold, could feel the chill, one could only imagine how terrifying the cloud sphere's freezing power was. However, this feeling quickly flashed through Luofeng's mind. Inside his body, there were both polar cold and extreme heat energy, so he didn't worry at all about being affected by the cold. Thus, his movements became even faster. As soon as any icy cloud approached, his ice flame divine lotus would immediately intercept it. Meanwhile, near Luofong, numerous snowflakes emerged in front of Tang Xuewei, flying toward one cloud sphere. When these snowflakes landed on the cloud sphere, they did not simply freeze it as before. Freezing the cloud sphere would not stop it from continuing to roll toward them. This time, Tang Xuewei used a much more advanced divine technique. Once the snowflakes entered the cloud sphere, they began to explode. With the continuous detonation of snowflakes, the cloud sphere could no longer hold together and directly shattered. A cold, icy breath rushed toward them. However, this cold air had no effect on Tang Xuewei at all. She had inherited the legacy of the snow goddess, and she excelled in snow and ice techniques. Therefore, these cloud spheres posed no threat to the two of them. Only, in such conditions, it was quite difficult to advance quickly. These cloud spheres arrived at the foot of the mountain simultaneously. There was no case where they could simply escape by going faster, leaving the cloud spheres behind. On the other side, not far behind Luofeng's clouds, were Xiao Bao's cloud formations. Just as Luofong turned his attention there, he was greatly startled. Initially, Luofong thought Xiao Bao would use kung fu techniques to deal with the cloud spheres. However, this current situation genuinely surprised Luofong. Looking closer, he saw Xiao Bao continuously jumping back and forth. His rather bulky body was surprisingly agile as he avoided all the descending cloud spheres. In the time Luofong was watching, none of the cloud spheres hit Xiao Bao's body. Although Xiao Bao could skillfully dodge the many attacks from the cloud spheres, his supporting cloud wasn't as nimble. With dozens of meters in diameter, the cloud was now under relentless attacks from the cloud spheres, which severely slowed down its movement. Noticing this situation, Xiao Bao's expression started to change. If things kept going like this, he wouldn't last long. He couldn't possibly keep using this much physical energy continuously. He needed to get out of here quickly. Otherwise, once his energy was exhausted, he would suffer a rather terrible fate, falling from the sky along with the cloud spheres and plunging into the sea of fire. Thinking about this, Xiao Bao gritted his teeth and made a bold decision. He immediately divided the remaining large cloud into several smaller clouds, each of which remained under his control. He immediately sent these smaller clouds forward, while he controlled one small cloud himself, and proceeded forward slowly. As a result, his forward speed decreased somewhat, but it was still faster than previously, whereas cloud was continuously struck by the cloud spheres. It wasn't necessarily better to move faster with a large cloud. With so many cloud spheres here, the larger cloud's mobility would be severely restricted. Sometimes, being smaller had its advantages. Thus, Xiao Bao began using his remarkably agile body to dart through the gaps between the cloud spheres. Gradually, he started moving closer toward the portal. Soon, he caught up to Luofeng's large cloud. Without even glancing at Luofeng, he immediately spoke. "Xiao Luo, there are too many cloud spheres here. I can't stay too long. I'll go ahead first. I'll wait for you up ahead." At this moment, Xiao Bao was actually quite pleased. It had always been Luofeng who shocked him with surprises. This time, it was finally his turn to amaze Luofeng. If he didn't show some powerful techniques, how could he convince Luofeng to cooperate with him? Xiao Bao didn't think too much further. Now wasn't the time to be distracted. After all, with so many cloud spheres around, he couldn't afford the slightest carelessness. Xiao Bao's figure started advancing forward step by step. Luofeng, standing on top of his large cloud, witnessing this scene, was immediately shocked. He hadn't expected that Xiao Bao actually had such a move. If Luofeng tried to imitate Xiao Bao's method, he wouldn't be able to pull it off. Currently, Luofeng only had powerful offensive capabilities. Other attributes weren't particularly strong. Therefore, Luofeng had no intention of splitting his cloud into smaller ones. It seemed that Luofeng needed to start pushing himself as well. He couldn't afford to fall too far behind Xiao Bao. Thinking this, Luofeng said, "I'm going to accelerate now. You need to hold on steady. Our cloud is big. Once we charge forward, we will definitely collide with a lot of cloud spheres. Let all the cloud spheres that aren't targeting us hit our cloud instead. My cloud isn't afraid of being destroyed." After hearing Luofeng's words, Tang Xuewei nodded seriously and said, "All right, you Fan Fangxin. Leave those cloud spheres to me. I don't need much longer before I break through to level 3, reaching level 4. Let's see if I can complete this breakthrough during this opportunity." Upon hearing Tang Xuewei's words, Luofeng's face showed some delight. She was finally about to level up, under normal circumstances. Chapter 502. Moving forward quickly. Tang Xuewei was only an S-rank talent, so there was no way she could keep up with Luofeng's pace. Not to mention, Luofeng was constantly absorbing massive amounts of energy to enhance his strength. Just possessing an SSS rank talent alone was already something countless players could only dream of. The reason Tang Xuewei could level up so quickly despite having an S-rank talent was quite simple. That was because she had inherited the legacy of the Snow Goddess. Before, without exposure to related knowledge, she hadn't realized how powerful a god could be. Now, as her strength improved and she learned more about the ocean world, she had also gained a considerable understanding of gods. An inheritance from a true god. No one could imagine just how powerful that could make someone. This was exactly why Tang Xuewei's strength could increase so rapidly. Even now, Luofeng still hadn't figured out why the Snow Goddess had been willing to pass her inheritance to Tang Xuewei back then. Could it have been because of her younger sister? Thinking about this, an image popped into Luofeng's mind. Tang Xueying. She actually looked identical to Tang Xuewei. The only difference was the size of their chests. But now, after Luofeng's application of Glowfruit Papaya Frost, they had both become quite large. If the two of them wore the same hairstyle, Luofeng probably wouldn't be able to tell who was who. Now Luofeng even wanted to use his legendary telescope to check on Tang Xueying's current situation. She probably wasn't still taking a bath, was she? Luofeng was very curious about Tang Xueying's current circumstances. He wondered how she managed to get along with those gods. Certainly not by arriving at the ocean world on a mere tiny wooden raft like the other players had. While Tang Xueying just directly ran to the side of the gods and started enjoying herself. From what Luofeng had observed once before, it was evident that her relationship with the Snow Goddess was extremely close. Otherwise, how could they bathe together? Now Luofeng was actually thinking about pulling out the telescope to check on her. However, the current environment definitely wouldn't allow him to do that. If he really saw something particularly interesting and became too absorbed, he wouldn't be able to dodge the incoming cloud spheres. Then, what would happen wouldn't even bear thinking about. Thinking about this, Luofeng said, "Well then, I hope you can successfully level up this time. Then I'll start moving forward faster." Originally, the speed at which Luofeng's cloud was advancing was very slow. At the time, he had been aiming to proceed steadily and cautiously. Now that Xiao Bao had already sped ahead, he naturally couldn't remain like this anymore. The cloud beneath Luofeng began to accelerate. 7 eternal flame and frost lotus flowers immediately materialized in front of him. Although Luofeng hadn't yet mastered the technique of simultaneously infusing 7 drops of divine flame liquid into a single eternal flame and frost lotus, he could still create multiple eternal flame and frost lotus flowers each infused with 1 drop of divine flame liquid. His control over the flame lotus had long been extremely proficient. The cloud spheres appearing before him were all destroyed with a single eternal flame and frost lotus. Luofeng only used his eternal flame and frost lotus to attack the clouds flying directly toward them. As for the ones passing by closely but not directly threatening them, he completely ignored them, allowing those clouds to crash heavily onto his cloud. They left huge dents on it. 1 cloud sphere could only cause such damage. But, you shouldn't forget, from the tops of those 2 pure white cloud mountains, countless cloud spheres kept falling non-stop. More importantly, there was absolutely no sign of them stopping. If this kept going on, even Luofeng himself wouldn't dare stand still and keep fighting with these cloud spheres indefinitely. This was also the reason why Xiao Bao made the decision to quickly escape from this place. There was simply no time to waste. As Luofeng moved forward, not long after, his cloud had already started to take damage. Now, on his cloud dozens of meters wide, many big holes had already appeared. There were also many gaps and cracks, all of them caused by the crashing cloud spheres. Once the cloud suffered damage, its speed would be significantly affected. Naturally, Luofeng didn't want to see such a situation occur. He began to extract the body of the fire cloud horse and integrate it into the cloud, which could repair those gaps, thus maintaining the speed of the cloud. In this rapid advancement, Luofong caught up with Xiaobao in just 5 seconds. Looking at Xiaobao, Luofong thought for a moment, then said, "What about you come onto my cloud? I'll take you with me. Otherwise, with your speed, getting through this stretch will take quite some time." Luofong had developed a certain level of fondness for Xiaobao. Actually, doing this was just a convenient way to help. The most critical thing still depended on Xiaobao himself. Even if Xiaobao came onto Luofeng's cloud, Luofeng wouldn't be able to shield him from these cloud spheres. It would just mean that Xiaobao was dodging in a different place. Moreover, staying on Luofeng's cloud would present an even greater challenge. Because Luofeng's cloud moved very quickly, it required extremely fast reflexes. Xiaobao naturally thought of this as well, but he didn't think for long before making his decision. If he continued forward on his own small cloud, his speed would only be half, maybe even less than half of Luofeng's. That gap was just too big. So Xiaobao said, "Alright, I'll go on your cloud then. This time, I really appreciate your help. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to let me know. I'll do my best." Since Xiaobao had already made this decision, he didn't hesitate and immediately jumped onto Luofeng's big cloud. Hearing Xiaobao say this, Luofeng smiled. Getting along well with Xiaobao now would make it more convenient later when he wanted to visit the Turtle Master. The Turtle Master probably had quite a few good items. If there was an opportunity, Luofeng definitely planned to go check it out. Thinking of this, Luofeng smiled and said, "Let's talk about other things later. First, let's get through this place. Now, I'm going to start accelerating. Are you ready?" Hearing this, Xiaobao laughed and said, "Alright, let's begin. It's better to get through here quickly." Luofeng didn't plan to waste any time either. He started accelerating. The cloud beneath him immediately surged forward rapidly. In an instant, massive numbers of cloud spheres launched their attacks. Luofeng continued destroying the cloud spheres just as before. In this way, they began to advance rapidly. Xiaobao stayed not far behind Luofeng, dodging the attacks from the cloud spheres. Even though the cloud spheres directly ahead of Luofeng were destroyed, there were still more coming from the sides. Chapter 503, The White Liquid Eruption from the Cloud Mountains. This had already started to become a bit strenuous for Xiaobao. Luckily, they were moving forward at a relatively fast pace. It wouldn't last too long. It would soon be over. Time passed, second by second. 3 minutes later, Luofeng and the others had reached the halfway point between the two snow-white cloud mountains. As long as they had another 3 minutes, they could pass completely through these two cloud mountains. In fact, these two mountains weren't all that large. With their speed, under normal circumstances, they could pass through this place in less than a minute. Back then, when the Black Dragon passed through here, although it hadn't gone at full speed, the time spent hadn't exceeded a minute either. Now, Luofeng and the others could only rely on the clouds to move forward. Most importantly, there were so many cloud spheres attacking them. The reason they could still maintain such a speed was entirely due to Luofeng's many techniques. The most basic was his ability to prevent the clouds from being completely destroyed by those cloud spheres. While these cloud spheres kept damaging the clouds, Luofeng kept repairing them. Just as Luofeng reached the midpoint of the journey, suddenly, a very strange phenomenon occurred. This sudden change startled Luofeng and the others. The cloud spheres that had been rapidly descending just now suddenly disappeared without a trace. This caused Luofeng and the few others to look at each other in confusion. Could it be that this challenge was over just like that? Xiaobao noticed this situation and immediately exhaled in relief, sitting heavily down on the cloud. Maintaining continuous jumping for 3 minutes straight was no small feat. If he had been the Shurtai beast, there was no way he could have completed those movements earlier. Moreover, it had also consumed quite a bit of his divine fire. So, Xiaobao took out a piece of divine fire stone, planning to absorb its energy. Before he could even begin absorbing it, suddenly he felt his body tilt. At this moment, Luofeng's cloud suddenly accelerated, moving at its fastest speed, rushing out from between the two snow-white cloud mountains. After regaining his balance, Xiaobao felt puzzled. With no danger apparently left, why was Luofeng making the cloud run so fast? It wasn't necessary to be so rushed. But before he could even open his mouth to ask about the situation, he saw that Luofeng and Teng Shuwei were both looking upward into the sky. Without hesitation, he followed their gaze. He wouldn't have realized otherwise, but seeing it truly scared him. From the peaks of the two snow-white cloud mountains, a large amount of white liquid began pouring out. This liquid did not flow down the mountainsides. Instead, it shot straight outward, exactly like a volcanic eruption. These white liquids flew toward their location. No need to think to understand. This white liquid was definitely not something one could drink. It must possess some sort of harmful effect. The earlier cloud spheres were proof enough of that. Precisely for this reason, Luofeng immediately controlled the cloud to move forward at its maximum speed. It would be best if they could leave the area of the two snow-white cloud mountains before the white liquid reached them. Who knew what kind of substance this white liquid was? What kind of damage could it cause? In any case, this white liquid was definitely not milk. Luofeng had absolutely no desire to come into contact with this substance, although the cloud moved at its fastest possible speed. After all, the cloud speed was limited. Added to that, the descending speed of this white liquid was extremely fast. Within just a dozen or so seconds, the white liquid had already reached before Luofeng and the others. Luofeng immediately started controlling the Icefire Divine Lotus, launching attacks toward the white liquid above. Each explosion of the Icefire Divine Lotus could blow apart a portion of the white liquid. Meanwhile, an ice firewall also appeared above Luofeng's body. However, the attack from the white liquid was very intense. These defensive measures were practically ineffective. Some of the white liquid had already fallen onto Luofeng and the others. Fortunately, Luofeng's body had already been covered in various energies. He had not come into direct contact with the white liquid. However, the energies covering his body were already being corroded by this white liquid. Seeing this situation, Luofeng immediately thought of the white liquid spewed by the Black Dragon before. Could this white liquid be the same as the Black Dragon's? Although Luofeng had only seen the Black Dragon's white liquid attack from afar, whether they were exactly the same or not remained unclear to him. Whether they were the same or not, he had to first deal with this current white liquid attack. Thinking this, Luofeng concentrated his mind. The demon blade, Qianren, appeared once again in his hand. The 1,000 blades began to change rapidly, and soon a spherical structure formed before the eyes of everyone. On one side of the sphere, an opening appeared. Luofeng directly stepped into it. Tang Xuewei did not hesitate either, and immediately walked in as well. Luofeng saw Xiao Bao using his qigong to resist the white liquid. If there had only been a single wave of the white liquid attack, Xiao Bao might have successfully defended himself. But now, the white liquid was pouring down like a waterfall. It was simply beyond what anyone could withstand. If Luofeng had left Xiao Bao alone here, he probably wouldn't have lasted long. But Luofeng wouldn't do something like that. He immediately said, "Quickly get inside my artifact. It can resist attacks from this white liquid." As he spoke, Luofeng quickly moved toward Xiao Bao. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bao didn't hesitate at all. He went directly to the black orb and entered inside. "You're covered in white liquid. Hurry up and wash it off." Because Xiao Bao had stayed outside for quite a long time, quite a bit of the white liquid had already stuck to him. Some of it had even corroded through his green energy shield. Luckily, he had come in just in time. The damage to his body hadn't been too severe. After cleaning up a bit, Xiao Bao returned to his usual self. At this moment, Xiao Bao finally had the mood to examine the surroundings. He looked around, and, recalling the scene when he had first entered, he asked with confusion, "What kind of treasure is this black orb of yours? How come it's so hard that even the white liquid couldn't corrode through it? It seems like I've never seen you use it before." Hearing Xiao Bao's words, Luofeng inwardly thought, this was indeed a divine artifact. Even though he hadn't fully mastered Qianren yet, merely the hardness of its material was beyond what ordinary attacks could damage. However, Luofeng wouldn't say out loud that it was a divine artifact. Anyone who possessed a divine weapon would inevitably attract the attention of many high-level beings. Divine artifacts could only be crafted by gods. Of course, they could only truly demonstrate their power in the hands of a god. If a non-divine being obtained such a divine artifact, even if the artifact had already acknowledged its new master, the power it could unleash would still be limited. The usage of such weapons was always tied closely to the user's own strength. Chapter 504, Arrival at the Portal. Luofeng thought for a moment and said, "Earlier, I obtained a certain artifact. Although it can protect our safety, it doesn't move very fast. If I had taken it out when I encountered the black dragon, the dragon would have quickly grabbed it and prevented the black sphere from moving. At that point, we wouldn't have been able to go anywhere. As for why I didn't use this artifact when facing the cloud sphere, the reason is quite simple too. In that situation, we could still handle things ourselves. Primarily because I've entered here. The clouds outside probably wouldn't last much longer before being completely destroyed. At that time, falling into the sea of flames would have been our only choice. Plus, using this artifact consumes a considerable amount of energy." What Luofeng was saying was completely true. These were all points he had carefully considered. The main point was that originally, Qianren was only the size of a knife. Now it had grown so large it had become a black sphere capable of containing 3 people inside. The energy required for such a transformation, combined with divine flames, was considerable. Since it was a divine artifact, only by activating some divine power could it display its true potential. Since Qianren's blade could transform into any object and size, such a function was naturally indispensable. There was also a minor change made during the transformation. That was changing the color of the demon blade, Qianren. Normally, Qianren displayed 9 different colors simultaneously, evenly distributed. However, to remain inconspicuous and avoid too much attention, Luofeng had changed Qianren's entire appearance to black. It was during this activation of Qianren, using divine flames, that Luofeng made a very significant discovery. Previously, Luofeng already knew there were 9 beautiful female spirit guardians within Qianren's blade. However, when Luofeng acquired Qianren, all of them had already fallen into a deep slumber. Under normal circumstances, even Luofeng couldn't locate where these 9 spirit guardians resided. Just now, while using divine flames to control Qianren, Luofeng had surprisingly noticed something. Part of the divine flame's energy was flowing inward into the blade itself, entering some internal space. Within that space lay the 9 beautiful female spirit guardians. When Luofeng discovered this, his face lit up with visible joy. However, since the situation was somewhat urgent, he hadn't spent much time focusing on it. Instead, he quickly began transforming Qianren. Now that there was some spare time, he could carefully study the nature of these spirit guardians. This was the first time Luofeng had obtained a weapon with such spirit guardians embedded within. If he had only acquired Qianren, he might have assumed that all divine artifacts contained spirit guardians. But he already possessed several divine artifacts, and only this one contained them. Apparently, spirit guardians were something extremely rare. Furthermore, these spirit guardians needed to absorb energy from divine flames. When Luofeng realized this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood from frustration. Another consumer of divine flame. Actually, make that 9 more, were now added to the list. This immediately increased Luofeng's pressure dramatically. Currently, Luofeng didn't have an ample supply of divine flames to satisfy these 9 female spirit guardians. He still needed to use the divine flame to temper his divine body. The awakening of these spirit guardians wasn't something to rush. For now, improving his own strength was the priority. Admittedly, Luofeng currently had a relatively large amount of divine flame. However, these divine flames couldn't be used directly. He needed the mysterious seed as an intermediary. The amount of divine flame liquid he could use depended entirely on how powerful this mysterious seed was. Before acquiring divine flame, Luofeng never imagined he'd end up surrounded by so many items that required it. As Luofeng was thinking these things through, the other person, Xie Shou, wasn't idle either. Both of them were rapidly recovering their internal energies. Xiao Bao had already retrieved a divine flame stone and was quickly replenishing his own supply of divine flame. Previously, Xiao Bao might have asked Luofeng whether he needed a divine flame stone to recover his divine flame energy. However, after spending such a long time alongside Luofeng, he had long been overwhelmed by how much divine flame Luofeng possessed. So far, He had never seen Luofong run low on divine flame. At this point, he even had the urge to ask Luofong how he managed to accumulate so much divine flame. But ultimately, he restrained this impulse. He didn't voice such a personal question. Normally, the amount of divine flame contained within a being's body was a matter of great significance, something one would never share with others, not even with someone extremely close. It was precisely because Xiao Bao thought of this that he didn't speak up to ask. Otherwise, it would have become awkward, which would not have been good. For a time, silence filled the black sphere. Seeing that everyone else remained quiet, he had nothing more to say either. It was better to focus on improving his own strength. If they happened to encounter even more powerful monsters, that would be extremely troublesome. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Luofong and the others had finally emerged from between the two snow-white cloud mountains. During that time, Luofong had specifically gone out to reinforce and restore the cloud. These white liquids had also caused some damage to the cloud itself. Each time the cloud was nearly destroyed, Luofong would step out to repair it. Fortunately, everything had gone smoothly without incident. Finally, Luofong and the others were safe. Luofong put the black sphere away. The three of them now appeared on top of the cloud. Not far away was their target, the portal. At this moment, Luofong turned his head to look behind. He noticed that the black dragon was still fighting with He Xianhu. The scene was truly spectacular. Both were extremely powerful existences among level 7 beings. For now, neither could gain the upper hand. If He Xianhu ignored the black dragon and flew straight toward them, he would certainly be attacked by the dragon, suffering serious injuries as a result. Therefore, he could only continue fighting like this. If it were only this, he wouldn't mind engaging in a proper battle with the black dragon. Normally, he greatly enjoyed fighting against powerful opponents. But right now wasn't the right time, especially since weaker creatures had already reached the portal's entrance. Now, he could only watch from a distance, which made him feel incredibly frustrated. At this moment, as the black dragon glanced toward the portal, he happened to notice Luofong watching him, and Luofong even made a goodbye gesture. Seeing this, He Xianhu nearly became so enraged he spat blood. If he weren't a higher level being, he might have suffered serious consequences from just losing focus momentarily. Chapter 505, The Great Prairie. He had just been hit by the black dragon. Now he really wanted to rush over and beat Luofong to a pulp. Unfortunately, there was absolutely nothing he could do. There was still a black dragon blocking his path. This only made him even angrier. As a result, his attacks against the black dragon became even more forceful. At this moment, Luofong didn't think much and directly brought them to the side of the portal. Looking at the massive portal in front of him, Luofong said indifferently, "We'll enter from here. You probably already know. Once we enter, the creatures inside are very likely to be separated during teleportation. If we get the chance, let's meet again. Now quickly go inside." When Xiao Bao heard this, he wasn't surprised. Previously, he had already encountered Xiao Huang and his pet Nyonyo inside another checkpoint. At that time, they had passed through the portal together. But Xiao Huang and Nyonyo had disappeared. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and simply said, "All right, then we'll meet again if destined. I'll go first." Xiao Bao's body stepped into the portal and vanished. Seeing Xiao Bao disappear, Luofong turned his attention to Tang Xiuwei. Since they had already successfully tested it the first time, there was no need for them to take the risk of entering the portal together. With a wave of his hand, Qianren appeared and blocked the animal's view behind them, so they wouldn't notice what Luofong was secretly doing here. Otherwise, they might spot Tang Xiuwei taking out the 9-colored crystal pagoda, after which her body vanished. Such a treasure capable of storing living beings could only be considered a divine artifact. Even the jade blade in the Black Heart Tiger's possession was not a divine artifact. It could only be classified as a half-divine artifact. Without the assistance of a true god, it would be extremely difficult to transform into a divine artifact. If he saw that Luofong had such a divine artifact in hand, he certainly wouldn't remain as casual and indifferent as before. Luofong was precisely anticipating the occurrence of such a scenario. After Qianren became an obstruction, Tang Xiuwei took out her 9-colored crystal pagoda. She handed it to Luofong and said, "Then I'll go inside first. If you need anything, contact me." Before the last words left her mouth, her figure had already disappeared. Luofong tightly gripped the 9-colored crystal pagoda and, along with Qianren, stepped into the portal. He wondered where this teleportation would lead them this time. It should probably be near the treasure by now. As Luofong was still pondering, a flicker appeared in his field of vision. The surrounding environment began to change. When Luofong finally saw the scene clearly, he was instantly stunned. He found himself standing on a grassland. An endless prairie spread before him. He could even spot some animals in the distance. This immediately piqued Luofeng's curiosity. What kind of checkpoint was this? Could it possibly expect him to look for the portal on this prairie? The prairie was so vast that searching for a portal would not be easy. Thinking this, Luofong took out his telescope and began scanning the surroundings. The telescope could see a remarkably long distance. But after Luofong finished scanning all around, his brows began to furrow. Though he spotted quite a few animals during this observation, even numerous high-level beasts, he found no trace of a portal. This left Luofong somewhat frustrated. Could it really be time to start running around aimlessly? Searching blindly like this, if he headed in the wrong direction, maybe even the opposite one, it would be truly embarrassing. Luofong pondered for a moment and decided it was best to bring out Tang Xiuwei first, to see if they could figure out a plan together. Soon, Luofong conveyed this idea to Tang Xiuwei. Upon receiving Luofeng's message, Tang Xiuwei didn't waste any time and immediately stepped out from the 9-colored crystal pagoda. After her exit, Luofong quickly informed her of everything that had happened. After listening to Luofeng's account, Tang Xiuwei's expression also darkened slightly. Thinking for a moment, she suggested, "Perhaps we can fly around in this environment? Otherwise, I'll summon Xiao Bai. He can carry us both while flying. That way, we can find the portal more quickly. The higher we go, the further we can see." Hearing Tang Xiuwei's suggestion, Luofong nodded and said, "That's worth a try. We don't really have any other ideas right now. Walking around aimlessly won't help either. Let's head up into the sky first and take a look." As soon as Luofong finished speaking, A very cute little white tiger appeared before them. In the next moment, the little white tiger transformed, its size growing into a massive white tiger. Seeing the white tiger's transformation, Luofong couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The ability to freely change size like that was truly a rare gift. Even Luofong needed potions to achieve such transformations. Sometimes, these transformations could produce unexpected effects during battle. The white tiger's body slowly descended and landed on the ground. It directly laid down on the surface. An ice staircase spread from the ground up onto the white tiger's back. Tang Shuoei smiled and said, "It's been so long since I obtained Baihu, but I haven't ridden him yet. Now, we can finally try it out and see how it feels." Luofong looked at the pure white tiger in front of him. Every part of its body was completely snow white. He smiled and replied, "Alright, I've never ridden a white tiger before either. I wonder what kind of experience this will be." Without even thinking, I'm sure it's much more comfortable than sitting on Xuanwu's back. Luofong didn't waste any time. He immediately climbed onto the white tiger's back along with Tang Shuoei. You don't know until you try. It was truly shocking. It was extremely comfortable, soft and smooth. It was more comfortable than anything Luofong had ever sat on before. Luofong couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected that riding your white tiger would feel this great. Looks like in the future, we should always use your white tiger for transportation." Hearing Luofeng's praise, Tang Shuoei happily replied with a smile, "There's absolutely no problem with that. My Baihu is also yours. You can ride him however you like. Now, we're going to start flying up." As Tang Shuoei finished speaking, the white tiger began to rise, flying upward into the sky. The altitude kept increasing. Although this wasn't Luofeng's first time flying in the air, it was always through various tools. So far, he still didn't own a single flying pet. This kind of experience was completely new to him. The white tiger soared freely in the sky. Luofong naturally didn't remain idle either. He took out his telescope and began scanning the surroundings. Using a telescope on the ground and in the sky were two completely different experiences. This time, Luofong had an even wider field of view. Chapter 506, There's a Treasure Below. Feng Luo's mood had just begun to turn slightly cheerful. But before he could even sustain a smile for long, his expression started to change. The smile on his face gradually vanished. Even his brows began to furrow. This was because, despite Feng Luo's keen observation over a vast distance, and the many things he had noticed, nowhere could he detect any sign of a portal. That made Feng Luo feel extremely uneasy. In a situation like this, not knowing in which direction he should fly was troubling. Based on the area Feng Luo had observed, they would at least need some time to fly through it. Tang Shuoei didn't have a telescope and couldn't see as far as Feng Luo, but even from high up in the air, merely relying on her naked eyes, she saw quite a wide range as well. She too had noticed the same change. With some confusion, she asked, "In which direction should we fly now?" When Feng Luo heard Tang Shuoei say this, he felt a bit helpless as well. He couldn't immediately make a decision. At the moment, he didn't know which direction to go either. If only he could meet a familiar creature here. Unfortunately, all the animals here were those commonly seen on the plains. Lions, tigers, leopards, etc. But continuing to waste time here wasn't a solution either. They definitely needed to take action. Feng Luo started thinking about which direction they should head. Before Feng Luo could finish thinking, suddenly his expression changed. He looked shocked and surprised. He had actually received a message from Yunqi Su. That was indeed an unexpected delight. Earlier, after Feng Luo and Yunqi Su had parted ways, he had considered trying to contact her via the chat channel, but the result came back indicating that communication was impossible. That was precisely why Feng Luo and the others were so worried about Yunqi Su. Now suddenly seeing Yunqi Su's message pop up, his heart was genuinely filled with excitement and exhilaration. Feng Luo said one sentence to Tang Shuoei. "Yunqi Su sent me a message. Let me ask her what's going on first. We can make our decision after that." When Tang Shuoei heard Feng Luo say this, her expression also revealed surprise. Then her expression shifted as she exclaimed excitedly, "She also sent me a message too. Let's first see if she is in danger. I wonder why we couldn't send her messages before." Hearing that Yunqi Su had also sent a message to Tang Shuoei, Feng Luo wasn't particularly surprised. Without any further delay, Feng Luo immediately opened the message sent by Yunqi Su. "I'll try if I can send a message now." To my surprise, I can actually send it successfully? That's truly wonderful. When Feng Luo saw Yunqi Su's two consecutive messages, he smiled slightly and replied, "What's going on your side? We tried sending you messages before, but they wouldn't go through. We had no idea what situation you were in. Have you encountered any danger?" After Yunqi Su received Feng Luo's message, she finally confirmed that messages could indeed be sent. At this moment, joy showed clearly on her face. She hadn't realized before. But after separating from Feng Luo not long ago, she already started missing him. When she first realized this condition, she even frightened herself a bit. It was something that had never happened to her before. In the past, she had always been solitary and independent. Besides avoiding thoughts of a guy, she had even kept her distance from them entirely. Now experiencing such a situation, she herself couldn't understand why. However, she didn't want to dwell on it now. She should first inform Feng Luo of her current situation. Yunqi Su started recording a voice message and began speaking. "To be honest, I don't exactly know what's going on either. When I separated from you all back then, I entered a checkpoint. From that moment on, I realized that I could no longer send messages to you. Until now, this has already been my third checkpoint. Just now I was excavating, and I took a short break to try sending you a message. I never expected it would actually work. Where are you guys now?" Upon hearing what Yunqi Su had said, Feng Luo fell into deep thought. Judging from her description, Feng Luo formed a preliminary hypothesis. It was probably that communication between players within different checkpoints was impossible. That's why they couldn't send messages before. Now that messages could be delivered successfully, one thing became evident. They might be in the same checkpoint. Thinking of this, Feng Luo couldn't help but become excited. If they were in the same checkpoint, didn't that mean that he and Yunqi Su would soon be able to meet? Of course, these were merely guesses from Feng Luo. The specific situation still required further verification. However, Feng Luo was quite confident in his own speculation. Thinking about it, Feng Luo continued to send messages to Yunqi Su, wanting to find out what exactly had happened. He had just heard something unusual. What kind of environment are you in now? Let me see if we are in the same checkpoint. But just now I heard you say you're excavating? What's going on with that? Right now, I'm above a vast grassland with Tang Shuawei. When Yunqi Su heard Feng Luo say this, a slightly surprised expression appeared on her face. She said excitedly, if you say so, then it's really possible that we are in the same checkpoint. When I first arrived here, I was also standing on a grassland like you. After some exploration later, I found a treasure chest. Inside the treasure chest was a clue indicating that the final treasure was underground. So, I began digging nonstop. So far, the treasure hasn't been found yet. I also encountered some dangerous situations. From what I've experienced in this period of time, the underground here isn't ordinary. There must really be a treasure hidden below. When Feng Luo heard Yunqi Su say this, he suddenly felt shocked. He hadn't expected the final treasure to actually be underground. It seemed like this really was the final checkpoint. Just moments ago he was up in the sky, now he must go underground. That couldn't be helped. Since the treasure was below ground, he could only do the same. However, this wouldn't stop Feng Luo. Underground might be dangerous. But Feng Luo had no need to worry about that, because with his X-ray talisman, he could directly see through the soil. This would save him a lot of trouble. Thinking about this, Feng Luo continued to send a message to Yunqi Su saying, we should indeed be in the same checkpoint. But it's so vast here, meeting up might be a bit difficult. You keep moving forward first. We're going down now. I'll find you. Feng Luo had already used the X-ray talisman to take a rough look, and discovered that beneath the land right under him there was something unusual. Chapter 507. I will be careful. There was no sign of Su Yunqi. It seemed it would take some time to find her. Luofong didn't waste any more time. He quickly relayed to Tang Shuawei what had transpired between him and Su Yunqi. Tang Shuawei understood what they were about to do next. Tang Shuawei let the white tiger land and looked down at the ground, surprised. She asked, are we going underground? Luofong smiled and replied, we don't have a choice. After all, the treasure is hidden underground. Let's get started. As he spoke, Luofong waved his hand and summoned the demon blade, Thousand Edges. Originally, he had intended to summon the Ice Wolf King to assist with the digging. After all, more hands meant lighter work. But then he reconsidered. The Ice Wolf King was so large. Having it dig a tunnel of this scale would be quite wasteful. In the end, Luofong decided not to summon the Ice Wolf King. Instead, he let it soak in his spatial ring. Looks like he'd have to do it himself. Luofong looked at the white tiger next to him and said, let your white tiger help too. If we three work together, we'll dig faster. Tang Shuawei didn't refuse. She knew at a time like this, there was no need to be overly polite. After all, it was just digging dirt, nothing too significant. The white tiger, upon hearing Luofeng's words, looked a little unwilling. It was a white tiger, after all, and now it had to dig? If word got out, it would definitely be a huge embarrassment among tigers. But seeing its master had already started digging, it could only join in. So, a rather peculiar sight unfolded. Two people and a white tiger squatted low, sticking their behinds up as they dug into the earth. The three of them dug extremely fast. In the real world, you'd have to carry the dug-up soil to the surface. But here, they could simply place it into their spatial rings. Very soon, they had already dug over 100 meters downward. As the depth increased, the soil became progressively harder to dig through. At this depth, the soil had become quite solid and dense. In the beginning, they only needed to apply a little force to break through. Now, strength alone wasn't enough. Some energy was required. Furthermore, this 100-meter descent wasn't straight down. They changed directions several times along the way. That was made possible by Luofong using his X-ray talisman. Underground was far from peaceful. There were many traps, poisonous gases, wild beasts, mists, and so on. Anyone unaware of these dangers who charged straight and would not fare well. Luofong could avoid these dangers beforehand. Some traps could seriously injure you if you weren't careful, even if you didn't die. This was no joke. Having reached this stage, even a rank 6 creature wouldn't easily survive some of these traps. Luofong didn't dwell on it. He just kept digging straight down. Through his X-ray talisman, he had already detected a tunnel further down. Once they reached the tunnel, they could proceed together through it. He wondered whether the end of this tunnel would lead to the final treasure. Still, one thing puzzled Luofong. This was supposed to be the treasure of the divine dragon. Why would it be underground? Could it be an earth dragon? After digging for a total of 3 hours, they finally reached that tunnel. Looking at the tunnel before him, Luofong exhaled deeply and said, finally made it. I almost died from exhaustion. In the final stretch, I had to use the power of divine fire just to break through the surrounding soil. Someone below rank 6 trying to enter this tunnel would likely fail even after days of effort. This is really too difficult. Alright, let me check on Su Yunqi's situation now. I wonder where she is. Looks like we'll have to go find her. Otherwise, with her strength, she won't make it into the tunnel. With that thought, Luofong prepared to send a message to Su Yunqi. But before he could send it, suddenly, a message came through from Su Yunqi. Luofong casually opened it. It was a voice message. I just encountered a portal and entered it, and found myself inside a tunnel. Where are you now? I've noticed the soil here is getting harder and harder. Every time I continue digging, it's extremely difficult. This portal appeared just in time. But, I'm not quite sure where I am now. When Luofong heard Su Yunqi's words, he was instantly stunned. He truly hadn't expected this at all. Su Yunqi's luck was this good, actually encountering a portal. This made Luofong envious enough to tear up. This was treatment he, as someone with notoriously bad luck, could never experience. Still, this was a good thing. Without the portal, Su Yunqi really wouldn't have had any chance of entering the tunnel. This way, there was a decent possibility they might meet in the same place. Thinking this, Luofong sent Su Yunqi a message saying, we also just arrived inside a tunnel. You just keep walking along the tunnel. Who knows, we might meet at the end of it. Be careful. If you encounter any danger, you can tell me. By the way, I have some divine fire liquid here. Take it first. If you run into a dangerous situation, you can use it. Divine fire liquid X10 trade none. Luofong gave Su Yunqi the divine fire liquid to enhance her ability to protect herself. Divine Fire Liquid was truly a remarkable item. Even creatures below rank 6 could use it freely. It was far more useful than pure Divine Fire. Ordinary animals simply couldn't utilize Divine Fire. If Luofong could sell Divine Fire Liquid, it would certainly spark a huge frenzy among cultivators. Even creatures below rank 6, who had no means of obtaining it, would desperately want it. Beings at rank 6 or higher would also highly desire this Divine Fire Liquid. When Su Yunxi saw what Luofong had sent her, she was momentarily stunned, not knowing what it was. This was the first time she had even heard of such an item. She knew, though, that anything Luofong gave her wouldn't be simple. After accepting it, she began to examine the description of the Divine Fire Liquid. What she didn't know wouldn't trouble her, but what she found upon reading nearly shocked her. This item was actually meant for beings of rank 6 cultivation. How valuable was this item really? It was terrifyingly priceless. Chapter 508, The 7th Day Reward, Mind Reading Talisman. For a moment, she didn't even react. The Divine Flame Liquid that Luofong had given her was truly too precious. During the past few days she had spent with Luofong, every item he gave her was extremely valuable. If this were revealed outside, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. If it was just one drop, that would be understandable. But now he had actually given her 10 drops of Divine Flame Liquid. It was simply too much. She was just about to speak up and return some of it to Luofong. However, just as her mouth opened, she suddenly stopped. In her mind, she recalled some of Luofeng's abilities. Perhaps this Divine Flame Liquid wasn't that big of a deal in Luofeng's hands. If she insisted on returning some, it might seem impolite. She thought about it again and ultimately decided not to speak. After Su Yunxi properly stored the Divine Flame Liquid, she said, "All right, I will make sure to stay safe. I will continue deeper into the passage. You two also need to be careful." After giving some instructions to Su Yunxi, Luofong didn't say much else. He needed to start figuring out which way to go next. Because right in front of him, the passage branched into two directions. Another moment for making a choice had arrived. Facing this situation, Luofong could only take out his telescope to observe. It was much more convenient and efficient this way. Soon, Luofong had examined both directions of the passage. That gave him a clear idea of which way to go. One direction of the passage led to a stone door. The other direction led to a portal. And standing in front of the portal was a monster guarding it. The answer was obvious. Luofong would naturally choose the location with the portal. The direction with a portal must indicate something significant ahead. Just not long ago, Su Yunxi had arrived at the passage through a portal. Luofong was simply curious about where this portal inside the passage might lead. Of course, there was no way to know by simply watching from here. Only by personally stepping through could he find out what awaited beyond. Thinking about it, Luofong turned to Tang Xuewei beside him and said, "Let's head this way. There's a portal ahead, along with a level 6 monster waiting for us. Let's see what's behind the portal." Upon hearing Luofeng's words, Tang Xuewei didn't say much. She had long since gotten used to following Luofeng's lead. So, the two of them started heading toward the portal. As they drew closer to the treasure, Luofeng's mood significantly improved. He was quite excited now, curious about what the final treasure might be. So far, just the rewards collected along the way had already benefited Luofong immensely. Luofeng's choice to go through the portal path had another reason. He had his eye on that level 6 monster. This was a great chance to obtain more Divine Flame. He had already realized the importance of Divine Flame. Naturally, he wanted to seize the opportunity to collect more. Otherwise, once he left this dragon's relic, it wouldn't be easy to find such opportunities again. Besides, even if he encountered some level 6 humans, he couldn't just kill them recklessly. If Luofong killed someone simply because he wanted their Divine Flame, he'd likely be swarmed and beaten severely. As Luofong was pondering how he would kill this level 6 monster, suddenly, a voice rang in his mind. This was a voice he had been eagerly awaiting for a long time. "Ding! Congratulations on completing daily check-in. Received the 7th day reward. 1 legendary mind reading talisman. Duration 10 minutes. Received legendary mind reading talisman. Plus 10 minutes. 10,000-fold bonus. Received mythical mind reading talisman. Plus 100,000 minutes." Hearing the sound and the check-in reward, Luofeng's face showed a very happy smile. Finally, the day has come. Luofong had been waiting so long, nearly until the flowers withered. He never expected that he would complete the check-in under these circumstances, which meant it was already past midnight, 12 o'clock. Had it really been so long since he entered this dragon's relic? However, Luofong wasn't that surprised. This was actually within his expectations. Before entering here, there hadn't been much time left until midnight. Luofong no longer dwelled on that. He started focusing on the mind-reading talisman in his hand. Just by hearing the name of this item made Luofong feel shocked. Could it really be that legendary mind-reading talisman? If it was truly what he suspected, it would truly be too overpowered. As Luofeng's thought arose, a data panel appeared before his eyes. Mind-reading talisman. Rarity, legendary. Duration, 100,000 minutes. Description. As the name suggests, this talisman allows the user to read the innermost thoughts of any living being without being noticed. Can only be used on beings below divine rank. Attempting to use it on divine rank beings will likely result in detection and failure. After Luofong finished reading the talisman's attribute description, his eyes had already widened dramatically. This was actually real? In this world, there truly existed such an item? If that was the case, then it was truly overpowered? Luofong didn't know just how powerful this mind-reading talisman actually was. If it could read all of someone's thoughts, that would be extremely terrifying. With such a great item in hand, Luofong naturally couldn't resist the urge to try it out. As for the test subject, he had one right next to him, Tang Xuewei. Since Luofong had already made his decision, he didn't waste any time. He immediately used the mind-reading talisman on Tang Xuewei. After successfully activating the talisman, directly in Luofeng's mind, some information immediately appeared. Earlier, Luofong said there's a level 6 monster ahead. I wonder if I can handle a level 6 monster. I'm only level 3 now. It might be difficult to deal with a level 6 monster. I should focus on leveling up as soon as possible. It won't take long, at most an hour, and my level will reach level 4. I hope that by then, I can provide much more help to Luofong. I wonder when I'll get to see my younger sister again. She's all alone in that place. I wonder how she's doing. Luofong listened for a while and obtained quite a lot of information. These were the thoughts currently running through Tang Shuowei's mind. At this moment, Luofong was finally certain about the effectiveness of the mind-reading talisman. This ability was truly too powerful. In the future, whenever Luofong encountered other creatures, he could easily know what thoughts those creatures held toward him. Chapter 509, The Power of the Green Hat. It's easy to tell whether someone is good or bad just by looking. This time, he really obtained an excellent item. It was a bit of a pity, though, it could only be used on creatures below the divine level. If only it could also be used on divine level beings. That would have been truly delightful. After all, imagine not being able to defeat someone, yet knowing exactly what they were thinking inside. It might just reveal some of their weaknesses. Of course, this ability wasn't just useful for battling others. Sometimes, secrets hidden deep in a person's heart could also be extremely valuable. Luofong carefully stored the mind-reading talisman away. This would surely bring him tremendous benefit in the future. Putting that thought aside, Luofong now had to face off against a level 6 monster. Although he had just been testing the new item's function, his walking speed had not decreased at all. Soon, he arrived not far from the portal. Before the portal sat a huge snake. This was a level 6 venomous snake. And why could Luofong tell it was poisonous? Even without checking the snake's attribute panel, he could guess. The reason was very simple. It was a green snake. From head to toe, entirely green. As if it had been created purely out of green pigment. If someone said this green snake had no poison, that it was just green because it had always been vegetarian. Not even ghosts would believe that. Out of respect for his opponent, Luofong decided to check what kind of attributes the green snake had. As the thought arose in his mind, an attribute panel appeared before him. Green snake. Level 6. Description. Just by looking at its green color, you can tell it is a very healthy snake. Originally, this snake was not green at all. Once, it discovered that it had been greened. And strange, unknown changes began to occur. Its entire body turned green. Notes. Because of some special experiences, green strongly dislikes couples appearing in front of it. If a couple is found, its combat power will increase by 100%. It will fight with all its might just to kill any couple it sees. Therefore, if couples encounter green, it's best to run away as quickly as possible. After reading the green snake's attribute description, Luofong nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. There are actually creatures like this? This was truly too bizarre. When others get greened, they only end up with a green hat. This snake, however, transformed its entire body into green. The world is truly vast, and there is no lack of wonders. Before Luofong could even finish his reflections, the green snake noticed Luofong and Tang Shuowei coming out, and immediately lifted its green head. Its pair of glowing green eyes stared furiously at the two of them. Thick green energy had begun to rise from the snake's body. It looked as if it wanted to swallow both of them alive. Luofong was shocked by the snake's intense reaction. Was it really necessary to be this extreme? They had just met, and it was already reacting so violently. Those who didn't know the truth might think that he was the one who had greened the snake. Luofong had often watched Madam White Snake before, but he wasn't some wild, reckless hero. He wasn't into such eccentric tastes. If it could transform into human form, maybe he could consider it. But as it was now, Luofong couldn't accept it at all. He quickly pushed such unrealistic thoughts aside, because the green snake had already begun rapidly gliding toward them. Seeing how aggressively it was charging, Luofong dared not be careless in the slightest. An ice-fire divine lotus formed in front of her. It immediately shot toward the green snake. At the same time, in the sky above, a large number of snowflakes began drifting down. The snowflakes swiftly flew toward the green snake as well. That was Tang Shuowei's attack. Although Tang Sui's current attack power wasn't enough to kill a level 6 monster, it could still cause it some damage. Soon, their attacks collided with the green snake. A loud boom echoed. An intense explosion erupted. Several wounds appeared on the snake's head. However, the ice-fire divine lotus hadn't outright killed the green snake. Seeing this, Luofong was momentarily stunned. The divine lotus he had just used contained a fusion of grade 5 divine fire liquid. Its power was naturally quite formidable. Before, Luofong had thought that a single lotus would be enough to kill the green snake. But now it seemed he had underestimated the snake's strength. There was indeed some truth to an old saying. Once you go green, you also become strong. That might very well be the case for this green snake. Otherwise, how could a level 6 snake survive an attack from 5 drops of divine fire liquid without dying outright? That it didn't die was one thing, but not even suffering severe injuries was simply unreasonable. Just as Luofong was thinking this, the green snake had already become extremely furious. Originally, it had already disliked the sight of this couple before it. Now, it was even being attacked by them. This was absolutely unbearable. The divine fire inside its body had already been completely activated. Earlier, it had merely used a bit of its divine fire. Now, the situation had become completely uncontrollable. All its life, it hated couples the most. At once, powerful energy erupted from its body. In this state, even facing a level 7 creature, it showed not the slightest fear. Its combat power had already reached level 7. The green snake opened its mouth wide, revealing a pair of green fangs, and quickly slithered toward Luofong. Seeing this situation, Luofong smiled slightly and said, "Today, I'll take you as an appetizer. My green hat has almost rusted away inside my spatial ring. It's the perfect chance to absorb some energy." As the green snake was about to fly toward him, a sudden flash of green light appeared in Luofeng's right hand, revealing a green hat. Without hesitation, Luofong flung the green hat directly toward the green snake's head. The green snake, seeing this item, tried to bite it. But Luofong was a man with mental powers. With a thought, the green hat immediately flew straight onto the snake's head. Then, a shocking scene occurred. The green snake, which had been ready to attack, suddenly froze in place. Its head tilted sideways, and it collapsed directly onto the ground. Lying motionless, it didn't move at all. This sudden turn of events startled both Luofong and Tang Shuowei. Tang Xuewei had no idea what ability the green hat possessed. Before this, she had seen Luofong use it a few times, but Luofong always held it in his hand after taking it out. Chapter 510 Stop. Let me do it. It wasn't aimed directly at the opponent's head, although she was a citizen of Huaxia and knew exactly what the green hat symbolized. Still, she never expected the green hat could actually be used like this. That was truly outrageous. As for why Luofong was also shocked at this situation, the reason was quite simple. This was the first time he had used the green hat on an animal. Truth be told, the effect was indeed amazing. The powerful green snake had been instantly subdued. This green hat's power was truly beyond imagination. If Luofong had to fight a level 6 green snake, he might have needed to spend considerable time and energy. But thinking it through, Luofong quickly figured it out. It couldn't be blamed on the green hat being too strong. The green hat simply had a special preference. After all, the green hat loved green energy. And look at the snake. Its entire body radiated green energy. While usually, people would only get a little green energy on their heads. But this time, the snake's appearance made the green hat extremely happy. The green hat hadn't eaten for a long time. This was truly a classic. No business for 3 years, and then a feast lasting another 3. These green energies could boost the green hat's power. Then Luofong saw how the green energy on the snake's body was being rapidly absorbed by the green hat. It wasn't just the energy on the body. Even the energy on its head was being absorbed. Usually, ordinary humans could hardly perceive the subtle green energy present on a creature's head. If it wasn't for Luofong possessing the legendary green hat, he wouldn't have noticed such energy either. As he watched the green energy quickly draining from the snake's body, a sudden realization struck Luofong. His expression changed. He immediately shouted, "Stop! Let me do it!" Coming out of his previous shock, he realized something very serious. He hadn't gotten his hands on it yet. Only after going through his own hands could he maximize the benefits of the spoils. Fearing that he might miss out, Luofong quickly stopped the green hat's action. Although slightly unwilling, the green hat immediately ceased its work. Luofong didn't let the green hat separate from the snake's body yet. Otherwise, the snake would regain movement, which would significantly increase the difficulty of killing it. So Luofeng's choice was clear. Take advantage of its current unconsciousness to end its life. A fire lotus flew toward the snake's head. The green snake didn't resist at all. Its head was blown to pieces. Green liquid and fragments splattered everywhere. Seeing that even the insides were so green, Luofong couldn't help but gasp. For a moment, he even felt pity for the snake, wondering what exactly had happened to it in life. How rare it was for something to be this green. Truly unusual. It was better to let the snake end its painful existence as soon as possible. Now, perhaps someone may raise a question. Isn't the saying, strike the snake at its vital spot? Would Luofong possibly be unaware of such a common knowledge? To those who would ask such a question, Luofong could only say, "You're just too young." That strategy works only when you have no other means to deal with the snake. It was like hitting a person. Everyone knows that hitting the heart can kill instantly. But if Luofong could completely destroy the enemy's head with one strike, rendering it blind and lifeless, then that would also work. Since Luofong had already blown the snake's head off, he had nothing to worry about. After the snake's head exploded, the green hat's effect also vanished. Because the green hat had to be worn on the head, once the snake lost its head, the effect was naturally gone. At this point, the snake had no head, but wasn't entirely dead yet. Its body continued to wriggle violently. Seeing this, Luofong casually sent another fire lotus. The snake's body was cut in half once again. After a few spasms, the snake finally died. Luofong approached the snake and picked up its remains. A very familiar voice suddenly appeared in Luofeng's mind. Obtained level 6 green snake, +1. Obtained level 6 divine fire, +20. 10,000 times reward. Obtained level 6 green snake, +100,000. Obtained level 6 divine fire, +2 million. This. Seeing a total of 2 million threads of divine fire, Luofong nearly lost his composure. That was quite a large amount. It was certainly more than what could be contained in a divine life form. With such divine fire, Luofong could become a true god. Even forging a god body ahead of time would pose no issue. Yet, Luofong dared not easily reveal such a treasure. Even Luofong himself, upon hearing that such people existed, would want to get his hands on them. Now, Luofong was beginning to doubt. What exactly was the origin of this divine millionfold reward system? At first, he had guessed it might have been something created by a god. But now, it seemed things weren't that simple. It must be related to the emergence of this ocean survival world. Otherwise, just through shocking value alone, enabling an item to evolve and even create multiple copies of itself. This could only be described as a divine miracle. Luofong didn't dwell on it further. He directly retracted the green hat and placed it into his spatial ring. On top of the green snake's corpse, now piled like a green mountain. Let the green hat fully absorb this immense green energy. With so much green energy, the green hat should receive a massive enhancement. Today's performance had truly impressed Luofong. When encountering certain specific animals or items, it produced unexpected effects. Looks like in the future, Luofong needed to carefully study the various tools he obtained. He had gathered too many tools. So many, in fact, that he couldn't even remember exactly how many different items he possessed. But now wasn't the time to think about that. He had to refocus his attention on the portal in front of him. Luofong was currently considering a question, whether he should still allow Tang Xuewei to enter the 9-colored Deep Pagoda. This was a small portal, probably without the function of random teleportation. Still, Luofong couldn't be certain. If by accident, he and Tang Xuewei were separated, based on their recent encounter with the level 6 green snake. If Tang Xuewei were alone and encountered a level 6 creature, she definitely wouldn't be able to defeat it. As Luofong was pondering, beside him, Tang Xuewei's face was filled with astonishment. This time, her eyes were truly opened, her perspective greatly broadened. Such a combat method actually existed. She seemed to recall something, and with some confusion, said, "That green hat you obtained back then from the green treasure chest, it was actually this powerful? If only we could encounter more such treasure chests." Chapter 511, The Imprisoned Goblin. Hearing Tang Xue's words, Luofeng smiled slightly and said, I didn't expect this green hat to be so impressive either. In the future, if there's a chance, it might be worth using again. You shouldn't casually talk about wishes though. There's a real chance of encountering a special treasure chest again. Because Tang Xue's talent was wish comes true. Luofeng had experienced it several times and naturally knew how powerful her gift was. Therefore, he always felt somewhat sensitive about the things she said. Who knows when they might actually come true. Luofeng hoped that Tang Xue wouldn't use this ability too often. If she accidentally overused it, the consequences would be very severe. If it were merely a matter of consuming lifespan, Luofeng could provide for that. But if it involved other things, like emotions, memories, body parts, and so on, he would be helpless. In the movies, novels, and animes Luofeng had seen before, there were often ridiculous plots involving emotional loss or memory loss. Whenever he saw such scenes, he could only feel like vomiting, nothing else. He would never allow such things to happen. Thinking about this, Luofeng continued. Shall we proceed as planned, with me sending you into the 9-colored Tui Pagoda first? Or should we just walk straight in together? I'm still a bit worried. If we get separated, what then? Hearing Luofeng's words, Tang Xue fell into contemplation. After a moment, she looked at him and said, the portal here probably won't lead to that kind of situation. Even if it does, it doesn't matter much. My strength is increasing rapidly. Even if I encounter a level 6 creature, I can buy some time. I won't get defeated in a single clash. Let's just hold hands and walk into the portal together. As Tang Xue became stronger, she didn't intend to rely on Luofeng too much anymore. She had had this mindset for a long time. When she was with Luofeng, she hoped to offer him some help. She had never wanted to be just a decorative figure. But things didn't always go as she wished. Luofeng constantly challenged opponents beyond his level, and each time, he was incredibly powerful. It left her unable to assist at all. She had originally thought that obtaining an S-rank talent would help her keep pace with Luofeng. Later, she realized that without inheriting the snow goddess's legacy, she probably would have long been left far behind Luofeng. Now, having made some small progress, she naturally didn't want to rely on Luofeng too much anymore. Even Su Yunqi acted independently. She certainly didn't need to stay glued to Luofeng's side. That was exactly what Tang Xue was thinking. Seeing Tang Xue's determined expression, even without using the mind-reading talisman, Luofeng knew what she was thinking. Since she had already decided this, Luofeng didn't say anything else. He simply extended his right hand, took her left hand gently, and said, let's go inside. Hand in hand, Luofeng and Tang Xue walked into the portal. As their vision flickered briefly, a completely new environment appeared before them. This was an extremely vast space. Luofeng felt the hand he held in his right hadn't vanished, and he exhaled in relief. Although he supported Tang Xue's thoughts and decisions, he still felt some concern about letting her, with only level 3 strength, roam around independently in such a place. She wasn't quite like Su Yunqi. Su Yunqi could transform into anything, so as long as she was slightly cautious, there wouldn't be significant danger. Tang Xue, on the other hand, had no particularly effective survival techniques. Now that she had followed him in, Luofeng didn't dwell on it much further, and instead shifted his attention to the surroundings. One glance was enough to reveal something shocking. Luofeng noticed a number of familiar old faces once again. Pipish, Xiaoyu, Xiaowang, and Niu. From their current positioning, Pipish was alone on one side, forming one faction by himself. The other 4 creatures were grouped together on the other side. If only that was all, Luofeng wouldn't have found it particularly strange. After all, they were already very close to the treasure. It was completely normal for everyone to gather here. However, when Luofeng saw a very unfamiliar creature between these 2 factions, his expression subtly changed. Based on his experience from past movies and shows, this should be a goblin. And not just any goblin, but an imprisoned one. This made Luofeng feel very confused. Why would an imprisoned goblin appear here? With curiosity, he approached in this direction. Naturally, Luofeng's arrival drew the attention of these creatures. The animals, including Xiaoyu, were still happy to see Luofeng coming. After all, they had interacted with him before and could sense that Luofeng was a relatively friendly human. He might not necessarily help them fight against enemies, but he wouldn't do anything particularly evil either. Otherwise, they might be in danger. Because not long ago, they had already fought a battle with Pai Shi. Pai Shi hadn't gained any advantage, so he gave up on the fight. This time, Luofeng's arrival increased their confidence. They were delighted. However, Pai Shi was certainly not happy. Originally, when he saw only Xiaoyu appearing alone here, he wanted to kill Xiaoyu right on the spot. Who knew that the sudden appearance of a yellow sponge, along with a snail, would actually come to Xiaoyu's aid and fight him together. All 3 of them were level 6 creatures, and their strength was quite formidable. For a while, Pai Shi couldn't manage to kill Xiaoyu. Seeing the situation, Pai Shi could only temporarily abandon his plan to kill Xiaoyu. His current large body size was entirely due to the dragon crystal, but he couldn't use the dragon crystal's power for a long time either. Once he used too much, his body would become unbearably itchy. If such a situation occurred in this environment, it would definitely not be good for him. Now 2 humans had appeared, which made him feel somewhat threatened. It would be quite difficult for him to deal with 5 level 6 creatures at the same time, especially those particularly powerful ones among level 6 beings. So far, he still didn't know exactly how strong the 2 humans in front of him were. He could sense divine energy from Tang Xue, and from Luofeng, he could feel powerful divine firepower. In short, these 2 humans were definitely not easy targets. Chapter 512, The Goblin's Other Identity. However, Pippy Snake was at most wary of these few animals. He wasn't afraid of them teaming up against him. If such a situation occurred, he would immediately activate the full power of the dragon crystal. Not enough to kill all 5 of them, but at least a few. The corresponding consequences would be extremely severe. Unless absolutely necessary, Pippy Snake would never resort to such a move. When Luofeng approached, Xiao Huang spoke first. I didn't expect to meet you here. By the way, where's your pet giant turtle? I don't see it. Xiao Huang's purpose for coming here was very simple. He was just here to play. Therefore, he had no strong desire to obtain the treasure and naturally had no enemies either. If he hadn't known that Pippi Snake was a wicked snake, he wouldn't have even helped Xiao Yu. Hearing what the yellow sponge said, Luofong smiled and replied, "My turtle is too big. The entrance was too small to fit through, so I put it away. What's going on here? Why is there a goblin locked up? Did you find anything after arriving here early?" Upon hearing Luofeng's words, the yellow sponge glanced toward the goblin imprisoned in the nearby dungeon and said, "We haven't been here for very long. Before that, we were in a battle with Pippi Snake. We just stopped fighting and had a few words with this goblin. He says he came here searching for treasure and was captured and locked up. He wants us to release him. After he gets out, he'll give us some treasures as a reward and even guide us to the final treasure. Right now, we're about to ask how he can be rescued." Pippi Snake didn't say much upon seeing and hearing Luofong and the yellow sponge's conversation. In fact, he also wanted to know how the goblin could be rescued. However, Pippi Snake was no kind soul, and he didn't completely believe the goblin's story. Suddenly a goblin appearing here was certainly highly suspicious, but he wasn't particularly worried either. As long as it wasn't an encounter with an 8th level creature, there generally wouldn't be much danger. The goblin was only level 6, don't even think about trying any tricks in front of him. Previously, he had already checked the surroundings thoroughly without detecting anything unusual. It seemed that the key clue to getting out of here lay with this goblin. Pippi Snake began thinking about how to handle the upcoming situation. At this moment, Luofong heard what the yellow sponge said but didn't rush to respond. He fell into deep thought instead. Another treasure seeker who got caught, this goblin? Luofong glanced at the goblin, noting its level 6 strength. Its appearance here, imprisoned, made him wonder whether its story was true or false. Previously, Luofong would have had no way to discern if the goblin was lying. But now, things were different. He now possessed a mind-reading talisman, and no creature could hide its lies from him. Unless, of course, it were a divine-level being. Luofong had also just scanned the surroundings and saw nothing strange. Nor did he detect any portals. Looks like he needed to have a good conversation with this goblin right here. Now Luofong arrived by the side of the yellow sponge. Looking at the goblin and then back at the yellow sponge, he smiled and said, "Then continue what you're doing. We can't just ignore someone in trouble. Let's save the goblin first." Hearing Luofeng's words, the yellow sponge wasted no time and immediately turned toward the goblin, saying, "These two humans are my friends. Their power is very strong. They can definitely rescue you. Now, you can tell us, what method could be used to save you?" No sooner had the yellow sponge finished speaking, before the goblin even opened its mouth to respond. Thoughts from the goblin suddenly appeared clearly in Luofeng's mind. Two humans came here. This time, it really is a feast waiting to happen. I haven't tasted humans in such a long time. I've nearly forgotten what humans even taste like. These two humans before me look especially delicious. Once I get out, I'll finally have a wonderful feast. Now I mustn't reveal any flaws. Luckily earlier, when I sensed movement, I quickly transformed into the appearance of a goblin. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to fool these animals. Having these animals around can also help me restore my strength. This time, I should be able to defeat that guardian. The final treasure will belong to me alone. Ha ha. All of this was the result Luofong obtained by using the mind-reading talisman. Upon learning this information, Luofong felt a sudden shock, not expecting that this goblin indeed had issues. To be precise, it shouldn't even be a goblin. As for exactly what kind of creature it was, Luofong couldn't identify. After all, nobody goes around thinking about their own identity. Just like a human, who would idly think to themselves, "I am a human." But from these thoughts alone, Luofong was already 100% certain. The goblin was definitely no good person. It spoke of nothing but devouring all these creatures. No wonder he had been imprisoned here. There must be a reason behind it all. Luofong didn't immediately expose the goblin's true intentions. Firstly, he wanted to see what the goblin was planning. Besides, the goblin seemed to truly know about the treasure, better to wait and see. Secondly, if Luofong directly announced everything he knew, others might not believe him. If he wanted the others to fully trust him, he couldn't very well say he possessed a mind-reading ability, could he? If these creatures knew Luofong had an item capable of reading minds, he feared they might attack him out of impulse. Such a tool capable of reading others' thoughts was simply too powerful. Fortunately, it wasn't a soul search talisman, which could directly reveal everything inside someone's mind. Luofeng's mind-reading talisman could only capture the thoughts someone was currently having. As for past experiences or previous thoughts, it couldn't read those at all. Even so, this current ability was already more than enough to satisfy Luofong. Unaware that his thoughts had already been exposed to Luofong, the goblin fell silent for a moment, then began to speak about the method for rescuing him. Even if he escaped, he wouldn't immediately clash with these creatures. He still needed them to help him with certain tasks. Without their help, his power was greatly weakened at the moment. Chapter 5:13. The way to rescue the goblin. If he were directly surrounded and attacked by these animals, it would be somewhat difficult. Thinking about this, he slowly spoke. Actually, the way for you to rescue me is very simple. You just need to find the key to the dungeon, and then you can save me. The key to the dungeon is on the body of a gold dragon. If you can kill the gold dragon, you will obtain a golden key. Then just use it to open this golden door. The goblin's words echoed into the ears of every creature present. When they heard that they would have to fight a level 7 golden dragon, they all felt a sense of difficulty. Whether it was Pippi Snake or Xiao Yu and the other creatures, they all slightly frowned. Pippi Snake clearly understood his own strength. Even though he now had the power of level 7, it was only through the enhancement of the dragon crystal. Asking him to kill a level 7 golden dragon was simply impossible. If he fully activated the power of the dragon crystal, it might be possible. However, once that happened, he might lose his fighting ability afterward. As for Xiao Yu and the others, when they heard they had to fight a level 7 golden dragon, they also felt immense pressure. Challenging someone above your level was always an enormous stress. As for Luofong, he didn't show much reaction. Right now, he was reading the goblin's mind. Inside the goblin's thoughts, this level 7 golden dragon is far too powerful. I wonder if these creatures can defeat it? It was this very dragon that captured me before. If I can eat this golden dragon, along with absorbing these creatures, I might have the chance to break through to level 8. Originally, I had the power of level 7, but after such a long time without absorbing any energy, my current strength is only that of an average level 7. However, now I intentionally displayed myself as level 6 in front of them. That way, they would lower their guard against me. When the time comes and we fight together, I wouldn't have to try too hard. Once they are about to defeat the golden dragon, I'll just swoop in and reap the rewards. After seeing the goblin's inner thoughts, Luofeng's expression slightly changed. So the goblin's true strength was actually at level 7? This was something Luofong had never expected. It seemed the goblin was truly formidable. Not only could he transform into others, but he could even change his level. Now Luofong was quite curious. What was the goblin's true form? At this moment, the goblin noticed the uneasy looks on everyone's faces and continued. You don't need to worry too much. Actually, you don't necessarily have to kill the level 7 golden dragon. The golden key is inside the golden dragon's mouth. As long as you can take the key from the dragon's mouth, it will be enough. Only that golden key can save me. Then I can guide you all to the exit out of here. But that gate, too, requires the golden key to open. So in any case, you must obtain that golden key. After hearing the goblin speak, the group immediately realized one thing. This goblin was not so simple. They also understood the meaning behind his words. Only the goblin knew where the exit was located. If they wanted to leave, they had to rescue him first. He was truly playing a waiting game. After hearing the goblin's words, Yellow Sponge didn't seem too worried. In fact, he appeared eager to proceed. He was basically immortal, practically impossible to kill, unless a divine-level creature intervened. That was why Yellow Sponge could afford to be reckless. Plus, he had a powerful pet called Nyo. Therefore, he had little to worry about. He immediately said, "Fine, then it's settled. We'll rescue you, and you can guide us to the treasure. Quickly tell us, how can we find this golden dragon you mentioned?" When the goblin heard Yellow Sponge speak, he did not immediately respond. Instead, he turned his gaze to the other animals and humans. The golden dragon was incredibly powerful. Only relying on a single level 6 creature would have no chance of success. He needed everyone's agreement. Xiaoyu said, "I have no objection. We can rescue you." Luofong was currently planning to take things one step at a time. He would wait for the goblin to open the exit first. If he exposed the goblin's identity too early, and the goblin refused to lead them out, that could become a problem. So far, everything the goblin said about leaving here had been true. Besides, Luofong had already used the mind-reading talisman and knew that finding the exit from here was quite difficult. Still, some special methods were required to make the golden door appear, and the goblin knew exactly how to do it. Therefore, Luofong couldn't afford to act rashly at this moment. Thinking about this, Luofong spoke emotionlessly. "I have no objection either. Just tell us the method quickly. I don't want to waste too much time here." Finally, it was Pippy Snake's turn to speak. Pippy Snake was extremely cunning, carefully analyzing every word the goblin had said. So far, he had detected some issues, but hadn't found anything serious yet. After a moment of deep thought, he said, "I also agree to help you. With so many of us together, a level 7 golden dragon shouldn't be a major problem." Receiving their replies, the goblin's face broke into a smile as he said, "Thank you all for agreeing to help. Once I get out safely, I will definitely repay your kindness. I suppose you all came here searching for treasures as well. I promise I can lead you straight to the treasure. No more words needed. Actually, the method to summon the golden dragon is very simple. All you have to do is attack this golden door. Then the golden dragon will appear. As for how to obtain the key from the golden dragon's mouth, that will depend entirely on your own actions." Hearing the goblin's explanation, everyone immediately understood what was going on. Yellow Sponge had already been eager to proceed, and without hesitation, rushed directly toward the golden door and launched an attack. With a loud bang, the golden door showed no reaction whatsoever. It didn't move even the slightest, and there was no reaction from the surroundings either. No golden dragon appeared as the goblin had claimed. Seeing such a quiet and motionless scene unfold before them, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Could it be that the goblin was lying to them? But that didn't make sense either. After all, just attacking the golden door would reveal the truth. At this moment, all the people turned their attention to the goblin. No words were needed to understand what they meant. Chapter 514, The Golden Dragon Emerges. "I just wanted to ask, Goblin, where is the golden dragon you mentioned?" Seeing this, the goblin gave an awkward smile and said, Actually, it's partly my fault. I didn't explain clearly just now. It's not like the golden dragon can appear with just any random attack. If that were the case, the golden dragon would have died from exhaustion long ago. Only an attack with sufficient power can summon the golden dragon. It's best if it contains the power of divine fire. Attacks below level 7 won't elicit any response at all." Hearing this, the Yellow Sponge suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed. So it wasn't that the goblin had lied. It was simply that his own attack had been too weak. That was truly quite embarrassing. Scratching his block-shaped head awkwardly, he said, "Well, why don't the rest of you give it a try? My attack power isn't very strong. I'm not good at attacking. If defense is needed later, feel free to call on me." Upon hearing this from the Yellow Sponge, Luofong smiled slightly and stepped forward, saying, "Let me handle it. The sooner we summon the golden dragon, the sooner we can obtain the golden key, rescue the goblin, and leave this place." Luofong had no intention of concealing his strength excessively. As soon as the battle started, he would definitely use his Icefire Divine Lotus. Moreover, he wanted all the present creatures to witness his power. Before long, they would be able to see the treasure. At that point, there would only be one standard regarding who deserved the treasure. Whoever was stronger could claim the treasure. Even if they divided it, the majority would still go to the stronger party. But how would others know you're strong? That was actually quite simple. As long as you demonstrated it during the battle, it would suffice. As Luofong thought, a fire lotus appeared before the crowd. It was an Icefire Divine Lotus imbued with grade 3 Divine Fire Liquid. As soon as the Icefire Divine Lotus appeared, it immediately drew everyone's attention. The onlookers sensed a tremendous power from the flower, especially the abundant divine fire energy contained within. Feeling these changes, the surrounding creatures' expressions subtly shifted. Although all the present creatures could unleash attacks of this level, such moves were already their ultimate techniques. Normally, they would never use so much divine fire in a single attack unless in a life or death battle. Under ordinary circumstances, a level 6 being could possess at most around 50 strands of divine fire. Even the strongest level 6 beings might reach 70 or so strands. As for creatures that possessed 80 to 90 strands of divine fire, they were extremely rare. Usually, such beings were already capable of holding their own against ordinary level 7 opponents. However, condensing divine fire was no easy task. To exceed the maximum number of strands one could store, achieving an increase of even a single strand within a month was already considered excellent. Although the divine fire can be restored after being consumed, the recovery speed wasn't rapid either. Because divine fire energy was not ordinary energy, it couldn't be converted from other types of energy. Without divine fire stones, the recovery effects would be greatly diminished. As for Luofeng's Ice Fire Divine Lotus, the amount of divine fire within it was already close to 10 strands. Could this not cause astonishment among the surrounding creatures? At this moment, none of them spoke much. They just wanted to see the effect of Luofeng's attack this time. That way, everyone could understand Luofeng's fighting strength better. Initially, the goblin had been rather relaxed and carefree. He had successfully tricked and controlled all these creatures, planning to kill them off eventually, just a matter of time. However, after witnessing Luofeng's Fire Lotus emerge, his expression subtly changed. If this Fire Lotus attacked his current level 6 body, it could probably kill him outright. Though he was originally a level 7 entity, coupled with his innate abilities making him highly sensitive to all types of energy, he couldn't possibly be mistaken. Could it be that this human before him also be a level 7? If that were true, then he would have to carefully devise a plan. Fighting 2 level 7 beings simultaneously, along with a large number of level 6 creatures, would be rather difficult. More importantly, he had been imprisoned here for many years and his power had significantly diminished. The goblin quickly began thinking through strategies. Just then, the Fire Lotus collided with the Golden Gate. With a loud boom, the Golden Gate seemed to tremble slightly. The powerful impact startled everyone. The force of the attack was indeed overwhelming. Whether they were level 7 or level 6 beings, the expressions on their faces all changed. Such a powerful and destructive attack. Even they dared not casually withstand it directly. Most of these creatures hadn't condensed divine bodies. Their physical forms were ordinary. If their bodies were struck directly, the consequences would be dire. It was essentially like 2 swordsmen fighting. Both used swords to strike and parry each other. No one would use their own body to collide with a sword. That would be practically suicidal. In the hands of these beings, divine fire was also a type of sword in a certain sense. However, this would change once they reached the divine realm. At that stage, divine beings would possess divine bodies. Even attacks from weaker beings wouldn't be able to break through their defenses. At this moment, everyone present had a new understanding of Luofeng's strength. Especially those few level 6 creatures. They had previously assumed Luofong was also at level 6, just like them. But judging just from that single attack, Luofeng's power was likely not so simple. Before these creatures had much time to think further, anomalous phenomena began occurring. Not far in front of the Golden Gate, in the center of this space, a golden magic formation appeared. Above it, vast amounts of golden energy surged and flowed. A golden dragon's silhouette began to rapidly take shape. Oh, grrrr. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, a golden dragon appeared in the air. The golden dragon's entire body was dazzlingly golden, as if entirely forged from gold. The first impression it gave was luxury and splendor. If one could bring this golden dragon back to the real world, just selling it as gold would yield a massive fortune. Judging from the golden dragon's size, a conservative estimate placed its weight at no less than 3,000 tons. 3,000 tons of gold. How much would that be worth? Now, the golden dragon before Luofong was practically a living treasure. The appearance of the golden dragon instantly captured everyone's attention. Chapter 5:15, taking the lead. For a moment, everyone began to feel somewhat nervous. After all, this was a genuine level 7 dragon. And not just any dragon, a golden dragon. Its combat power didn't need to be verified by the group to be known. It was clearly extremely formidable. At this moment, the goblin's voice rang out. Look, there's a golden key hanging from one of the golden dragon's teeth. Just grab it and get it out for me. Once I'm out, I can take you all with me. As for the golden dragon, if you want to deal with it, I can also offer assistance. I have an item here that can have some effect on the golden dragon. However, I'm currently imprisoned. There's simply no way for me to send the item out. When everyone heard the goblin speak like this, they were slightly surprised. They hadn't expected the goblin to still have some tricks up his sleeve. This also greatly boosted the group's morale. At this point, there was no turning back. The golden dragon had already been summoned. They had no choice but to fight. The golden dragon had already begun running toward them. These creatures were all ready to start the battle. Xiaoyu had already spat out several colorful bubbles. These bubbles contained abundant divine fire energy. And Xiaoyu immediately flew into one of the bubbles. He spoke, saying, "My bubbles can be used for attack, and also for defense. The defensive power of the bubbles is actually quite formidable. When the battle starts, I'll see if I can find an opportunity to get close to the golden dragon's mouth and take that golden key." The yellow sponge also said confidently, "Same with me. I'm not good at attacking, but when it comes to defense, I've never feared anyone. You guys focus on attacking, retrieving the key is my job. Even if I get swallowed by the golden dragon, it won't be a problem." The yellow sponge's true form was indeed a sponge, and one with a particularly unique constitution. Its hardness was extremely high. Ordinary creatures couldn't possibly cause it any damage. Luofong glanced at Pippy's snake nearby and smiled lightly. "I hope you're not just going to stand aside and watch idly. If we fail to obtain the golden key, none of us will be able to leave here. I think you probably don't intend to stay here for long either. Who knows, if something unfortunate related to you suddenly happens, that could be dangerous." When Pippy's snake heard Luofong speak like this, his heart trembled, and his expression clearly changed. The The fact that prolonged use of the dragon crystal would cause his body to itch severely wasn't known among many creatures. Even his subordinates were largely unaware of this issue. Probably only creatures like Xiao Yu and the others knew about it. Could it be that Xiao Yu had told Luofong this secret? Thinking about this, he suddenly turned his eyes towards Xiao Yu beside him. Clearly, he was very angry. Seeing this, Luofong didn't care too much about it. Ever since he first met Pippy Snake, he had suspected the snake might have such a weakness. Later on, Xiao LV and the others also confirmed this. Now, with the power of the mind-reading talisman, Luofong could tell that this was indeed true. Because just now, Pippy Snake had thought about this weakness multiple times. Thinking about this, Luofong continued. You don't need to know how I found out. You just need to fight well. From now on, as a level 7 creature, you should at least take the lead. After hearing Luofong say this, Pippy Snake's facial expression became extremely complicated. After some consideration, Pippy Snake didn't immediately attack Xiao Yu. Originally, having the yellow sponge and the snail causing trouble was already giving him a headache. Now there were two more humans, especially that Luofong, who was so powerful. Fighting Luofong and the others under these circumstances, he really didn't have full confidence. Thinking about this made Pippy Snake feel somewhat distressed. Although the dragon crystal had granted him great power, it had also imposed great restrictions. Such restrictions would only disappear once he became a true dragon. Therefore, no matter what, this time he must become a divine dragon. With these thoughts in mind, he turned his gaze toward the golden dragon. He had to leave here quickly. The longer he delayed, the more unfavorable it would be for him. After hearing Luofeng's words, he couldn't help but feel a slight itch on his body. He didn't waste any more time. Even without using the power of the dragon crystal, his strength was not weak. Energy started to gather from his body. He quickly slithered toward the golden dragon. You guys shouldn't hide either. Show all of your true abilities. This level 7 golden dragon is no weak opponent. How can I possibly defeat it on my own as just a snake? Although Pippy Snake was already moving forward to attack, he wasn't planning to fight with his full strength. The other creatures, seeing Pippy Snake had already advanced, no longer hesitated. They followed Pippy Snake and began moving forward. Luofong smiled slightly. A lotus of flame began to rapidly form in the air. This time, it was an ice fire divine lotus containing 5 drops of divine fire liquid. As soon as the lotus appeared, everyone immediately felt alarmed. One reason was because the lotus contained a tremendous amount of divine fire energy, nearly twice as much as the previous ones. The other reason was that Luofong had just released a fire lotus not long ago, and within less than a minute, he was releasing another one. This was truly difficult for the surrounding creatures to accept. For beings who had not yet become deities, using divine techniques definitely required a cooldown period. Could it be that the cooldown time for Luofeng's techniques was actually this short? Why were they so sure the skill Luofong released was a divine technique? Generally speaking, only divine beings could create such techniques. Techniques that could harness the power of divine fire. Since Luofeng's fire lotus was already capable of using divine fire, what else could it be if not a divine technique? Even if it wasn't exactly a divine technique, it was practically one. In this extremely short span of time, Pippy Snake had already engaged the golden dragon in battle. Pippy Snake didn't plan to entangle with the golden dragon for long. He immediately used the divine fire within his body. It gathered inside his mouth. Pippy Snake had a highly venomous fang. He intended to directly use the energy of this venomous tooth to attack the golden dragon. This was a tooth he had obtained after great effort and sacrifice. Even the golden dragon would suffer significant effects if bitten by this venomous fang. Originally, he hadn't planned to use this ultimate move. Chapter 516, Pippy Snake's ability. But he noticed that Luofong had already used such an incredible skill. He couldn't appear too weak either. Massive amounts of black venom shot out from his mouth, flying straight toward the gold dragon. Not only that, his mouth was also snapping toward the gold dragon's body. The gold dragon was a genuine dragon, so its strength was naturally extremely powerful. It directly spat a jet of golden dragon flame from its mouth. The dragon flame and the venom collided with each other, producing an extremely powerful energy shockwave, spreading outward in all directions. Immediately after, both of their mouths had already snapped toward each other's bodies. Pippy Snake's body directly bit a chunk of flesh off the gold dragon, but the gold dragon's body was much harder than Pippy Snake's body. Pippy Snake was unable to bite off any flesh from the gold dragon, but Pippy Snake's deadly venomous fangs had already pierced into the gold dragon's body. The spot on the gold dragon's body that was bitten had already begun showing black marks. This clearly demonstrated that Pippy Snake's fangs were extremely powerful. Just as they were locked in battle, entangled together, Luofeng's fire lotus also flew over. The gold dragon suddenly radiated brilliant golden light, and a dazzling golden dragon energy shield appeared around its body. As a level 7 creature, the gold dragon's combat abilities and techniques were already extremely advanced. As soon as it noticed so many enemies here, it had already prepared itself to face multiple opponents alone. Soon, the ice fire divine lotus made contact with the golden energy shield. With a loud bang, the fire lotus, carrying immense energy, slammed into the golden barrier. The huge energy fluctuations deeply shocked the surrounding animals. But even more shocking to these animals was, Luofeng's fire lotus jet had not completely penetrated the golden energy shield. It only caused numerous cracks to appear on the golden shield. When the surrounding audience saw this scene, they couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The defensive power of the gold dragon's golden energy shield was truly formidable. Of course, this also showed that Luofeng's attack was extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to cause such serious damage to the defense of a level 7 gold dragon. Right now, the gold dragon was extremely angry. A snake had already caused damage to its body, and now a human had nearly shattered its energy shield. This was simply unbearable for a dragon. The gold dragon could no longer tolerate this. From its body, several golden orbs began to emerge. After these golden balls appeared, they flew toward the nearby humans and animals. The first one to be hit by the golden orbs was Pippy Snake. Seeing this situation, Pippy's snake didn't dare to show any carelessness at all. It began to dodge frantically. But these golden orbs emitted by the gold dragon were under its control. Wherever you fled, the golden orbs would fly toward you. Pippy Snake's body, failing to dodge in time, was hit by one of the golden orbs. Instantly, its body became severely wounded and bloody. Being not yet a true dragon, it had no scales to protect it. Its defense power wasn't extremely strong. Looks like he had no choice but to use the power of the dragon crystal. When the second golden orb struck Pippy's snake, the dragon crystal on top of his head flickered. The golden orb no longer caused severe damage. The second victim to be hit was Yellow Sponge. He had charged forward rather quickly earlier. Therefore, he was hit directly by a golden orb. Yellow Sponge's body flew far through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. His pet, Nyo, saw him flying through the air, immediately accelerated, and ran toward where Yellow Sponge was falling, successfully catching Yellow Sponge midair just in time. His body lay motionless on Nyo's back, not moving. Others who noticed this situation also couldn't come over to check Yellow Sponge's condition. It wasn't because these people lacked sympathy, but simply because they were too occupied themselves. These golden orbs were attacking them fiercely. They had never expected that Yellow Sponge, charging at the front most, would be so easily defeated. Previously, judging from Yellow Sponge's performance, they had assumed he was a relatively strong creature. Such a situation truly surprised them all. Finally came the turn of Little Fish. Seeing that even the level 6 Yellow Sponge had been knocked down in one strike, Little Fish dared not conceal his strength anymore. The dragon scales on his head began radiating red energy. The bubbles around his body were also affected. A red bubble surrounded Little Fish, and he began to fly rapidly through the air to dodge the golden orb's attacks. Of course, there were also golden orbs flying toward Tang Shuowei. With Tang Shuowei's strength, there was simply no way to resist the attacks of a level 7 gold dragon. Not just Tang Shuowei, even Luofong himself would find it impossible to defend against such an attack. Facing such an assault, he could only break through with sheer force. Attack was the best defense. Right now, Luofong was standing together with Tang Shuowei. Since he could use the Ice Fire Divine Lotus for long-range attacks, he might as well stay back like a proper mage. There was no need to run into close combat. He was only level 4. Going against a level 7 gold dragon in close combat was practically suicide. Luofong would never risk his own life so recklessly. Not that he was afraid of death, but what if he really died? What would happen to his wives? Luofong also knew that dying once inside the ocean survival world didn't really mean death. It merely deducted 30 years from his lifespan. As for those years, Luofong had long stopped caring. But what concerned him was, if he died, where would he resurrect? That was a major problem. At the very least, Luofong was certain he wouldn't respawn inside the ocean survival world. If by any chance he respawned in the underground survival world, or the Sky Island survival world, then things would get really problematic. He couldn't possibly switch wives every time he entered a new world. Luofong wasn't willing to do something like that. He was, after all, a very loyal and devoted man. Just as the golden orbs were about to fly toward them, Luofong waved his hand, and 2 fire lotuses immediately appeared before him. Each one contained 3 drops of divine flame liquid inside. Pum. The golden orbs were detonated before even getting close to Luofong and the others. Seeing how fiercely everyone was fighting, especially Pippy Snake, no wonder he was level 7. With the assistance of the dragon crystal, his strength was indeed formidable. He could even directly resist the golden orb's attacks using his bare body. At the same time, Pippy Snake's venomous fangs were releasing toxins nonstop. More and more areas on the gold dragon's body were turning black. Seeing this, Luofong furrowed his brows. As expected, no high-level monster was weak. Luofong didn't waste any more time. Chapter 517, Luofeng's performance. This time, he was about to unleash his ultimate move. The various items on his body began activating at full capacity. Although Luofeng's strength was rapidly improving, he could now fuse more divine flame liquid than ever before. This time, Luofong directly fused 6 drops of divine flame liquid into the Ice Fire Divine Lotus. A relatively large Ice Fire Divine Lotus quickly formed in front of Luofong. Previously, the surface of the Divine Lotus hadn't exhibited much energy fluctuation, but this one's surface energy was constantly pulsating, as if it might explode at any moment. This was already the strongest Ice Fire Divine Lotus that Luofong, at level 4, could control. If he attempted to fuse 7 drops of divine flame liquid, the lotus might explode before even forming. The fusion of the Ice Fire Divine Lotus had very high requirements in every aspect. Only Luofong, boosted by various magical items, could fuse an Ice Fire Lotus so quickly. Without those items, who knew how long it would take him to create even a single Ice Fire Lotus? Not even mentioning the fusion of divine flame liquid. Even combining the ice and fire attributes alone was already an extremely difficult task. Without the Ice Fire Twin Attribute Core's assistance, Luofong wouldn't have been able to master this ability at all. It was worth noting that, just a week ago, Luofong had still been a completely ordinary college student, indulging his days in games and novels. To suddenly expect him to become a genius was simply impossible. Fortunately, Luofong was self-aware. Most of his current achievements were actually granted by the system. Luofong didn't dwell further and began controlling the Ice Fire Divine Lotus, directing it toward the Golden Dragon. This time, the surrounding animals witnessed the somewhat unstable lotus and were visibly alarmed. Right now, they all wanted to ask Luofong just one question. Exactly how much divine flame does Luofong have? Why does he use divine flame like it's worthless? If they weren't all level 6 creatures who knew just how rare divine flame was, one might have mistaken it for a common energy source. Normally, no one used divine flame in combat without thought. After all, even if you defeated your opponent, you would still consume valuable divine flame. Right now, everyone's attention was fixated on this divine lotus, wanting to see exactly what kind of power this divine lotus possessed. The golden dragon had already been struggling somewhat from Pippy Snake's venomous bite. Now, Luofong was attacking with an even more powerful fire lotus, making the golden dragon even more distressed. It didn't have much time to complain, as the lotus rapidly approached. Golden energy shields once again rose from its body. At the same time, the dragon head on its claw began furiously attacking Pippi's snake. It couldn't afford to remain stuck in this stalemate. It needed to eliminate one enemy first. If Pippi's snake had merely been a regular level 7 serpent, it would never have been a match for the golden dragon. It wasn't only a matter of power level, but also of bloodline suppression. Dragons held great dominance over snakes. However, Pippi's snake possessed a dragon core. This was a dragon core from a divine dragon itself. It contained the power of a divine dragon. Because of this, Pippi's snake was now practically a half-dragon. Therefore, it no longer feared the golden dragon. Its combat strength was also extremely formidable. It bit down on the golden dragon's body, not only injecting venom, but also crazily absorbing the dragon's blood. This was a tremendous nourishment for Pippi's snake. In truth, dragon flesh provided powerful benefits for any living being. Under normal circumstances, with just its speed alone, the golden dragon could have dodged Luofeng's attack. No one ever said that when someone used a skill, you had to take the hit. But now, with Pippi's snake entangling it, the golden dragon's movement became significantly restricted. Therefore, it couldn't evade Luofeng's Icefire Divine Lotus attack. Luofeng's Icefire Divine Lotus, like the golden dragon's golden orb, also possessed tracking abilities. Only when the lotus struck its target or was destroyed prematurely would it stop. As time passed, within just a few seconds, Luofeng's Divine Lotus was already upon the golden dragon once more, coming into contact with the dragon's golden protective shield. Then came an enormous explosion. The results this time were far greater than before. It didn't take long at all. The golden energy shield of the level 7 golden dragon was shattered. Following that, the remaining energy surged toward the dragon's body. However, this energy caused almost no damage to the golden dragon. Its protective shield had absorbed the majority of the attack from the divine lotus. Moreover, the reason it was called a golden dragon wasn't just for show. Its golden scales themselves were a formidable defensive feature. The remaining attacks were all blocked by the golden scales. Seeing this, the golden dragon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, its defense had held up well. This was also partly because Luofeng's attacks weren't extremely powerful. What Luofong was currently using were all level 6 divine flames. The energy Balfa was slightly weaker compared to the level 7 golden dragon. The golden dragon was much stronger than the black dragon he had encountered before. This was already the most powerful creature Luofong had ever seen. Even if Luofong could challenge opponents above his level, he couldn't go too far beyond. Seeing that Luofeng's Fire Lotus attack had no effect, the golden dragon stopped paying attention to him and began focusing all its attacks on Pippi's snake. It would deal with Pippi's snake first. Based on what was seen so far, Pippi's snake was the strongest among these enemies. A regular level 7 creature wouldn't have the strength to bite straight through its body. After all, it was the golden dragon. Also, the golden dragon couldn't figure out where Pippi's snake got those fangs from. They carried extremely powerful poison. It made even a proud dragon feel quite uncomfortable. If it had been a normal level 7 creature, large portions of its body might already have been poisoned. Toxins could severely affect a creature's combat abilities. In addition, during the battle with Pippi's snake, the golden dragon noticed the dragon core on Pippi's snake's head. Each time the dragon core was activated, the golden dragon could sense it clearly. As a dragon itself, it naturally longed for the dragon core immensely. If it could obtain the dragon core, its power would increase significantly. Therefore, its primary goal now was to seize this dragon core from Pippi's snake. Just as it prepared to fight Pippi's snake, suddenly, something happened that greatly shocked it. Before Luofong, another fire lotus appeared once again. It was the same size as the previous one. Noticing this situation, the golden dragon subtly furrowed its brow. Its golden energy shield could still be deployed, but it wasn't infinite. Chapter 518, Nonchalant. But it also realized that the method couldn't keep releasing endlessly. It could also feel that the human standing not far away was releasing divine fire of level 6. But how could a level 6 human possess so much divine fire? Even itself, a level 7 golden dragon with more divine fire stored inside its body, wouldn't be able to endure such high-intensity consumption. After all, divine fire was the essence of a living being. But since Luofong had once again released a fire lotus, the golden dragon couldn't let it attack its body unprotected. Without the golden protective barrier, just relying on its own body to withstand the fire lotus would definitely result in some bleeding. Under the current circumstances, without energy enhancement, most creatures' bodies weren't particularly strong. They hadn't reached the level where their bodies had been tempered. Therefore, the golden dragon repeated its previous trick. A golden protective barrier formed around its body. Several seconds later, the ice fire lotus exploded, shattering the golden protective barrier. Only some of the golden dragon's scales were loosened. It was exactly the same as what had just happened. As long as the golden dragon could deploy the golden protective barrier, it didn't have to worry about Luofeng's attacks. Right now, the golden dragon was fighting both Pippi's snake and Luofong at the same time. Fortunately, Luofong wasn't worth too much attention. Under normal circumstances, ordinary level 6 creatures couldn't even breach its golden energy defense. That Luofong could actually break through its golden energy defense already marked him as exceptionally strong. Although it hadn't caused any actual damage, it did indicate that Luofong was an extraordinarily powerful existence among level 6 beings. However, Luofong consumed so much divine fire so suddenly, which meant his endurance probably wasn't great. Exactly because the golden dragon thought so, it focused most of its attention on Pippi's snake. Acquiring the dragon crystal was the priority. For the golden dragon, this time was indeed a pleasant surprise. Just as the battle between golden snake and Pippi's snake continued, the golden snake's expression changed again. Although it wasn't looking at Luofong, it could still sense another fire lotus forming in front of him. This astonished the golden snake greatly. It repeated the exact same operation again. 10 or so seconds passed. Another fire lotus emerged. This situation continued for several minutes. This was already the 10th ice fire lotus Luofong had created, each infused with 5 drops of divine fire liquid. Among all the creatures present, apart from Tang Shuowei, who had long gotten used to Luofeng's unusual behavior, every other animal was shocked by what Luofong had done. Each fire lotus Luofong had released contained at least 10 threads of divine fire. Within just a few short minutes, he had already released more than 100 threads of divine fire, something extremely shocking and hard to believe. How could a level 6 creature possibly have more than 100 threads of divine fire within its body? Even more so, all of it was released within minutes. Even level 7 creatures wouldn't be so extravagant. The goblin locked inside the dungeon couldn't come out, but he could still see everything happening outside. When he realized how much divine fire Luofong contained, he felt shocked, yet his eyes lit up with excitement. Through careful observation by the goblin, it was evident that Luofong was releasing all this divine fire so casually. Therefore, there must be even more divine fire within his body. Otherwise, no one would recklessly drain themselves dry at the start. This discovery was truly an enormous surprise to the goblin. Trapped here for so many years, he desperately needed energy to replenish his strength. Luofeng's arrival was indeed a great opportunity. If he could consume Luofong, he could absolutely return to his peak condition, perhaps even surpass it. Nothing was more nourishing than divine fire. Not only could he recover fully, but even one of his little pets could get a satisfying meal. Still, the creatures and humans before him were very powerful. He had already started planning how to deal with these beings. Through his efforts, he actually came up with a method. Whether it would succeed would depend on his performance going forward. For now, though, he mustn't expose himself. After this battle, he realized that these creatures weren't his opponents at this stage, especially Luofong, who had already sparked some worry in him. Someone even more frustrated than him was the golden dragon. At this moment, the golden dragon nearly became so frustrated it wanted to spit blood. Where the hell had this Luofong come from? A strange prodigy? The divine fire he wielded seemed as ordinary as common flame, recklessly spewing out endlessly. Otherwise, it would have already been exhausted by Luofong. It originally had a large amount of divine fire as a dragon. Inside its body, there were currently 300 threads of level 7 divine fire. It had taken many years to condense that amount, but in just the past few minutes, merely to defend against Luofeng's attacks, it had already consumed over 40 threads of level 7 divine fire. Don't underestimate those 40 threads. They were level 7 divine fire. Both the difficulty of condensation and the power were much greater than level 6 divine fire. Just this single time of consumption, without the help of special items, it would take at least several years to fully recover. And that was just the divine fire used to defend against Luofong. The golden dragon was still fighting against Pippy's snake. That battle also consumed a lot of divine fire. Although Pippy's snake wasn't as reckless as Luofong, constantly using divine fire like there was no tomorrow, he was still a genuine level 7 creature, occasionally unleashing the dragon crystal's power. Moreover, those mysterious fangs kept releasing toxins like crazy. All of this had cost the golden dragon greatly. Facing Luofeng's fire lotus attacks this time, the golden dragon no longer intended to use too much divine fire for defense. It began gathering divine fire inside its mouth, planning to eliminate Pippy's snake first this time. Continuing to consume divine fire at this rate was extremely disadvantageous. Primarily, it had also noticed that Luofeng's divine fire seemed endless. The ice fire lotus Luofong launched moved very fast. This time, without any obstruction, it slammed directly into the golden dragon's body. The golden dragon had overestimated its own physical defense. Instantly, a wound was blasted open on its body. Golden scales flew everywhere. Golden blood splattered all around. This was the most severe injury the golden dragon had ever suffered so far. Even Pippy Snake's bites had never caused such a massive wound. One reason was that their attack methods were different. The ice fire lotus brought an extremely powerful explosive damage. Chapter 519, Obtaining the Golden Key. Pipish aimed to inject toxins into the golden dragon's body and absorb its blood. The golden dragon felt intense pain from this attack. Luofeng's ice fire divine lotus was no simple explosion. It carried a triple sensory impact: flame, cold ice, and divine fire. These energies corroded the wound. It wasn't that the golden dragon didn't want to defend, it just couldn't continuously release its golden energy shield. Releasing it over a dozen times within a few minutes was already excessive. It needed to catch its breath. It concentrated divine fire on that area of its body to collide with Luofeng's fire lotus. But it still ended up with a wound. Though not severe, it successfully broke through the scale's defense. However, this did not affect its attack. Its mouth was already filled with golden energy. Its dragon fangs emitted a golden glow. It bit down fiercely toward the area near Pipish's head. If Pipish hadn't released his grip from the golden dragon's mouth, he certainly wouldn't have dodged this attack. After all, no matter how much Pipish tried to dodge, its mouth was always fixed in place. Pipish naturally understood the consequences of this situation. As the golden dragon's attack approached, he immediately let go of his bite. But it was already too late. Even though he had let go, the golden dragon was not willing to spare Pipish. The golden dragon was now extremely furious. This time, it would definitely bite Pipish. Even if it couldn't kill him, it would tear off a huge chunk of flesh. Then it would deal with Luofong. So Luofong would finally know the might of the golden dragon. It was not only good at defense, it could also attack proactively. Defense wasn't even its strongest point. Pipish saw the golden dragon's aggressive attack, and had no intention of withstanding it head-on. This was the true scene of battle. If you could block an opponent's ultimate move, you did so. If you felt uncertain about blocking it, you temporarily evaded. Only a fool, or mentally impaired creature, would charge headfirst into another's ultimate move. If you could run, you ran. However, Pipish found it quite difficult to evade the golden dragon's pursuit. Quickly, the golden dragon caught up to Pipish. It lunged and bit toward Pipish's body. Seeing this, Pipish did not dare to be careless at all. If the golden dragon managed to bite him, even if he survived, his body would suffer severe damage. At this moment, he could not hide his strength any longer. He needed to start using his trump cards. The dragon crystal atop his head began emitting light. He was about to use the power of the dragon crystal. He had no choice but to activate it. In a one-on-one fight, he simply could not defeat the golden dragon. This was a true dragon. It was exactly what he came here for. With the use of the dragon crystal, colored energy began to radiate from Pipish's body, covering its surface. By then, the golden dragon's attack had already reached Pipish, biting into his body. Two energies began colliding. The massive shockwave expanded outward. For now, the golden dragon's fangs could not penetrate this colorful energy shield. It seemed the dragon crystal's power was truly formidable. Just as they were locked in a stalemate, a yellow light shot past swiftly. It darted straight into the golden dragon's mouth. It was the yellow sponge, who had already regained consciousness. Although the golden sphere's attack just now had been extremely powerful, and had indeed inflicted significant damage on the yellow sponge, it had not killed him. His body was particularly unique, with strong self-healing abilities. No matter how strong an attack was, it could at most shatter the yellow sponge into pieces. But he could still regenerate. This was the yellow sponge's greatest strength. However, other creatures were unaware of this ability of his. When the other creatures finally realized this yellow light was the yellow sponge, their expressions changed drastically. Shock was evident on their faces. The yellow sponge had actually entered the golden dragon's mouth, and he was now moving closer to the golden key. At this moment, golden energy filled the golden dragon's mouth. These energies violently battered the yellow sponge's body. Remember, even Pipish, at the 7th level, dared not withstand the golden dragon's attack with his body alone. Yet the yellow sponge was only at the 6th level. He was merely a sponge. His defensive abilities weren't particularly strong either. Still, he had dared to rush into the golden dragon's mouth at this moment. In the eyes of these creatures, the 6th level yellow sponge was practically seeking death without any difference. Before their very eyes, the golden energy inside the golden dragon's mouth had already begun severely battering the yellow sponge's body. Even with the yellow sponge burning his divine fire internally, he could not withstand such a devastating attack. Cracks had already begun appearing on his body. It seemed unlikely he would last much longer. The yellow sponge's body was about to be shattered into fragments. Everyone who saw this scene felt horror rising in their hearts. Without hesitation, they all began attacking the golden dragon. Xiaoyu, accompanied by red bubbles, rushed toward the golden dragon's head. If this were a battle against a regular 7th level monster, Xiaoyu's attack might have had some effect. But now, the energy gathered around the golden dragon's head was so immense that even Pipish, a 7th level fighter, had to rely on the dragon crystal's power to resist it. Xiaoyu, at the 6th level, had barely approached the golden dragon's head when the red bubbles covering his body were shattered by the golden energy surrounding the dragon's head. The yellow sponge, finally reaching the side of the golden key, grabbed it in one swift motion. Upon noticing the golden key being taken, the golden dragon became furious. The energy inside its mouth grew even more intense. It decided to stop attacking Pipish and instead attempted to swallow the yellow sponge whole. The yellow sponge, seeing that he had successfully seized the golden key, did not waste any time. Chapter 520, Flash to save. Without any hesitation, he immediately began to retreat. But his body already had numerous large cracks. It could fall apart at any moment. He had just started to rise to escape, when the golden dragon's mouth, which had been aimed at Sponge Snake, shifted away. Now it was closing. Everyone watched helplessly as the yellow sponge was about to be bitten by the golden dragon. The surrounding animals felt a sense of despair rising. If they failed to obtain the golden key this time, then the upcoming situation would be quite troublesome. The yellow sponge's pet, Nyo, already accelerating toward the scene upon seeing his master about to be killed. The goblin's expression also darkened as he witnessed this. He hadn't expected that after so many years, the golden dragon's strength had grown so much. When the golden dragon had captured him before, it wasn't nearly this strong. Especially this golden energy covering its body, exuding immense destructive power, making even him feel uneasy. No wonder this is the dragon god's EG. Who knows what kind of benefits the golden dragon has obtained this time. If he could swallow the golden dragon, his advancement to level 8 would be as certain as hammering a nail. But with the current situation, he started feeling anxious. If these people couldn't obtain the golden key, then he wouldn't be able to leave. That would truly be unbearable. Just at this crucial moment, everyone saw a figure suddenly appear before the golden dragon. At the same time, a black greatsword appeared inside the golden dragon's mouth. This sword did not attack, but was used to prop open the golden dragon's jaws, preventing it from closing its mouth. Upon contact with the black greatsword, the golden dragon's jaws were actually stopped, unable to close. The yellow sponge, who had already gone into a daze thinking he couldn't escape this time, suddenly came back to his senses upon hearing a sentence from Luofong. Run quickly. I can't hold on for long. Just as Luofong finished speaking, he himself quickly began to retreat. Right now, his physical strength was only at level 4. If he was even slightly affected by the power of this level 7 golden dragon, he would be finished. It wasn't that Luofong deliberately wanted to show off by rushing over himself, but because his talent ability, teleport, could only transport himself, not applicable to weapons alone. In this critical moment, if he tried to have Demon Blade Qianren fly over by itself, there simply wouldn't be enough time to react. So, he could only teleport himself along with the Demon Blade Qianren. Luofong wasn't planning to use Qianren for an attack, mainly because Luofeng's current level was low. The blade's power was severely limited. His main intention was to utilize one of Qianren's advantages, its hardness. Beings below the divine rank simply couldn't destroy a divine artifact. This was also the most effective solution Luofong could think of. If he were fighting the golden dragon alone, he had many tools he could use. Achieving the objective would be relatively easy. But now, it wasn't about defeating a level 7 golden dragon to obtain the golden key. With so many creatures around now, Luofong could only rely on his talent abilities to save SpongeBob. Hearing Luofeng's words, the yellow sponge immediately understood and dared not hesitate for a moment. If he paused for just a few more seconds, his body would be completely shattered into pieces. At that point, if those fragments could still be collected, his body could regenerate quickly, but if the fragments were swallowed into the golden dragon's belly, that would be a big problem. Although he could regenerate by himself, the difficulty and time required would be considerable. Although the yellow sponge was already retreating with full strength, he had already ventured deep into the golden dragon's mouth. Even though the dragon's jaws couldn't fully close, its golden energy was still powerfully bombarding the yellow sponge's body. Finally, the yellow sponge could no longer hold on. Before his body had fully exited the golden dragon's mouth, sponge fragments had already begun to peel off. Witnessing this scene, Luofeng's expression changed. He really hadn't expected the yellow sponge's body to actually get shattered. According to Luofeng's original understanding, the yellow sponge should be quite powerful. Looks like sometimes you really can't fully trust what's shown in cartoons. Fortunately, Luofeng had another plan. With a wave of his hand, the Qianren in his hand quickly began to transform. Originally, Luofeng hadn't planned to use the power of the demon blade Qianren. Doing so would expose Qianren's abilities to everyone's sight. But facing such a critical moment, could Luofeng just stand by and watch the yellow sponge get killed? Plus, he truly needed the golden key to rescue the goblin. Without the goblin's help, he wouldn't be able to leave this place either. Just as Luofeng was thinking, the demon blade Qianren was already rapidly changing. In an instant, a black sphere had already wrapped around the yellow sponge, including his body fragments and the golden key together. Then, the black sphere began flying straight toward Luofeng. The occurrence of this situation left all the surrounding animals stunned. What powerful artifact had Luofeng pulled out this time? That the golden dragon couldn't bite through it in one go was already acceptable, but now it could even transform? This was simply too ridiculous. This meant that the golden key might still be obtainable. The moment this thought appeared in the animals' minds, they instantly felt excited. The most excited one was the goblin. He had already been imprisoned here for at least 50 years. Being here was extremely dull and boring. If he could at least cultivate here, he wouldn't be so desperate to leave. But here, he really couldn't do anything. There wasn't any energy here to help him increase his strength. Therefore, he was suffering here completely. At this point, someone might ask, how could he survive 50 years without eating or drinking? Well, you probably don't know this. Once a living being reaches level 6, as long as they can maintain a certain amount of divine fire inside their body, they won't die. Eating and drinking are only for obtaining energy. Since the goblin's body already contained a large amount of energy, he wouldn't urgently need to replenish energy for a short time. That's exactly how the goblin survived. From a mid-tier level 7 strength, he dropped to a relatively weaker level 7, mainly because the amount of divine fire inside his body had decreased greatly. Now, seeing the chance to escape right before his eyes, if he said he wasn't excited, he himself wouldn't believe it. He also needed to start trying out his own plan. These animals and humans were all his targets. Chapter 5:21, Recovering from Injuries. None of them were planning to let anyone go. Seeing this situation, Golden Dragon became extremely angry and flew directly toward the black sphere. But Pippy Snake had no intention of letting Golden Dragon get its way. Since he had already activated the energy of the dragon crystal, he no longer needed to worry about this use. Thus, Golden Dragon and Pippy Snake resumed their battle. The black sphere traveled at an incredible speed. Within just a few seconds, it had already reached Luofeng's hand. Once the black sphere vanished, what was seen was the body of Yellow Sponge, shattered into pieces resting in Luofeng's palm. Among those fragments lay a golden key. Seeing the golden key so close to him, the goblin's face lit up with excitement. He said, "Hurry and use the golden key to open the golden gate. Only then will Golden Dragon disappear. The power of Golden Dragon has exceeded my expectations. If it continues attacking, you all might face danger." This wasn't even all of Golden Dragon's abilities. It has another ability that allows it to imprison a living creature directly. Back then, I was caught using exactly that skill. Luofong wasn't surprised at the goblin's words. He already knew some of this from the goblin's mind, thanks to the mind-reading talisman. Still, something made Luofong feel a bit strange. Even now, he didn't know what the goblin's true identity was. What kind of creature would speak constantly of wanting to eat others? Luofong didn't waste time either. Since the goblin had said this, he decided to save him first. With the mind-reading talisman, Luofong didn't worry about the goblin trying any trickery. Luofong moved quickly. He arrived in front of the golden gate. Taking out the golden key, he directly inserted it. All the way in, the golden gate began vibrating. With a click, the golden gate opened. Yet what happened next was truly astonishing. Golden Dragon, locked in fierce combat with Pippy Snake, suddenly stopped mid-action. It turned its gaze toward Luofong and said, "You just wait. We'll meet again soon enough." After speaking, Golden Dragon ignored Luofong completely and started walking back toward where it had appeared. Clearly, it planned to return through that route. Luofong immediately activated the mind-reading talisman on Golden Dragon. Normally, he wouldn't have noticed, but doing so shocked him. The talisman's remaining time was rapidly decreasing. When Luofong used the talisman on beings of his own level, each minute of usage consumed 1 minute of the talisman's time. However, when attempting to read someone beyond his level, it wouldn't outright fail, but the time consumed would be far greater. For example now, using it for 1 second on a level 7 Golden Dragon cost the talisman 1 minute. Even though Luofong had plenty of usage time remaining, he couldn't afford to keep using it like this. Still, there was some benefit. At that moment, Golden Dragon's thoughts appeared clearly in Luofeng's mind. This time, I truly underestimated these creatures. Allowing them to obtain the golden key was a mistake. Still, it doesn't matter. I'll retreat for now and spare them temporarily. They can't leave this place anyway. If they want to leave, they must defeat me. My golden cage has evolved further. This time, even if all these animals gang up on me, I'll trap them all together. After hearing Golden Dragon's thoughts, Luofeng's expression changed, and he frowned slightly. From Golden Dragon's tone, it sounded very confident about capturing all of them at once. And this was after seeing their actual power. It made Luofong wonder, where was it getting this confidence from? But judging by its tone, it probably did have some trump card after all. Golden cage? It seems like that's something we'll need to watch out for. Soon enough, Golden Dragon had already reached the teleportation array. Then, a golden light flashed. The body of Golden Dragon vanished. Its departure went smoothly without any interference. Luofong and the others didn't dare to attack Golden Dragon as it left. Otherwise, if Golden Dragon decided to stay permanently, that situation would be quite awkward. Based purely on Golden Dragon's recent performance, its strength was formidable. If they had engaged in a fight to the death, the outcome between Luofong and the others versus Golden Dragon would have been hard to predict. After Golden Dragon was gone, everyone, both humans and animals, on the scene let out a sigh of relief. Especially the goblin, who had already walked out from the dungeon. There was an uncontrollable smile on his face. After being locked up for so many years, he was finally free. If he hadn't come out soon, he might have starved to death in there. The goblin spoke at this moment. This time, I'm truly grateful to all of you for rescuing me. To express my gratitude for saving my life, here are some potions for you. I wonder, will they be of any use to you? When everyone heard the goblin speak, they all focused their attention on him. Their goal this time had been to obtain the golden key and rescue the goblin. They hadn't expected the goblin to offer potions. Remembering earlier, the goblin hadn't mentioned anything about this. These animals, filled with curiosity, moved closer to the goblin. Seeing the animals approach, the goblin didn't hesitate. He directly pulled out a few potion bottles and placed them in his palm. These bloodthirsty potions were potions the goblin had once cultivated himself. They could temporarily enhance one's strength, but they carried side effects for other creatures. For himself, these were the exact side effects. Therefore, he intentionally brought out these potions. If these animals used them, he could then exploit those side effects to take down all of them directly. At this moment, Luofong clearly saw everything the goblin was thinking. However, he didn't expose it. He also wanted to see how this bloodthirsty potion would play out. The other animals might still be hesitant or polite, but Luofong was different. Luofong stepped forward directly and took a red potion from the goblin's hand. He smiled and said, "Since you say that, then I won't be polite then. Earlier, I consumed a lot of energy. Indeed, I do need some potion." Hearing Luofong say this, the goblin smiled slightly and said, "Since I have brought out the potions, of course I mean to give them to you. You should quickly recover some of your physical energy. If you still want to get out of here, a fierce battle will be unavoidable later." Chapter 522, Bloodthirst Potion. Seeing that Luofong had already taken a vial of potion, the other animals no longer hesitated and hurried forward, each taking one vial of potion. Luofong himself wasn't idle either. He immediately examined the attributes of the red potion. A familiar interface appeared in front of him. Bloodthirst Potion. Description: this potion is made from the blood of various creatures and possesses a powerful function of enhancing one's strength. When consumed, it can temporarily increase your power and significantly boost your combat effectiveness. Function: combat effectiveness increases by 30%, duration of 5 minutes. Note: after the potion's duration ends, your body will be affected and you will enter a brief state of weakness. The exact length of this weakness varies depending on individual conditions. As Luofong stared at the red bloodthirst potion, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He hadn't expected that a potion which only boosted strength by 30% would have such significant side effects. Even if Luofong were to use something like this, he wouldn't choose it. The various tools in his possession not only significantly increased his power, most importantly, they had absolutely no side effects. That was what made one feel extremely comfortable. However, since Luofong had already taken the bloodthirst potion, there was naturally no reason to return it. He'd better store it away for now. Next, he would just have to see how the goblin performed. Seeing that everyone had already put away the bloodthirst potion, the goblin was extremely delighted inside. When fighting the golden dragon again later, once these animals used the bloodthirst potion, along with his own assistance, they should be able to kill the golden dragon. Once the golden dragon was killed, the more energy these animals consumed, the weaker their condition would become in the end. At that time, he could easily kill all these animals at once. This way, his strength could reach level 8, and finally, he could obtain the dragon god treasure. Right now, Luofong and these animals were resting. After all, the previous battle had been quite draining for them. Especially the yellow sponge. His body had already turned into pieces. Luckily, these pieces were now slowly fusing back together. At this rate, the yellow sponge wouldn't need much time before completely recovering. Seeing this situation, Luofong couldn't help but marvel. This ability of the yellow sponge was indeed amazing. He wondered whether this ability could be taught to others. Luofong deeply desired such a powerful self-healing ability, because currently, his combat abilities and defensive capabilities were seriously imbalanced. His combat strength was extremely high, with various offensive techniques, but his defenses were lacking. So far, Luofong didn't even have a single defensive skill. This made Luofong feel somewhat unsafe. If another creature broke the rules of combat and launched a sneak attack, Luofong might be finished. While Luofong was thinking, the other animals also began talking with the goblin. Resting was one thing, but there was no need to remain completely silent. Little Fish asked with some confusion. "The golden dragon we just fought was so powerful, and you are only level 6. Originally, what was the reason? Why would this golden dragon capture and imprison you here? Could it be that the golden dragon doesn't kill other creatures, but only imprisons them?" But judging from the recent battle, the golden dragon didn't seem to show mercy at all. Upon hearing Little Fish's words, the goblin's heart slightly sank. He hadn't expected Little Fish to ask this question at this moment. This was indeed a very sensitive issue. If he didn't answer well, his identity might become suspicious. Once they started suspecting him, his next steps would be affected. Right now, he needed to think carefully about how to answer this question. After all, a level 6 goblin facing the golden dragon definitely wouldn't have any chance of resistance. If that was the case, why would the golden dragon go to the trouble of imprisoning him? Why not just kill him right there? The goblin didn't dare to delay for too long. After thinking for a while, he spoke up. "About this, I actually already mentioned something earlier. Originally, the golden dragon had just reached level 7. Though my own strength was only level 6, I possessed some special abilities, which allowed my combat power to reach level 7. Therefore, back then, the golden dragon couldn't do anything to me, so it could only capture me. Since I'm already mentioning this, I should properly explain the golden dragon's special skill. The golden prison. If we want to leave this place, we must defeat the guardian of the portal, the golden dragon. The golden prison is exactly its signature skill. It can directly imprison a living being inside a cage composed of golden energy. This golden prison is completely indestructible by any level 7 creature. Therefore, when we face the golden dragon, we must pay special attention to this ability. Hearing the goblin's words, the animals present nodded in agreement. No one brought up the previous topic again. Little Fish's question was just a casual one. He only wanted to understand why the golden dragon had locked the goblin here. In case they really couldn't defeat the golden dragon, they might also be locked away. Little Fish didn't say much more. He wanted to begin rapidly recovering his body. He had not been heavily involved in the battle at all. Not that he didn't want to participate, but the battle was simply too fierce. He had no opportunity to intervene. Finally, he found an opening and tried to rush in for an attempt. Immediately, he suffered a serious wound from the golden dragon's golden energy. Luckily, he had a dragon crystal on his body that could block some of the golden energy impact. The gap between level 6 and level 7 was still tremendous, especially for a creature like the golden dragon, which was already exceptionally powerful among level 7 beings. The difference had widened even further. Actually, this also related to Little Fish not using his full strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been repelled so easily in just a single exchange. If he could last for a while longer, the power of the dragon scales would still be extremely formidable. However, the power of the dragon scales couldn't be used recklessly. His biggest enemy was Pippy's snake. If he consumed too much energy, Pippy's snake might just make his move directly. Thinking about this, Little Fish turned his gaze toward Pippy's snake. Pippy's snake had just used a significant amount of dragon crystal energy. Its side effects were beginning to appear. Right now, Pippy's snake was rubbing his body against the ground. His body had already begun feeling itchy. Currently, it wasn't very severe, just a slight itch. But if it became severe? Chapter 5:23, Bloodthirsty Insect. Pipish had already been rolling on the ground in unbearable itching, letting out continuous howls of agony. But Pipish didn't regret his decision at all. He wasn't merely satisfied with rescuing the goblin. More importantly, during this battle, he had obtained a large amount of golden blood from the golden dragon's body. This was authentic dragon blood. For creatures like him, snake-like beings, dragon blood had tremendous effects. Their ultimate goal was to become true dragons. One could imagine, for them, dragon blood wasn't just a simple strength enhancer. That's also why, just now, once Pipish bit into the golden dragon, he didn't let go. With this dragon blood, the itching sensation on Pipish's body had already weakened somewhat. The reason he experienced such a side effect was because he wasn't a true dragon, but instead used a dragon crystal. And the blood of the golden dragon happened to counteract part of this effect. If Pipish could devour the golden dragon entirely, his strength would undergo a terrifying enhancement. Thinking about this, Pipish felt extremely pleased. His goals were no longer limited solely to the treasure. After all, he couldn't guarantee 100% certainty of ultimately acquiring the treasure and becoming a true dragon. But if he could begin transforming his body into that of a true dragon ahead of time, his chances of becoming a divine dragon would significantly increase. If he could obtain all the dragon scales ahead of time, it would also boost his strength. But under the current circumstances, attempting to target Xiao Yu was simply impossible. After the recent battle, he now felt some apprehension toward Luofong. He even doubted whether Luofong was actually a level 6 human. Better not provoke any conflict with Luofong for now. He should wait until he became a true dragon, then kill all these animals and humans. Any creature opposing him would be eradicated without exception. Pipish was a ruthless snake. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen from an ordinary snake to reach his current power. He knew exactly when to act and when not to. After seeing Pipish's thoughts, Luofong frowned slightly. Looks like this time, he had no choice but to kill Pipish. Originally, Luofong thought that Pipish hadn't done anything too provoking yet. He was even contemplating whether to spare Pipish after all, giving him a little lesson instead. There's a saying that goes well. A dog will never stop eating feces. It turned out that Pipish hadn't attacked Luofong directly only because Luofong had seemed somewhat powerful. Once his strength improved, he intended to kill Luofong. As for a creature harboring such thoughts, Luofong definitely wouldn't show mercy. Right now, while everyone was recovering, they were also conversing. 10 minutes later, everyone had more or less recovered. Of course, injuries sustained from the recent battle couldn't be completely healed in such a short time. But they were all in a hurry and didn't want to stay here any longer than necessary. The sooner they left this place, the better. After all, those who had entered the Dragon God ruins weren't only them. There were several other creatures in different areas. If other animals reached the destination first, it might be too late by the time they arrived. Before Luofong could speak, Pipish had already taken the initiative to speak first. Under normal circumstances, Pipish's itching sensation wouldn't disappear so soon. But now, with the golden dragon's blood aiding him, the sensation was recovering quickly. This alone convinced Pipish of the benefits. Since the dragon blood was this good, he certainly intended to get more. Therefore, Pipish said, "We've all recovered somewhat. Let's not waste too much time here. We should leave quickly. While we're recovering, the golden dragon is surely recovering too. We cannot give it time. By the way, earlier the goblin mentioned that you have a way to deal with the golden dragon? What method is it? I don't seem to recall you mentioning it. Are you planning to reveal it only at a critical moment?" Hearing Pipish say this, the surrounding animals all turned their curious gazes toward the goblin. They naturally hadn't forgotten what the goblin had said back when he was still in the dungeon. By now, Yellow Sponge had mostly recovered as well, able to move normally again. From his appearance alone, no one could tell that he had once suffered such severe injuries. At this moment, Luofong was also staring at the goblin. It wasn't that he shared the same curiosity about what the goblin would reveal. Through the mind-reading talisman, Luofong already knew the goblin's secret card was a bloodthirsty insect. The bloodthirsty insect possessed truly great power. Moreover, Its ability was quite unique. It needed to absorb the blood of other creatures to enhance its strength. Luofong was somewhat curious about how the goblin planned to introduce the bloodthirsty insect. When the goblin noticed someone asking him about this, he was actually quite delighted inside. Finally, someone had taken the initiative to bring up the topic. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a chance to mention it himself. The bloodthirsty insect was definitely not something kind or harmless. This kind of forced revelation at least made it seem like he wasn't overly eager. Thinking this, the goblin wasted no more time. A reddish insect appeared in his hand. As soon as this red insect appeared, it immediately drew everyone's attention. Although the red insect wasn't doing anything, it was simply lying there motionless. It still gave these creatures a creepy feeling. It was as if they were being ding-songed by some predator. The moment this sensation emerged in their minds, it caused surprise among the animals. Seeing the reaction of the crowd, the goblin wasn't surprised. Smiling, he said, "The method I mentioned earlier for dealing with the golden dragon is this very insect." At that time, all we needed to do was get this insect inside the golden dragon's body. Once inside, this red insect would wreak havoc inside the golden dragon, thus inflicting damage on it. Then we could coordinate with it and launch an attack from both inside and outside. The golden dragon would have no way to resist. However, there's one thing that needs attention. My insect, due to having gone without food for too long, has fallen into a deep sleep. To wake it up again, it would require some energy, and I currently don't have that much energy. That's why I didn't take the initiative to bring it out. Everyone stared at the red insect, their faces gradually showing signs of deep thought. From the goblin's words, it wasn't difficult to understand. If they wanted to use this red insect, they would need to provide it with energy. Plus, from the way the goblin spoke, it seemed like a significant amount of energy would be required. Chapter 524, Using the Bloodthirsty Worm. This put the animals in a bit of a difficult situation. They had just gone through a fierce battle. The energy inside their bodies hadn't even recovered yet. Now they had to spend energy again to provide for the red worm. And later on they would have to fight against the golden dragon again. This was indeed a bit too much to ask. Many of the animals had already started thinking in their minds. Perhaps they should just give up on using the red worm. After all, consuming their own energy just to boost another creature's power? These animals simply weren't that noble. When Luofong heard the goblin speak like this, he inwardly snorted coldly. The goblin still wasn't completely honest. This red worm was actually called the bloodthirsty worm. As its name suggested, it was a worm that lived off blood. It could rapidly increase its power by absorbing a living being's blood. And yet the goblin hadn't revealed these details. Luckily, the goblin hadn't said it outright. Just mentioning the need for energy was already making these animals hesitant and reluctant. If he had directly stated that the bloodthirsty worm required the animal's blood, the animals probably would have turned against him immediately. Possessing such a sinister worm, the goblin likely wasn't exactly a good person either. For a moment, the situation came to a standstill. When Pippy Snake saw this situation, he knew they couldn't stay stuck like this. Since he was the one who first brought up the subject, he thought for a moment and said, "Just how much energy is required exactly? If each of us gives a little, will that be enough? If the amount required is too much, we'll have no choice but to give up on using this worm." The goblin pondered briefly, then continued, "It's actually not that much. Just enough to wake it up and let it move normally. After that, we just need to send it into the golden dragon's body." Hearing this from the goblin, everyone exhaled a slight sigh of relief. If it wasn't too much energy, they could benching accept. Up until now, the goblin's words had basically all come true. Therefore, they had a fair amount of trust in him. Thinking this through, Pippy Snake took the lead, directly sending his energy into the bloodthirsty worm. Seeing this, the other animals no longer hesitated either, and followed suit one after another. Luofong and Tang Shuowei naturally weren't exceptions. However, the other animals used their own energy. Luofong and Tang Shuowei instead gave the worm a tiny bit of divine flame. Of course, the other animals noticed this, but they didn't say anything. Whether others wanted to give divine flame was their own business. But these animals definitely wouldn't freely offer their divine flame to another creature. If the goblin had dared to make such a demand, they would have rejected outright. But Luofong and Tang Shuowei did this not, because Luofong had so much divine flame that he could just give it away freely. It was because Luofong knew something. The goblin was actually correct on one point. The bloodthirsty worm really could be used to fight against the golden dragon. Once it entered the golden dragon's body, the worm could quickly absorb the dragon's blood, thereby rapidly increasing its own power. By the time the bloodthirsty worm grew inside the golden dragon, it would be extremely terrifying. Even the golden dragon itself would not find it easy to deal with this parasite inside its own body. The bloodthirsty worm was extremely hard to kill. Even if severely injured, as long as it touched blood, it could fully recover. Especially now, being inside another creature's body, Luofong was hoping to kill the golden dragon. He had kept hearing the others talk about how tasty this golden dragon must be, which made Luofong curious about what a dragon tasted like himself. Even if dragon meat didn't taste good, it would definitely contain a large amount of energy. Besides, its flavor probably wouldn't be bad at all. There's even a saying in the real world that proves this. Heavenly dragon meat, earthly donkey meat. Luofong didn't know whether real dragons truly existed in reality. However, judging by his recent experiences, if real dragons actually existed in the real world now, he wouldn't be the least bit surprised. In fact, Luofong had serious doubts lately that real dragons might frequently appear in the service industry. Because sometimes people would casually say they had been served by a dragon. Well, maybe they truly were served by an actual living dragon. Luofong didn't think further. If they could kill the golden dragon, that would be best. If not, it didn't matter much either. As long as he could escape from here, that was all he needed. During a brief rest period, Luofong had already contacted Su Yunqi. Although she had encountered some trouble as well, it wasn't nearly as bad as their current situation. Based on Su Yunqi's own estimation, she probably wouldn't need much longer before reaching the location of the final treasure. As for Luofong and the others, they were just too unlucky. They had directly entered the dungeon. How strong could the golden dragon guarding the dungeon possibly be? Time passed quickly, as Luofong and the others sent energy to the red worm. The worm's body began emitting a red glow. Gradually, the red worm started showing signs of movement. Then, its eyes opened. Seeing those blood-red eyes, all the surrounding animals felt a bit uneasy. Just revived, the red worm already carried a fierce and savage aura. Judging from this aura alone, it was clear that this bloodthirsty worm had definitely killed countless creatures before. Observing this situation, the goblin's heart filled with joy. Originally, he had only hoped to awaken the bloodthirsty worm slightly. He hadn't expected Luofong to actually be so helpful, even giving the worm some divine flame. This was quite surprising. Thanks to that, the bloodthirsty worm had recovered much faster. The goblin secretly began examining Luofong, wondering how much divine flame he still had inside. Would it be embarrassing if, when he finally killed Luofong, there wasn't much divine flame left? However, that situation probably wouldn't happen. These humans weren't stupid. They wouldn't possibly use up all their divine flame in battle. Thinking this through, the goblin said, "Now that my worm has already revived, there's no time to waste. I'll lead you all to find the teleportation portal to leave this place. You must also be ready. My power is limited. When the time comes, I can only send my worm into battle. I'll have to watch from afar. Don't underestimate me now just because I'm level 6. Right now I probably couldn't even defeat a level 5 opponent. This time, it's entirely up to you all." Hearing the goblin speak like this, everyone naturally had no objections. They had actually discussed most of this beforehand. Chapter 525, Activating the Portal. The goblin held a red bug in his hand and walked ahead, saying, "You all follow me. By myself, my strength is not enough to activate the gate to leave this place." In fact, the goblin alone was more than capable of performing this task, but he deliberately pretended otherwise. He wanted to disguise himself as a weak goblin with little combat ability in front of these creatures. That way, they would feel safe around him, and when the time came, it would help him launch a surprise attack. Soon, the goblin led the creatures to the exact spot where the golden dragon had vanished. Looking at the seemingly empty ground before him, he whispered, "The portal that leads out of here is right here. I have a way to activate it. However, once activated, the golden dragon will appear again. The golden dragon is a guardian beast of this place. If we want to leave through the portal, we must get past the golden dragon. And the golden dragon is not a kind creature. It shows no mercy to any being that tries to force its way through. All of you must be careful." After saying that, the goblin began to take out a bottle. The bottle was transparent. You could clearly see what was inside. It contained a golden liquid. It looked somewhat like blood, but not quite. Without hesitation, the goblin lifted the bottle and began pouring its contents onto the ground. A single drop of golden liquid came out of the bottle, quickly falling down onto the ground. A sharp pop, the golden liquid struck the ground heavily. Immediately, it began to rapidly sink into the surface. It vanished completely. There was no reaction from the ground at all. Everyone looked at the goblin with confusion. Had his method failed? Seeing this, the goblin smiled slightly and said, "You don't need to be too nervous. This golden liquid is only an auxiliary item. On its own, it's not enough to bring forth the portal. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you all to come along. Now, we just need to channel energy into the ground together." Upon hearing the goblin's explanation, no one was particularly surprised. They all began injecting energy into the ground. Sure enough, just as the goblin had said, as their energy flowed into the earth, the ground began to change. Golden patterns slowly emerged. The more energy poured in, the more golden lines appeared. Seeing that it was actually working, the beings, both people and beasts, no longer held back. Thus, with everyone's effort, it was finally completed. A highly intricate golden pattern now covered the ground. It was somewhat different from the one that had appeared when the golden dragon had shown up before. The golden glow grew more and more radiant. Seeing this, the goblin showed a slight smile on his face. He was getting closer and closer to leaving this place. Still, before he left, he planned to devour all these creatures. If he were truly alone, he would never dare to fight the golden dragon head-on. If possible, he would have escaped long ago. Over these past few decades, his strength had been declining, while the golden dragon's power had been growing. That only made direct combat even more impossible. But now, with so many unsuspecting creatures here helping him fight, he had nothing to worry about. As long as he and the bloodthirsty bug could come into contact with blood, their strength would rapidly recover. Even more, it could quickly increase. He couldn't help but think how truly easy these creatures were to deceive. They probably wouldn't even know his true identity until the moment of their deaths. Thinking of that, the goblin continued, "Soon, a golden door will appear on the ground. We can leave through the portal, but only by defeating the golden dragon can we get it to open the portal. So, we must work together to defeat the golden dragon. Under no circumstances should anyone approach the portal alone. Otherwise, it will be extremely dangerous. If anyone touches the portal before defeating the golden dragon, the portal will vanish. I don't have any extra golden liquid to summon the portal again. If that happens, none of us will be able to leave." The surrounding creatures had, in fact, included a few who had secretly thought of trying to find an opportunity to rush into the portal. After all, the golden dragon was far too powerful, and there was no need to stubbornly fight it to the death. But the goblin's words shattered their hopes at once. Now, none of them dared to try that. If all of them ended up trapped here, it would be practically a death sentence for them all. Not only would they fail to obtain the treasure, but they would also be trapped here forever. Besides, at this point, even if someone still refused to give up and try to make a run for it, the other creatures would stop them by force. That saved the goblin a lot of effort. He only needed to stand back and watch these creatures fight. Then, at the right moment, he would unleash the bloodthirsty bug. Right now, the goblin had already retreated to the rear. This was something he had planned all along, so the other creatures didn't find it unusual. After hearing what the goblin said, Luofong snorted coldly. That little goblin was indeed cunning. Just now, the goblin had told another lie. The portal wouldn't vanish the moment someone touched it. Under any circumstances, they could leave through the portal. And behind the portal was, indeed, the location of the final treasure. The reason the goblin said that was because he was afraid that, if any creature simply ignored the others and ran off alone, things would get complicated. Both Luofong and Pippi's snake were likely candidates. Later, the powerful ones would have already left. Those who remained, the weaker ones, would have even less chance of passing through the portal. But that wasn't even the most important issue. Where, then, would the goblin find the blood needed to boost his strength? Therefore, he deliberately said what he did. He wanted these creatures to fully cooperate with him, so that his bloodthirsty bug could enter the golden dragon's body. Although Luofong understood the situation, he had no intention of leaving through the portal directly. He wanted to seize this opportunity to see if he could capture the goblin. The goblin had many secrets on him. It would be great if he could learn some hidden information through him. Luofong had only been in the main sea world for a few days. There were many things he still didn't understand. Although he had previously had some communication with the Mist City Lord, what he had learned was still limited. For example, what exactly was this goblin's true identity? Chapter 526, Little Golden Dragon. He still hadn't figured it out yet. Although he had the mind-reading talisman, the goblin wasn't thinking in that direction, so he remained unaware. While Luofong was still pondering, in the middle of the intense golden light on the ground, a golden portal began to appear. As soon as the portal appeared, it immediately caused everyone to feel their heartbeats quicken. Through this portal, they could find the final treasure. Could they possibly remain calm? But along with the appearance of the golden portal, from inside the portal, stepped out a shiny golden dragon. After the golden dragon appeared, it looked toward Luofong and his group, speaking with a smile. I didn't expect. You actually found the portal so quickly? So eager to die already? Then today, I'll send you on your way. The golden dragon had already been furious. Not long ago, the damage Luofong and his team had inflicted upon it was still vividly remembered. This time, it was absolutely determined to leave all these humans and beasts here forever. As soon as the golden dragon finished speaking, it didn't even give Luofong and the others a chance to speak. Instantly, 3 golden energy dragons emerged from its body. As soon as these 3 little golden dragons appeared, they quickly flew toward Luofong and his team. Each of the small golden dragons was composed entirely of energy and contained abundant amounts of divine fire energy and golden energy. Luofong, seeing these little golden dragons, was momentarily stunned. Why did they look so familiar? He knew this move too. Wasn't this just creating energy clones? However, Luofong didn't plan to deploy his energy clones, primarily because his divine fire liquid wasn't particularly abundant. If he were to only release ordinary ice fire giant clones, it would be utterly useless against a level 7 creature. Right now, using the ice fire sacred lotus was already sufficient. The 3 little golden dragons flew toward 3 different directions. 2 of them headed toward Luofong, Tang Shuawei, and Pippi's snake respectively, while the remaining animals were only assigned 1 little golden dragon each. Someone might say the golden dragon looked down on the other animals, but indeed, that was the case, judging from their earlier performance. The golden dragon already had an understanding of the animal's strength. Were it not because the golden dragon's body couldn't stray too far from the portal, it would have already lunged forward and bitten Luofong to death. Its current mission was to prevent these humans and animals from escaping through the portal. Therefore, it couldn't attack recklessly like before. However, it didn't feel the slightest bit worried. If those beasts wanted to leave, they definitely would have to get close to it. So now, the golden dragon was just sitting back and reeling them in. When Luofong saw the little golden dragons flying toward them, he didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, a blooming ice fire sacred lotus appeared, flying straight toward the little golden dragon. The little golden dragon didn't hesitate at all upon seeing the sacred lotus. It immediately opened its mouth and bit toward it. A loud bang rang out. Golden energy scattered in all directions. Before Luofong could even take a breath of relief, a truly shocking scene emerged. The golden energy expanding outward instantly transformed into countless miniature golden dragons that continued attacking toward Luofong and the others. Seeing this happen, Luofeng's heart jolted. This transformation ability of the little golden dragon was truly unexpected. Although Luofong possessed the mind-reading talisman, he couldn't possibly use it continuously, especially against such high-level creatures. There was no need for Luofong to know every thought of theirs. Some thoughts were simply meaningless. Such a precious item should be saved for crucial moments. Only in this way could maximum benefit be achieved. Just then, the golden dragon's voice sounded, laughing loudly. You didn't think my attack was this simple, right? That was just warm-up. Now the real game begins. Even if you destroy these little golden dragons, it won't matter at all. As long as the golden energy shatters, it can transform into even smaller golden dragons. Don't underestimate these small dragons. Although small, their attacking power is formidable. Let me see how you deal with this next. The golden dragon already understood Luofeng's strength. It wouldn't use weak skills. This time, it was determined to kill Luofong. Previously, it had already suffered greatly from Luofong. When Luofong heard what the golden dragon said, he slightly furrowed his eyebrows, but he didn't seem overly worried. Even if more little golden dragons appeared, Luofong wouldn't feel concerned. Besides, the energy of the little golden dragons wasn't infinite. After Luofeng's previous explosion, the little golden dragon retained at most 2/3 of its original energy. Luofong needed to hit it just 2 more times. This golden energy would completely vanish. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Luofeng's face. He waved his hand. A large number of small ice fire sacred lotuses emerged before him. Though the power of these smaller sacred lotuses was certainly incomparable to the larger ones, they were still sufficient to deal with these small golden dragons. Luofong already had plenty of experience in simultaneously summoning multiple fire lotuses. The golden dragon had originally felt somewhat pleased, very satisfied with its own ability. After all, no matter how powerful Luofeng's fire lotus was, he could only summon one at a time. Its small golden dragons, if allowed, could split into thousands or even tens of thousands without any pressure. As long as they reached Luofeng's body, they could directly burrow inside and cause destruction. Yet this current situation was truly unexpected. Could Luofeng's fire lotus also split? Was there even going to be a proper battle now? The final outcome was predictable. Within just a few seconds, the small golden dragon had already been completely destroyed. The small golden dragon in front of Pippi's snake had also been mostly destroyed. After all, Pippi's snake was a 7th level creature with considerable strength. Moreover, the golden dragon blood within his body allowed him to somewhat rival a dragon crystal with no side effects. Then there was the small golden dragon heading towards Xiaoyu's direction. Xiaoyu's group, consisting of 4 6th level creatures, could still handle a small golden dragon. Originally, the goblin had no intention of participating in the battle, but after the small golden dragon exploded and transformed into even smaller golden dragons, they immediately launched attacks toward the 4 of them, Xiaoyu, Xiaowang, Nyonyo, and the goblin. At this moment, the goblin had no choice but to join the battle. The others couldn't spare attention to help him either. Besides, these smaller golden dragons were still manageable for him. Finally, after much effort, all 3 small golden dragons were completely eliminated. Seeing this, Luofong said, "Everyone, let's go together now." Chapter 527, Loves Drinking Dragon Blood. Just as before, I can only attack from a distance. Let's end this quickly. They had already discussed the details of the battle beforehand. Let Pippi's snake take the lead. Luofong attacks remotely with Fire Lotus. The rest of the beasts will look for opportunities to attack, and also protect the goblin so he doesn't get hurt. As for the bloodthirsty worm, it's still in the goblin's possession. He hasn't taken it out yet. He already explained the specific reason to the other beasts. If he brings out the bloodthirsty worm and gives it to Pippi's snake, its aura will attract the attention of the golden dragon. If that happens, the golden dragon will attack the bloodthirsty worm. Only when the bloodthirsty worm is inside the golden dragon's body will it not fear the golden dragon's attacks. If the golden dragon discovers it outside, the bloodthirsty worm would likely die. Currently, only the goblin is able to mask the bloodthirsty worm's aura. Therefore, unless a good opportunity arises, he won't bring it out. Pippi's snake had already tasted success before, so when asked to charge first this time, he didn't refuse. This time, Pippi's snake didn't hide his strength either. As soon as he started, he activated the power of the dragon crystal. As the dragon crystal's power surged into his body, Pippi's snake's body began to grow larger. Instantly, the energy radiating from his body became much denser. Colorful lights flickered across his body. Then, without hesitation, Pippi's snake launched himself forward like a streak of multicolored lightning, shooting straight toward the golden dragon. When the golden dragon saw Pippi's snake activate the power of the dragon crystal, it also felt some pressure. Dodging wasn't an option. Its duty was to stop all creatures approaching the portal, either killing them or capturing them. Kill those it could defeat, imprison those it couldn't. In an instant, golden light burst from the golden dragon's body. Now the golden dragon looked like a small sun. The energy radiating from its entire body was dazzling. Already furious, the golden dragon had no intention of holding back. It charged forward like a golden cannonball to meet the attack head-on. Bang! The 2 creatures' bodies collided. Huge waves of energy spread outward in all directions. Even though Luofong was quite far away, he could still feel the shockwave. These 2 creatures' attacks weren't simple at all. After the energy Chongji passed, everyone looked inside and was instantly stunned. This outcome exceeded the expectations of the other creatures. Pippi's snake had actually bitten onto the golden dragon's body again. Could it be that Pippi's snake had some special preference? Of course, Luofong knew the reason. Looks like Pippi's snake has become addicted to drinking dragon's blood again. But Luofong didn't hesitate at all in his movements. The Ice Fire Divine Lotus was already rapidly attacking the golden dragon. However, this time, the effect of Luofeng's Ice Fire Divine Lotus wasn't as obvious. The golden dragon hadn't raised a golden energy shield. Just by relying on the shiny golden scales covering its body, it completely defended against Luofeng's Ice Fire Divine Lotus formed from 6 drops of divine fire liquid. This made people feel astonished. But when Luofong looked closer and saw the divine fire energy flowing across the golden dragon's scales, he somewhat understood the reason. This time, the golden dragon really wasn't holding back. Divine fire energy was being used recklessly. It was as if one might mistake Luofong for the golden dragon instead. After Luofong launched 3 Ice Fire Divine Lotus in succession without significant effect, he finally stopped attacking. Looks like he would have to unleash a more powerful Fire Lotus. Knowing time was pressing, Luofong immediately activated all his items with his mind. The Extreme Cold Ice Armor and the Ice Fire Dual Origin Pearl instantly released massive energy. Luofeng's lifespan began to drop rapidly. In front of Luofong, a cloud began forming, radiating intense energy. This was a fully fused Ice Fire Divine Lotus made with 7 drops of divine fire liquid. This nearly drained Luofong completely. It was a massive strain on him. At this moment, the golden dragon was locked in battle with Pippi's snake. Now, with Pippi's snake using the power of the dragon crystal, he was no longer afraid of the golden dragon at all. Their fight was evenly matched. They had no time to pay attention to anyone else. The golden dragon naturally sensed that the Ice Fire Divine Lotus Luofong released was even more powerful. But it didn't have extra energy to specially defend against Luofeng's attack. It was still very confident in its own defense. Very soon, Luofeng's Ice Fire Divine Lotus had already reached near the golden dragon. This explosion was even more intense than the previous one. The consequences were also more severe than before. A golden dragon scale had actually fallen from the golden dragon's body. Noticing this situation, the golden dragon became furious. This Luofong was truly annoying. From the moment the golden dragon encountered Luofong until now, it had already lost count of how many times Luofong had attacked it. This time, Luofong had actually knocked off its scale. That was the last straw. As the saying goes, a dragon has a scale that must never be touched, and anyone who dares to touch it must die. Even though this wasn't exactly that special scale, such an act was still unforgivable. This time, the golden dragon had already decided to release its ultimate move. It was called the Golden Cage. It could directly imprison any creature inside, leaving them absolutely no chance of resistance. However, there were several requirements for this move. The most important one was that it could only imprison one creature at a time. If it used it on Luofong, it wouldn't be able to use it on Pippi's snake. Also, releasing the golden cage required a significant amount of preparation time. During that time, although the golden dragon could still perform other actions, its various abilities would be somewhat affected. For a powerful creature like itself, this was a rather dangerous period, especially with Pippi Snake currently clinging onto its body. Right now, after being enhanced by the dragon crystal, Pippi Snake's combat strength was already almost equal to that of the golden dragon. In some aspects, it might even be superior. That was also the reason why the golden dragon hadn't used the golden cage at the very beginning. However, the situation had now changed. No matter what, it had to trap Luofong first. Luofeng's constant ambushes from behind had really been unbearable. Now it had reached the point of complete intolerance. Thinking of this, the golden dragon no longer hesitated. Mysterious golden runes began to appear on its body. As these golden runes danced, the energy on its body also started to move in synchronization. However, this wasn't chaotic movement. It was highly rhythmic and orderly. Chapter 528, planning to form 2 golden cages at once. Golden pillars were rapidly forming one after another. The goblin, watching from a distance, changed expression upon seeing this. The commotion was even greater than when the golden dragon captured him with the golden cage. He quickly said, "The golden dragon is now preparing to release the golden cage. Take this opportunity. All of you, attack the golden dragon immediately. Don't let it finish releasing the golden cage. Otherwise, if even one of you gets trapped, then we might really have no way out." Right now, the goblin is somewhat worried. It's not concerned over the freedom or lives of these creatures. Rather, he fears that if these animals die before defeating the golden dragon, before the bloodthirsty worm develops fully, he himself would fall into serious trouble. If the golden dragon manages to capture even one creature, whether it's Luofong or Pai Pai Xia, it would be a huge loss for them. At this moment, the goblin had already made preparations for the worst-case scenario. If Luofong and the others fail to stop the golden dragon from releasing the golden cage, he will immediately attack the creatures nearby. With his strength, dealing with a level 6 being is still manageable. Both he and the bloodthirsty worm require flesh and blood to recover their power. Thinking of that, the goblin instinctively moved his body closer to the trio. Unless absolutely necessary, he won't strike early. Once he exposes himself prematurely, the consequences might become uncontrollable. Upon hearing the goblin's words, Pai Pai Shi didn't dare delay. It immediately began fully activating the power of the dragon crystal. Pai Pai Shi's body swung furiously toward those golden pillars. It appeared to be trying to destroy these golden pillars. Truth be told, Pai Pai Shi's attacking power is quite formidable. For a moment, each strike caused violent shaking in the golden pillars. Meanwhile, Pai Pai Shi's mouth continued to frantically absorb the golden dragon's blood. Faced with this situation, the golden dragon had no effective way to respond. Previously, even as it attacked Pai Pai Shi refused to release its grip on its body. This time, the golden dragon had no intention of engaging with Pai Pai Shi further. With its own effort, it tried to shake off Pai Pai Shi's bite. However, Pai Pai Shi clung on like a persistent plaster. Once it bit down, it wouldn't let go. Pai Pai Shi's head moved along with the body of the golden dragon wherever it moved. No matter which direction the golden dragon turned, it could not shake him off. This caused immense discomfort to the golden dragon. Just as it struggled, Luofeng's Icefire Lotus attacked again. Then, another piece of its scales was torn away. The golden dragon would require at least another 30 seconds to complete the golden cage. This move possesses immense power. Thus, the preparation time required is rather long. However, if it continues being attacked like this by Pai Pai Shi and Luofong, within these tens of seconds, a large portion of its blood will be drained, and many of its scales would be stripped off. Thinking about this, the golden dragon was truly furious this time. Its divine fire began to be used extensively. Suddenly, its body was surrounded by surging energy. Massive amounts of divine fire danced around it. Previously, the golden dragon had not yet fully unleashed. After all, even for it, divine fire wasn't something that could be quickly replenished. Thus, it generally only used a moderate amount. But the current situation has changed dramatically. The golden dragon had decided it would no longer tolerate this. Moreover, something more serious was happening. It was going to form 2 golden cages at once. In one move, capture both Luofong and Pai Pai Shi. For the golden dragon, this decision is extremely significant. It is not simply a matter of adding one and one together. The energy consumption and time required are enormous. If that's the case, it would require at least another minute to complete this process. Since the golden dragon had decided thus, it wasted no time. A golden energy shield composed of massive amounts of divine fire began to cover its body. This golden energy shield was even more solid than the previous one. As the golden dragon exerted itself, even Pai Pai Shi, firmly attached to its body, now found it hard to maintain its grip. At this moment, the inside of the golden dragon's body was already filled with massive amounts of divine fire energy. Each time Pai Pai Shi bit down, the dragon blood it sucked up contained abundant divine fire energy. One might say, isn't this good? 2 energies, dragon blood and divine fire, can be absorbed in one go. However, you must not forget, the divine fire within other beings' bodies cannot be easily absorbed by others. Once the golden dragon's divine fire entered Pai Pai Shi's body, it began wreaking havoc. Faced with this situation, Pai Pai Shi also felt extremely uncomfortable. He could only give up further attacks on the golden dragon. After his mouth detached from the golden dragon's body, the entire body of the golden dragon had already been surrounded by the golden energy shield. There was not even the slightest gap. Soon, Luofeng's Icefire Lotus approached the golden dragon once again. Bang! This time, even the Icefire Lotus, infused with 7 drops of divine fire liquid, could not shatter the golden protective shield in one strike. It merely caused some cracks in the energy shield before it quickly recovered. The golden dragon was determined this time not to hesitate. Once the shield was damaged, it directly used energy to repair it. It no longer cared how much energy this would consume. Observing this situation, Luofong slightly furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected that the golden dragon could actually make such a decision. Based solely on this reckless consumption of energy, Even if the golden dragon eventually managed to kill them, it itself would probably also suffer greatly. But the golden dragon wanting to kill Luofong, there was still no possibility of that. Seeing Luofeng's attack had no effect, the other creatures were all deeply alarmed. They had previously witnessed how powerful Luofeng's Fire Lotus attack could be. But this current situation truly exceeded their expectations. With Luofeng's attack proving ineffective, they could only now rely on Pai Pai Shi. Pai Pai Shi himself was now wearing a heavy frown. If even he could not break through the shield, then all of these creatures would only be able to wait here for death. Now, as more and more golden energy pillars began forming around the golden dragon, everyone felt an enormous amount of pressure. Even without the goblin needing to say anything, they all understood that the golden cage's power would definitely not be simple. It hadn't even fully formed yet. Chapter 529, The Formation of the Golden Cage. If it had already brought such a great threat at this stage, what would happen once it was fully formed? Everyone had already turned their eyes toward Pippy Snake. What would be their final outcome? It all depended on Pippy Snake's performance next. If Pippy Snake also couldn't stop the golden dragon from releasing the golden cage, then they really wouldn't have any way to leave this place. After all, Pippy Snake was a level 7 creature, and in terms of combat strength, it was the highest among all these animals. Even Luofong couldn't match the attacking power of Pippy Snake. At this moment, the goblin suddenly looked like he had discovered some earth-shattering secret, and his expression changed dramatically. This was the most shocked he had been so far, mainly because this time, it concerned his own lifespan. He said nervously, "Quickly attack the golden dragon. Under no circumstances can you let it release the golden cage." Judging from the scale this time, the golden dragon is planning to release 2 golden cages at once. There's no need to think to guess. The 2 targets must be the 2 of you currently fighting it. Right now, the 2 of you are the strongest. Once you get trapped, we don't have the strength to save you either. Upon hearing the goblin's words, Pippy Snake felt a great shock inside. Originally, he thought the golden dragon would only trap Luofong, so the pressure wasn't that great. But now, 2 golden cages were directly appearing, one for each person. No need to be polite. Facing such a situation, Pippy Snake dare not hesitate any longer. The divine fire within his body began to be consumed crazily. The dragon crystal also began to release dazzling and colorful gummong. Pippy Snake was also going all out this time. If he still held back his strength now, he might really leave his life here. A colorful beam of light was immediately emitted from the dragon crystal, shooting toward the golden dragon. Everyone present, upon seeing this, began to become fully alert. Soon, the colorful beam had already arrived near the golden energy shield. Upon contact between the two, the colorful beam was only slightly blocked by the golden energy shield before passing through it and attacking the golden dragon's body. Soon, it pierced right through the golden dragon's body. Everyone saw this and revealed smiles on their faces. Good. Pippy Snake's attack was effective. But before they had time to feel happy, suddenly, their smiles froze. Because, although the colorful beam had pierced through the golden dragon's body, the golden dragon's movements had not been affected in the slightest. It continued rapidly forming the golden cage. Seeing this, without any hesitation, Pippy Snake controlled the colorful beam and directed it toward the golden dragon's head. But the golden dragon was not a stationary target. It quickly moved its head to dodge. Its body could be attacked, but its head could not. Although a creature at its current stage wouldn't die without a head, losing the head would still have a significant impact. At the very least, its combat strength would be affected. Thus, an interesting scene appeared now. A chase. The golden dragon's head was moving rapidly non-stop, while Pippy Snake's colorful beam relentlessly pursued it from behind. If this situation kept going on like this, it would be quite disadvantageous for Luofong and their side. It looked like Luofong would have to act. However, Luofong had many items on him, and for a moment, he didn't know which one would be best to use now. At this moment, he really wanted to take out the God of Fire Gatling gun for an attack, using Divine Fire Liquid as the bullets for the God of Fire Gatling. Just thinking about it made it clear that the power would be absolutely terrifying. But Luofeng's current supply of Divine Fire Liquid wasn't enough. It might not even be sufficient to allow the God of Fire Gatling to run at full power for more than 10 seconds. It would be better to wait until later, when Luofeng's Divine Fire Liquid was more than sufficient before freely using the God of Fire Gatling. For now, think of a much more effective method first. That was Luofeng's SSS grade talent, one ability of the beautiful women picture, Stasis. Although for such high-level creatures, the duration of stasis might only last for several tenths of a second, or even less. But in combat between high-level creatures, a momentary failure to react could easily result in a life-threatening danger. Thinking this, Luofeng's mind stirred. The golden dragon's body instantly froze motionless. Pippy Snake's attack had always been chasing the golden dragon's head. Just at the moment the golden dragon's body stopped, his attack directly reached its head and pierced straight through. But the duration was very short. The golden dragon recovered, letting out a furious roar. In that very instant, the golden dragon felt that it had instantly lost control of its body. It could only allow the colorful beam to pierce through its head, helpless to do anything about it. Fortunately, this condition lasted only for a brief moment. Otherwise, its head might have been blown apart directly. After recovering, it began to use energy to heal the wound. A wound on the head wouldn't be enough to kill it, but the pain and fury it brought were both tremendous. The surrounding animals had already been shocked by what had just happened. They really hadn't expected that the colorful beam, which previously couldn't even catch up to the golden dragon, would now directly pierce through its head. These animals naturally also noticed that the golden dragon's body had suddenly stopped moving. They all assumed this was due to Pippy Snake's ability. But Pippy Snake himself didn't think so. Right now, he was equally confused, not knowing what had just happened. But he was certain that someone had helped him just now, and that person was among them. As to who it was, he couldn't determine. Plus, there wasn't time left for him to ponder. His previous attack had already enraged the golden dragon greatly. Originally, the golden dragon's primary target was still Luofong, but now, that had changed. The golden dragon now wanted to trap Pippy Snake first. As the golden dragon's anger grew more intense, The formation speed of the golden cage was rapidly increasing. Sometimes, when a person becomes extremely angry, they will do something reckless without considering the consequences. Animals were no different. Originally, the golden dragon had still held back a bit. After all, during combat, no one would recklessly unleash all their strength without any consideration. Even if one eventually achieved victory, the consequences could be severe. But now the golden dragon didn't care anymore. One golden dragon cage, in less than 10-something seconds, had already taken shape. When a golden cage, entirely formed by golden pillars, appeared. Chapter 530. Why didn't you speak earlier? The atmosphere within this space suddenly changed. It became extremely oppressive. It was as if something massive had landed on the bodies of these animals. Mainly, it brought a strong sense of mental pressure. Especially when everyone focused their attention on the golden cage, they all felt a bit dizzy. As soon as the golden cage appeared, without any pause, it directly attacked Pippy Snake. Seeing this, Pippy Snake was greatly alarmed. He could feel the immense sense of danger radiating from the golden cage. If he didn't bring out some means of defense now, he might end up defeated here today. At this point, he didn't even care about the final consequences. He hurriedly began to activate the dragon crystal atop his head. It might be itchy, but that's better than being trapped here to die. The dragon crystal began to emit extremely intense light. This huge burst of colorful light surged toward the golden cage. When they finally collided, for a moment, they seemed evenly matched. The power of the dragon crystal actually resisted the attack from the golden cage. However, Pippy Snake couldn't sustain the use of the dragon crystal's power for long. In this situation, he couldn't hold on for long. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted loudly, "You all quickly think of a plan. I can't hold on much longer. If I get trapped, none of you will be able to escape." These animals had just witnessed Pippy Snake successfully resist the golden dragon's golden cage, and hadn't even had time to feel relieved. When they heard Pippy Snake say this, and were immediately shocked. If even Pippy Snake couldn't resist it, what hope did they have? The remaining animals all turned their attention to the goblin, wanting to see whether the goblin had any effective countermeasures. Now that he witnessed the situation, his brows furrowed tightly. What was happening right now was truly beyond his expectations. According to his previous experience, the golden dragon wouldn't release his ultimate attack this early. Originally, his plan was for them to fight the golden dragon first and inflict some damage on its body. Then, he would approach the battlefield to collect some golden dragon blood for the bloodthirsty worm to drink, and then find an opportunity to have Pippy Snake carry the bloodthirsty worm close to the golden dragon. But now, everything had changed. Facing the golden dragon's golden cage, which was now even stronger than before, even the goblin had no effective solution. Looks like he would have to use that last move. His gaze shifted to the several animals in front of him. The little fish had a dragon crystal on her body, so trying to act suddenly might be troublesome. As for Xiao Wang, he was a yellow sponge, completely bloodless, making it impossible for the bloodthirsty worm to absorb anything. Regarding this type of creature, it was the first time the goblin had encountered such a being in his entire life. However, it was still within his capacity to accept. After all, with such a vast ocean world, anything could possibly exist. Even a talking sponge wasn't that unimaginable. He had once even seen a piece of excrement capable of running, though it had belonged to a divine-grade creature. However, he couldn't bring himself to eat it, primarily because the taste was just too terrible. He had tasted just a mouthful before throwing it away immediately. Now, the goblin deeply regretted his decision. If only he had collected a piece of feces and kept it. Though the taste of feces was unpleasant, it contained substantial energy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so low on stored energy until now. Finally, he decided he would start with the snail first. Once the bloodthirsty worm grew stronger, he would have no need to worry anymore. He and the bloodthirsty worm shared a very special bond. As the bloodthirsty worm's power increased, so too did his own. Thinking this through, the goblin wasted no more time and addressed the nearby animals. "I have one last plan, but I need your cooperation. I can't guarantee it will succeed. Come closer, and I'll explain it to you all in detail. It involves my bloodthirsty worm." Upon hearing the goblin say this, the animals immediately felt hope arise. Xiaoyu, Xiaowang, and Nyonyo all moved closer to the goblin. At the same time, the goblin took out his bloodthirsty worm and said, "Since the situation is urgent, I won't waste any words. Quickly release a little of your blood to strengthen the bloodthirsty worm. Then, bring the bloodthirsty worm close to the golden dragon's body. This is the only way we can deal with the golden dragon." When the animals heard what the goblin said, they were momentarily stunned. This red worm actually needed their blood? Could it be that this worm was indeed a blood-sucking insect? If that were the case, it would be somewhat too terrifying. Generally speaking, creatures possessing such abilities were rarely benevolent. After all, becoming stronger by absorbing the blood of other animals. It was hard to imagine any creature being able to resist such temptation. This made all the animals hesitate momentarily. Seeing this, the goblin realized that if persuasion wouldn't work, then force was the only option left. Just as he was about to grab the snail beside him, suddenly, a voice rang out. It was Pippy Snake's voice. Although Pippy Snake was currently resisting the attacks from the golden cage, he had also been keeping an eye on the goblin. Being the victim himself, he naturally understood how powerful the golden cage was. Upon hearing what the goblin had just said, he didn't overthink things. After all, he himself wasn't a good snake to begin with. He didn't really care about these other animals. In fact, he had even considered keeping one of them as a pet himself. Thinking this, he wasted no time and immediately spat out a ball of dragon blood from his mouth, shouting, "Why didn't you speak earlier if you needed blood? If that were the case, I could have given you some blood myself. This is fresh dragon blood I just obtained. Use it first. Quickly, let your worm take action." Looking at the dragon blood flying toward him, combined with Pippy Snake's words, the goblin's face lit up with joy and excitement. With this dragon blood, the bloodthirsty worm could recover significantly. Even facing a level 6 creature, they would no longer feel fear. The goblin waved his hand immediately, sending the bloodthirsty worm in his grasp flying toward the dragon blood. Soon, the bloodthirsty worm arrived above the ball of dragon blood. The blood was about the size of a clenched fist. several times larger than the bloodthirsty worm itself. But the moment the bloodthirsty worm touched the dragon blood, before even a second had passed, the entire ball of dragon blood vanished in an instant. Though the bloodthirsty worm's body did not grow larger, it began to appear more vibrant and vivid. Its entire body turned a deep blood-red color, just like a mass of red blood. Chapter 531. Wanna kill Nyo-Nyo? After finishing, these bloodthirsty worms fed on dragon blood, they flew back toward the direction of the goblin. Now the goblin's face revealed an irrepressible smile. With the assistance of the bloodthirsty worms, dealing with these level 6 creatures was extremely effortless. Once all these creatures were devoured, both he and the worms would become immensely powerful. By then, even if they couldn't defeat the golden dragon, at least they could escape without difficulty. If they could win, killing the golden dragon would be best. But the goblin was aware of his limits. As for Luofong and Pippy's snake, without any surprises, they were certainly locked up in the golden cage by the golden dragon. Thinking of this, the goblin didn't hesitate at all. Red energy emitted from his body. In a flash, he rapidly moved toward the nearby snail. The snail was less than a meter away from him. There was no way for it to react to his move. Most importantly, none of these creatures had expected the goblin to suddenly turn against them. The snail was directly controlled by the goblin. This sudden action instantly frightened all the creatures. Seeing his Pepe jaw, Yellow Sponge didn't even think twice and rushed directly at the goblin. You let Nyo-Nyo go, or else I will attack. I risked my life just now to fight for the golden key to save you. Now you're treating my pet like this? What exactly are you trying to do to my pet? Although Yellow Sponge was attacking the goblin, it had little effect. Firstly, he had recently suffered severe injuries and hadn't fully recovered his strength. Secondly, the goblin had originally been at level 7, even if weakened a bit. But after absorbing the dragon blood's energy, he had recovered somewhat. It was effortless for him to deal with an injured Yellow Sponge. More importantly, he also had a level 6 bloodthirsty worm. There was absolutely no reason to be afraid. Thinking of this, he laughed and said, I didn't ask you to risk your life, so don't blame me for what you've done yourself. Besides, the only reason you rescued me was for the treasure. Don't act so noble about it. You. Upon hearing the goblin's words, Yellow Sponge was instantly furious. If this was said about any other creature, there would be no issue. But him, this was an exception. He had come merely for leisure and enjoyment. Treasure? He didn't care about it at all. He just wanted to satisfy his own curiosity. Being treated like this by the goblin was utterly unbearable. Yellow Sponge's body suddenly radiated large amounts of yellow energy. He was ready to fight the goblin to the death. A warrior may be killed, but never disgraced. But before Yellow Sponge could act, suddenly, a tear-like wound abruptly appeared on his body. His body hadn't completely recovered yet. If he used too much energy, this kind of situation would arise. Seeing this, the goblin laughed loudly. Just stay here obediently. A sponge probably isn't tasty. You'll be eaten last. Don't worry, I'll quickly devour the snail. It won't feel any pain. Yellow Sponge tried to strike the goblin, but the moment he had the thought, another crack appeared on his body again. If things continued like this, there would be no need for the goblin to lay a hand on him. Yellow Sponge would break into pieces again. Yellow Sponge was temporarily unable to fight back. But there was another creature that could. That was the small fish nearby. Earlier, when facing Pippy's snake, they had helped the small fish. Now seeing his friends in trouble, the small fish definitely couldn't just stand by and watch. Thinking this, the small fish immediately activated the power of the dragon scale and flew straight at the goblin. Seeing this, the goblin smiled and said, Your opponent isn't me. Let the bloodthirsty worm handle you instead. At this point, the bloodthirsty worm had already arrived. Without hesitation, it flew directly at the small fish and engaged in battle. As for the goblin himself, he needed to kill and devour the snail first. On his right hand, massive amounts of crimson energy had already gathered. He started swinging it down toward the snail's head. No, please, screamed Yellow Cube with a pitiful voice. Nyo-Nyo wasn't merely his pet. It was also a very important friend. If Nyo-Nyo died before his eyes, there would be no reason for him to continue living. He would sacrifice himself if necessary to avenge Nyo-Nyo. The following scene instantly shocked everyone, nearly causing their jaws to drop. Originally, a perfectly normal goblin suddenly began to change. The goblin disappeared and turned into a dog. As soon as the dog appeared, the snail found an opportunity to escape and immediately returned to Yellow Sponge's side. But this red dog only lasted for less than a fraction of a second before transforming back into the goblin's original form. Once the goblin fully regained his body, he finally started to figure out what had just happened. He instantly became extremely angry. The snail had escaped right from his mouth. Without thinking further, he rushed straight toward the snail. Just as he was moving, suddenly, his body transformed into a dog again. Due to his high speed, the moment he turned into a dog, he lost balance and face-planted straight into the ground. After getting up, the goblin angrily said, Who exactly is attacking me? The goblin glanced around, finally setting his eyes on Luofong. This person was highly suspicious in his eyes. Even now, he still couldn't determine Luofeng's true background. He was definitely more than just an ordinary human. Seeing the goblin staring at him, Luofong smiled slightly. Don't look at me. I don't know either. Right now, I suspect you might be a dog demon. Actually, being a dog isn't a big deal. There's no need to hide it. You could just openly transform into a dog. Of course, Luofong had no intention of admitting this was his ability. After all, as long as he didn't say it himself, no one could be 100% sure. With so many creatures around, nobody could pinpoint it for certain. Hearing Luofeng's words, the goblin became extremely angry. Besides Luofong, who else here could possibly have such an ability? In his eyes, Luofong was the most suspicious. Although the goblin was extremely furious at this moment, he still understood that he couldn't afford to offend Luofong in the current situation. Chapter 532, The Goblin's Injury. Otherwise, turning into a dog would truly be unbearable. Although it had only been a fraction of a second, for them, these advanced beings, the impact was still quite significant. He would have to wait until his strength improves before dealing with Luofong again. Thinking about this, he suddenly smiled and said, I don't care whether that technique you just saw was actually released by you or not. You should already see the current situation. Once the golden dragon releases its 2 golden cages, you and Pippy Snake will both be trapped here. I won't be able to leave alone either. Let me tell you the truth. My original strength was at level 7, but due to excessive energy consumption, I am now only at level 6. If I could absorb some energy, once my strength recovers to level 7, with the strength of all 3 of us combined, we can definitely escape from here. Let me also tell you one very important thing. As long as you can pass through that portal, you can leave this place without any restrictions. I won't say anything else. You should know what to do now, right? The goblin was very confident in the persuasiveness of his words. After all, he had already revealed such a secret to Luofong. Luofong should try to leave this place as soon as possible. After all, once the golden cages appear, even if Luofong wants to run, there will be no chance. However, when the goblin saw Luofeng's next move, his expression suddenly changed. He wore an expression full of disbelief. He actually saw a lotus of flames forming in front of Luofong, rapidly heading toward him. With an extremely shocked expression on his face, he doubted. Why haven't you run away yet? Why are you still attacking me? Hearing the goblin's words, Luofong didn't respond, but instead looked toward the direction of Yellow Sponge and his pet, and asked, "Are you two still able to fight? If you can, you two help Xiaoyu quickly kill the bloodthirsty worm. Leave the goblin to me." After hearing this from Luofong, the two quickly nodded, indicating they were still capable of fighting. Without wasting any time, they immediately threw themselves into the battle. Although they were no match for the goblin, defeating a bloodthirsty worm would be manageable. 3 level 6 creatures still couldn't beat a level 6 insect. It would truly be unreasonable. After hearing Luofong instantly calling out the bloodthirsty worm's name, the goblin's face suddenly changed. So far, he had never explicitly revealed the true name of the bloodthirsty worm. Such insects were extremely rare. Even he had spent a long time and great effort to obtain it. Luofong actually knew the name of the bloodthirsty worm. Could it be that Luofong already knew his identity? The goblin's face changed rapidly as he hesitated slightly and said, "Who exactly are you? How could you know so much? Judging from your previous performance, you aren't even a human being, right? Now I'm wondering, what kind of animal can carry so much divine fire inside its body?" Although the goblin was still speaking, his hands hadn't slowed down at all. A blood-red turtle shell appeared in front of him. He intended to use this turtle shell to block Luofeng's Fire Lotus attack. In this situation, there was nothing else he could do. He hoped that after defending Luofeng's attack, his bloodthirsty worm would achieve some success. Otherwise, for him, who had only just begun to recover some strength, it might still be difficult to defeat Luofong. He had already witnessed the power of Luofeng's Fire Lotus through observation. Soon, Luofeng's Fire Lotus had already arrived in front of the goblin. This time, Luofong didn't hold back at all. He directly released a Fire Lotus imbued with level 7 power. This was the most powerful Fire Lotus Luofong could currently release, mainly because Luofong also knew the time was pressing, and he had no intention of lingering here. He currently wasn't confident about dodging the golden cages either. After the Divine Fire Lotus and the blood-colored turtle shell collided, a massive explosion occurred. The goblin's black turtle shell didn't last long. It was directly shattered by Luofeng's Fire Lotus. Moreover, the tremendous explosion energy surged toward the goblin. After getting hit, the goblin nearly couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. This Fire Lotus from Luofong had already reached the strength of a level 7 being. Previously, when attacking the golden dragon, it didn't display such obvious power, because the golden dragon's defense was extremely powerful. Before the goblin could even catch his breath, he saw another Fire Lotus forming in front of Luofong, flying rapidly toward him. Faced with this situation, the goblin couldn't help but shout curses aloud. "Damn it! Are you even human anymore? These attacks are coming one after another so relentlessly, like they cost nothing at all. I've lived for hundreds of years, and I've never seen someone like you before. I guess today I just got unlucky. I hope I never run into you again. Otherwise, you'll regret it." The goblin's words had barely faded when the bloodthirsty worm nearby began emitting an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. At the same time, its body started growing larger. Luofong, witnessing this unexpected situation, was immediately alarmed. He had not received any information about this from the goblin before. Now, after using the mind-reading talisman, less than a second later, Luofeng's face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he immediately shifted his gaze toward the direction of the portal. Because just now, he had obtained shocking news from the goblin's mind. The goblin could actually rapidly enhance his power by detonating the bloodthirsty worm. Not only that, he was about to activate his instantaneous teleportation ability to escape from this place. It wasn't only Luofong who possessed this teleportation ability. The goblin also had such a power. However, the requirements for using it were quite high. In his prime state, he could normally use it, but now he lacked the necessary energy to do so. Therefore, he had to consume the bloodthirsty worm to provide the required energy. Luofong definitely didn't want to let the goblin escape so easily. There were still many secrets hidden within the goblin, waiting for Luofong to uncover. At this moment, Luofong could also directly use his innate teleportation ability to transport himself right in front of the portal's entrance, blocking the goblin's escape. But that location was extremely dangerous. It was right beside the golden dragon's body. If they appeared there, the golden dragon would undoubtedly become furious. If Luofong could teleport with Tang Shuwei at the same time, he wouldn't mind doing so. Then, he could leave this place immediately. However, up to now, his SSS rank talent, the beauty painting, only allowed Luofong to teleport by himself alone. Chapter 533, The Goblin Escapes. In the end, Luofong had no choice but to give up on this plan. He couldn't stay too close to the golden dragon at his current state, since he was a ranged mage. If he got too close, the consequences would be unpredictable. After thinking for a while, he decided there was still a way. Killing the golden dragon would be best. Otherwise, how could Tang Shuwei enter the portal? While Luofong was contemplating, the goblin indeed followed through with the previous plan. Following the explosion of a bloodthirsty worm, a cloud of blood mist appeared. The mist didn't spread outward but instead flew straight toward the goblin at an extremely high speed. After absorbing the blood mist, the goblin's strength increased dramatically. His figure vanished from the spot instantly and reappeared beside the portal out of thin air. Just as the goblin was about to greet Luofong, he suddenly saw a fire lotus already flying straight toward him. This startled him badly. A terrifying thought popped into his mind. Had Luofong anticipated his attempt to teleport? How was that even possible? This was only his first encounter with Luofong. More importantly, his teleportation ability was practically unknown to any other creature. How could Luofong possibly know about it? He didn't have much time to think. The fire lotus had already reached him and exploded. The shockwave caused the goblin to suffer severe injuries. Despite his grave condition, he didn't hesitate for even a second and quickly dove into the portal, escaping. The golden dragon naturally noticed this situation. Before it could react, the goblin had already vanished. Observing this, the golden dragon became extremely angry. Its mission this time was to prevent these creatures from leaving through the portal. Now, one creature had already fled, and it was the very creature it had imprisoned for many years. Recently, a series of incidents had truly made the golden dragon feel very upset. Fortunately, the final golden cage was about to finish forming. At that time, it could directly imprison the two most troublesome person and creature, and then properly punish them. Let them understand the dire consequences of offending the golden dragon. The surrounding creatures, upon seeing the goblin disappear, all stood there stunned. Even Pippy Snake was no exception. Just a moment ago, he was thinking that the goblin could help him break free from the golden cage's attack. But now, after taking the dragon blood the goblin had obtained, instead of helping him, the goblin had simply run away. That was really infuriating. Right now, Pippy Snake was already nearing his breaking point. He could only hold on for about another minute at most. If there still wasn't a solution by then, he would be captured by the golden cage. Currently, the only person he could rely on was Luofong. He looked at Luofong and quickly said, "If you can help me escape the golden cage, I will give you the dragon crystal as a reward." The dragon crystal is a treasure from a divine dragon. It has immense power. Hearing Pippy Snake speak like this, Luofong didn't take it seriously at all. Putting aside how valuable the dragon crystal might be, Pippy Snake's words were simply untrustworthy. Probably the moment Luofong saved him, Pippy Snake would immediately attack Luofong himself. At this moment, Luofong was also thinking about what method he should use to disrupt the golden dragon's move. It seemed he still needed to use that talisman. Right, the true dog talisman. Once this talisman was activated, the effects were quite evident. Luofong had tested it many times, and it never failed. As soon as he made the decision, the golden dragon, which had been concentrating on forming the golden cage, suddenly started changing rapidly. A golden dog appeared before everyone's eyes. Under the transformation into a golden dog, the golden dragon was instantly affected. After all, some abilities were exclusive to the dragon's body. The dog's form lacked them. And there was an even greater impact, psychological. Suddenly becoming a dog from a dragon, any dragon would find it hard to adapt quickly. Although both dragons and dogs walked on 4 legs, the differences weren't that significant. This transformation still greatly affected the golden dragon. At this very moment, while it was forming the golden cage, it had already suffered a major disruption. Instantly, the golden pillars in the sky became chaotic in their formation. This delayed the cage's completion, which otherwise would have appeared in a flash. This time, Luofong didn't intend to give the golden dragon any chance to react. The Ice Fire Divine Lotus was already flying toward the golden dog. After transforming into a golden dog, there was a very noticeable change. The scales that once covered the golden dragon's body had completely disappeared. After all, it would be unreasonable for a dog's body to be fully covered in scales. Soon, Luofeng's Ice Fire Divine Lotus had already reached the golden dog. Without any hesitation, it directly struck the golden dog's body. This time, Luofeng's Ice Fire Divine Lotus showed great power. A large wound was blasted open on the golden dog's body. Inside the wound, the flesh was now torn and bloody. The reason Luofeng's Ice Fire Divine Lotus caused such damage was partly because the golden dog no longer had its protective scales. Another major contributing factor was that the golden dragon, having transformed into a golden dog, was temporarily thrown into great confusion. Especially so, this time, Luofong didn't even give the golden dragon a chance to transform back into a dragon. Although each transformation could only last a very short amount of time, Luofong could continuously use the technique, forcing the golden dragon to remain in the form of a golden dog. Luofong noticed that the formation speed of the golden cage above had already been significantly affected. It even showed signs of breaking apart on its own. The higher the bloodline of a creature, the harder it becomes to accept transformation into a lower form, especially when such a change occurred in such a short time. But Luofong had no intention of giving the golden dragon a chance to slowly adjust. Yet, Luofong also had no intention of wasting time here. Each second spent here consumed a great amount of energy. Facing the current situation, Luofong now clearly realized one thing. Even a level 7 creature was still incredibly powerful. He still couldn't defeat a level 7 golden dragon. It was better to escape now. He would think about it again once his strength had improved. Thinking of this, Luofong loudly shouted at the several level 6 creatures. "Follow me quickly. Let's leave this place fast. Don't worry about Pippy Snake anymore." After Luofong finished speaking, his body didn't hesitate at all. He immediately walked directly toward the portal with Tangshu away. Chapter 534. Using the Vulcan Gatling. It wasn't that Luofong didn't want to kill the golden dragon. It was simply that he truly didn't have the strength. Otherwise, he would have already taken action. After all, every advanced animal represented a massive treasure trove for Luofong. If he had the ability, he would have killed the golden dragon already. The reason Luofong was in such a hurry to leave wasn't just because the goblin had already left. If the goblin headed toward the treasure, that would definitely not be good news for Luofong. If the goblin got to the treasure first, Luofong would suffer a huge loss. Therefore, he needed to move faster too, and get out of here as quickly as possible. The animals around heard Luofeng's words and didn't dare hesitate. They immediately sped toward him at full speed. Since they could follow Luofong, they naturally had no intention of refusing. As Luofong and the others were quickly approaching the portal, the golden dragon was starting to feel somewhat anxious. It immediately took control of the dog's body and rushed toward them. The golden dragon also quickly adjusted its mindset. Even though it had been turned into a dog, it didn't mean it had completely lost its abilities. Its powers were only somewhat affected. Realizing this, the golden dog's body radiated a golden energy shield and charged toward Luofong. Luofong noticed the golden dog running toward them. It was trying to stop their escape, but Luofong naturally wasn't afraid at all. Now that the golden dragon had become a dog, it would be ridiculous if he were still afraid. The ice and flame god lotus quickly formed before Luofong. Then it flew straight toward the golden dog, intending to attack it. Previously, because the golden dog had just transformed and hadn't adapted yet, the fire lotus had inflicted serious damage on it. But now, it was already starting to adapt rapidly and had released a golden energy barrier for protection. However, this wasn't just Luofeng's attack alone. If it was only the ice and flame god lotus, it would be difficult to stop the golden dog's advance. Luofong waved his hand, and a Vulcan Gatling appeared in his palm. Originally, the Vulcan Gatling had been placed on Xuanwu's back. However, since Luofeng's Xuanwu needed to enter Tang Shui's 9-colored Li Pagoda, Luofong had already retrieved the Vulcan Gatling in advance. The Vulcan Gatling could only unleash its maximum power when it was next to Luofong. Any flame could be used as ammunition for the Vulcan Gatling. The stronger the flame, the more powerful the Vulcan Gatling would become. At this moment, Luofong directly used Divine Fire as the bullets. The power was absolutely astonishing. As soon as the Vulcan Gatling appeared, it began to operate immediately. Luofong didn't even need to personally control it. He just had to send Divine Fire liquid into the Vulcan Gatling. Streams of flames spewed from the Vulcan Gatling, shooting directly at the golden dog. These were bullets transformed from Divine Fire. Amplified by the Vulcan Gatling's power, they became incredibly devastating. Even though the golden dog had an energy shield for protection, the Vulcan Gatling could fire over a dozen rounds per second. Under such concentrated fire, even the golden dog's energy shield couldn't hold up forever. Some of the bullets passed through the energy shield, directly penetrating into the golden dog's body, then exploding. As the golden dog drew closer, the bullets became denser and more powerful. Faced with this fierce attack, the golden dog indeed experienced some setbacks. Its forward speed clearly slowed down. The combined power of the ice and flame god Lotus and the Vulcan Gatling was truly not to be underestimated. In the distance, Pippi Snake was barely resisting the golden dragon's golden prison. He naturally also noticed what was happening with Luofong. Now, even a fool could see that the golden dragon's transformation was definitely Luofeng's doing. Actually turning a level 7 dragon into a dog? The power behind that ability was truly terrifying. At the same time, this was also a great opportunity for him. Perhaps now, he wouldn't have to remain trapped here. Thinking about this, he became excited and shouted, emotionally appealing. Don't hurry off. Try to come up with a plan. Take me with you too. You can't bear to watch me die here, can you? Don't forget, if it weren't for me and the golden dragon keeping you occupied before, you wouldn't have had the chance to escape either. You can't be ungrateful people. Hearing Pippi Snake's words, Luofong didn't feel even the slightest emotional fluctuation. If Pippi Snake had truly been helping them with sincerity before, Luofong naturally wouldn't just leave without doing anything. But the truth was, Pippi Snake had been thinking only for himself. He had even wanted to kill Luofong. As for this kind of animal, Luofong not attacking him first was already showing mercy. Mainly, Luofong simply didn't have a free hand to attack Pippi Snake right now. In a more normal situation, Luofong definitely wouldn't have shown mercy. Luofong didn't speak. He simply took the few of them and quickly moved closer toward the portal. Their speed was very fast. In just a few seconds, they had already arrived next to the portal. After all, they were all level 6 creatures. Their physical qualities weren't particularly bad. Even if speed wasn't their specialty, they could still run faster than some lower-level animals specialized in speed. Originally, the golden dragon had been coiled around the portal, but now transformed into a dog. Its position had appeared quite far from the portal. Though it had said it became a dog, it wasn't as if it had turned into an average-sized dog. The animals around saw the portal in front of them and felt extremely excited. Finally, they could leave this place. Finally, they could see what the final treasure looked like. But the golden dog couldn't feel happy at all. Its original goal was to prevent these animals from passing through the portal. Now, things had gone the opposite way. All the animals here, except Pippi Snake, would leave one by one through the portal. This made the golden dog feel extremely upset. But faced with this kind of situation, it could do nothing. If it really remained as a dog forever, it would even have the thought of dying. This kind of pain was even worse than being killed. At this moment, a very bold idea appeared in the golden dog's mind. Once Luofong left this place, its current state should naturally disappear. Because of this thought, the golden dog hadn't rushed here with all its might. Otherwise, if it burned divine fire extensively, Luofeng's attacks wouldn't have been enough to stop its advance. Luofong saw the portal right in front of him, and couldn't help feeling somewhat excited. Chapter 535, The Dragon Gate. Since they had already arrived, there was no point in wasting time. Luofong immediately said, "You go first. I'll stay behind." The other beasts didn't argue with Luofong at this moment. They knew full well that Luofong was the strongest among them, and could hold back the golden dragon. What if the golden dragon went out of control if Luofong left prematurely? With this in mind, they didn't hesitate any longer and stepped into the portal. Soon, Luofong was the only one left. At the same time, the golden dog transformed back into the golden dragon. Luofong glanced at the golden dragon and said, "Farewell. Hope we meet again." With that, he strode into the portal. His figure vanished instantly. The scene shifted. Luofeng's figure reappeared over the surface of the sea. Looking at the ocean around him, Luofong couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Originally, he had expected to obtain a treasure hidden underwater. Yet, none of the trials inside had seemed to relate to the ocean in the slightest. Instead, they had involved flying into the sky, going underground, or even staying locked away in a prison. Finally, there was a normal environment. When Luofong started to observe his surroundings, he found himself shocked by what he saw. The first thing that caught his attention was a rainbow bridge far out across the sea. To be more precise, it looked more like a rainbow gate. It radiated dense energy, and at first glance, it was clear that this rainbow bridge was no ordinary structure. In addition, Luofong noticed a scene that thrilled him greatly. Not far away, he actually saw Su Yunqi standing there. This came as quite a surprise. No wonder he had been chatting with Su Yunqi earlier, when suddenly she stopped replying. It turned out she had already arrived here beforehand. Besides Su Yunqi, Haixinhu, Xiaobao, Zyle, and Xiaomei were all there too. Beside them was a creature unfamiliar to Luofong. It was a turtle. The turtle seemed to be speaking to those beasts about something. When Su Yunqi noticed Luofong, she wasted no time and rushed directly toward him. Soon, Su Yunqi arrived in front of Luofong and excitedly said, "You're finally here. When you didn't show up for so long, I was worried something might have happened to you. Now that I see you're safe, I can finally relax." Hearing this, Luofong smiled and said, "As long as I'm around, what kind of trouble could there be? It's just that the beasts we encountered were quite strong, which caused some delay. Since you arrived here earlier, you must be quite familiar with this place. Can you tell us some details about it?" Su Yunqi didn't refuse. She said, "Let's walk and talk. Truthfully, there isn't anything particularly unusual here. First, look at that rainbow bridge you see. Look at the top of the bridge. There's an opening there. That is the Dragon Gate. If we can pass through it, we'll get what we desire. This information came from that turtle over there. To advance further, we must pass the turtle's trial. Currently, all of us are stuck at this stage." After hearing Su Yunqi's explanation, Luofong gained a general understanding of the situation. He gazed at the distant Dragon Gate with a look of interest on his face. This time, it seems there would be quite the show. As for that turtle, Luofong was equally curious. He wondered what kind of trial it would set forth. Soon, Su Yunqi led Luofong and the others to the turtle's side. By now, many familiar faces had already gathered here. Except for Pippy Snake, who had yet to arrive, all the other beasts were present. As for the goblin, Luofong didn't spot him anywhere. Where could he have gone? Luofong turned to Su Yunqi beside him and asked, "Have you seen a goblin come through?" In theory, the goblin entered the portal before us. He should have appeared here too. Why don't I see him? Hearing this, Su Yunqi appeared to recall something. She looked puzzled as she replied, "Actually, I just saw a goblin appear briefly not long ago. But that goblin didn't stay here for long. Instead, he went directly back to the portal, entered it without hesitation, and left. It was as if some terrifying creature was chasing him." Upon hearing this, Luofong frowned slightly. The goblin's behavior surprised him. According to Luofeng's thoughts, the goblin had decent strength and should have participated in the final competition for the treasure. Who would have thought that before Luofong even saw the goblin had already fled directly? Could it be that he was that scary? Luofong didn't think he looked like such a ferocious person. Because of this, Luofong missed the opportunity to kill the goblin. He also had no idea where the goblin had run off to. Still, Luofong felt no worry. If he truly wanted to hunt the goblin down, even if the goblin fled to the ends of the earth, Luofong could still track him down. The telescope in his possession wasn't merely for decoration. Any creature he had communicated with could be directly located by Luofong using this telescope. But Luofong had no intention of doing such a thing to the goblin. The telescope could lock on a target only once every 3 days, so using it on the goblin would be a complete waste. After Luofong obtained the final treasure, he would head straight to the Chaos Demon Sea. He didn't have time for a dedicated hunt. If he encountered the goblin again by chance, naturally he wouldn't show mercy. Luofong was someone with a strong sense of vengeance. Those who were kind to him, he would not forget. Those who had wronged him, he would never forget. Su Yunqi beside him had been observing Luofong, a look of surprise on her face as she hesitated and asked, "Could it be that you're the one chasing the goblin?" Upon hearing Su Yunqi's question, Luofong wasn't surprised nor did he intend to hide anything, smiling as he said, "Earlier, in the previous trial, we had some conflict with the goblin. Next time, if we see him, we definitely won't let him go, since he has already left here. There's no need for us to keep talking about him." After hearing Luofeng's words, Su Yunqi's eyes immediately widened, appearing to have heard something utterly incredible. She already knew earlier that the goblin appearing here was level 7. So was it actually being hunted by Luofong? Judging from the goblin's appearance, it seemed extremely afraid of someone chasing after him. Could it be that Luofong was already capable of hunting level 7 creatures? Chapter 536, the questioning begins. Isn't this a bit too terrifying? She's only at level 3 right now. Even facing a level 5 animal wouldn't be easy, and anything even higher is just unimaginable. Right now, Luofong has started to appear truly terrifying and unfathomable in her eyes. That only makes her feel even more fortunate to be by Luofeng's side. In this way, they have now arrived before the turtle. These animals feel extremely happy seeing Luofeng's arrival. These level 6 animals have almost all received Luofeng's help before. However, there's one animal whose face shows no change in expression. He's observing Luofong closely. This animal is Blackheart Tiger. He notices that Pippy Snake hasn't shown up. Could it be that Pippy Snake has already run into danger? How could that be possible? Back then, Pippy Snake wanted to form an alliance with him, but he refused. But he also knows that Pippy Snake is a level 7 being, and even possesses a dragon crystal. His strength is extremely powerful. Even among level 7 beings, killing Pippy Snake would be extremely difficult. Now, all these level 6 animals are fine, yet Pippy Snake, a level 7, is nowhere to be seen? This is quite puzzling. Could it be that Pippy Snake is trapped somewhere and hasn't managed to get out yet? That should be the most likely possibility. If Pippy Snake had really been killed, even Blackheart Tiger himself wouldn't believe it. However, he has no intention of asking about Pippy Snake's situation. Whatever happens to Pippy Snake has nothing to do with him. He only needs to pass through the Dragon Gate and become the Dragon Warrior. Right now, Luofong catches his attention and makes him take a few more glances. In their brief time together earlier, Luofong left a considerable impression on him. After Luofong arrives, the large turtle smiles broadly and says, "Today is quite lively here. So many creatures coming at once. Without saying more, I know why you're all here. If you want to enter the Dragon Gate, you must first pass through me. Passing me is actually quite simple. I will ask 3 questions. If you can answer them, you may all head toward the Dragon Gate. But keep in mind, not everyone can claim the final treasure. Once one person enters the Dragon Gate, the others will be unable to enter. If you're ready, I will begin asking the questions. The moment the turtle finishes speaking, the surrounding animals become visibly excited. The atmosphere instantly turns tense. Suyangsi, standing beside Luofong, whispers. Previously, the turtle didn't say so much. He only asked us to try answering the questions. Now he says only one person can obtain the final treasure. This could create some trouble. Luofong slightly furrows his brow. With just one sentence, the turtle has caused a potential conflict among them before even beginning. Every creature here has only one goal, to obtain the final treasure. But now, only one can achieve it. This makes the situation more complicated. Nobody would willingly give up this opportunity, right? Suddenly, the group's original enthusiasm for answering questions begins to fade. Luofong himself isn't particularly worried. However, the level 6 animals here have all been helped by him previously, so competing directly against him might be somewhat awkward. These creatures are known for being loyal and honorable. Luofong naturally understands this point, and even long ago predicted this exact situation could happen. He already considered countermeasures. Once he helps them defeat Blackheart Tiger and Pippy Snake, would they still insist on entering the Dragon Gate? Thinking this, Luofong looks at the animals and smiles, saying, everyone doesn't need to get too worked up. There's no need for so many worries. As for the final Dragon Gate, let each of us rely on our own strength. Whoever can enter, shall enter. Upon hearing Luofeng's words, the animals all exhale in relief. Truly, they have no desire to conflict with him. One reason is that he has helped them. Another is that they wouldn't even stand a chance against him. If they did provoke him, they might get blown to pieces by his fire lotus. Zyle, upon hearing what the turtle said, smiles and says, just because we're both turtles and all. Could you let me go in early? Who knows? Maybe we were related 5,000 years ago. The turtle looks at the small turtle in front of him and smiles, saying, my age has already exceeded 5,000 years. Up until now, I've remained single. I'm afraid there isn't any relation between us. Even if there were, I still couldn't let you pass ahead of schedule. I'm here, and I must follow certain rules. Some regulations cannot be broken. Hearing the turtle say this, Zyle's face turns slightly unpleasant as he continues. One animal only gets 3 chances to answer? That seems too few. Can't you give a few more opportunities? My previous 3 answers were just random guesses. Now I already know the correct answer. The turtle smiles and replies. Every animal only has 3 chances. Once used up, there are no more opportunities. If you know the answer, you can tell it to the animal beside you, and let them answer. Now that so many creatures have gathered here again, I will restate the first question. Who among you knows how to answer this? You can just come forward and tell me directly. The creature who answers correctly will receive some reward. But if all the creatures present here, after using up the 3 chances, still fail to provide a complete correct answer, then you'll all be expelled. If you wish to attempt again, you'll have to start the journey all over once more. After the turtle finishes speaking, he doesn't say anything else but focuses his attention on these animals, continuing. The first question is, how many scales are there on a dragon's body? If anyone knows the answer, you may speak out directly. Upon hearing this question from the turtle, Luofong immediately starts frowning slightly. What kind of question is this? Who would know how many scales are on a dragon's body? There's no recorded material on this topic either. Most importantly, different dragons certainly have different numbers of scales on their bodies. How is anyone supposed to answer this? This seems like a question without a definite answer. If Luofong had to think about it alone here, he definitely wouldn't be able to figure it out. Chapter 537, 10,086 scales. Looks like I really need the help of the mind-reading talisman after all. As Rashi's thoughts stirred, the mind-reading talisman was activated on the turtle. The turtle's thoughts appeared within Rashi's mind. These animals are truly too foolish. They actually seriously consider my riddle. I deliberately said it in a way to prevent them from answering correctly. With their IQ, they might as well forget about the dragon god Zyle altogether. There isn't really a guardian, is there? However, this spot is indeed the entrance to the Dragon Gate. Without passing through this entrance, there's no way to enter. Unfortunately, the animals of the dragon god Zyle cannot enter inside. Otherwise, the treasures of the dragon god would have already been mine. Fortunately, after many years of effort, finally, there is a glimmer of hope. Just hold on a little longer, I can pass through the entrance and proceed toward the Dragon Gate. Who wouldn't desire the chance to become a dragon god? I was merely a small turtle born in this place. After so many years of cultivation, I'm finally about to break through to level 8. And this is without obtaining the inheritance of the dragon god. If I pass through the Dragon Gate, reaching level 9 and becoming a true deity will be just around the corner. I should get rid of these animals as soon as possible. Here, because I have blended too deeply with this place, I simply cannot bring myself to kill these animals. So I can only come up with this question method. When Rashi heard the turtle's inner thoughts before him, he was instantly startled. It was as though he had heard something utterly unimaginable. This was simply too outrageous. Previously, the goblin he encountered was an animal hiding its true identity. Now, the turtle he met was actually a false guardian. Earlier, when Rashi saw the turtle's appearance, he hadn't the slightest suspicion. He had already begun thinking about how to answer this question. Looking back now, Rashi was simply too young. This dragon god ZG seemed dangerously treacherous. One slight misstep could lead to death. It seemed that in the future, when Rashi interacted with these high-level animals, he needed to keep a wary heart. These advanced creatures were all far too cunning. Since Rashi had figured this out, he no longer dwelled on the previous question but shifted his focus beyond the turtle. He didn't seem to have noticed anything suspicious. There was no necessity to insist on advancing through the turtle. Thinking thus, Rashi looked towards Su Yunshi and asked, "Have you all tried approaching the Dragon Gate before?" Hearing Rashi's words, Su Yunshi immediately understood his meaning. She quickly replied, "We've already tried before. Once we approach the Dragon Gate, not far ahead, there's an invisible protective barrier. We can't pass through it. In the end, We had no choice but to come before this turtle. Otherwise, these animals wouldn't obediently answer questions here. Hearing Su Yunqi say this, Rashi fell into deep thought. Looks like, if he wanted to pass through here and enter inside, he must go through the big turtle. Then, a thought arose in Rashi's mind. He wondered, if he used his teleportation ability, could he pass through that invisible wall? If so, only he himself could enter. Wouldn't he then easily step inside the dragon gate? As soon as this idea appeared in Rashi's mind, it began to take root and grow. It made Rashi eager to give it a try, just as Rashi was considering whether to use his teleportation ability now. When he raised his head to look at the surrounding animals, he was immediately startled. These animals had already turned their attention entirely to Rashi, staring at him. It seemed as if they wanted to see if Rashi could answer this question. After all, in the eyes of these animals, Rashi seemed quite different from the others. Perhaps he could really answer. Faced with such a situation, Rashi could only offer a smile, although his mind hadn't even contemplated the answer. Rashi thought for a moment, then casually said, "My answer is 10,086 dragon scales." Upon hearing Rashi's statement, the turtle smiled and replied, "Your answer is incorrect. You now have 2 more chances. Do you have another answer?" Upon hearing the turtle's words, Rashi smiled and replied, "I won't waste time with nonsense. I said there are 10,086 dragon scales, so there are 10,086. If you say my answer is wrong, then tell me exactly how many scales there are, then I will accept my defeat wholeheartedly." The moment Rashi finished speaking, the surrounding animals were startled. This was something they had never expected. Rashi was actually this bold. Won't this provoke the turtle's anger? They had indeed considered taking a forceful approach against the turtle before, but the turtle's defense was simply too formidable. Even the 7th-level black-hearted tiger had once attacked and failed to do any real harm. That was why all these animals were obediently trying to answer its question. This was also the reason these animals were so shocked by Rashi's reaction. Beside him, Su Yunqi's expression also changed drastically. She had forgotten to mention this matter to Rashi earlier, and more importantly, she never expected Rashi to suddenly act so boldly. It caught her somewhat off guard. She hurriedly whispered, You don't need to say anything. I already have a plan. I know exactly what I'm doing." Before Su Yunqi could even start speaking, Rashi had already cut her off. He had no intention of offering explanations either. He simply wanted everyone to watch his performance. Even if Rashi directly accused this turtle of being a fraud, he knew these animals still wouldn't believe it. And if anyone asked how Rashi knew all this, Rashi had no intention of revealing the mind-reading talisman's secret. The other animals naturally heard Rashi's remarks as well. Instantly, they all looked extremely curious about him. No one could guess what Rashi was planning to do next. The turtle, hearing Rashi's words, didn't stop smiling. After watching over this place for so many years, such situations were not unfamiliar to him. Most animals who arrived here simply attacked without saying a word. Others tried attacking him after failing to answer the question. But every time, without exception, these attacks failed completely. As a turtle, his defense was simply incredibly strong. Animals below level 7 couldn't even move his body a single step. That was also why he could remain here all these years. His body was already adapting rapidly to the surrounding energies. As time passed, as a native creature of this place, he would soon gain access inside. Still smiling, the turtle continued saying. Chapter 538, Taking Direct Action. Calm down, let's talk reasonably. I can assure you one thing. The number of scales on a dragon's body is absolutely not 10086. Since you insist like this, then I'll announce the answer to this question. However, this means I must come up with a new question. It can make you convinced. But, this will only happen once. As for the following questions, I won't reveal the answers anymore. The answer to this question is actually very simple. Different dragons have different scales on their bodies. Even for the same dragon, the number of scales changes at different growth stages. There's simply no way to provide an exact number. Therefore, this question actually tests your way of thinking. No matter what specific number you give, it will definitely be wrong. The turtle naturally spoke very fluently. These questions were all randomly made up by him. They didn't actually have any answers. He had no intention of revealing the answers either. If someone like Luofong insisted on knowing the answer, he would sometimes offer a superficial explanation. As long as the explanation sounded plausible, that was enough. After all, he was the one in charge here. In truth, he had never seen a real dragon and had no idea how many scales a dragon actually had. He could just make things up as he went along. Anyway, these animals didn't know either. Even if one or two of them could somehow answer one or two questions correctly, he still had another question with no real answer. No matter what, these animals would never be able to answer all his questions correctly. This was a tried-and-true tactic for the turtle. The other animals, upon hearing the turtle's explanation, thought it made some sense. They all turned their gazes toward Luofong, wanting to see how he would react to the turtle's justification. However, once they saw Luofeng's reaction, they were all startled. Their eyes widened greatly. This was completely beyond their understanding. They saw that, right in front of Luofong, a fire lotus had formed. This fire lotus contained an enormous amount of divine fire energy. Those animals nearby, alarmed, hastily stepped backward a few paces, afraid that the fire lotus might suddenly explode. Seeing this situation, these animals felt a strong sense of foreboding. In their eyes, Luofong was not someone who acted recklessly. Why was he suddenly resorting to such a major attack without any prior conflict? The giant turtle, seeing the fire lotus appearing in front of Luofong, was also taken aback inwardly. This fire lotus contained a large amount of divine fire energy. Its power must not be small. However, to him, there was truly nothing to be afraid of. Being a turtle, his specialty was defensive capabilities. A level 7 beast wouldn't even be able to make him budge a single step. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay here safely guarding this place for so many years. He had already witnessed all sorts of major crises. At this thought, he continued smiling politely and said, "Young man, you're quite hot-headed. Isn't it just one question you couldn't answer? Why resort to violence? I'll even overlook this incident. Now, I'll give you another chance. Withdraw your attack. We can continue answering questions. Otherwise, I will take action myself. The consequences will be very serious." Though I'm easygoing, don't think I have no temper. Upon hearing the turtle's words, Luofong smiled lightly and said, "Your previous answer disappointed me greatly. How dare you pose questions to others when you yourself don't know the answers? I think you're unfit to be this guardian. Now, step aside and let us in, and I won't lay a hand on you. If you don't step aside, then the consequences will be severe. I'll only give you 3 seconds. 3. You're definitely the most arrogant one I've seen in all my years guarding here. I'm really curious to see what skills you have to be so arrogant. 2. If you can even make me take 1 step back, I'll consider myself defeated. 1. The Ice-Fire Divine Lotus immediately shot toward the giant turtle. Luofong naturally knew that turtles had incredibly strong defensive abilities, since he had one as a pet. Especially the turtle's shell, which was their strongest point of defense. That's precisely why Luofong wouldn't aim an attack at the turtle's shell. Instead, this Ice-Fire Divine Lotus directly flew toward the turtle's head. The giant turtle could sense the massive amount of divine fire energy inside the fire lotus, so he didn't take it lightly, withdrawing his head and immediately erecting an energy shield around himself. He had been staying right here for years and hadn't been idle. His body contained abundant divine fire energy. This place was close to the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate constantly emitted large amounts of energy. This was also the reason why the turtle longed so much to enter the Dragon Gate himself. Although he didn't know exactly what would happen after entering the Dragon Gate, he was certain that entering it would definitely bring tremendous benefits. Soon, Luofeng's Ice-Fire Divine Lotus struck the giant turtle's protective shield. A loud explosion followed. The shield only developed a few cracks before quickly repairing itself. Seeing this situation, the giant turtle felt a jolt of alarm in his heart. He had always been very confident in his shield's defensive power. Beasts below level 7 had absolutely no chance of breaking it. Even level 7 creatures wouldn't be able to crack it without using extremely powerful techniques. He never imagined that Luofeng's Fire Lotus could actually leave cracks in his shield. So Luofong dared to attack him directly. There was indeed some ability behind it. However, merely relying on this one Fire Lotus to defeat him was simply wishful thinking. Thinking this, the turtle smiled and said, "Your Fire Lotus has quite a bit of power. It actually managed to break through part of my defense. However, this is still far from enough. This Fire Lotus must have consumed quite a bit of your divine fire, right? You'd better conserve your divine fire for yourself. Otherwise, even if you burned every last bit of divine fire in your body, it still wouldn't accomplish anything. The amount of divine fire you have doesn't even reach a fraction of mine. Just leave quietly. If I really start fighting back, your only outcome will be death. As the guardian of this place, I can't kill recklessly, but that doesn't mean I won't kill." Hearing the turtle speak like this, the expressions of the surrounding animals started to appear somewhat odd. They still agreed with the turtle's words in the beginning, but for the latter half of his speech, they couldn't quite agree anymore. They all knew that Luofong genuinely had no shortage of divine fire. With Luofong, divine fire was simply used like ordinary energy. Unless they had seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it no matter what. Luofong actually possessed such an enormous amount of divine fire within his body. Chapter 539, 100 Ice-Fire Divine Lotus. By now, all these animals had become deeply suspicious of Luofeng's true identity. Could he possibly be the illegitimate child of some great true god? If that were the case, then everything would start to make sense. In the eyes of a true god, these divine flames of beings below the divine level were utterly insignificant. There was an old saying, "Below the divine, all are ants." To a true god, killing ordinary beings was just like squashing ants. Now that Luofong had already launched an attack on the giant turtle, they could do nothing but watch. They weren't planning to stop Luofong, nor were they capable of stopping him. Even if they did intervene, it would only be to assist Luofong against the turtle. Black-Hearted Tiger was currently pondering what exactly was going on. He had arrived here rather early, and he had heard the turtle's question, but with his intelligence level, he couldn't possibly answer it. If Luofong could resolve this through force, it would certainly be a good opportunity. But what if Luofong provoked the turtle and ended up losing the fight? That could lead to serious consequences, even the loss of a chance to enter the hidden area. It was precisely because of this that Black-Hearted Tiger decided to wait and observe. In the end, he would stand on whichever side appeared more likely to win. Luofong, already aware of what the giant turtle was thinking, had no intention of holding back. There was no way to reach the Dragon Gate without making the turtle beg for mercy. One thing working in Luofeng's favor was that, in order to guard the entrance behind it, the turtle couldn't move at all. Thus, the turtle had become a sitting duck, and Luofong was free to attack as he pleased. With this thought in mind, Luofong rapidly formed the Ice-Fire Divine Lotus before him, launching it toward the turtle. Seeing Luofong use the same technique again, the giant turtle laughed and said, "Just give up on attacking. It's just a waste of energy. Even if you really do manage to get inside the Dragon Gate area, by then, you'll have very little energy left. Won't you just be doing the work for someone else? After all, only one animal can enter the Dragon Gate." Upon hearing the turtle's words, Luofong sneered coldly. This turtle was indeed a master at sowing discord. If it were some other group entering here, they might already be losing trust in each other because of these words. Since only one creature could enter the Dragon Gate, who would be chosen? Who could say that whoever entered wouldn't gain unimaginable benefits? In the face of such a huge temptation, even creatures that arrived together might turn on each other and strike from the shadows. But this didn't quite apply when it came to Luofong. None of the other animals here were planning to attack him. The rank 6 creatures who had benefited from Luofong wouldn't betray him. To be precise, it was already fortunate enough that Luofong hadn't turned on them first. As for Black-Hearted Tiger, he currently had no intention of fighting Luofong either. If he were to fight Luofong, one thing was certain, he would waste a great deal of energy, and that could negatively impact his future attempt to enter the Dragon Gate. While Luofong was thinking, the Ice-Fire Divine Lotus continued to form in front of him, one after another. It quickly collided with the turtle's energy shield. The result was still the same as before. Seeing this, the giant turtle was about to speak again when suddenly his eyes widened. He saw yet another Fire Lotus forming before Luofong. What? Bang! Before he could finish speaking, another explosion sounded. Then, another fire lotus condensed in midair. Seeing this, the giant turtle still wore a smile on his face as he said, "I'd like to see how many times your divine flame can continuously release these fire lotuses. Don't think that mastering a few techniques allows you to keep casting recklessly. You're still young. You still lack self-restraint." Luofong said nothing, merely raising a single finger. Seeing this, the giant turtle felt satisfied and said, "So you can actually produce one more? Well then, if you can release 4 fire lotuses at once, that certainly shows a certain level of strength. But even so, you are still rank 6. With so much divine flame, you can't afford to waste it like this. Take my advice. It's too dangerous here. Save some divine flame for self-defense. Most of an animal's skills are acquired through learning, with only a small portion being racial talents." Another reason was that outside the Dragon Gate, this area was essentially a safe zone. He could not attack these creatures. Only after entering the Dragon Gate's territory would he be able to move freely. But such a scenario was something he would never allow to happen. After hearing what the giant turtle had said, Luofong smiled and replied, "Your vision is somewhat short-sighted. It's not one." The Ice Fire Divine Lotus launched toward the turtle, one after another. 15 minutes later, a full 100 Ice Fire Divine Lotus had been unleashed upon the turtle. The surrounding animals were completely stunned. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily. This scene was simply too shocking. Even though they had previously experienced similar situations and were somewhat prepared mentally, this still seemed excessive. Within just this 10-minute span, Luofong had already consumed at least 1,000 strands of divine flame. This amount surpassed even the total divine flame found within a rank 7 being. Originally, Black-Hearted Tiger had merely admired Luofong a little and had planned to challenge him to a fight once Luofong reached rank 7. But now, the situation was completely different. If all of Luofeng's fire lotuses were directed at him, there was a great chance he could be completely drained and killed. Although Luofong was using rank 6 divine flame, the damage it caused was already sufficient to wound a rank 7 being. So far, he hadn't detected even the slightest sign of pressure or energy depletion from Luofong. This made the situation even more terrifying. Initially, the turtle had remained quite relaxed and casual. After all, a rank 6 being was something he completely disregarded. At most, it could only surprise him slightly. Previously, even rank 6 beings had not been worthy of making him expend this much energy. However, as time passed, he gradually realized something was off. The fire lotuses released by Luofong. Chapter 540, Arriving at the Dragon Gate. One after another, without the slightest interruption, this round of defense alone consumed hundreds of strands of divine flame from his body. That was no small number. He had been guarding this place for so many years, and had never consumed that much before. From this, one could see how powerful Luofong truly was. What shocked the turtle the most was, how could a human like Luofong possess so much divine flame? It was practically richer than the turtle himself. However, so far, the turtle hadn't moved even a single step. His body contained a large amount of divine flame and could still last for a while. Seeing Luofong finally stop, the turtle let out a sigh of relief. Although he still had quite a bit of divine flame left, continuous consumption like this could not last forever. After all, divine flame was the foundation for a creature's ability to progress. Too much consumption at once would certainly cause significant consequences. The turtle continued smiling on his face and said, "You really impress me. Out of the 100 treasure seekers I've seen, you are the most surprising one. I never imagined that a mere level 6 human could use so much divine flame. I suspect you must possess an item that quickly replenishes and stores large amounts of divine flame, right? Unfortunately, you didn't make good use of it and wasted it so recklessly. With that much divine flame on you, you could quickly advance to level 7. In the short term, you wouldn't need to worry about consuming it. Now all of it is gone." Hearing the turtle speak like that, Luofong smiled and replied, "You're actually right. I do have that kind of item, but it's just one of many artifacts I possess. There are other tools I can demonstrate for you as well." Originally, Luofong intended to keep bombarding with the Ice Fire Divine Lotus. However, that previous round had already consumed all the divine flame liquid he had obtained so far. Luckily, at present, the speed at which the mysterious seed produced divine flame liquid was rapidly increasing. It wouldn't leave Luofong without any divine flame liquid. However, to consume divine flame recklessly like before was now somewhat difficult. Still, Luofong had plenty of other methods to use. He had many artifacts and needed to find a suitable one to quickly enter the area. Luofong also knew this turtle's defense was quite formidable, so he decided not to attack anymore. There was simply no need. He turned to Tang Shu away, and Su Yunshi beside him, and softly said, "Both of you get ready. Follow me inside when the time comes." Upon hearing Luofeng's words, the two girls weren't exactly sure what Luofong intended to do. However, since Luofong had already said so, they just needed to prepare themselves accordingly. Together with the two girls, Luofong walked toward the turtle. Seeing this, the turtle chuckled, then waved his hand. A wall of water appeared in front of them, blocking Luofeng's path. Luofong didn't immediately attack when he saw this. Instead, he decided to test a certain ability now. This was a possibility Luofong had thought about before, but had never tested. Now with no better options, he could only try. The ability Luofong intended to use was his SSS rank talent, the portal ability. Initially, he had considered trying to teleport directly inside. Now to be safe, Luofong planned to teleport from the entrance guarded by the turtle. Other areas were blocked by barriers, so there was a high chance of failure. But teleporting from the entrance should be relatively safe. Also, Luofeng's teleportation ability wasn't simple. Thinking of this, Luofong activated his power. He immediately began to teleport. In the blink of an eye, Luofong vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, it was behind the turtle, already within the Dragon Gate's domain. As Luofong entered this place, he immediately felt a dense wave of energy surrounding him. If he absorbed energy here, his strength would surely rise rapidly. The energy here was at least 100 times denser than outside. It was like entering paradise itself. Now Luofong finally understood why even an ordinary turtle could reach level 7. In such an environment, even a pig could probably ascend to level 7. Around the Dragon Gate alone, the energy was already this intense. Luofong couldn't even imagine what kind of benefits would come from passing through the Dragon Gate itself. While Luofong was marveling at the surrounding environment, all the surrounding creatures were stunned into silence. The animals that had previously witnessed Luofeng's teleportation ability were relatively able to accept it. However, the animals that had never seen Luofeng's teleportation ability before were completely stunned by this sudden situation and couldn't react at all. Even the level 7 black-hearted tiger was the same. Instant teleportation wasn't something any high-level creature naturally possessed. It had to be learned before one could master such an ability. Therefore, even the black-hearted tiger didn't possess the ability of instant teleportation. When the giant turtle first saw Luofeng's body suddenly disappear, he initially thought Luofong was preparing to attack him. He had already gotten ready for defense, but after waiting for a few seconds, he didn't feel anything unusual. This made him feel extremely strange. Judging from Luofeng's level 6 strength at such a close distance, it shouldn't take several seconds for him to arrive, right? After he noticed the reactions of the surrounding animals, he seemed to realize something. Could it be? His expression suddenly changed. It couldn't be, right? Could it be that Luofong had already entered inside the Dragon Gate's domain? Just when the giant turtle wanted to turn around and check what was happening behind him, suddenly, his expression changed drastically, because he sensed a very powerful energy coming from behind. That energy felt extremely familiar to him. It was exactly the Ice Fire Divine Lotus Luofong had been releasing earlier. The giant turtle didn't think much and immediately created a protective barrier to shield his own rear, because Luofeng's Fire Lotus was aimed directly at his butt. For any living being, the anal area was a relatively sensitive part. If it got hit, it would certainly be extremely painful. Soon enough, Luofeng's Ice Fire Divine Lotus had already reached near the giant turtle. But this time was a bit different from previous situations. Luofong directly used the dog transformation talisman. The giant turtle, who had originally been lying there, instantly transformed into a dog. Not only that, Luofeng's SSS rank talent, the stasis ability, was also activated at this moment. This stasis ability was extremely powerful. It didn't just restrict movement, it also prevented the target from using any energy whatsoever. Chapter 541, Ambush from Behind. At this moment, you could do nothing else but think. Therefore, the giant turtle's protective shield suddenly started to collapse automatically at this very moment. Luofeng's Ice and Fire Divine Lotus moved forward without any obstruction and directly entered the backside of the turtle, who had already been transformed into a dog. This fiery lotus directly entered the rear end of the dog. Immediately afterward, a massive explosion rang out. Flowers of excrement scattered across the sky. The scene was extremely grotesquely vivid. Yellowish viscous substances flew everywhere. Someone might ask, if it's already a level 7 creature, wouldn't it have gotten rid of all fecal matter inside its body? Wouldn't that be beneath its status? But in reality, this was quite normal. These high-level creatures, when consuming food or energy-containing items, would certainly leave some impurities that couldn't be fully absorbed. Thus, these impurities would remain inside their bodies, waiting for a suitable moment to be expelled. Now Luofong had helped the giant turtle complete this very process. Although the giant turtle's defensive power was incredibly formidable, especially its turtle shell, which even Luofong couldn't break, Luofong had transformed it into a dog. A genuine dog. A dog certainly doesn't carry a turtle shell on its back. This greatly affected the turtle's defensive capabilities. Its defense must have dropped by at least half. The surrounding animals witnessing this scene instantly felt a tightening sensation around their anal regions. Instinctively, they pulled their legs closer together. In fact, many of the animals even began to feel sympathy for the now dog-shaped former turtle. However, none of the surrounding creatures showed any sign of slowing down. They all rushed toward the entrance. Tang Xuwei and Su Yunxi were leading the charge, swiftly approaching the entrance. Because Luofong had previously informed them to pay attention to any changes here, they didn't hesitate when they saw what was happening to the giant turtle. Originally, the giant turtle was massive in size, perfectly blocking off the entrance. But now that it had become a dog, its physical form had changed. Coupled with the attack from the lotus, the dog-transformed turtle's position had shifted slightly. If only one lotus had hit his rear, he might have endured the pain and continued guarding the entrance. But he had already sensed the powerful energy surging from behind him again. This forced him to adjust his body position slightly. All of this left the giant turtle both depressed and confused. He couldn't understand how he, a perfectly normal turtle, had suddenly turned into a dog. The lack of a turtle shell made him feel completely unsafe. Even more importantly, what kind of divine power was this? It could transform one creature from one species into another. He also noticed the surrounding animals quickly moving toward him. More precisely, moving toward the entrance. But in his current state, there was absolutely no way he could stop them. Especially since one of the approaching animals was also a level 7 creature. Previously, when he was in turtle form, he had no concerns at all. Just lie in place, and none of the other creatures could do anything to him. But now, things were different. He had become a dog. First of all, he wasn't yet familiar with this new body. Secondly, he lacked any real offensive capabilities. He hadn't had time to learn any new techniques. There were many creatures here, but none of them were turtles. This was understandable. Treasure hunting requires speed. A turtle isn't naturally suited for that. It would be better off underwater. But on land, clearly slower than other creatures. Under normal circumstances, turtles would remain within a certain range and rarely venture out, seeming to be quite accustomed to such a lifestyle. Of course, this didn't mean he absolutely had to learn the skills of other turtles. However, as a guardian, there was no way for him to learn techniques from these other creatures. Would it be acceptable for a guardian to learn techniques from ordinary animals? Doing so could very likely expose his identity. And if that happened, the situation might spiral out of control. Even now, without having done anything, he had already been figured out by Luofong. Otherwise, Luofong wouldn't have taken such actions. Now, the turtle's mind was nearly collapsing. He had been about to successfully enter the inner sanctum before long. And now, everything had been completely ruined by Luofong. Right now, he already had the heart to kill Luofong. Unfortunately, this thought could only remain in his mind as nothing more than a fantasy. Right now, he not only had no way of killing Luofong, but he also had to quickly dodge Luofeng's attacks from his Ice and Fire Divine Lotus. However, this Ice and Fire Divine Lotus had an automatic tracking ability, and in this transformed state, the turtle certainly didn't have the speed to evade. He could do nothing but use an energy shield to resist. Luckily, this time, Luofong did not activate the immobilizing ability. Thus, the turtle's energy shield managed to block most of the power from Luofeng's Fiery Lotus. As a result, the turtle had no time to stop these animals from entering. In no time, Tang Xuewei and Su Yunqi had already entered through the entrance. Seeing the two of them come in, Luofong immediately stopped using his abilities against the giant turtle. He definitely had no intention of helping these animals get inside. These animals were now his direct competitors. Without glancing back, Luofong looked upward toward the heavenly gate hovering high in the sky and said, "Let's head there." After hearing Luofeng's words, the two girls didn't ask questions and quickly followed behind him toward the heavenly gate. However, they had not taken more than a few steps when Luofeng's expression suddenly changed. Because the heavenly gate was located high up in the sky, if they wanted to get up there, they would have to fly. However, the ability to fly was something that only level 6 creatures naturally possessed. Luofong and the two girls were not at level 6 and, of course, did not have the ability to fly. But this didn't faze Luofong. He had a flying talisman. This would conveniently solve their inability to fly, which might otherwise seem somewhat embarrassing. Right now, Luofong had several choices. One was to ride Tang Xuewei's white tiger into the sky. Another option was to summon Xuanwu and use the flying talisman to allow Xuanwu to fly. Luofong thought for a moment and decided to summon Xuanwu first. After all, Xuanwu could offer much greater protection. Luofong couldn't be sure whether there would be any danger during their ascent. He hadn't obtained any information from the giant turtle regarding what lay inside here. Because of the restrictions within, the giant turtle himself couldn't enter inside either. Chapter 542, Ascending. Therefore, he didn't know much about the current situation here. Rodan even began to doubt whether what the giant turtle had said earlier, that only one creature could enter the dragon gate, was actually a lie. However, the giant turtle hadn't put much thought into that matter. This left Rodan unable to confirm whether such a possibility actually existed. Nonetheless, regardless of the outcome, Rodan had already decided to bring Tang Xuewei and Su Yunqi along to check it out. As Rodan was thinking about how to choose his path forward, the situation at the entrance had already become extremely intense. With Rodan canceling the ability of transforming into a dog, the giant turtle also reverted back to his original form. Feeling this very familiar body, he was quite satisfied. He didn't waste any time now, immediately heading closer to the entrance. He definitely didn't intend to let these creatures enter the entrance unimpeded. Just the fact that Rodan had entered alone already caused the giant turtle immense worry. If in the end Rodan obtained the treasure of the dragon's inheritance, then everything he had been working on for so many years would be completely ruined. If such a situation had happened at the beginning, he wouldn't have been so angry. But now, he himself was just about to succeed, about to enter the area of the dragon gate. At such a crucial moment, this kind of situation arose, almost making the giant turtle so angry he spat blood. The giant turtle wanted to stop these creatures, but with his abilities, there was simply no way to stop them. These creatures were all extremely fast, and so, the giant turtle could only watch helplessly as these creatures entered the entrance. After all the creatures had entered, the giant turtle's mood was extremely complicated. For a moment, he didn't know what he should do next. Right now, he couldn't enter himself. All he could do was desperately pray that Rodan and these other creatures wouldn't succeed in passing the dragon gate and obtain the dragon's final reward. It's not as if these creatures entering meant certain victory. The difficulty of entering the dragon gate wasn't small at all. There was still a big chance of failure. Although the goblin hadn't entered or even approached the dragon gate, he had now somewhat adapted to the current situation here and could sense something was happening. While the goblin was deep in thought, suddenly, an event inside made the giant turtle dumbstruck. His turtle eyes widened greatly. This was truly beyond his imagination. Right in front of Rodan appeared a turtle whose size was absolutely enormous. The diameter of this turtle was at least 90 meters. Its massive body was terrifyingly huge. After seeing this giant turtle, the guardian turtle immediately felt somewhat ashamed. Before he had seen this supersized turtle, he had actually felt quite good about his own appearance. His diameter was about 20 meters, which already made him a fairly large creature. After all, not every creature naturally increases in size with strength. It was related to the creature's own body type. There were even creatures whose bodies didn't change at all even after growing stronger. In fact, some creatures' sizes might actually shrink as their levels increased. Not only the turtle was shocked, even the other animals, who had already seen Rodan's black tortoise before, still couldn't help but feel amazed once again at such a massive tortoise. Rodan's black tortoise, after just a few hours out of sight, had actually grown even larger, even if it were on steroids. To grow this much in such a short time was extremely rare. Only two people remained unshaken, Tang Xuewei and Su Yunqi. The two of them had been with Rodan for a long time, witnessing many of Rodan's incredible abilities, and had already become somewhat accustomed to being shocked by him. Without hesitation, the three of them directly climbed onto the back of the black tortoise. Once they got on, Rodan naturally realized that the other animals had also entered. He wasn't surprised. After all, the giant turtle wasn't mobile now. These creatures actually had a good grasp of timing. Rodan didn't dwell on it further, immediately commanding the black tortoise to ascend into the sky. The giant tortoise's body began quickly flying towards the dragon gate in the sky. The other creatures, upon seeing this, also wasted no time. One by one, they started using their own abilities to fly. Although these creatures had received Rodan's help before, they definitely didn't plan to give up this opportunity to compete. For every creature here, this was extremely important. As they started to ascend, The sky was also beginning to change. From the Dragon Gate, dazzling multicolored light radiated outward. This light was more than just visually intense. It exerted immense pressure upon the creatures, both mentally and physically. Instantly, it slowed the creatures' progress. The closer they got to the Dragon Gate, the stronger this pressure became. This was the trial posed by the Dragon Gate itself. Originally, Luofong was at the front, with a considerable distance separating him from the other creatures behind. But under the influence of this multicolored light, Xuanwu's speed had already begun to decrease. Xuanwu's pace, which had never been particularly fast, grew even slower. The other creatures also naturally encountered the same issue. However, these creatures were all 7th rank experts, possessing naturally high speeds. Especially those who possessed dragon crystals, the colored light seemed to have little effect on them. Their ascent was extremely fast. Soon, these creatures had caught up with Luofong and reached the same altitude. Then, one by one, they surpassed him, continuing to rise. These creatures could use various types of energy to increase their speed. But the Xuanwu beneath Luofong certainly lacked such an ability. Xuanwu's flight was only possible thanks to a flying talisman. That talisman only had a set maximum speed and could not be increased. This situation left Luofong quite embarrassed. Luofong had already started considering whether he should use his teleportation ability to directly teleport himself to the Dragon Gate. But his teleportation ability was still limited to short distances. He would have to wait until getting closer before attempting. Primarily, the Dragon Gate sat at a considerable height above sea level. It would still take them some time to reach it. So 1 minute passed. As they continued rising, they had already reached a relatively high altitude. Chapter 543, Elimination of Negative Effects. However, the animals at the very top were moving slower and slower. Now, their speed was even slower than Luofeng's. It wasn't that they were intentionally waiting for Luofong. It was simply because the pressure above was truly overwhelming. They had no choice but to slow down. Luofong could now also sense the presence of this pressure. The physical pressure on his body, he could resist using energy. But with mental pressure, he didn't have many options. He hadn't even reached level 6 yet, so his control and use of mental strength were still limited. As for mental abilities, he didn't have any at all. If it were a typical level 4 being, it probably wouldn't have made it this far. It wouldn't have been able to proceed any further. Luofong could still persevere for some time. But the two people next to Luofong, Tang Xuewei and Su Yunxi, weren't as relaxed and casual as he was. Tang Xuewei was relatively okay. Having inherited the snow goddess's legacy, her resistance had significantly improved. However, Su Yunxi wasn't quite as strong. Except for her SS rank Tofu, she didn't have any other special advantages. If her SS rank talent were in the oceanic world outside, it would absolutely be very powerful. But now, she was by Luofeng's side. At that level, her talent wasn't particularly impressive. She barely managed not to slow Luofong down. Luofong naturally noticed this situation, and he began thinking of solutions. Otherwise, the possibility of the three of them reaching the Dragon Gate would be extremely low. Luofong hadn't known earlier that this situation would occur. If he had known, he might have had the two of them enter the 9-colored E-Pagoda and proceeded forward while carrying it. Earlier, he might have looked for a more secluded spot to absorb them into the pagoda. If the surrounding animals saw that Luofong possessed a spatial item capable of storing living beings, they might have started to suspect something. As for the black tortoise being absorbed, those animals didn't react too strongly. Generally speaking, pets having special circumstances, being able to be absorbed was considered normal. Now the situation was special. If there was really no other way, Luofong would just have to absorb the two of them into the 9-colored E-Pagoda. After all, the E-Pagoda was a divine artifact, completely fearless of these things. Just as Luofong was thinking of a solution, an idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. This idea had just appeared when a sense of excitement surged in him. This was precisely the SSS rank Tofu from Luofeng's mind, the Beauty Scroll. Luofeng's powerful mental energy was also due in large part to the existence of the Beauty Scroll. The Beauty Scroll could shield Luofong from certain negative energies. The same applied to these colorful rays of light. Previously, Luofong had never actively used the Beauty Scroll, but now he immediately activated it. Instantly, he felt a sense of mental clarity and ease. All that mental pressure vanished instantly. That made Luofong extremely happy. However, this wasn't enough. This was also within Luofeng's expectations. He had another idea. If this idea could succeed, it would greatly assist him in his current situation. As soon as this thought occurred, the Beauty Scroll began emitting light. The figures of several beauties on the scroll started dancing gracefully. Right now, Luofong didn't have time to appreciate the dance moves. With a thought, energy from the Beauty Scroll moved toward two figures, Tang Xuewei and Su Yunxi. Through these figures, Luofong could directly communicate with these beauties. This should also be able to help them. With the energy being infused, Luofong started paying attention to the two of them, wanting to see how effective it was. Sure enough, Luofong witnessed a rather satisfying scene. Both Tang Xuewei and Su Yunxi had looked tense before, but now, the tension on their faces had completely vanished. Seeing this, Luofong smiled and asked, "How do the two of you feel? Has the pressure decreased?" Hearing Luofong say that, both of them looked at him with surprise written across their faces. Tang Xuewei, who had been following Luofong for so long, didn't find it particularly strange that Luofong could possess such an ability. But this was the first time Su Yunxi had seen Luofong use this ability. She hadn't even seen Luofong make any movement. This was something Luofong had done to her body without her knowing. Tang Xuewei didn't overthink, and simply said, "Now, I feel absolutely no effect here." Originally, those colorful rays had some impact on her, but now there was absolutely no effect at all. Su Yunxi also spoke up. "I don't have any issues either. I feel very mentally refreshed now. Is this your ability? I don't even remember seeing you make any moves just now." Luofong, hearing their words, let out a sigh of relief. Now, all three of them could ascend rapidly. As for Su Yunxi's question, Luofong had no intention of giving a detailed answer. His SSS rank talent, the Beauty Scroll, was something quite personal. If they found out about it, They might misunderstand him as a playboy. If this got out, it could potentially damage his reputation. Once many beautiful women wanted to become Luofeng's partner, he definitely wouldn't have time to deal with all that. Thinking about this, Luofeng smiled and said, "This is just one of my talent's abilities. There's not much to explain. You'll understand more later. Right now, we should think about how to continue going upward. Although the three of us are no longer affected by these colorful rays, the black tortoise still is. It can't ascend rapidly. So even if the three of us aren't affected, it's not very useful. I'm actually considering whether I should just absorb the black tortoise into the pagoda." This wasn't Luofeng being biased against the black tortoise, withholding the beauty scroll's energy. It was simply because the scroll didn't feature an image of the black tortoise, so Luofeng had no way of using it for that purpose. Besides, Luofeng's preferences weren't that extreme. He couldn't bring himself to do that with the black tortoise. Drawing on years of experience from games, novels, and films, Luofeng had never encountered such a situation before. He hadn't even dared to imagine anything like a tortoise-riding hero. Hearing Luofeng's explanation, Su Yunxi reacted accordingly. Chapter 544 Otherwise. She didn't say much, anyway it was just a casual question. She didn't really need to know the result. As for the idea mentioned by Luofeng, she still felt slightly surprised. If Luofeng put Xuanwu away, how were they supposed to go up? However, this didn't baffle Su Yunxi. She spoke up. "If you put Xuanwu away, then we'll need to find another flying object that won't be affected. I can offer an idea for your reference. That is, I can turn into a flying animal. I can carry you all up." When Luofeng heard Su Yunxi's suggestion, he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't really considered that direction before. After all, it was somewhat inappropriate. Even though she had already transformed into an animal, Luofeng had previously planned to take out the demon saber thousand blades and let it become a flying carpet. Then they could ride it upward. After thinking for a while, Luofeng still hadn't decided. With so many creatures here, it indeed felt somewhat inappropriate. Later, thinking about it, Luofeng smiled and said, "This time, I'll take care of it. You all quickly get onto this flying carpet. We need to start moving fast, and cannot fall behind these animals." As Luofeng spoke, he had already taken out the demon saber thousand blades from his spatial ring. A black shard-like flying carpet appeared on Xuanwu's back. Without wasting any time, Luofeng immediately stepped onto it. Seeing that Luofeng had already acted, Tang Xuewei and Su Yunxi naturally didn't hesitate either and climbed onto the black flying carpet. Su Yunxi wasn't unhappy about Luofeng's refusal. She had just wanted to give it a try. She hadn't yet transformed into a bird to carry someone before and didn't know how effective it would be. In fact, she was also worried if something went wrong somehow. Since Luofeng said this, she was more than happy not to do it. If there was a chance in the future, she could first practice this kind of skill with them. That way, if she was suddenly needed, she'd have confidence in her abilities. When the three of them finally stood on the black flying carpet, the Xuanwu beneath them vanished into thin air. The black flying carpet soared through the air. Luofeng didn't hesitate and immediately controlled it towards the direction of the dragon gate. This time, his speed was much faster than before. As time passed, Luofeng finally caught up with the ascending animals. Initially, the animals had advanced at an extremely rapid pace. However, now their climbing speed was no faster than a normal human sprint. As everyone drew closer to the dragon gate, the ascent speed grew increasingly slower. Among these animals, the fastest climber was the 7-star black-hearted tiger. There was nothing unusual about that. The more powerful one was, the faster one could ascend. However, even he felt intense pressure from the colorful light. Currently, he had already reached 3/4 of the total height. Just a quarter distance remained before he could enter the dragon gate. Originally, he thought he was definitely going to be the first to enter, but when he noticed Luofeng's situation, his expression suddenly changed. Earlier, Luofeng's ascending speed wasn't particularly fast. How could it suddenly increase so much in the blink of an eye? Now, Luofeng's speed wasn't only unaffected by the colorful glow, it had increased even more. His speed was as steady as if he weren't affected by the colorful light at all. He steadily flew towards the dragon gate. Once Luofeng matched the animal's altitude, he aimed directly at the black-hearted tiger's height. If Luofeng maintained this speed, he would reach the same height as the black-hearted tiger in a matter of seconds. Seeing this, the black-hearted tiger immediately felt uneasy. If things continued this way, Luofeng would definitely enter the dragon gate ahead of him. That was not something he wanted to see. At this moment, he must start to act. To block Luofeng. Thinking of this, the black-hearted tiger no longer hesitated. He directly moved toward Luofeng's direction. At the same time, powerful energy began gathering around his body. Black and green energy swirled around the black-hearted tiger. This was already the second time he had activated this form. Previously, he had used it once when fighting against the black dragon. Its power was indeed very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have defeated the black dragon and left unscathed. At this critical moment, the black-hearted tiger no longer intended to hide his strength. They had already come this far and were about to achieve the final reward. If he missed this opportunity, it would truly be extremely regrettable. Right now, the black-hearted tiger was extremely eager to enter the dragon gate and become the dragon hero. Of course, Luofeng had also noticed the black-hearted tiger's actions. Facing this situation, Luofeng didn't even need to use the mind-reading talisman to guess what the black-hearted tiger was thinking right now. Besides trying to stop Luofeng, there wasn't likely anything else on his mind. If they were both freely flying in the sky, Luofeng might really have to engage in a battle with the black-hearted tiger. But under the current circumstances, Luofeng saw no need for that. At the moment, his speed, thanks to the colorful glow, was much faster than the black-hearted tiger's. This led to a very obvious outcome. The black-hearted tiger simply couldn't catch up with him. In this case, Luofeng had no intention of fighting the black-hearted tiger. It wasn't that Luofeng was afraid of him, but rather that engaging in a fight would waste too much time. He had long been impatient to enter the dragon gate. Therefore, Luofeng quickly controlled the black flying carpet to move away from the black-hearted tiger. Seeing Luofeng moving further away, the black-hearted tiger immediately felt extremely angry. If Luofeng refused to fight him head-on, he was truly helpless. He also had no way of catching up with Luofeng. Thus, he quickly shouted loudly, "Don't run away. Have the guts to fight me one-on-one. If you can defeat me, I will willingly give up the Dragon Gate to you. I believe you're also a martial artist who values chivalry." When Luofong heard the black-hearted tiger speaking like this, he smiled brightly and said, "You are absolutely right. I do value chivalry, but you clearly do not. You, a 7th-level tiger, want to fight me, a 6th-level human. Isn't that somewhat bullying? I will challenge you after I also reach level 7. Right now, I shall enter the Dragon Gate first." Chapter 545, Pippy Snake rushes over. "Let me see what I can gain over there. Perhaps, once I come out from there, I can strengthen my power. Then, I can fight with you again. I'm leaving first." After speaking, Luofong stopped paying attention to Haixinhu and quickly began moving toward the Dragon Gate. As he was about to enter the gate, an uncontrollable smile appeared on Luofeng's face. He was genuinely happy. However, Haixinhu certainly couldn't smile. His face was filled with fury, but he was powerless. He could only watch helplessly as Luofong approached the portal. Could it be that, in the end, the treasure really was going to be taken by Luofong? Though Haixinhu knew he couldn't catch up with Luofong, he still didn't give up and kept moving closer to the Dragon Gate. There was still a chance, after all. As Luofong passed all the other animals, his mood became much lighter. Even he himself hadn't expected the path to obtaining the treasure would be this simple. At this speed, he'd reached the portal in less than a minute. Now Luofong was extremely relaxed, even imagining what kind of reward he would receive in the end. He also wondered whether he could become the Celestial Dragon Warrior. Without a doubt, merely from the name, it was clear that this was a very powerful hidden class. Luofong had previously obtained the Sea King class, which greatly boosted his combat effectiveness when fighting underwater. However, fighting outside the ocean, the Sea King class wouldn't provide much enhancement. If he could obtain the Celestial Dragon Warrior class, it would greatly aid Luofong in his upcoming actions. Moreover, the place was called the Celestial Dragon Ruins. Perhaps there would even be a Celestial Dragon's corpse? Or even legendary divine weapons. Luofong clearly remembered that his system could trigger rewards for divine weapons. How great it would be to obtain one. Just as Luofong was daydreaming about a beautiful future, suddenly, strange phenomena began to occur. Everyone on the scene immediately turned their heads toward one direction. A thick, black snake suddenly appeared near the portal. This startled everyone greatly. If it were merely a giant snake made entirely of venom, they wouldn't have reacted so dramatically. The key was that they saw a dragon crystal resting atop the snake's head. At that moment, the identity of the venomous snake was immediately revealed. This was Pippy Snake. This realization flashed through the minds of the animals present, greatly startling them. Pippy Snake was a level 7 snake originally. How did it end up in this state? The animals didn't have time to think much further. Pippy Snake already spoke out. "It's all your fault that I became like this. I'll make you all pay with your lives. Only I shall become the true dragon." Arriving here, Pippy Snake took one glance and immediately understood the entire situation. Without hesitation, its body swiftly advanced toward the entrance. When Dawugwe saw this, he originally wanted to step forward to block it. Earlier, he hadn't expected any other animals to arrive, so he hadn't blocked the entrance with his body. He had been focusing on healing his injured tail. Now, seeing Pippy Snake approaching, he wanted to stop it. However, his movement speed was simply no match for Pippy Snake's. Soon, Pippy Snake entered through the entrance. Once inside, Pippy Snake wasted no time, immediately darting straight toward Luofong. Its speed was incredible, as if the colorful lights around had absolutely no effect on it. Like a black lightning bolt, it flashed through. The surrounding animals were greatly shocked upon witnessing this. This Pippy Snake was truly terrifying, especially those animals who had previously been with Pippy Snake. Seeing Pippy Snake in this state, they seemed to recall something. Pippy Snake had actually managed to escape from the Golden Dragon. Its current condition was likely connected to the Golden Dragon. Luckily, Pippy Snake was rushing straight toward Luofong. If Pippy Snake turned against them, they probably wouldn't be able to resist. Next, they could only watch and see how Luofong would deal with the situation. Given Pippy Snake's fierce appearance, it remained to be seen whether Luofong could withstand it. At this moment, Haixinhu felt extremely excited inside. Earlier, as he watched Luofong quickly approach the Dragon Gate, he had already felt despair creeping in. Who could have expected that the Pippy Snake would suddenly show up? Moreover, Pippy Snake's target was precisely Luofong. This was truly a great opportunity for Haixinhu. Earlier, he had been wondering, Pippy Snake, as a level 7 creature, had been absent for so long. Surely, it couldn't have died. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened to Pippy Snake, he knew now was the time to seize the opportunity. Once the two of them started fighting, Luofeng's upward speed would definitely decrease. Haixinhu began putting all his strength into moving upward. Seeing Pippy Snake in this state, Luofeng's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Through the mind-reading talisman, he already knew how Pippy Snake had ended up like this. Back then, after Luofong left, Pippy Snake hadn't lasted for long before being trapped inside the golden cage. Under normal circumstances, any creature trapped within the golden cage would have no chance of escape. At the time, the golden dragon had been extremely furious and had severely attacked Pippy Snake. Luofong himself didn't know many details of what happened afterward. After all, what Pippy Snake was thinking about now wasn't about past memories, but about killing Luofong and entering the Dragon Gate itself to become a true dragon. In the end, Pippy Snake had managed to escape only by sacrificing a portion of its own body. Its current form was now entirely composed of venom. If it couldn't become a true dragon, then even after leaving this place, it wouldn't survive for long. Therefore, this time, no matter what, it had to enter the Dragon Gate. Seeing this situation, Luofong could only helplessly shake his head. It seemed he would have to fight after all. Right now, Luofong even felt a bit of regret. He really shouldn't have doubted that everything was going too smoothly. Now look, a huge problem had arrived without warning. Luofong couldn't afford to be careless in the slightest. A bloom of ice-fire divine lotus appeared before him. Then, without hesitation, the lotus quickly flew straight toward Pippy Snake. Very soon, both collided. The fire lotus instantly exploded, causing Pippy Snake's body to be blown apart and scattered in all directions. Chapter 546. No way to stop it. The black venom flew out just a short distance before immediately flying back. Pipey Snake's body showed no injuries at all. At this moment, Pipey Snake suddenly laughed and said, "Although my current state isn't as good as my original body, it still has its own unique advantages. This entire body is made of venom. There's absolutely no worry about being attacked or sustaining damage. As long as we can make contact with you, this venom alone is sufficient to kill you. So your fire lotuses are practically ineffective against me. Now just wait for death." Pipey Snake's entire body radiated a strong, intense aura as it rapidly moved toward Luofong. Moreover, the dragon crystal atop his head was emitting dazzling, colorful gumon. In this transformed state, Pipey Snake had no reservations about using the dragon crystal. He was no longer concerned about any side effects. It was precisely because of this dragon crystal that he could move so swiftly here. Seeing this situation, Luofong slightly furrowed his brows. It seemed this time would be somewhat tricky. However, this wouldn't be enough to stump Luofong. He still had many useful items in his possession that he could use. First, Luofong glanced at the position of the dragon gate. How far away was it from him? If the distance was sufficient, he could directly teleport there. After observing carefully, he determined that he needed to move forward at least another 100 meters before he could use his SSS rank talent to reach the dragon gate directly. He only needed to hold out for a few more seconds. Thinking thus, Luofong summoned his Icefire Divine Lotus again and launched an attack against Pipey Snake. Although Pipey Snake claimed it had no effect, how could that possibly be true? There must be at least some consumption. One explosion from Luofeng's Icefire Divine Lotus could cause Pipey Snake's body to lose some of its venom. That was an energy expenditure. Even if Pipey Snake could regather the dispersed venom, it would take some time, and that was exactly what Luofong needed. If Luofong could delay for just a few seconds, he could teleport away directly. The effect of the Icefire Divine Lotus remained as before. Still quite skillfully, Luofong took out the "You Are Truly a Dog" talisman. This talisman was indeed a wonderful item. Since Luofong had obtained it, he had practically used it in every battle, and its effects had always been very noticeable. However, what slightly bothered Luofong was this. His frequent attempts at battling above his level had rapidly reduced the talisman's remaining usage time. If this rate continued, it wouldn't be long before Luofong could no longer use such a great item. Yet at times like this, he simply had no choice but to use it. He wondered when he would get the chance to obtain a similar item again. Thinking about this, Luofong started fantasizing about when he might get the chance to open some treasure chests. It had been a long time. He couldn't even remember what the chests looked like anymore. Luofong didn't dwell on it much longer. As soon as he took out the "You Are Truly a Dog" talisman, he used it against Pipey Snake. Thus, the Pipey Snake that had previously been flying through the air began to rapidly transform. A black dog appeared in midair. Pipey Snake's body was only affected slightly. After all, it was merely flying. That didn't matter much to whatever form his body took. The key point was that Pipey Snake had already prepared for this mentally. Earlier, he had already known that Luofong possessed the ability to transform others, especially beasts, into dogs. This time, when he attacked Luofong, Luofong would surely use that exact ability on him. Therefore, previously, he had already used venom to condense a canine form and experiment with this possibility. In fact, since his body was now entirely composed of venom, his external appearance didn't make much of a difference anymore. Pipey Snake continued rushing quickly toward Luofong. Seeing this situation, Luofong was inwardly surprised. He hadn't expected this talisman to be less effective than usual. But it didn't matter much. Since it had little effect, Luofong put the "You Are Truly a Dog" talisman away. Pipey Snake's body quickly recovered. He laughed loudly. "Your move has no effect on me at all. Haha, let's see what other tricks you've got left. No matter what tricks you pull, today, you will die here. I will let you experience exactly what being pierced by 10,000 poisons feels like." Pipey Snake's heart filled with excitement as Luofong came increasingly closer. Finally, he could kill Luofong. Then, he could pass through the dragon gate and become a true dragon. In that case, coming here today would indeed be a huge success. After becoming a true dragon, he would then properly deal with Xiao Yu and the others. The distance between him and Luofong was becoming shorter and shorter. At this speed, it wouldn't take more than 3 seconds for him to reach Luofong. Then, he would be able to kill him. His entire body was filled with extremely potent venom. As long as he could wrap around Luofong, there was absolutely no doubt he could kill him instantly. The surrounding animals, upon witnessing what had just happened, were all deeply shocked. They had never expected that Luofeng's attacks would have absolutely no effect on Pipey Snake. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. How had Pipey Snake become so powerful? Could it be that this time Luofong was really going to be killed by Pipey Snake? Though these animals also wanted to enter the dragon gate, they would rather have Luofong enter than Pipey Snake. Once Pipey Snake entered the dragon gate, then all of them, rank 6 animals, wouldn't be able to escape at all. But right now, facing such a situation, they had no way to help. They could only watch helplessly as Pipey Snake rapidly approached Luofong. All they could do was pray that Luofong wouldn't get hurt. Blackheart Tiger was equally shocked when he saw this scene. He had just been thinking that the battle between Pipey Snake and Luofong would be extremely fierce, and that the outcome wouldn't be decided quickly. He had great confidence in Luofeng's strength. But what happened in that battle had shaken him slightly. So powerful after transforming into a venomous state. From this appearance, it looked like Pipey Snake would soon kill Luofong. Then Pipey Snake could head straight for the dragon gate. For Blackheart Tiger, this definitely wasn't good news. Seeing that both of them were moving so fast, Blackheart Tiger finally couldn't hold back anymore. Previously, he hadn't used all of his abilities. Some abilities simply couldn't be used easily. Chapter 547. The environment feels a bit familiar. This was exactly his current situation. Once he used that particular ability, it would be an extremely huge drain on him. This drain wasn't just about energy consumption. It would be difficult to recover quickly. Therefore, if he couldn't enter the dragon gate, his combat effectiveness would drop severely, and his situation would become extremely dangerous. But now, he could no longer consider so many possibilities. If Pippy Snake were to obtain the Divine Dragon's inheritance, he probably wouldn't be safe either. Thinking of this, Blackheart Tiger no longer hesitated. A powerful energy burst from his body instantly. Thick green energy covered his entire body. Some black energy also appeared. These two different energies began to fuse together, forming a completely new type of energy. As soon as this new energy appeared, Blackheart Tiger's forward speed instantly doubled, and it was getting faster and faster. He wasn't planning on approaching Luofong. This time, he directly headed toward the Dragon Gate. Let them two fight it out. This time, Blackheart Tiger wanted to play the role of the fisherman who profits from others' conflict. Time passed quickly. 3 seconds went by. Pippy Snake had already arrived in front of Luofong. It opened its huge mouth directly and bit toward the three of them. Not only that, the black venom all over Pippy Snake's body was also spreading toward Luofong. Luofong immediately raised a protective barrier composed of divine fire energy. However, this venom was extremely powerful. The barrier didn't last long before being destroyed directly. Then, the venom spread out and completely engulfed Luofong and his group. Soon, Pippy Snake's venom dissipated. This place had become completely dry, as if nothing had been left behind. The surrounding level, 6 animals, seeing this scene, instantly showed extremely terrified expressions on their faces. Did Luofong actually die just like that? In less than 1 second, even Luofong had left no residue behind. Was it because Pippy Snake's venom was just too powerful? Even Luofong had been directly dissolved. If these level 6 creatures, were also attacked by Pippy Snake's venom, the consequences could be imagined. Now, these level 6 creatures had already begun to move downward. They wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, they might all die here. Pippy Snake definitely wasn't someone merciful. Xiao Yu and the other 2 animals with dragon scales, though also aware that Pippy Snake was very powerful, had no intention of backing down. Their purpose for coming here was very simple, mainly to kill Pippy Snake. If they couldn't kill Pippy Snake, they wouldn't leave this place. Thus, they all began to fully activate the power of their dragon scales, striving to reach Pippy Snake's side and engage in a final decisive battle. Blackheart Tiger, who was advancing forward, had been observing the situation here. When he saw that Luofong had been so cleanly and quickly killed by Pippy Snake, not even leaving a corpse behind, he was truly shocked. Was it just a few hours ago that they last met? Had Pippy Snake really become this powerful? He could even instantly kill Luofong. Could it be that Pippy Snake's current state came from some lucky encounter? At this moment, Blackheart Tiger even began to doubt whether he could defeat Pippy Snake, mainly because Pippy Snake's current state felt extremely strange, making even Blackheart Tiger feel uneasy. These animals all thought Pippy Snake was extremely powerful, but Pippy Snake himself wasn't thinking that way. He had a clear understanding of the power of his own venom. His venom was indeed very strong, but it shouldn't have corroded the humans so completely without leaving even the slightest trace. Suddenly, a scene flashed through his mind at this moment. Back when they were competing for the Golden Key, Luofong had seemed to use an instantaneous teleportation ability once. Considering what had happened now, it was very likely that Luofong had left using that teleportation ability. Pippy Snake immediately looked around, but he couldn't find any trace of Luofong. At that moment, a voice came from above. You all can keep advancing slowly here. I'll go ahead first. Everyone hearing this sudden voice was stunned for a moment. When they raised their heads to look at the sky, their eyes immediately widened in shock, as if they had seen something unbelievable. And in fact, that was exactly what happened. They actually saw Luofong standing right in front of the massive dragon gate. This was truly unexpected for these animals. Originally, they had all believed that Luofong was already dead. Who would have thought that Luofong not only remained perfectly alive, but had actually already reached the dragon gate? He was now moving quickly into the dragon gate. This was truly shocking beyond belief. These level 6 creatures, seeing this situation unfold, couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. At least Luofong hadn't suffered any harm. Compared to Pippy Snake and Blackheart Tiger, the rest of these animals were actually hoping that Luofong would be the one to obtain the final reward. As for Pippy Snake and Blackheart Tiger themselves, when they saw what was happening, both instantly felt an intense surge of anger and fury. In their eyes, the ultimate treasure was definitely supposed to belong to them, not Luofong. But under these circumstances, there was absolutely nothing they could do to stop him. Neither of them could teleport. Therefore, there was no way for them to reach the dragon gate in a short amount of time. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Luofong walked into the dragon gate. At this moment, seeing the dragon gate just within reach, Luofeng's heart was filled with immense excitement. After enduring such a long and difficult struggle, he had finally arrived here. At last, he could experience the joy of victory. At this moment, one might wonder, where had Tang Shui and Su Yunxi gone? Surely Luofong hadn't teleported away alone and left the two of them behind? Obviously, even if Luofong were to be beaten to death, he wouldn't have done something like that. He had simply, in that critical moment, sent Tang Shui and Su Yunxi into the 9-colored Li Pagoda. Luofong had then teleported along with the pagoda itself. Currently, Luofong was still unable to teleport others with him, so he could only use this method. Luckily, the result wasn't too bad. Luofong held the 9-colored Li Pagoda tightly as he stepped into the dragon gate. Since he had already come this far, Luofong didn't waste any more time. He hurried to experience what was inside. As Luofong moved forward, his body quickly entered the dragon gate. In an instant, Luofong felt a bright white light flash before his eyes. When the white light faded, his vision gradually cleared. The first thing Luofong noticed was that the environment felt somewhat familiar. Chapter 548, 3 Treasure Chests. It was exactly the same as the environment at Longmen before. In other words, this was still above that same sea. As Luofong was feeling puzzled, wondering if he had taken the wrong path by mistake, suddenly, around him, numerous beams of colorful light began to appear. In the blink of an eye, a rainbow-colored dragon appeared in the sky. This dragon radiated multicolored light from its entire body, as if surrounded by rainbows. Seeing a dragon appear, Luofong immediately became fully alert. It wasn't out of fear or cowardice. Moreover, Luofong had encountered quite a few things here before. Back in the day, if he came across such creatures, none of them were stronger than him, so he didn't care and would just kill them outright. But after arriving at the Divine Dragon ruins, things were a little different. The creatures here were immensely powerful, and it wasn't only their strength that was the issue. These creatures were also extremely intelligent. If it weren't for Luofong having obtained the mind-reading talisman, he might have already been tricked. Even if he hadn't been tricked to the point of death, he would have had a hard time dealing with it. That was exactly why, seeing a rainbow dragon appear now, Luofong became highly vigilant. Instinctively, he tried to use the mind-reading talisman on the dragon. Suddenly, a system prompt voice rang out. Ding. Failed. Due to the target's excessively high rank, your use of the mind-reading talisman has failed. Upon hearing this, Luofong froze, shocked. This was the first time he had ever failed while using the mind-reading talisman. According to the talisman's description, failure would only occur when attempting to read a deity-level creature's mind. Thinking about this, Luofeng's gaze toward the rainbow dragon instantly changed completely. His expression was one of disbelief. Could it be that this dragon was actually a deity-level being? While Luofong was lost in his thoughts, the rainbow dragon began to speak. Didn't expect that after so many years, finally someone has come here. That artifact you just used is quite interesting. Trying to peek into my thoughts? If it were other low-level creatures, you might have actually succeeded in reading their minds. But for you to try that on me, there's no chance at all. Now tell me, what is your purpose for coming here? Hearing the dragon speak this way, Luofong slightly furrowed his brows. He hadn't expected the dragon to directly reveal the existence of the mind-reading talisman in his hand. It appeared the might of a deity-level being truly exceeded Luofeng's expectations. This immediately eliminated any thought Luofong had about using the mind-reading talisman again on a deity-level being. It was fortunate that Luofong had met this rainbow dragon. If it were any other deity-level being, he probably wouldn't have had such a pleasant encounter. Realizing this, Luofong wasn't bashful and quickly deduced from the dragon's brief words that the final reward he sought should come from this dragon. So Luofong spoke up. My purpose for coming here is to obtain the final treasure. I heard this place is the Divine Dragon ruins. So is this treasure yours? The Divine Dragon, upon hearing Luofong, chuckled and said, Indeed, this is my treasure. However, each person can only take one treasure. There are 3 treasures in total here. You may pick one of them. With a wave of the dragon's claw, 3 brilliant golden treasure chests appeared hovering in the air. Seeing the 3 golden treasure chests suddenly appear, Luofeng's face lit up with excitement. This exceeded his wildest imagination. Originally, upon seeing the Divine Dragon, he had thought it might personally give him something as the final reward. Luofong had even been worrying. If he couldn't trigger the system's reward mechanism, then he would suffer a big loss. He had been counting on this reward from the system to feast like a king. So, when Luofong saw the treasure chests, he knew that his happy days were about to begin. Other gifts given directly by others couldn't trigger the system reward, but treasure chests could. Luofong had plenty of experience with this. Although the Divine Dragon allowed Luofong to pick only one treasure chest, Luofong wanted all of them. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he asked, You just said each person can only choose one treasure chest. Does that mean if others come here after me, they can also choose one treasure chest? The Divine Dragon laughed and replied, That's exactly right. These chests were not prepared for just one person. As long as someone can reach this place, the first 3 people will all receive this reward. And what kind of treasure each one gets depends entirely on their luck. However, I can give you a little hint in advance. Among these 3 treasure chests, one contains a divine treasure. Hearing the Divine Dragon say this, Luofong immediately felt extremely excited. This was exactly what Luofong had longed for. It wasn't that Luofong had never seen a divine treasure before. It was just that he wanted to find out what would happen if a divine treasure was enhanced by the system. Would he obtain 10,000 copies of the same divine treasure at once? If that happened, the scene would be extremely terrifying. Just thinking about it made Luofong incredibly thrilled. Thinking of this, Luofong no longer hesitated and took out the 9-colored pagoda. As soon as he pulled it out, the Divine Dragon immediately turned its attention to it. Its expression began to subtly change. Luofong, naturally, didn't care about that and directly let Tang Xuwei and Su Yunqi emerge from inside. Seeing the 2 of them, Luofong looked toward the Divine Dragon and smiled, saying, These are my companions. We came together, but there was some kind of situation outside, so I let them go inside first to take shelter. Now that there's no danger anymore, I brought them back out. I wonder, do you still honor what you said earlier? Each person gets one treasure chest. Hearing Luofong speak this way, the Divine Dragon didn't immediately answer. Instead, it kept staring fixedly at the 9-colored pagoda in Luofeng's hand. Seeing the dragon behave like this, Luofong immediately felt nervous. Could it be that the dragon had developed greedy intentions upon seeing a treasure? Was it now determined to seize the Lili Pagoda? Luofong had heard before that dragons loved collecting treasures. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something wasn't quite right. Could it really be the case? If that were true, if he came all the way here and gained nothing, but even lost his own divine treasure in the process, it would truly be unbearable. Luofong quickly signaled Tang Xuwei to put the Lili Pagoda away. After it vanished from sight, Luofong coughed lightly and said, Well, let's just talk about the treasure chests now. Chapter 549. Obtain a divine artifact, plus 10. The celestial dragon noticed Luofeng's reaction and naturally knew that Luofong was thinking about something. He smiled and said, You don't need to be too nervous. I won't forcefully take your divine artifact from you. In my current state, even possessing a divine artifact wouldn't serve much purpose. I was just somewhat curious. This is truly the first time I've seen such an artifact, so I became a bit interested. Now I'm even more curious about you all. If I'm not mistaken, your ranks aren't very high. You haven't even reached level 6, yet you managed to come here and even possess a divine artifact. Your identities must not be simple at all. Since that's the case, I will definitely keep my word. The 3 golden chests. Each of you 3 can take one. It seems that the outside world has changed greatly over such a long time. You humans are the first I've ever seen. I have a feeling that a huge catastrophe will definitely happen in the ocean world soon. When that time comes, if our dragon clan encounters danger, would you be willing to help us? Hearing the celestial dragon speak like this, Luofeng's heart trembled slightly. He hadn't expected the dragon to have such high hopes for him. If even the mighty dragon clan were to face danger, it would certainly be no simple matter. If he were to help, what if he ended up sacrificing himself? Thinking about this, Luofeng smiled and said, "My actual level is only level 4. You probably already know this. Therefore, regarding what you just said, I can only promise to do my best. If I can help, I surely will." Upon hearing Luofeng's reply, the celestial dragon smiled. Being a creature of the ocean world, he naturally understood Luofeng's identity. Initially, he might not have known, but as soon as they made contact, information about these players appeared in the celestial dragon's mind. Upon realizing they were players, he suddenly chuckled and said, "It's fine. I certainly won't force you. That completely depends on your own will. I was just saying it on a whim. You don't need to take it seriously." Ding. The celestial dragon has issued a new quest to you. Do you accept? Quest name, Save the Dragon Clan. Quest description, when the Dragon Clan encounters danger, offer assistance and help them survive this crisis. Time limit, none. Quest reward, enter the Dragon Clan's highest level treasure vault and choose any 3 items. Note, the lowest grade item in the highest level treasure vault is of divine rank, with even more powerful items available. When these sudden words appeared in Luofeng's mind, he felt a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the celestial dragon to issue a quest. This made Luofeng a little embarrassed. Earlier, he had hesitated somewhat. Now, a sudden quest had appeared, making the situation unpredictable. Faced with such a quest, Luofeng had only one choice: to accept it. After all, the quest carried no time restrictions and, most importantly, no penalties for failure. Since this was the case, there was no reason for Luofeng to reject such a quest. As soon as Luofeng made the mental decision, the quest had already entered his quest log. After all, an extra quest wasn't a burden. Ding. Congratulations, player. Quest successfully accepted. At this moment, Luofeng looked at the celestial dragon and confidently said, "You can't function then. In the future, the safety of the dragon clan is guaranteed by me. With me around, the dragon clan won't encounter any trouble." Upon hearing Luofeng's words, the celestial dragon smiled. He didn't plan to say anything further, but turned his gaze toward the 3 golden chests nearby and said, "Now that the 3 of you have arrived here, then the 3 golden chests all belong to you. With this place will close for a while. It will reopen again at an appropriate time. Then, explorers who come by will also be able to claim chest rewards." When Luofeng heard the celestial dragon speak like this, he was momentarily stunned. Did this mean that the celestial dragon still had many golden chests? This was truly a great thing for Luofeng. He wondered if he could get a few more golden chests from the celestial dragon. As Luofeng was thinking, the celestial dragon beside him seemed to have already seen through Luofeng's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Don't even think about the other chests. Each person can only obtain 1 chest. Now, each of the 3 of you take your chests and leave this place. In a few minutes, this ruin will be completely sealed. In the near future, no creature will be able to enter inside." Hearing the celestial dragon say this, Luofeng didn't say much. He casually picked one of the 3 chests. After all, in the end, Luofeng would have to open all 3 chests anyway, so there was nothing for him to worry about. Tang Xuwei and Su Yunxi each also took 1 golden chest. Just as the 3 of them had put away the chests and hadn't even spoken a single word, a golden light flashed before their eyes. Then, the 3 of them were suddenly outside the celestial dragon's ruins. They appeared in the open ocean. Seeing this situation, Luofeng was momentarily stunned. He had never expected that the celestial dragon would be so neat and decisive. It was indeed quite frustrating. Luofeng had wanted to chat more with the dragon, hoping to learn some important information. After all, the celestial dragon was a divine-level creature. It definitely knew a lot. Unfortunately, there was now no way to do that. The good thing was Luofeng still had 3 golden chests. Coming here this time had definitely been worth it. Thinking about this, Luofeng didn't waste any time and immediately took out the golden chest he had obtained. He hoped this time he could obtain something valuable. Luofeng knew that at the very least, 1 divine artifact was guaranteed. The golden chest appeared before Luofeng. He extended his hands and directly opened the golden chest. Opening the golden chest. Obtain divine artifact dragon scale sword, +1. Tenfold reward. Obtain divine rank dragon scale sword, +10. Can it actually happen? At this moment, Luofeng simply couldn't believe his ears. Although he had thought about such a situation happening beforehand, when it actually occurred, he still felt immense excitement and joy. Others would find it extremely difficult to obtain even a single divine artifact, but he had obtained 10 divine artifacts in one go. If this news were to spread, it would definitely drive countless divine-level beings into a frenzy. And it wasn't just about obtaining 10 divine artifacts. Since 1 divine artifact had already triggered once, then it could be triggered infinitely. Chapter 550, Dragon Scale Sword. For Luofeng, this was undoubtedly incredibly good news. At this moment, Luofeng suddenly thought of something. It was about the matter of shock value. He wondered what would happen if he used the Shin Sheet to amplify the reward. If obtaining a divine treasure required only 1 point of shock value, that would truly be terrifying. If that were the case, Luofeng could simply activate a 100 million-fold reward and instantly acquire 100 million divine treasures. That would be absolutely insane, considering that the entire ocean world might not even contain 1% of that number of divine treasures. When Luofeng saw the number of shock value he had, his face revealed an extremely shocked expression. Originally, Luofeng's shock value had risen to just over 3 billion after several live streams. But just now, during this reward, a full 1 billion shock value had been consumed. This was no small amount. So far, this was the single largest deduction of shock value Luofeng had ever experienced. At this moment, Luofeng finally understood how the divine treasure upgrade mechanism worked. For ordinary items, the amount of reward multiplier was directly equal to the amount of shock value consumed. But for divine grade items, activating even a one-fold reward required consuming 100 million shock value. This was why Luofong could spend so much shock value at once. This realization immediately brought Luofong great pressure. He would need to work hard again to earn more shock value. Originally, Luofong had thought that having 3 billion shock value would last him a while. But now, it seemed far from enough. Still, he didn't feel unhappy at all. 100 million shock value could buy a divine treasure. This was practically an extremely profitable deal. Luofong didn't dwell too much on this matter. After all, accumulating shock value wasn't something that could be done overnight. He began to shift his focus to the dragon scale sword. He was curious to see what kind of power this dragon scale sword would possess. A very familiar attribute panel appeared in his field of vision. Dragon scale sword. Grade, divine. Description: a divine treasure crafted from dragon scales, possessing tremendous power. This weapon can not only be used for attack, but also for defense. It also has the ability to change shape. Transformations include gloves, clothing, pants, armor, and other common items worn on the body. Note: the higher the dragon bloodline within the user, the greater the power this weapon can unleash. Looking at the dragon scale sword in his hand glowing with vibrant colors, Luofeng's face lit up with a very happy smile. From the description, the dragon scale sword was somewhat similar to the demon blade Qianren. It also had the ability to transform into different shapes. This would make Luofeng's offensive capabilities even more versatile. Luofeng could wield one divine treasure in each hand. He could also equip his energy clones with divine treasures. This would significantly boost his combat strength. Of course, Luofeng couldn't possibly use all these divine treasures by himself. There was no way he could handle them all alone. So, Luofeng took out 2 divine treasures from his spatial ring and handed them to Tang Xuewei and Su Yunqi. Beside him, Tang Xuewei and Su Yunqi, upon seeing the 2 identical divine treasures Luofeng had taken out, instantly opened their eyes wide. It was as if they had seen something incredibly shocking. They had been with Luofeng for quite some time. They knew Luofeng had certain abilities that could multiply the number of ordinary items. They had already accepted that, but that was only for ordinary items. Now Luofeng could even multiply divine treasures? This was simply too terrifying. They weren't inexperienced or ignorant, and naturally knew what a divine treasure represented in the ocean world. While they were still in shock, Luofeng's voice sounded again. These 2 divine treasures, you 2 can each take one. They can be used for self-defense and to increase your combat abilities. Tang Xuewei, upon hearing Luofeng say that, thought for a moment, and then didn't refuse. She stretched out her right hand and took one of the dragon scale swords from Luofeng's hand. But Su Yunqi hesitated. Although she had constantly convinced herself that she would repay Luofeng properly in the future for the things he had given her, the things he gave her kept getting more and more valuable. Before, they were all items below the divine level. Now, he was directly giving out divine treasures. This put Su Yunqi under immense pressure. Just this alone, even if she were to die for Luofeng, she wouldn't be able to fully repay him for these items. This genuinely made Su Yunqi feel somewhat conflicted. Luofeng noticed the shifting expressions on Su Yunqi's face. Even without using a mind-reading talisman, he could roughly guess her thoughts. He himself didn't care too much about such matters. First of all, he already had complete trust in Su Yunqi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed so much in front of her. Moreover, having so many divine treasures in his possession, giving one to Su Yunqi wasn't a big deal. After all, Luofeng also needed Su Yunqi to quickly enhance her strength. The people accompanying him couldn't be too weak. Thinking of this, Luofeng spoke. Take this dragon scale divine sword. Having it on you will improve your safety. Don't carry too much psychological burden. Your ability might be useful for me in the future. Accept this sword, and then give me your golden treasure chest. I'll open it myself. Hearing Luofeng say this, Su Yunqi could only accept the divine treasure he gave her. As for the golden treasure chest Luofeng mentioned, she had originally intended to give it to him anyway. Without Luofeng's assistance, she definitely wouldn't have had the chance to obtain the final chest. And Luofeng had already given her a divine treasure. Let alone asking for the chest, even if he wanted her life, she probably wouldn't refuse. Thinking this, Su Yunqi spoke. Alright, I'll accept this weapon. I will strive to enhance my strength as soon as possible. If you need anything, just tell me. You can ask me to do anything. This is my golden treasure chest. Su Yunqi waved her hand, and a golden treasure chest appeared before her. Without hesitation, she handed the golden chest to Luofeng. Luofeng didn't bother to decline, directly accepting the chest. It wasn't that Luofeng wanted to take advantage of others. Rather, these treasure chests could only achieve maximum effectiveness in Luofeng's hands. Looking at the chest now in his hand, Luofeng started wondering what might be inside the golden treasure chest. Chapter 551. Obtain Divine Dragon Blood, plus 30. The divine artifact mentioned by the dragon god has just appeared. Since one of the golden treasure chests contains a divine artifact, the other golden treasure chests shouldn't contain anything too inferior, right? Filled with excitement, Luofeng opens the second golden treasure chest. As soon as this golden treasure chest is opened, a dazzling colorful glow shines out from inside. For a moment, Luofeng is unable to see clearly what's inside. At the same time, a voice begins to echo in his mind. You have obtained Divine Dragon Blood, plus 3 drops. Tenfold reward. You have obtained Divine Dragon Blood, plus 30 drops. With the appearance of this voice, Luofeng finally understands what he has obtained this time. It's actually Divine Dragon Blood. Judging from its name alone, this item isn't simple. Quickly, Luofeng takes out the Divine Dragon Blood from the golden treasure chest. It is 3 drops of blood radiating colorful light. Inside each drop, there is a colorful dragon god phantom flying within. Seeing this situation, Luofeng knows immediately that something good has come his way. He hurriedly checks the attribute description of the Divine Dragon Blood. Divine Dragon Blood. Rank, Divine. Description. This is the blood from a dragon god, containing immense energy. If the dragon scale sword absorbs this Divine Dragon Blood, it can fully unleash its power. Note: beings below the divine rank should not easily absorb divine dragon blood. The energy contained within is far too vast, beyond your control. The lower your rank, the greater the chance of exploding from its power. Seeing the attribute description of the divine dragon blood, Luofeng's eyebrows immediately knit slightly. Normally, obtaining such a rare item should make him extremely happy. However, the fact that he can't directly use this divine dragon blood is indeed quite frustrating. Still, the ability to combine it with the dragon scale sword is a decent function. However, Luofeng doesn't know what kind of effect it will produce. He hopes this expenditure of 1 billion Denjing is worth it. If it were an ordinary item, Luofeng might try using one drop immediately to test its effect. But since the divine dragon blood is so precious, he dares not use it recklessly. Currently, Luofeng only has slightly over 1 billion shocking value. If things continue as before, after opening the 3 golden treasure chests today, his shocking value might run completely dry. That would indeed be a troubling situation for Luofeng. Luofeng rarely experiences moments when his shocking value is so low. Just then, a sudden thought occurs to him, and he senses a change in the mysterious seed. Originally, the mysterious seed was frantically absorbing and transforming the divine flames inside the divine fire pile. However, just after Luofeng places this divine dragon blood into his spatial ring, the mysterious seed starts moving. It moves directly toward the divine dragon blood. Noticing this, Luofeng's heart leaps with joy. Since the mysterious seed is interested in the divine dragon blood, he isn't hesitant about sharing it. After all, the divine dragon blood isn't useful to him right now, so he might as well let the mysterious seed absorb it. The mysterious seed has already been of great help to Luofeng. However, to this day, the seed hasn't fully sprouted yet. Only cracks have begun to appear on its surface, as if something is about to break free from its shell. Faced with this situation, Luofeng cannot accelerate the process artificially. He can only let the mysterious seed grow and develop gradually. This time, he hopes that the divine dragon blood can bring him some surprises. As Luofeng shifts his thoughts, a single drop of divine dragon blood appears beside the mysterious seed. This drop is quite large in size, about the size of a child's fist, and yet, it is still larger than the mysterious seed. Upon reaching the divine dragon blood, the mysterious seed doesn't hesitate at all, but rushes straight into it, beginning to frantically absorb this colorful divine dragon blood. Soon, all of the divine dragon blood is completely absorbed, not leaving a single drop behind. Although the mysterious seed's appearance undergoes slight changes, these cracks grow significantly larger. It is growing visibly faster. Seeing this, Luofeng smiles brightly. He has finally found something that accelerates the growth of the mysterious seed. However, the required conditions are indeed high. It has to be divine dragon blood, something that can only exist on a true divine being. Luofeng can only say that the growth requirements of the mysterious seed are truly high. Fortunately, he managed to activate the tenfold reward. Otherwise, just 3 drops of divine dragon blood wouldn't even be enough for the seed alone, let alone Luofeng needing to use some himself. The more powerful the mysterious seed becomes, the more divine flame liquid it can condense, and thus the stronger Luofeng himself becomes. Luofeng couldn't really consider this a loss. Time passed quickly. After absorbing 3 drops of divine dragon blood, the mysterious seed finally stopped its absorption. Its body was now nearly completely cracked. It wouldn't be long before Luofeng could finally see what was inside. This brought Luofeng a slight sense of relief. Fortunately, the mysterious seed hadn't absorbed all the divine dragon blood like it had with the divine flames. Luofeng hadn't planned to give all the divine dragon blood to the mysterious seed. He had reserved some for use as an offensive technique. Luofeng didn't dwell too long on the mysterious seed either. Instead, his attention shifted toward the treasure chest in Tang Xiuwei's hands. This was the final golden treasure chest. Who knew what might appear inside? Luofeng directly took the golden treasure chest from Tang Xiuwei's hand. Just as he was about to open it, suddenly, an unusual phenomenon occurred. Luofeng and the others suddenly felt multiple golden rays of light appear around them. Then, in an instant, these golden lights vanished completely. Several figures, very familiar to Luofeng and the others, appeared. The animals who had come here with Luofeng to seek treasures had arrived. None were missing. When Luofeng saw the pippy snake composed of venom, he frowned. Luofeng strongly suspected that the dragon god was behind this. Well, even if everyone got transported out, why did they all teleport from the exact same location? Those animals who had not obtained any treasures would surely target Luofeng now, especially at this moment, when Luofeng was holding the golden treasure chest he had just received from Tang Xiuwei. Everyone had seen it. 2 of the animals were particularly excited. The pippy snake and the blackheart tiger had already felt extremely disappointed when they saw Luofeng enter the dragon gate. In the end, Luofeng had obtained the final treasure. Even later on, despite their utmost efforts, both of them barely managed to reach the dragon gate themselves. Chapter 552. Using the blood of the divine dragon. There was simply no way to enter the dragon gate. At the moment when they had already given up, suddenly, several golden beams of light flashed by, and their bodies reappeared here. Moreover, they saw Luofeng appearing not far from them. This made them extremely excited and joyful, especially Pippy Snake's reaction, which was even more intense. In his current state, his physical body had long since vanished. Some of his venom, combined with the dragon crystal and the divine flame within his body, allowed him to last for a while. However, without obtaining the ultimate inheritance of the divine dragon, he couldn't survive in this state for long. Only by becoming a true god could he sustain his existence through the divine flame. The amount of energy he had used back then had been excessive, and the divine flame within his body was not abundant. Faced with this situation, Pippy Snake's only option now was to seize the final treasure from Luofeng's hands, especially because Pippy Snake could sense, through his dragon crystal, the aura of divine dragon's blood on Luofeng's body. This drove Pippy Snake absolutely wild. If he could obtain the blood of the divine dragon, and combine it with the power of the dragon crystal, he probably wouldn't be far from becoming a true dragon. Thinking of this, Pippy Snake's energy surged violently. Like a black lightning bolt, he shot rapidly toward Luofong. Seeing this, Heixin, who didn't hesitate either, instantly fusing his black and green energies and rushing toward Luofong. In their current states, even an ordinary level 8 creature would struggle to withstand them. At this moment, Luofong had no intention of wasting time with these two creatures. Since his goal here had already been achieved, there was no need to stay. Most importantly, with these creatures around, it was rather inconvenient for Luofong to open his final golden treasure chest. Coincidentally, Luofong also wanted to test how effective the dragon scale sword would be when combined with the blood of the divine dragon. Thinking this through, Luofong took out the divine weapon, the dragon scale sword, that he had just put away. As soon as the dragon scale sword appeared, the surrounding creatures became excited, especially those creatures who had dragon scales. Xiaoyu, Xiaomei, and Zyle, the three of them, reacted extremely sensitively to the presence of dragon scales. It was precisely because they possessed dragon scales that they had become so powerful, and the dragon scale sword in Luofeng's hand had been forged entirely from dragon scales. This made them especially thrilled. However, excitement aside, they had no intention of provoking Luofong. Firstly, Luofong had saved them, and that alone was enough to prevent them from raising a hand against him. Secondly, Luofeng's strength left them no room for ulterior motives, so they could only watch from afar. When Pippy Snake saw Luofong take out the dragon scale sword, he was first startled, then instantly overwhelmed with joy. He had to get his hands on it. It seemed that Luofong had indeed gained considerable benefits from beyond the Dragon Gate. Pippy Snake had no fear of Luofong or his dragon scale sword. In his current state, there was simply no retreat. It was now a do-or-die battle. If he succeeded, he would become a true dragon, and from that day forward, no longer constrained by any limits. Heixin, who felt the same way, his eyes were set on that treasure chest in Luofeng's hand. Of course, acquiring a divine weapon would be even better. The jade blade in his hand was merely a semi-divine weapon, clearly inferior to a true divine weapon. Now, the two of them didn't dare to show even a trace of carelessness. They both unleashed their ultimate abilities, because they had already consumed a large amount of energy previously, and in this weakened state, they couldn't last long or engage in a prolonged battle. It had to be a quick, decisive battle, just as the two of them were charging rapidly toward Luofong. Suddenly, Luofeng's next move instantly filled them with shock. They saw Luofong actually pull out a drop of colorful glowing liquid from his spatial ring. A mighty surge of energy radiated from this single drop of liquid. Feeling this change, Pippy Snake cried out in alarm. The blood of the divine dragon? So this really is the legendary thing? I wasn't mistaken before. With Pippy Snake's exclamation, the surrounding creatures all heard his words. Instantly, their bodies became filled with extreme excitement. Divine dragon's blood, just by hearing the name, they knew it was definitely no ordinary substance. The blood from the body of a divine dragon, even just one drop, was enough to jinher these creatures deeply. Normally, for these creatures, becoming a dragon was extremely difficult. But if they could obtain the blood of the divine dragon, even though they couldn't become divine dragons themselves, they still had a great chance of becoming true dragons. Thinking of this, the surrounding creatures began to grow restless. However, these level 6 creatures, no matter how desperately they desired the divine dragon's blood, had absolutely no way to obtain it. Pippy Snake, seeing the object of his deepest longing, could no longer restrain himself. This time, an extremely powerful energy erupted from the dragon crystal. Pippy Snake's originally pitch-black venomous body had already begun to emit colorful radiance. It seemed as though this colorful energy was integrating into his body. This time, Pippy Snake had truly gone all out. He forcefully merged the power of the divine dragon with his own, hoping to use this energy to transform his body, directing the transformation toward a dragon's form. Normally, such a transformation would be extremely difficult to succeed. But Pippy Snake didn't truly intend to rely on this energy to become a true dragon. He simply wanted to push his strength to its absolute peak. As long as he could obtain that single drop of divine dragon's blood from Luofeng's hand, there was still a possibility he could become a true dragon. But if he failed to obtain it, his end would come very soon. This time, Pippy Snake had truly fought with his back to the wall, either succeed or perish. Heixin, who, upon seeing the appearance of the divine dragon's blood, had his eyes shining with sharp glints of light. This time, he hadn't come with the hope of becoming a divine dragon hero. However, obtaining even a single drop of the divine dragon's blood would bring him indescribable benefits. It might even allow him to break through to level 8. Level 8 was practically the strongest level 1 could reach before reaching the divine realm. He certainly couldn't just stand by and let Pippy Snake seize the divine dragon's blood for himself. Thus, he wasted no time, instantly unleashing an even more intense surge of energy from his body. Luofong, observing the reactions of these two creatures, remained emotionally calm and instead focused his attention on the dragon scale sword and the blood of the divine dragon in his hands. What would happen next was up to these two to play out. Without hesitation, Luofong directly placed that single drop of divine dragon's blood onto the dragon scale sword in his hand. Chapter 553, Obtaining the Dragon Crystal. As soon as the dragon's blood came into contact with the dragon scale sword, it was completely absorbed without leaving a single trace. Immediately afterward, the dragon scale sword began emitting a dazzling, colorful light. What happened next shocked everyone present. Even Luofong was unprepared for this. The dragon scale sword had just been in his hand, functioning normally as a sword, but now it had undergone a drastic transformation. It had changed from a sword into a colorful dragon. Right now, Luofong was gripping the tail of this multicolored dragon. Upon witnessing this, Luofong immediately loosened his grip. The dragon soared freely through the air on its own, no longer controlled by Luofong. All Luofong had to do was send a single thought. He wanted the dragon scale sword to eliminate the two level 7 creatures before him. Without hesitation, the colorful dragon moved directly toward them. Soon, the dragon collided with Pippy Snake. Faced with Pippy Snake's body, the colorful dragon moved through it as though it were empty space. In less than a second, it wove through Pippy Snake's body continuously. Pippy Snake's body was already full of holes. Under normal circumstances, a Pippy Snake of this strength would be extremely formidable. Even an 8-level creature wouldn't defeat it this quickly. Yet, it was utterly helpless against the colorful dragon, the transformed dragon scale sword. This prevented Pippy Snake from activating the power inside its dragon crystal. Both were drawing upon the power of the divine dragon. So who exactly had the advantage? More importantly, the dragon scale sword had absorbed a drop of divine dragon blood. Its combat strength was incredibly overwhelming. In less than 2 seconds, the dragon scale sword turned into a multicolored dragon and sank its teeth directly into the dragon crystal on Pippy Snake's head. No matter how fiercely Pippy Snake resisted, it was completely meaningless. Then, the colorful dragon held the dragon crystal tightly in its mouth and flew back toward Luofong. Before it had gotten far, Pippy Snake's body finally could no longer hold on. It had absolutely no way to compete with the colorful dragon. In truth, its control over the dragon crystal wasn't especially strong either. After all, it was a snake attempting to master a dragon crystal, a difficult task. It had only managed to gain some control through questionable means in the first place. Without those techniques, it would have had no way of utilizing the dragon crystal at all. Unfortunately, now it had run into the colorful dragon. As the dragon crystal separated from Pippy Snake's body, his physical form began to undergo rapid changes. The vibrant energy within it vanished quickly. Suddenly came a loud explosion. Pippy Snake's body instantly vanished. Nothing remained behind. The venom disappearing was one thing. But what deeply disappointed Luofong was that not even a single trace of divine flame was left behind. That was truly disappointing. Now that things had reached this point, Luofong could do nothing else. He felt a deep sense of regret. Afterward, Luofong turned his attention to Black-Hearted Tiger not far away. He wondered whether Black-Hearted Tiger might give him some surprises. Earlier, Luofong hadn't intended to kill Black-Hearted Tiger. But now that killing Pippy Snake had yielded no benefits, he had no choice but to turn his attention toward Black-Hearted Tiger. Just as Luofong shifted his gaze toward the tiger, suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief, witnessing a sight that was both ridiculous and completely unexpected. At some point, Black-Hearted Tiger had already turned around and was fleeing in the opposite direction. Black-Hearted Tiger had originally been quite close to Luofong, but in the past few seconds, he had already begun running away at full speed in the opposite direction, moving with extraordinary speed. It was as if he had poured every ounce of strength he had into fleeing. Faced with this situation, Luofong himself felt stunned. From his previous impression of Black-Hearted Tiger, he had assumed it to be a tiger that would rather die than yield. Now it appeared he had overestimated him. Truly fearless beings were rare. The reason Pippy Snake could act like that was only because it had no other options. Running would have only meant certain death. But Black-Hearted Tiger did not face that same fate. At worst, he would suffer significant energy depletion, but nothing fatal. Still, it wasn't entirely unreasonable for Black-Hearted Tiger to want to escape. Luofeng's attack really was terrifying. An artifact empowered by divine dragon blood. It had essentially instantaneously wiped out a level 7 Pippy Snake. This wasn't even scary, it was beyond words. Staying here meant certain death. There was an old saying, so long as green mountains remain, firewood will never be lacking. At that moment, Black-Hearted Tiger saw what was happening. Without hesitation, his body did an immediate 180-degree turn and fled into the distance at top speed. When it came to speed, Black-Hearted Tiger was still extremely skilled. Especially now during this life-or-death escape, he held back even less. Before Luofong could even make a move, the figure of Black-Hearted Tiger had already become almost invisible. Facing this situation, Luofong could only shake his head helplessly. He didn't bother to send the dragon scale sword to pursue Black-Hearted Tiger. Firstly, chasing him down would definitely take a considerable amount of time. Secondly, maintaining the dragon scale sword in its current form required continuous consumption of the divine dragon blood's power. Luofong had no intention of wasting too much energy. This single drop of divine dragon blood could allow the dragon scale sword to remain in its multicolored dragon form for at least more than an hour. But that was under a non-combat state. If used in battle, this time would be greatly reduced. It could only maintain this form for 10 or so minutes, perhaps even just a few minutes. It all depended on how much divine dragon blood energy was consumed. From what had just happened in the battle, this was Luofeng's strongest attack method at the moment. He needed to use it carefully. Soon, the dragon scale sword transformed back into a sword and landed in Luofeng's hand. Luofong had already stored the last golden treasure chest into his spatial ring. He had no plans to open the golden chest at this moment. Although the 2 level 7 creatures had already vanished, there were still many level 6 creatures nearby. Luofong approached these level 6 animals and smiled, saying, "This time, you came here with a goal. Though you did not directly achieve it, indirectly you succeeded a lot. Pippy Snake has been killed by me, and Black-Hearted Tiger has already fled. You should no longer face any danger on your way back, right?" After hearing this, the animals all showed slightly bitter smiles. To them, their ultimate goal had basically been achieved. But the process had been completely different than expected. According to their plan, they were supposed to grow stronger and defeat their enemies themselves. Now, they came all this way, yet basically gained no benefits whatsoever. Chapter 554, The Effect of Dragon Crystal. If they were to say they were happy, they truly were very happy. But if they were to say unhappy, there really was a bit of disappointment. After all, no one would be satisfied, risking their lives for an adventure only to return empty-handed. Still, they needed to sincerely thank Luofong for his help. "Really, we are so grateful that you helped us resolve our problem. If you ever come to our place in the future, I will be sure to host you well." After exchanging polite words with these creatures, Luofong began preparing to say his goodbyes. After all, everything here had been handled. Staying here any longer with these beasts held no further purpose. Most importantly, Luofong was already impatient to open the last golden treasure chest. A small test earlier had already shown Luofong how powerful the dragon scale sword and dragon blood were. He wondered what the third item might be. With these items in hand, Luofeng's confidence for venturing into the chaotic demon sea increased significantly. Essentially, unless encountering level 8 beings, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Level 8 was extremely close to true god level 9, and such beings wouldn't be casually encountered by Luofong. This meant Luofong could relatively easily navigate the chaotic sea area, which was drastically different from his initial reaction upon hearing about the chaotic demon sea. Back then, he had been somewhat worried. What if he encountered high-level beasts in the chaotic demon sea? Thinking of this, Luofong smiled and said, "Well, time isn't getting any younger. Let's just leave things as they are. I need to hurry back to take care of something. If there's an opportunity in the future, we can chat more thoroughly." Hearing Luofong say this, these beasts were not surprised. They too needed to rush back to deliver this piece of news. So, they exchanged brief farewells and started to depart. Luofong wasn't heading the same direction as they were. Without wasting time, Luofong directly summoned the Xuanwu and had it carry him, swiftly swimming towards Mist City. After Luofong parted ways with the creatures, he turned his attention to the dragon crystal wrapped in dragon scales. This was definitely a great item. Pipey Snake had become so powerful entirely because of the dragon crystal. Otherwise, Pipey Snake would just be an ordinary little snake. Not all snakes can naturally grow to a large size. That depended on the physical traits of a species. Some creatures, no matter how strong they became, even reaching true god level, their bodies remained small. Knowing how powerful the dragon crystal was, Luofong now hesitated whether to take it. If the dragon crystal triggered the X10 reward, would he have enough shock value left to open the treasure chest? This required Luofong to make a decision. Finally, after brief consideration, Luofong reached a conclusion. The treasure chest could be opened any time, but the dragon crystal couldn't wait. As soon as he took the dragon crystal, it might trigger the system's reward. There was a way to solve this issue. That would be letting someone else touch the crystal first before receiving it, which certainly wouldn't trigger the system's reward. However, Luofong had no intention of doing that. That would waste a chance. The dragon crystal was not a simple item. Even if the system increased its quantity, it wouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, Luofong stopped delaying and focused on the dragon crystal. He extended his right hand and touched the dragon crystal. A voice that Luofong was very familiar with rang out. Obtain dragon crystal, +1. X10 reward. Obtain dragon crystal, +10. Just as Luofong had expected, the reward triggered. He felt joy, yet also some Shinto. His entire 30 billion shock value was simply gone. That was shock value he had accumulated over many days. Thankfully, it was exchanged for corresponding divine items. Otherwise, Luofong might actually be heartbroken enough to spit blood. Pushing away those thoughts, he began to examine the dragon crystal's attributes. Based on Pipey Snake's usage, its power should be decent. Dragon crystal. Rank, divine. Description. The dragon crystal contains immense amounts of divine dragon energy, including divine power, godly flames, and more. If a dragon-type creature acquires the dragon crystal, its strength can rapidly increase. Using the crystal properly may even elevate the creature's dragon bloodline. Non-dragon creatures may also use the dragon crystal, but won't be able to utilize it fully. Seeing this description, Luofong was quite satisfied. He had gained more energy crystals again. This was the energy crystal from a divine-level dragon's body. Its effects were beyond imagination. If Luofong could use it properly, even if he were to ascend from level 4 to level 8, the energy from just one dragon crystal would probably be more than sufficient. Unfortunately, Luofong was human, not a dragon. He wouldn't be able to fully utilize these dragon crystals. However, that wasn't something to be overly concerned about. There were many items in Luofeng's possession that could make use of this. The dragon scale sword was one such item, and the mysterious seed was another. Now, with the mysterious seed growing rapidly, the speed at which it could condense divine flame liquid had also increased dramatically. In the beginning, it could only produce 1 drop of divine flame liquid per minute. Now, in a single minute, it could already produce 20 drops. This speed was simply frightening. At this rate, within 1 hour, it could produce 1,200 drops of divine flame liquid. Moreover, this speed would only keep increasing. Luofong was finally going to achieve freedom in divine flame liquid. With this, Luofeng's arsenal of offensive techniques would keep expanding. There was a reason why the mysterious seed's condensing speed had suddenly increased so much. Previously, the mysterious seed had been absorbing divine flame while simultaneously condensing divine flame liquid. A large portion of the divine flame had to be used for its own growth and development. But now, circumstances had changed. There was now more advanced dragon god blood and dragon crystals. The mysterious seed now looked down upon the divine flame. These divine flames were merely things possessed by beings below the divine level. After dealing with all of this, Luofong glanced at the golden treasure chest inside his spatial ring and then withdrew his gaze. Right now, his shock value was only 10 million. Back then, if Luofong had 10 million shock value, he would certainly have been extremely happy. But now, as his strength improved, the amount of shock value he obtained had increased greatly. Even 100 million shock value couldn't make Luofong care too much anymore. Without 10 billion shock value, Luofong wouldn't dare to open the golden treasure chest. Don't look at Luofong having only 10 million shock value. But, Chapter 555, Return to Mist City. What he wanted now was 1,000 billion units of shock value. 1,000 billion sounded like a huge number, but for divine treasures, it would only be enough to acquire 1,000 of them. Luckily, Luofeng's thoughts were only kept in his own mind. If other god-level beings heard this, the scene would be extremely spectacular. These god-level creatures would immediately come to rob Luofong. Even an ordinary true god would find it extremely difficult to forge a single divine treasure. Thinking about this, Luofong felt immense pressure. Now he needed to become stronger as soon as possible. Otherwise, a mere level 4 human carrying around a large number of divine treasures running everywhere could easily lead to very bad situations. He also wanted to quickly enhance his strength, but even though he had a lot of energy, he could only absorb it at a fixed rate. Because there was always an upper limit to how quickly a human could absorb energy. One couldn't just absorb any amount of energy instantaneously. If that were possible, with all the energy Luofong possessed, he would have long since become a true god. Unfortunately, there was no way around it. Sometimes, Luofong thought to himself how great it would be if this were an ocean world where one could gain levels by defeating monsters. Given Luofeng's ability to defeat enemies beyond his level and his capacity for prolonged combat, gaining levels wouldn't be as simple as drinking water. Now Luofong and the two girls were riding on Xuanwu's back, quickly heading toward Mist City. Only through Mist City could Luofong reach the chaotic Demon Sea. Therefore, Luofong had to return to Mist City for a visit. However, right now Luofong was facing a rather embarrassing problem. There was a portal on Xuanwu's back. The three of them could use the portal to directly return to Mist City. But Xuanwu didn't have such an option. Headquarters couldn't just teleport itself away, could it? Not to mention, given Xuanwu's enormous size, how could he even fit into the portal? Even if Xuanwu could go along with Luofong and the others, the portal would still have to stay behind. The portal itself had no way of teleporting itself away. Luofong started thinking quickly for a solution. After all, swimming all the way back to Mist City would take at least several months. That was assuming normal conditions, without encountering any dangers. If they happened to run into some powerful wild monsters, the time required would increase significantly. This situation was definitely unacceptable for Luofong. Luofong didn't have time to waste here. While Luofong was thinking, suddenly, inspiration struck him. He immediately ordered Xuanwu to turn around and head back to where they had just emerged. Tang Xuewei and Su Yunxi noticed Xuanwu's movement and were quite curious about the change in direction. Tang Xuewei asked with confusion, "What's going on? Aren't we returning to Mist City now? Did we forget something in the Dragon Yajit?" When Luofong heard Tang Xuewei's question, he smiled and said, "You'll see soon enough. Riding on Xuanwu's back like this is simply too slow. I've thought of a much faster method." Soon, Xuanwu returned to where Luofong and the others had first appeared. This location was still quite close to the Dragon Yaji. Ordinary people would never know the entrance and exact position of the Dragon Yaji. But the god-level treasure map in Luofeng's mind had not disappeared after Luofong obtained the final treasure. It was still lying there quietly. Luofong could still locate the Dragon Yaji through the god-level treasure map. However, the golden glow emanating from the god-level treasure map had become somewhat dimmer. Luofong knew the reason for that. Earlier, the Divine Dragon had already mentioned that the Dragon Yaji would be closed for a period of time. Only when it reopened next time could people re-enter to seek treasures. Luofong had already reserved the next round of treasures in advance. His purpose for returning this time was exactly for that reason. The god-level treasure map no longer provided teleportation functionality. If Luofong left now, he wouldn't know when he could return next time. But if he could leave a portal here, things would be entirely different. Then, coming back here in the future would be as easy as pie. That's right. Luofong planned to leave the portal on Xuanwu's back behind. Luofong didn't place much importance on the portal. If this portal had to be left behind, at worst, he could just ask the Master Architect to build him a new one. Without any hesitation, Luofong started taking action. But moving a portal was no simple task. Under normal circumstances, Luofong would have the Master Architect assist him with such a transfer. But Luofong didn't plan to reveal this location. This kind of matter was better handled by himself alone. Fortunately, Luofong had considered such a possibility before. He had even consulted the Master Architect about certain aspects of this beforehand. 10 minutes later, after Luofeng's relentless efforts, the portal was finally transferred from Xuanwu's back down to the ocean floor. However, Luofong couldn't simply leave the portal here directly like this. If some wild monster saw it, they would definitely try to destroy it. First, Luofong had Tang Xuewei put Xuanwu away. Then the three of them approached the portal. They began to start moving, digging up the seabed soil. Luofong planned to hide the portal underground beneath the ocean floor. In a location like this, the probability of wild monsters appearing was very low. This process took about another 10 minutes. Luofong was just being extra cautious. Then Luofong used his freezing power to surround the portal, creating a ball of ice about 10 meters in diameter. Nowadays, Luofeng's freezing power was extremely strong. Without external interference, this ice ball could easily last for several decades. Furthermore, the defensive power of this ice ball was also quite impressive. This way, Luofong could also feel somewhat reassured. After all, this was about 3 golden treasure chests. Naturally, Luofong wanted to be careful. Once everything was properly handled, Luofong looked at the portal before him and said, "It's time to leave this place. Let's go." The three of them stepped together into the portal. A flash of white light. Inside Mist City, at the portal plaza, Luofong and the two girls' figures reappeared. Right now, there weren't too many players inside the portal plaza, because using a portal was an extremely expensive expense every time. For players at this stage, it was still quite costly. With that amount of ocean currency, players would naturally prioritize enhancing their power as soon as possible. But of course, exceptions exist. There were still some players. Chapter 556, heading to the City Lord's mansion. Rather than spending some ocean coins, they still chose to teleport here. These people were mostly here to reunite with their loved ones. For instance, some were looking for their fathers, sons, wives, or mistresses. Therefore, as soon as Luofong and the other two stepped out, the small number of people nearby immediately recognized Luofong. There was nothing particularly surprising about this. After all, Luofong often held live streams. Although not every player in the ocean world watched Luofeng's streams all the time, at least, they had all entered Luofeng's live room at one point to see what Luofong looked like. Whether they liked Luofong or not, this was the case. As a result, almost everyone knew what Luofong looked like. In an instant, these players became extremely excited. Damn it, we really ran into Xiaoluo here? How lucky can we get? Isn't Xiaoluo supposed to have left here and gone deep underwater? How could he come back through a portal? Does that mean there's another portal near the treasure location? Never mind how Xiaoluo returned. The fact that he managed to come back means he succeeded in his treasure expedition, right? I wonder what kind of benefits Xiaoluo obtained from the treasure. Xiao Luo did kind of wrong here. Normally, he should have gone live again. Why didn't he make any announcement and just return directly? That's really disappointing. Seeing these players approaching their direction, Luofong didn't dare to linger even a second and headed straight for the city lord's mansion. As expected, it hadn't been more than 10 seconds when large numbers of players started to gather around. These players, as if hearing some amazing good news, rushed over regardless of anything else. Luckily, there were already many guards near Luofong to maintain order. They prevented these players from getting too close. This wasn't so much to protect Luofong, but rather to protect the players themselves. Otherwise, once these players got too close to Luofong, and if Luofong acted against them, the consequences would be extremely severe. Currently, although these players' abilities had improved somewhat, most of them were only level 1 players. Only a few had reached level 2. Luofong could defeat them all with the slightest movement. Moreover, Luofong was in no mood to chat with them. He still had something quite important to attend to, as he simply ignored everything and walked ahead on his own. It instantly made these players feel extremely puzzled, and they started wildly speculating. All these players knew that Luofeng's last trip had been to search for the treasure, so naturally, they were all very curious about what he had gained. Xiao Luo, why are you in such a rush to leave? Just tell us what great things you found in the treasure chamber? Let us also gain some chance. Judging from Xiao Luo's expression, he must have already obtained the final treasure. With such a joyful event, why didn't Xiao Luo hold a lottery celebration? We've all been eagerly waiting for quite a while. The direction Xiao Luo is heading seems to be towards the city lord's mansion. Could it be that Xiao Luo's expedition to this treasure was related to the city lord? No way. Did Xiao Luo accept the mission? If that's the case, then his urgency makes sense. In my past gaming experiences, once a mission is completed, you always can't wait to turn it in. Looks like Xiao Luo will gain something new again. These players weren't bad at guessing. They actually came quite close to Luofeng's true intentions. But Luofeng had no intention of revealing anything to them. Just a few minutes of walking later, Luofeng had already arrived at the city lord's mansion. Without hesitation, Luofeng led Tang Xu away, and Su Yunqi directly inside. Once the three disappeared inside, the players didn't immediately disperse. Instead, they continued to wait around. It wasn't that these players didn't want to absorb energy and level up. Mainly, there just weren't that many energy-containing items available. Normally, if a player acquired such an item, they would keep it for themselves. Even if they decided to sell, they would often go straight to large guilds for a direct sale. Players like them, who were just small-time individuals, would find it extremely difficult to improve their strength, especially since this was still the ocean world. There were no weaker creatures here to farm experience. In other games, right from the beginning you had chickens, wild rabbits, boars, and such, but in the main sea zone, you frequently encountered giant sharks and sea monsters. Trying to explore the islands was also extremely dangerous. This was also one of the reasons why these players upgraded so slowly. If Luofeng were willing to take out his mist crystals, he could definitely cultivate a large number of high-level players in a short time. However, for Luofeng, this was absolutely unnecessary. Right now, he also didn't lack subordinates by his side. Of course, if needed, perhaps with just one wave of his arm, his guild would become the most powerful one in the entire ocean world. As soon as Luofeng entered the city lord's mansion, he immediately saw the city lord coming to greet him. When the city lord saw Luofeng, he was truly delighted. Now that Luofeng had returned, it meant that he had completed his task. Next, Luofeng would be able to help the city lord find his daughter. That truly made him incredibly excited. At the moment, his greatest wish was only to find his daughter. In his eyes, his daughter's life was even more precious than his own. After the city lord approached Luofeng, he smiled and said, "Congratulations on your return. This time, I suppose you must have gained quite a lot. I can already sense an extremely joyful emotion from your expression. May I ask, can you share a bit of it with us?" What the city lord said was indeed true. Although he hadn't spent much time with Luofeng, this was only their second meeting. However, he could clearly feel some changes in Luofeng since their last encounter. Some unusual differences. This time, Luofeng gave him the impression of being even more confident, as if there was nothing at all that he feared. His eyes revealed a trace of self-confidence. These were not things Luofeng intentionally displayed. Rather, they were unintentionally exposed because Luofeng's confidence came straight from the bottom of his heart and couldn't be hidden at all. These were just the observations the city lord noticed right at the beginning of their reunion. It was already enough to make the city lord feel slightly astonished. Who knows what exactly had happened to Luofeng in such a short time of less than a single day? Chapter 557. You take it all. The more humble Rorf behaved, the happier the city lord felt. The stronger Rorf became, the higher the probability that his daughter could be found. This situation hadn't even occurred to Rorf himself. Originally, Rorf hadn't intended to be overly conspicuous, so he had already put away some of the items. Actually, this was quite normal. When Rorf first arrived here, his combat power could barely match a level 5 at its peak. Even then, he needed to use certain items and spend time preparing. Nowadays, Rorf's power had reached the point where creatures of level 6 were practically instant kills. So, for Rorf to remain humble under such circumstances was nearly impossible. Confidence overflowed. Upon hearing the city lord's words, Rorf smiled and said, "The spoils from this time are quite decent. It gives me greater confidence heading into the chaotic demon sea. As for my possessions, what do I have? It's not convenient to say much about them. However, I can offer you one item as a gift. How does that sound?" As Rorf spoke, he took out 10 drops of divine flame liquid. This item had been carefully considered before deciding to offer it. He wanted to give these divine flame drops to the city lord. After all, his shop was still in Misty City. Leaving Misty City now, he didn't know when he would return next. If everything went smoothly, he would pass through the chaotic demon sea and enter the luminous sea. Naturally, he hadn't forgotten about the city lord's daughter either. If he could find her, that would be the best case scenario. Then he could become the new city lord of Misty City. But if he failed to find her, Rorf probably wouldn't return again. His time was quite limited. However, Rorf hadn't completely abandoned the shop in Misty City. Though he didn't intend to return, he could still communicate with those in the shop through chat channels. Nothing too serious should happen. Rorf just needed to periodically send them some potions. The city lord, who moments ago had been smiling, suddenly saw the 10 drops of divine flame liquid in Rorf's hand. Shock appeared across his face. Being a city lord himself, he naturally knew what it was. Precisely because he understood what it was, his shock was even greater. Earlier, he had assumed Rorf was merely a level 5 cultivator. But considering Rorf had obtained many items, killing a goldhorn python wasn't entirely impossible. He had also suspected that Rorf might be of level 6. However, this possibility wasn't very high, especially since those players had only arrived here a few days prior. If someone could rise to level 6 so quickly, that would truly be terrifying. Regardless of Rorf's final level, his strength was definitely not ordinary. It was precisely due to Rorf's potential that the city lord had issued the mission to him. Now, Rorf actually had the ability to offer so many level 6 divine flame drops. This meant Rorf rose another level in the city lord's eyes. After all, even for himself, acquiring such a large quantity of divine flame liquid would be quite difficult. It was far rarer than divine flame itself, though there were still some ways to obtain divine flame. Divine flame liquid, this kind of item without any negative side effects, was a precious resource indeed. How could a level 6 human even acquire this? Could it be that Rorf's true power exceeded level 6? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the city lord was instantly startled. After all, the city lord himself had only recently reached level 7. If Rorf had also reached level 7, he'd probably be so frustrated he'd spit blood. If that were truly the case, the gap would really be too huge. To reach level 7, the city lord had paid a heavy price. It was precisely the shocking loss of his daughter that pushed him beyond the threshold. Otherwise, he might have been stuck at the peak of level 6 indefinitely. Starting from level 6 onward, each level up required surviving a lightning tribulation. And tribulation lightning wasn't a simple challenge for any living being. Thinking about this, the city lord looked at Rorf with some confusion and asked, "Were all these drops of divine flame liquid obtained during this journey? Where exactly did you go this time?" Whatever the case, divine flame liquid is quite valuable. Surely you're not planning to give all of them to me. Upon hearing the city lord speak thusly, Rorf smiled and said, "To be honest, this time when I went out, I sought a hidden treasure. Fortunately, luck was on my side. I succeeded in obtaining the treasure. All these divine flame drops came from that treasure, and I truly intend to give them to you, primarily because I will be leaving here soon. I've just become a deputy city lord, and haven't done anything yet. If I leave like this, it might look a bit inappropriate. You should just accept these divine flame drops. When I leave, all I ask is that you keep an eye on my shop. Besides, the portal I need to leave this place with isn't cheap either." Upon hearing Rorf's explanation, the city lord's face displayed a thoughtful expression. This was somewhat unexpected. If these divine flame drops Rorf held were truly obtained from a hidden treasure, that explanation was reasonable enough. Still, he hadn't intended to accept all of them. He then spoke, saying, "Since you've put it this way, if I keep refusing, it might get a bit awkward. Alright then, I will take only 3 drops from these 10. The rest, you should keep for yourself. After all, heading into the chaotic demon sea will be extremely dangerous. Later on, there might be many situations where divine flame drops would be useful. They can help you quickly recover divine flame during battles. Their value and function are indeed powerful." Upon hearing the city lord's words, Rorf's face displayed a smile, though in his mind, he thought the city lord's vision wasn't broad enough. What would the city lord think if Rorf had directly presented hundreds of divine flame drops? And if Rorf had taken out several million threads of divine fire, the city lord would probably be shocked beyond measure. However, these were just thoughts in Rorf's mind. Although he enjoyed showing off, there were certain things he couldn't do. Otherwise, the consequences would be extremely serious. If some powerful experts took notice of him, even Rorf would feel rather uneasy. After all, he hadn't yet reached the point of being invincible in the entire world. Rorf also didn't intend to waste too much time with the city lord, so he said directly, "These divine flame drops are just a tiny portion of what I've obtained. There's no need to refuse like this. Once you've taken care of these divine flame drops, you can start making preparations. I'm leaving this place now." When the city lord heard Luofong say this, he was momentarily stunned, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Luofong was really leaving so soon. It was truly beyond his expectations. He hesitated slightly and asked, "You're leaving this quickly? Don't you want to take a rest first?" Luofong naturally noticed the city lord's shock, but he wasn't particularly surprised. With his previous strength, he might indeed have delayed a bit, trying to enhance his power as soon as possible. Now, however, Luofong had no intention of doing so. As long as he didn't encounter level 8 creatures, he wouldn't be in any real danger. He already had a variety of great items ready in his hand. Entering the battle-ready state, Luofong had already realized this. Although in the Chaos Sea of Madness, there were many high-level creatures, and a great variety as well, level 8 creatures weren't everywhere. Beings of that level were generally preparing for their breakthrough to true gods, so they didn't have time to wander around aimlessly. The likelihood of Luofong encountering such creatures was very low. Moreover, Luofong was currently absorbing energy rapidly, and it wouldn't be long before he reached level 5. For Luofong, that would be another significant improvement. He wondered if he could reach level 6 in the Chaos Sea of Madness. Originally, he had planned to see if he could break through to level 6 within the Dragon God Ruins. Who knew he would progress so fast? He had only entered less than a day ago, and already come out. Not only hadn't he advanced to level 6, he hadn't even reached level 5 yet. Still, it was fine this way. While his level hadn't increased, his combat strength had improved significantly. Therefore, Luofong was eager to begin his journey. Thinking about this, Luofong said, "There's no need to rest. We should head out as soon as possible. I didn't consume too much while searching for the treasure. How long do you need to prepare the portal to the Chaos Sea of Madness?" When the city lord heard Luofeng's words, he felt slightly surprised, almost tempted to protest. Searching for treasure and obtaining so much god flame liquid without much consumption. Did that sound human? Didn't he know what searching for treasure involved? The more valuable the treasures obtained at the end, the more dangerous the journey would have been. Logically speaking, Luofong obtaining so much God Flame liquid must mean the treasure-seeking journey had been extremely perilous. But he hadn't found even a single sign of injury on Luofeng's body. In fact, Luofeng's physical condition was rapidly improving. Those who knew would say Luofong had gone treasure hunting. Those who didn't might think he went on vacation. However, the city lord didn't say much else. Since Luofong himself said everything was fine, there was no need for persuasion. In truth, deep down, the city lord was quite pleased that Luofong was ready to head to the Chaos Sea of Madness as soon as possible. The sooner Luofong went, the sooner he might find his daughter. Thinking about this, the city lord said, transporting directly from Mist City to Dark Knight Guardian City involves quite a few procedures. However, these aren't really significant obstacles. Transporting someone to Dark Knight Guardian City itself isn't a big deal. The problem is if someone wants to teleport from Dark Knight Guardian City to one of the cities deeper in the Dark Knight Sea area. That would require multiple layers of review. Apparently, there are some dangerous individuals entering the Dark Knight Sea to cause trouble. Under normal circumstances, these portals remain closed and are rarely used. The main reason could be summed up in one word: expensive. Furthermore, the fee is charged per person. While teleporting multiple people at once might provide some discount, it's still very costly. However, I can transport you there personally. It'll just take a few minutes to prepare. Hearing the city lord's explanation, Luofong nodded, showing he understood. Actually, he had previously asked the city lord about related matters, but they hadn't discussed it in depth. After all, he hadn't expected to return so soon. The good thing was that it would only take a few minutes. Looking at the city lord, Luofong said, "Alright, then we shouldn't delay any further. Let's go to the portal right away." Luofong knew where the portal was located. It was the place where he had just appeared when he returned. The transmission square. There were many portals in that location. Upon hearing Luofeng's statement, this time, the city lord wasn't surprised but instead smiled and said, "Let's go." In fact, the portal was just activated not long ago. Feng Qingyang has already gone to Dark Knight Guardian City. He enters there periodically. Although it's somewhat dangerous there are also considerable gains. Don't be deceived by his current level 6 status. But in terms of speed, which he excelled at, even ordinary level 7 beings might not necessarily be able to catch him. That was also the reason he had managed to survive there for such a long time. Either your strength is truly formidable, or you can run extremely fast. When Luofong heard that Feng Qingyang had already gone to the Chaos Sea of Madness ahead of time, he felt slightly surprised. Back then, when they were chatting together, Feng Qingyang had mentioned that he wanted to go to the Chaos Sea of Madness. He just hadn't expected that the other would move so quickly. This left Luofong somewhat puzzled. He had originally planned to bring Feng Qingyang along, so that the latter could explain more about the Chaos Sea of Madness. Since Feng Qingyang had already left, Luofong didn't say much more. Luofong followed the city lord, beginning to walk toward the portal. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, both felt a slight shock. Outside the city lord's mansion, there was now a sea of people. At first glance, there were people everywhere. Faced with such a scene, Luofong couldn't help but mutter under his breath. These players must really have nothing better to do all day. Wherever is lively, they rush there. Sure enough, loving to watch Ernok is a common hobby among Chinese people. Confronted with this situation, Luofong had no intention of engaging with them excessively. At this time, even if he wanted to gain some shock value, it would be somewhat limited. Luofong found that earning reputation points through live streaming was still the fastest method. In the future, if he had the time and opportunity, he should do more live broadcasts. As they appeared, the players around instantly became very excited. These players had been waiting here just to see what would happen next, and perhaps get a chance to learn something from Luofong. After all, Luofong had only arrived not long ago and had already become deputy city lord. This had left the players puzzled. If they only knew that these NPCs were completely real people, and that each one was extremely clever, it would be difficult not only to gain benefits from these NPCs, but even equal exchanges would be challenging. Chapter 559, Portal Activation. Up until now, quite a few players were still unable to receive their class advancement quests. For example, some players who wanted to learn alchemy would receive a quest asking them to collect certain herbs. However, these herbs could not be found in Mist City. They had to be excavated from other islands. At this point in time, 0-level players weren't bold enough to wander around the ocean aimlessly. As Luofong and the others walked through the crowd, all the players instinctively made way for them. There was no other choice. These were the city lord and deputy city lord. If they were offended, they'd have no way to survive in Mist City. Seeing both of them moving together, the players began whispering amongst themselves. Where could Xiao Luo possibly be going with the city lord? If I'm not mistaken, didn't Xiao Luo just enter the city lord's mansion? He only stayed for less than 3 minutes, right? Why did he come out so quickly? Could it be that something urgent has happened? This is the first time I've ever seen the city lord up close. He is so handsome. Why does he look so much like my father? I wonder if the city lord needs a son. Let's hurry and follow them. Let's see what Xiao Luo is up to. Ever since Xiao Luo returned to Mist City, he looked in a great hurry. Looks like something big is about to happen. Without further interruptions, this crowd of people had too many ears listening in. Luofong didn't say much to the city lord. In fact, they had already more or less finished their previous conversation. Time passed quickly. Luofong and the others arrived at the transportation plaza. Originally, the plaza wasn't very crowded, but with the arrival of Luofong and the city lord, it quickly became packed. Fortunately, there were many guards here, so the order was maintained. Not that the players here were particularly disciplined. The guards simply would not tolerate any trouble. As soon as someone started making trouble, they would immediately get thrown into the dungeon for some serious self-reflection. Luofong and the others headed directly to a particularly enlarged portal. There were quite a few portals here, but this particular one was by far the largest. That wasn't hard to understand. The greater the distance of the teleportation, the higher the technical requirements for the portal itself. Right now, the giant portal had already begun emitting light and was already running. The players surrounding this scene were extremely curious. They began speaking out, voicing their confusion. Where does this giant portal lead to? This is the first time I've ever seen it activated. Could it be that Xiao Luo wants to go inside this portal? Is Xiao Luo planning to go to another main city? I happened to pass by here once before and saw this giant portal activate once. At that time, a 6-star golden hunter named Feng Qingyang entered this portal. Now, Xiao Luo is also planning to go inside. Looks like this portal isn't ordinary at all. I wonder where this leads. Can we also use this portal? It was such a shame. Back then, when I saw how big the portal was, I became quite curious. I asked one of the nearby guards. He told me my level wasn't enough. I didn't have the authority to know that much. However, after some indirect inquiries, I still managed to get one piece of information. I asked how much ocean coin was required for a single usage of this portal. When I heard the number, it nearly shocked me stupid. I won't make you guess anymore. The guard said at least 1 million ocean coins, and that was only the most basic requirement. Without a certain status, even if you possessed ocean coins, you still wouldn't qualify for teleportation. Upon hearing this, all the surrounding players couldn't help but inhale sharply. A series of shocked voices erupted. They may not have understood much else. But when it came to ocean coins, they truly couldn't be more familiar. In Mist City, everything required ocean coins. Without ocean coins, you'd be stuck before you even took a single step. Even class advancement and apprenticeships. If you could offer a few extra ocean coins, your treatment would be vastly different. Nowadays, most players only had at most several dozen ocean coins in hand. Players possessing hundreds of ocean coins were already considered pretty decent. The main issue was that expenditures exceeded income, which was somewhat distressing. Just like this, the group became somewhat uneasy. God damn it, where could this portal possibly lead? A mere 1 million ocean coins for a single usage? This is faster than being robbed. I feel like I probably won't ever manage to collect 1 million ocean coins in my entire life. Even if I really had that many ocean coins, I wouldn't waste them on a single teleportation fee. Even if this portal led straight to heaven, it still wouldn't be worth it. I hope Xiao Luo will stream live once he enters. I want to see what kind of place requires 1 million ocean coins to reach. At this moment, the city lord looked at the portal before him, already fully activated. He knew it was time for Luofong to leave. Originally, he had assigned Luofong the task of finding his daughter more as a way to preserve a tiny sliver of hope. Even he himself had little confidence that Luofong could actually find and bring back his daughter. But if there was even a chance, he wouldn't give up. After meeting Luofong for the second time, the changes he saw in Luofong gave the city lord a newfound confidence. He now even had a premonition Luofong might actually return with his daughter. Looking at Luofong, he said, "The portal has been activated. You may now enter. This time, I truly entrust this mission to you. I'm counting on you. I'll be waiting for your good news." After hearing the city lord's words, Luofeng's expression turned serious as he replied, "You can completely function. I'll do my best. In that case, we should be off now." Luofong himself didn't have 100% confidence regarding the search for the city lord's daughter. After all, a low-level human had been taken into the abyssal realm, and so many years had already passed. If she had survived all this time, there must be some great secret behind it. As for the abyssal realm itself, Luofong didn't know much about it. What the abyssal realm looked like, he definitely couldn't say. However, Luofong did know one abyssal demon. The demon, Yumei. He didn't know how she was faring in the abyssal realm. If Luofong could meet Yumei, he wouldn't mind having a thorough conversation with her about the abyssal realm. But as soon as Luofong thought about Yumei's extremely powerful charm, he couldn't help but feel fear creeping in. Back then, even before entering the abyssal realm, Yumei had already been this irresistibly charming. Chapter 560, Dark Knight Guardian City. Now that he was cultivating inside the abyssal realm, Luofong could no longer even imagine to what level Mia Zhang's charm would reach. If that were really the case, it would probably be best if they didn't meet. Luofong was afraid that if he met Yumei, he wouldn't be able to control himself. Luofong didn't dare to think too much about it, nor did he have the time right now. After all, so many players were watching him. The players around began to speculate due to his conversation with the city lord. The information they revealed this time was quite significant, but it didn't matter much. Unless the city lord had great confidence in Luofong, and had even entrusted the crescent moon pendant to him, it also represented his trust in Luofong. Actually, the city lord could have directly made the matter public, letting the many players help him search together. That would greatly increase the chances of success. But he hadn't done so. These players were still at a low level. Even if they knew, it wouldn't be useful. He couldn't possibly let these level 1 players come only to throw their lives away. It was better to entrust this matter to Luofong first. The more vague and ambiguous Luofong and the city lord were, the more curious the players became. Grass, this is indeed as I guessed. There must be some unspeakable secret between Xiao Luo and the city lord. I wonder what task the city lord has assigned to Xiao Luo. However, judging from Xiao Luo's serious expression, this task must definitely be no simple matter. I'm extremely curious now about how Xiao Luo managed to get such a hidden quest. Not only is Xiao Luo extremely powerful, but he also seems to have exceptional luck, obtaining various quests so easily. I strongly suspect that Xiao Luo must have some kind of special connection. You should think of this way. Once Xiao Luo leaves here, we won't have such pressure anymore. After all, being around Xiao Luo all day is just too nerve-wracking. Luofong didn't waste any time and focused his attention on the giant portal. At the moment, Luofong was thinking about a question. The portal charged per person. They were visibly 3 humans, but there were quite a few animals inside the space ring. He wondered whether those animals would count as people. If they didn't count, Luofong suddenly had a bold idea. In the future, he could probably make a fortune by exploiting this ability. Of course, this idea only flashed through Luofeng's mind for an instant. He was only thinking. He didn't ask the city lord. But the city lord certainly had already considered this issue. It was something Luofong no longer needed to think about. The most important thing was that Luofong could freely use all the portals in Mist City without paying any fees. He didn't care much about these ocean coins. Not only did Luofong already have a lot of them, but even a single level 6 beast corpse he casually took out would be worth at least 1 million ocean coins. Luofong stopped thinking and took Tang Xu away and Su Yunqi with him into the portal. Luofong had entered portals many times before, so he wasn't particularly nervous. Right now, He was even somewhat looking forward to seeing what kind of scene would appear on the other side of the portal. However, this time after entering the portal, Luofong found that things weren't quite as expected. Previously, when Luofong entered the portal, he would disappear from one end and emerge at the other in an instant. This time, even after a few seconds, he had not yet reached the destination, so the distance must truly be very far. Luofong started looking around at the surroundings, but aside from some white light, he couldn't see anything. Even using the insight talisman was useless. Nothing was gained. After about 5 full seconds, Luofong finally felt a sudden brightening of his vision. The white light before his eyes disappeared. What replaced it was black walls. They had finally exited the portal. Luofong looked around and noticed quite a few humans. These humans were dressed in various styles, seeming as though they had come from different places. Before Luofong could react, these humans around were already curiously eyeing Luofong and the 2 women beside him. These few look unfamiliar. They must be first-time visitors here. I wonder what level these people are. Didn't expect this kid to be so lucky, bringing along 2 such beautiful girls. It's just that bringing beautiful girls here is practically throwing them to the wolves. Newcomers are always like that, fearless of anything. Once they enter the chaotic demon sea, they'll finally realize the true dangers here. We shouldn't underestimate these few people too much. Anyone who makes it to Guardian City of the Dark Knight must be somewhat capable. Luofong naturally heard what those humans were saying. He wasn't particularly worried about being here. After all, Guardian City of the Dark Knight still belonged to the territory of the Dark Sea. This place was entirely controlled by the members of the Dark Sea. They had a critical mission, to stop demons and ruthless humans from entering the Dark Sea. This city was located at the furthest edge, the last outpost under the jurisdiction of the Dark Sea. This was precisely Luofeng's first stop in the chaotic demon sea. He didn't rush to immediately take the 2 girls and head straight into the chaotic demon sea. First, he needed to understand the current situation here. After all, without knowing anything about this place, there was no way to start any real action. As for how Luofong intended to learn about this area, he had several methods. The simplest and most straightforward method was to use the insight talisman to read the thoughts of these humans. Although this method was very convenient and fast, its effects were limited. He could only know what these humans were currently thinking. There were considerable limitations. Currently, Luofong had another plan. He wanted to try to find Feng Qingyang if possible. Feng Qingyang had arrived here earlier than Luofong. He should have already gathered quite a bit of information. Plus, since Feng Qingyang had visited here multiple times before, he had some prior experience. Back then, it was Feng Qingyang who had originally brought the crescent moon pendant from the city lord's daughter. Now that he had already arrived here, Luofong had the time to carefully understand the situation occurring here. However, Luofong now faced a problem. How exactly could he get in contact with Feng Qingyang? Although players could chat with NPCs, that required some special items, and such items weren't commonly found. Chapter 561, Posting a Task. Only inside the Mist City's guild building would the chubby owner be a collector of various artifacts to be able to directly take out this kind of item. Feng Qingyang didn't have such an artifact. Moreover, he apparently had no need to prepare such an artifact either. Previously, when Luofeng's strength wasn't that great, he hadn't planned on forming a team with Feng Qingyang. At that time, if Luofong wanted to fight high-level monsters, he had to rely heavily on various items. If Luofong teamed up with Feng Qingyang, he would inevitably expose those items. Now, Luofong no longer had such concerns. He no longer needed all kinds of artifacts. With just the Ice Fire Divine Lotus, he could already deal with most beasts. Now, Luofong finally felt confident. He didn't waste any more time here. It was better to find a place to stay first. Otherwise, standing here all the time and being stared at by others was quite uncomfortable. Dark Knight Guardian City was enormous. Essentially, it had all kinds of entertainment venues, buildings, and shops, with everything one could possibly need. However, Luofong had no mood for sightseeing here. He casually picked a hotel and booked a private room before walking inside. Inside the private room were 1 man and 2 women. Luofong looked at Tang Xuewei and said, "We've arrived here. As long as we pass through the Chaos Sea of Magic, we can head to the Luminous Sea to find your younger sister. But we can't be too hasty. We need to spend some time here to help the City Lord search for his daughter. You don't have to worry too much about your sister. She should be doing better than us right now." After hearing Luofeng's words, Tang Xuewei naturally understood what he meant. Though she deeply worried about Tang Xueying and longed to meet her, there was no use rushing now. After so many days, there was no need to be impatient about this moment. Moreover, with her own strength increasing, her understanding of deities had also deepened. After all, she had inherited the power of the Snow Goddess, and even that was already this formidable. If it were the Snow Goddess's original form, then her strength must be incredibly mighty. Nowadays, the Snow Goddess and Tang Xueying knew each other, and their relationship was quite good. Thinking about this, Tang Xuewei no longer had any worries. She no longer feared for her sister's safety, but rather her strength. What if, during their reunion, her younger sister's strength surpassed her own? That would indeed make her feel great pressure. She must use this period to strive to improve her own strength. Thinking of this, Tang Xuewei said, "That's fine. We're not in such a hurry anyway. Since we've already promised the City Lord, we can stay here for a while to search. The City Lord's daughter is currently unaccounted for. We should act as soon as possible." Beside her, Su Yunxi didn't find anything unusual about Luofeng's and Tang Xuewei's conversation. These circumstances had already been explained to Su Yunxi previously by Luofong and others. Therefore, there wasn't much else for Su Yunxi to say. When she came into this oceanic world, truthfully, she didn't have much of a purpose. Firstly, though she wasn't an orphan, she practically was one. After coming into this oceanic world and searching for some time without finding any relatives, she had already given up on this idea. Originally, she did have a very clear goal. It was related to her SS rank talent, searching for artifacts that could increase lifespan. However, since meeting Luofong, this biggest problem that had troubled her had already been easily resolved. Thus, she no longer had a clear goal. Her only motivation might just be to improve her level. After getting Tang Xuewei's reply, Luofong slightly exhaled in relief. Next, he needed to think about how to proceed with his plan. Suddenly, inspiration struck Luofong. There was a bounty hunter guild in the Dark Knight Guardian City. Since that was the case, Luofong could use the bounty hunter guild to look for Feng Qingyang. Because within the bounty hunter guild, one could both post and accept tasks. Except this time, Luofong intended to post a task himself. Without further hesitation, Luofong asked Tang Xuewei and Su Yunqi to wait for him here, while he himself headed straight to the Gold Hunter Guild. This particular bounty hunter guild was incredibly massive, luxuriously ornate. As soon as one approached the entrance, a majestic aura radiated from it. Even Luofong couldn't help but sigh at its wealth. Still, it wasn't hard to understand. After all, this was a place active with at least grade 6 humans. The amount of value generated here daily was simply inestimable. Luofong didn't linger too long here either. He went directly to the task posting area inside the bounty hunter guild. Soon, Luofong posted a task. Task content: my friends and I have just arrived here. I need someone from Mist City to introduce me to some basic information about this place. Task reward: 100,000 ocean coins. Task difficulty: the task Luofong posted was extremely simple. It posed absolutely no difficulty. Anyone within Dark Knight Guardian City could complete this task. As soon as Luofong posted this task, it didn't take long before it caught the attention of bounty hunters. Because whenever new tasks appeared, certain unique ones always stood out immediately. Luofeng's task was currently the most expensive one in the 1-star difficulty category. Although there were quite a few grade 6 bounty hunters here. For these hunters, 100,000 ocean coins still weren't a small amount. Not everyone was as financially unconcerned as Luofong. Regarding this phenomenon, the bounty hunters began expressing their thoughts and complaints. Such a situation was rare in the bounty hunter guild. Damn it, has a wealthy person finally arrived in Dark Knight Guardian City? Just answer a few basic questions and get 100,000 ocean coins? This is basically handing out money. This can't be that guy who came in just now, right? I was hoping to meet him. I'll claim this task. Don't be too excited yet. Read the conditions carefully first. He specifically requires someone from Mist City. That sets the criteria extremely narrowly. If I recall correctly. In recent years, very few people from Mist City have come here. That means the one who posted this task must have just arrived from Mist City. I wonder if we can negotiate to slightly relax the conditions. I think I know a bounty hunter from Mist City. The moment this task appeared, he probably won't be far behind. He'll come soon enough. Chapter 562, Goodbye, Feng Qingyang. Grass, wait a second. The mission has indeed been accepted. That's a bit too fast, isn't it? The bounty hunters were slightly surprised that the mission had been claimed in less than 3 minutes after its release. However, they didn't pay too much attention to it. 10,000 ocean coins was not a small sum, but for them who were at level 6, it wasn't particularly significant either. They were just a bit astonished that such a simple task was rewarded with so many ocean coins. Although these level 6 bounty hunters were financially well off, they wouldn't act like fools or waste money needlessly. Take a very obvious example. Say in real life you're quite rich, but if you're asked to pay $100,000 for a regular steamed bun, probably only a crazy person would do that. But Luofong didn't care much about these ocean coins. His current situation could no longer be described merely as being rich. To Luofong, ocean coins were just a string of data. Seeing the mission accepted so quickly, he felt somewhat excited. It seemed his action had achieved the desired effect. Luofong had long known that Mist City's overall strength wasn't significant, so very few people came here. From what Luofong knew, in recent years, only one person, Feng Qingyang, had come to Mist City. Thus, Luofong didn't have much to worry about. In the ocean world, each bounty hunter could use the bounty hunter badge to view certain information, and also accept missions. But the final mission handover had to be done face-to-face between two people. The bounty hunter badge did not offer a function for item teleportation. Moreover, it seemed some bounty hunters engaged in private transactions. After all, in the bounty hunter guild, a 1% commission was charged for any mission, though seemingly just 1%. The daily transaction volume of the bounty hunter guild was enormous. This small commission alone generated a considerable fortune. Otherwise, where would the bounty hunter guild get so much money? Luofong didn't wait for long at the guild. 10 minutes later, a very familiar figure appeared before Luofong. When Feng Qingyang saw that it was indeed Luofong, joy and excitement lit up his face. He had guessed before that it might be Luofong coming, but he wasn't 100% sure. He knew that Luofong had gone to another place. He never expected that after just a day without seeing Luofong, he had already arrived here. After reaching Luofong, Feng Qingyang smiled and said, I didn't expect to see you here. Earlier, I was wondering who would look for someone from Mist City. Thinking it over and over again. Besides you, there's no one else who would look for me. So I came as quickly as I could. I've been here for a while now. Earlier, I had been inquiring about some information. I had just gone out not long ago. After seeing your mission, I accepted it immediately and came back right away. Hearing this, Luofong smiled and said, I just arrived here not long ago either. This place is unfamiliar to me. I happen to have some matters I needed to consult with you about. This is not a suitable place to talk. Let me take you somewhere. Upon hearing this from Luofong, Feng Qingyang was not surprised. He actually knew Luofeng's purpose in coming here was to look for the city lord's daughter. Certainly, Luofong wanted to ask questions regarding this. Previously, when they chatted in the city lord's mansion, they hadn't discussed this in detail. Thinking about it, Feng Qingyang smiled and said, Okay, let's head out. I just obtained some new information that I can share with you. Since Feng Qingyang had arrived earlier, he naturally hadn't been idle. The first thing he did upon arrival was to gather information. After all, something was always happening here every moment. He had to familiarize himself with the local situation. After leaving the Dark Knight Guardian City, people would no longer gather so harmoniously in one place. Before long, Luofong quickly led Feng Qingyang to the room he had previously booked. After opening the door, they saw Tang Xuewei and Su Yunqi sitting there chatting. When Feng Qingyang saw the situation, he was immediately taken aback, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. You must understand, Chaos Demon Sea was not a place for child's play, nor a place for leisure. It was extremely dangerous. Even as a level 6 warrior, every time he entered Chaos Demon Sea, he was extremely cautious. A single mistake could cost him his life. He had quite a bit of confidence in Luofeng's strength. After all, someone capable of killing a golden horn python in a short amount of time wouldn't be too weak. However, he had some doubts about the two women present. He hadn't seen either of them fight before. Still, he didn't dwell on it much. Since Luofong had made this decision, there must be his own reasoning. Later when he spoke with Luofong, he would mention this matter properly. As for the decision Luofong would eventually make, that would be his own choice. Without thinking too much, Feng Qingyang directly followed Luofong into the room. Once everyone had entered the room, Luofong looked at Su Yunqi and said, "This is my new partner, Su Yunqi. Let me introduce you to." Previously, Tang Xiaowei had been with Luofong and already knew Feng Qingyang. But this was the first time Su Yunqi and Feng Qingyang met. After hearing Luofeng's introduction, Feng Qingyang smiled and said, "Pleased to meet you. My name is Feng Qingyang." Soon, the group began getting acquainted with each other. Su Yunqi wasn't too surprised. Luofong and Tang Xiaowei had already told her about these things beforehand. She already had some knowledge about Feng Qingyang. In fact, even without Luofeng's introduction, she already knew something about him. After all, Feng Qingyang was a level 6 bounty hunter within Miss City's bounty hunter guild. When she became a bounty hunter, someone would definitely mention this person. Luofong didn't intend to beat around the bush and directly asked, "Let's skip the formalities. First, tell us about Chaos Demon Sea. Then tell us where you obtained the Crescent Moon necklace, and what information you've gathered so far." Chapter 563, Demon City. Upon hearing Luofeng's words, Feng Qingyang wasn't the least bit surprised. His very purpose for coming here was exactly this. He was willing to give Luofong a detailed explanation. After all, he was helping the city lord with his affairs. Although he didn't currently possess the Crescent Moon necklace, he could still continue searching for the city lord's daughter. He actually knew the city lord's daughter quite well. As the saying goes, the more people, the greater the strength. With more people searching, the chances of success would naturally be higher. Feng Qingyang thought for a moment and said, "Alright then, I'll begin. Actually, I haven't been here for a very long time yet. Let me first explain where we are right now. Dark Knight Safehold. Throughout the entire chaotic Demon Sea, this is the only safe place. Here, you don't have to worry about ambushes. You don't need to fear double-crossing. This place is guarded by official personnel from the Dark Knight Sea region. So under normal circumstances, this place is extremely safe. It serves as a relatively suitable resting place for most humans who come here on adventures. Here, you can almost buy anything you want to purchase. As for things not available here, they can be found in the demon cities within the chaotic Demon Sea. However, the safety factor of those demon cities in the chaotic Demon Sea cannot be compared to this place at all. Inside the chaotic Demon Sea, there are absolutely no rules. In the Demon Sea, any creature could potentially attack you. Moreover, it's not populated solely by humans here. You might encounter any other kind of creature here, and most of those creatures aren't the benevolent type. Most of them have done some terrible things and have been chased here. Therefore, in the Demon Sea, murder and arson are as common as having a meal. Once you leave Dark Knight Safehold, you must not trust any human you meet. It's not just strangers you shouldn't trust. Even your companions traveling with you may not be fully trustworthy. Some people often attack their own teammates for personal gain, which is extremely common. This place is incredibly dangerous, and even if someone dies, it wouldn't cause much of a ripple. Therefore, for any actions from this point on, except for those you've previously gotten to know, never trust others easily. After hearing Feng Qingyang's lengthy explanation in one breath, Luofeng's face also slightly changed expression. It turned out that this chaotic Demon Sea was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Even though Luofeng hadn't entered the Demon Sea yet, he had already begun to feel some pressure. The atmosphere was already made tense by Feng Qingyang's words. Luofeng continued, saying, "Go on. This is my first time coming here. I'm quite curious about this place. The more I understand, the better I can prepare myself accordingly." Feng Qingyang naturally understood this point, which was exactly why he spoke at length to Luofeng. Otherwise, if not for their good relationship, and that the weapon in his hands was forged from the golden horn of Luofeng's gold horn python, he wouldn't have held such a favorable view of Luofeng. That was exactly why he was willing to speak in such detail. If it were another person, even if they were from Mist City as well, he wouldn't have been so conscientious. Feng Qingyang organized his thoughts and continued, "Since we're talking about the chaotic Demon Sea, let me explain more about these demon cities. This is also related to the Crescent Moon necklace. The chaotic Demon Sea isn't all sea with not even a place to set foot. Within the chaotic Demon Sea, there are 5 great demon cities. Among them, the 4 major demon cities are particularly chaotic. All kinds of creatures inhabit these cities. Seeing an entire city filled with animals would be completely normal. However, those demon cities don't offer much in terms of safety. Even inside a demon city, you might get killed outright. And those who kill you, whether human or animal, would face punishment from relevant demon city authorities. By then, though, you would already be dead, making the punishment meaningless. Of course, these demon cities also face great dangers. Frequently, large sea monsters and abyss demons attack the cities. Not long ago, one demon city was directly breached by an abyss demon. Most of the creatures within were nearly wiped out. Even level 8 beings couldn't manage to escape. Each demon city always had at least one level 8 expert. Unfortunately, in the end, they were all completely wiped out. The scene at that time was extremely bloody. I've only heard about it. I've never seen it myself. Abyss demons are extremely cruel creatures. They have only one purpose for any other creature, to kill. Especially for humans. They become even more frenzied. Moreover, abyss demons are also extremely powerful. Basically, every demon is an existence that's unrivaled at its own level. I once encountered a level 6 demon before. Fortunately, I ran fast enough at that time. Otherwise, I would have died in the demon's mouth. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Luofong slightly furrowed his eyebrows. This was truly a shocking piece of news. The destruction of an entire city. This was indeed quite terrifying. Even if the population within a demon city was relatively small, there should be at least tens of thousands of creatures. What Luofong meant was that there were tens of thousands of creatures at level 6 or above. After all, any being living here, even if not exactly at level 6, should be close enough. Of course, not all of them were exactly level 6. There must be some children among them. After all, newborn creatures couldn't possibly possess strength at level 6 right upon birth. Originally, Luofong hadn't felt much concern about the chaotic demon sea. After all, with his current combat strength, he didn't think he would face much danger. However, this particular piece of news had even made Luofong feel a chill down his back. The level of danger in the chaotic demon sea was indeed too high. At this point, Luofong couldn't afford to draw too much attention to himself. Then, Luofong suddenly thought of something else and asked, "Didn't you say there are 5 demon cities? Why did you only describe 4? What about the last one?" At this moment, Luofong had grown increasingly curious about the matters of the chaotic demon sea. The more he learned, the more shocking it became. Thus, naturally, Luofong wanted to take this opportunity to thoroughly understand the chaotic demon sea. This would greatly assist him in his future actions. When Feng Qingyang heard Luofeng's question about the last city, a slightly wistful expression appeared on his face. He slowly began to explain, "The reason I'm saving it for last is actually because of something special. This final city is called the City of Peace. As the name suggests, within the City of Peace, no battles ever take place. There's absolutely no conflict in the Peace City. It's even safer than our current location, Dark Knight Safehold. Among all the demon cities within the chaotic demon sea." Chapter 564, Moonlight Island. All of them have records of being attacked by abyssal demons. Only Harmony City has never experienced such a situation. The reason for this unusual circumstance can be only one. There resides a true god within Harmony City. A true god. Hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Luofeng's face showed an expression of great surprise. He was no novice, naturally knowing what a true god meant. What he never expected was that there was actually a living true god here. That was truly too frightening. Luofeng currently wasn't even confident in dealing with an 8th rank creature. Encountering a true god would leave him absolutely no chance of resistance. At present, various items Luofeng had obtained were almost all only effective against creatures below godly rank. This made Luofeng feel somewhat distressed indeed. Seeing Luofeng's expression, Feng Qingyang wasn't surprised, instead smiling and saying, "You don't need to be too worried. Although Harmony City does have a true god, this is a deity who loves peace. As long as you don't do something bad within Harmony City, you won't be in danger. Of course, you don't need to doubt the authenticity of this god. Though no one has personally seen the face of the true god, from one single piece of data, you can clearly tell the truth. Since Harmony City was established, it's almost been 1,000 years. Within Harmony City, the number of 8th ranked creatures killed has already reached double digits. Every once in a while, there are those who don't believe it. When these 8th ranked powerhouses act recklessly inside the city, they're killed almost within a second. With such bloody examples right in front of people, Harmony City became the safest place in all of the chaotic demon sea. However, while Harmony City itself is extremely safe, once you step outside the city, the true god won't get involved anymore. This has led to the area surrounding Harmony City becoming extremely dangerous. Any conflicts that originated in Harmony City are resolved outside. After listening to Feng Qingyang's words, Luofeng finally gained a broader understanding. It seemed that this journey into the demon sea would indeed be very exciting. Another question arose in Luofeng's mind, and he asked, "In the chaotic demon sea, how many true gods exist altogether? Or is there only one? If following your earlier reasoning, this place has so many high-level creatures, shouldn't there be quite a few true gods as well?" Taking this opportunity while having time, Luofeng wanted to ask all the questions in his heart. Otherwise, once they entered the demon sea, it wouldn't be a suitable place for chatting. Hearing Luofeng's question, Feng Qingyang smiled and said, "You asked the right person. If this were someone else, they might truly be unaware of such things. Because communication between these demon cities isn't very convenient. There aren't even portals available for quick travel between 2 demon cities. This makes transmitting information within the demon sea rather inconvenient. Of course, there are also some items capable of sending information across great distances. Under normal conditions, those items are quite convenient and efficient. But this is within the demon sea. Many items will be affected. However, you don't need to worry too much. In Dark Knight Guard City, some organizations specialize in information gathering. Therefore, certain information can be purchased with some sea coins." Just as Feng Qingyang finished speaking, Luofeng frowned. In this oceanic world, the methods of communication between NPCs seemed overly simplistic. Logically speaking, with their magical abilities, creating items similar to mobile phones should pose no problem. Yet now, they had absolutely nothing? Compared to the players' means, the difference was really quite significant. The players could not only chat freely without any restrictions, but also conduct remote item transactions. For NPCs, this was truly an incredibly powerful capability. Luofeng had previously considered using this capability of the players to see if a transportation channel could be established. This way, both message delivery and item transportation would significantly increase in efficiency. Undoubtedly, this would have a very promising future. Unfortunately, at least 6th rank players were needed to enter the demon sea for now. Once these players arrived, it would certainly become very exciting here. Still, there was a rather bizarre idea in Luofeng's mind. Some creatures within the oceanic world wouldn't care about all these complexities. If these creatures found out that players had such a function, those high-level beings might just capture players and use them as communication devices. Not having mobile phones is no problem. But what if they used human devices? If such a situation really occurred, it would definitely be quite interesting. Just as Luofeng was daydreaming, Feng Qingyang paused only briefly to catch his breath before continuing. From this point on, unless something unexpected happened, he might act together with Luofeng. The reason was that not long ago, he had been with a group planning to head to a certain location. But that place was far too dangerous, so they were also recruiting more team members. If he spoke with Luofeng about this, there might just be such an opportunity. Therefore, there were some things he needed to thoroughly explain to Luofeng. He wasted no time and continued. According to what is known, within the chaotic demon sea, there are records of 3 beings who have become true gods. However, after each of them achieved the rank of true god, they didn't remain here for very long before leaving. The most powerful beings active here now only reached the half-god level. As for true gods, currently there's only the one in Harmony City. That's all regarding the true gods. Now, let me tell you the most important information. How did I obtain the Crescent Moon necklace? In fact, I purchased this necklace from someone who had visited Harmony City. That person was 7th rank. Originally, he hadn't intended to sell the necklace to me. At the time, he actually thought it was a rare and precious treasure. Later, after realizing it was actually an item belonging to the city lord's daughter, he decided to sell it to me. What I paid in return wasn't cheap either. Furthermore, from what he told me, I learned where exactly he had obtained this Crescent Moon necklace. He said it was from Moonlight Island. Moonlight Island itself is considered a rather unique island within the Demon Sea. Only on the night of a full moon does Moonlight Island appear above the ocean surface. Chapter 565, A Tomb. As soon as day broke, the full moon vanished. Moonlight Island would also disappear from sight. Each time, the location of Moonlight Island was unpredictable. All these years, I've only entered Moonlight Island once. I didn't find any useful information then. Now, the next appearance of Moonlight Island is still a few days away. You'll need to wait here until then. Of course, it's not certain that the city lord's daughter is definitely on Moonlight Island. Later investigations showed that the person who sold me this Crescent Moon pendant had also bought it from someone else in Peace City. It said that the person who sold this item had once entered Moonlight Island. But these pieces of information can't really be verified. People just spread the rumors as they wish. After all, the more exaggerated the stories, the better the selling price. There were also people claiming to have seen Crescent Moon pendants elsewhere. I've been there too, but I found nothing either. That's all I know for now. I hope this helps you somehow. After Feng Qingyang finished speaking, he let out a long sigh. In a way, his mission was only half accomplished. Hopefully, with Luofeng's help this time, there might be some new discoveries. After all, letting a level 6 individual run around in such a dangerous place still carried great risk. Many times, he almost lost his life here. Luckily, what he was best at was speed and escaping. That was the only reason he had survived. Most importantly, he had the city lord's backing. If he were injured while searching for clues about the city lord's daughter, when he returned to Mist City, the city lord would naturally reward him well. That was also why he had been staying in Mist City for a while recently, mainly to recover from injuries. He himself was a native of Mist City. If it weren't because the city lord of Mist City was a decent leader, he would never have agreed to take on such a dangerous task. At this moment, Luofeng's heart was stirred by Feng Qingyang's words. Another Moonlight Island suddenly appeared. No matter what, Luofeng had to go and check it out. His Wandok Tujang was still waiting for him to collect and unlock. So far, he had unlocked only a few islands. No one knew when Luofeng would be able to unlock every last island. It seemed that Luofeng would need to stay here for a few more days. However, Luofeng could accept that. If he rushed to the Aurora Society in Radiant Sea now to find Tang Shuiying, what if he encountered a bunch of true gods? Forget about taking Tang Shuiying away. Just seeing her once might already be very difficult. Better to enhance his strength first before looking for her. Thinking this, Luofeng said, "From your explanation, I now understand the general situation of the Chaotic Voice Sea. Next, I'll stay here in the Chaotic Voice Sea for a few days. Do you have any suggestions? Any recommended places where one can find valuable treasures?" Luofeng had no intention of staying idle in the Dark Knight Guardian City, for no reason. Only by going out would he be able to maximize his gains. Otherwise, there was no point coming here at all. However, what made Luofeng feel a bit frustrated was that his shock value wasn't quite enough. He needed to find a chance to accumulate some more. When Feng Qingyang heard Luofeng's words, he was finally able to bring up his own idea. Thus, he smiled and said, "There are indeed many places in the Bois Sea that contain countless treasures. That's also one of the reasons why so many people come here. Only dangerous places offer high rewards. Some places abound with rare fish, seawater, minerals, and the like. But I have another suggestion. I wonder if you would like to join me? Just before we met, I was already in the Bois Sea, planning with others to go to a secret place. I don't exactly know the specifics, but I overheard them saying something about heading into a tomb." When Luofeng heard Feng Qingyang's words, an expression of great surprise appeared on his face. A tomb in this ocean world? That was truly incredible. They couldn't possibly be going grave robbing? Based on Luofeng's extensive experience from reading novels, no matter what tomb it was, there would definitely be no shortage of good treasures inside. However, in this oceanic world, the available methods would definitely be far more numerous. Probably not something like Luoyang Shovel or Black Donkey Hoofprints. Regardless of what he might encounter, a single lotus of frozen flame from him would resolve the problem. If one lotus of frozen flame wasn't enough, then another would do. Was he really going to be scared by the grave of a dead person? Thinking of this, Luofeng said, "Sure, that's fine. But wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate for you to bring an outsider along? Logically speaking, something like this should be a highly confidential matter, right?" When Feng Qingyang heard Luofeng's words, he smiled and said, "You've just arrived here, so it's perfectly normal that you don't know. In the Demon Sea, rumors often circulate. Either a certain place has ruins, or another place has a tomb, or somewhere else rare treasures have appeared. Most of these messages are false. However, there are still some that are true. As long as one true piece of news is discovered, the rewards will be tremendous. Take a tomb like this one, for example. Generally speaking, only level 8 humans would build something like a tomb. That's why everyone is eager to chase after such information. Of course, if a tomb is truly discovered, ordinary level 6 individuals wouldn't dare to enter. The reason they invited me along is precisely because I have some special detection methods. I might discover something different. I can avoid dangerous places. That's also the fundamental reason I've survived all these years. Without some unique techniques, an ordinary level 6 human wouldn't attract anyone's attention in the Demon Sea. But generally speaking, in places where anomalies occur, even if the desired items aren't found, there are often other good things. At the very least, it won't be a wasted trip. Judging from the number of people they've gathered, there should be about 10 people in total. Among them, The leader is a level 7 individual. In our area, he's somewhat famous. Based on this team's strength, the possibility of success is quite high. Bringing you along shouldn't cause any problems. In case we truly discover a tomb or a rather unique ruin, we still shouldn't rashly enter. It's far too dangerous inside. Still, we could follow along and observe. After Luofong heard Feng Qingyang's explanation, he roughly understood the situation. So, it turned out that this was merely Feng's speculation. It wasn't certain that there really was a tomb. Chapter 566, Taking Along. Upon hearing that there was only a single level 7 human, Luofong didn't think too much of it. A level 7 human. He had no reason to be afraid. Moreover, Luofong had the mind-reading talisman. He could immediately tell whether someone was good or bad. Thinking about this, Luofong said, "That's fine. Can I go with you and take a look?" Truthfully, I don't have any specific goals or places I must go right now. We can first find somewhere to practice, get familiar with the environment here. By the way, how many people can you bring along? I also have 2 companions. Can they come too? As Luofong spoke, he turned his gaze to Tang Xuewei and Su Yunqi beside him. He definitely had no intention of leaving the 2 of them behind alone. Even though the Dark Knight Guardian city was quite safe, Luofong still wasn't entirely reassured. Of course, there was another more important reason. That was, after leaving this time, Luofong didn't know if he would ever return here again. Even if he did, it would likely be after a very long time. He might need to travel around to different places. Since the Bois was so vast, naturally he wanted to seize the opportunity to gather more resources. As for the peaceful city that Feng Qingyang had mentioned, Luofong also planned to visit it. But those were concerns for later. Thus, Luofong was determined to have both of them accompany him no matter what. Even if he couldn't officially bring them, he could do so covertly. Hearing Luofeng's request, Feng Qingyang wasn't particularly surprised. He had known beforehand that Luofong shared an unusual relationship with the women around him. Although they had only met a few times, every time they met, the women never failed to accompany Luofong. It seemed as if Luofong had nothing to hide, even when discussing important matters. However, this time, things were somewhat different. First of all, heading to such dangerous locations, bringing along 2 women might not be convenient. What if some danger arose? The more people involved, the harder it would be to escape. Feng Qingyang was already thinking about escape even before setting out, truly being prepared for the unexpected. Thinking this, Feng Qingyang replied, "This might be a bit difficult. You see, I'm just going along with others. At most, I can bring only 1 extra person. If too many go, it might cause issues. You can have them stay and rest in the Dark Knight Guardian city. There's quite a lot here to keep one entertained. Besides, we'll probably return soon. Even if there really is a tomb, we probably won't go too deep inside." Luofong didn't find Feng Qingyang's response surprising. Naturally, he also wasn't disappointed or upset, because Luofong had already figured out a way for the 2 of them to always remain by his side. Since he already had a solution, there was naturally no need to worry. So Luofong smiled and said, "Alright then, let's go together, just the 2 of us. How long do you think we'll need to wait before we leave?" Luofong was already excited, eager to enter the Bois and see what this legendary Mo Sea was truly like. Feng Qingyang thought for a moment before replying. "The sooner the better. Those people are also waiting for their teammates. We shouldn't have to wait too long." Originally, the leader said the latest would be an hour. No waiting beyond that time. Once the time arrives, regardless of who is still missing, they will immediately depart. Hearing this from Feng Qingyang, Luofong was slightly surprised, not expecting these people to be in such a hurry. But this suited him perfectly. He had no intention of staying here for long. Luofong continued, "Okay, let's leave soon. You can wait downstairs for me first. I have a few words to say to them." Upon hearing this from Luofong, Feng Qingyang didn't hesitate. He stood up from his seat and said, "Alright, then we'll go down first. That way, I can also purchase some items. Actually, I almost forgot to mention one thing to you. The energy within the Bois is somewhat chaotic. Various energies gather together. You can hardly absorb them. You should prepare some energy-containing items in advance." Hearing this, Luofeng's face suddenly lit up with excitement. He took out a bottle of energy potion, held it in his hand, and smiled as he asked, "Would these kinds of energy potions work?" When Feng Qingyang saw the energy potion in Luofeng's hand, something seemed to click in his mind as he said, "I almost forgot. You run a pharmacy. These energy potions are indeed quite effective for restoring energy. However, the grade of these potions is relatively low. For us level 6 humans, the effects won't be particularly significant. However, energy potions do have their advantages. I bought a few bottles before to try them out. Energy potions are extremely easy to absorb. They can restore energy much more quickly. Although a single bottle restores only a small amount of energy, if you have enough of them, they can still serve as a very useful item." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Luofeng's eyes lit up. As long as they had some effect, that was good enough. This meant his plan could proceed. If he could open a pharmacy inside the Moisi, the profits would likely be quite impressive, right? This was actually an important part of Luofeng's future plans. He intended to establish pharmacies in every corner of the entire ocean world. He wanted his name to spread throughout the entire ocean world. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about the problem of Jinjingzhi anymore. This further solidified Luofeng's determination to head to the peaceful city. That was the real place to open a shop. Thinking about this, Luofeng smiled and said, "Since they do have some effect, then it's fine. I still have quite a lot of energy potions with me. There's no need to worry about using them. If you ever run short, you can also let me know. I can give you some." When Feng Qingyang heard Luofeng say it like that, he didn't have much else to say. He simply replied, "Alright then, I'll go out first. See you later." Feng Qingyang opened the door to the room and walked out. After Feng Qingyang had completely left, Luofeng began shifting his attention to Tang Xuewei and Su Yunqi. Finally, Luofeng fixed his gaze on Tang Xuewei. He smiled and said, "You two already heard everything I just said. I won't go into more details. I've decided to take you both along with me. But if that's the case, I'm afraid you'll have to spend some time inside the 9-colored Li Pagoda for a while. Of course, this isn't meant to force either of you. I fully respect your decisions. If you're not willing, you can also stay here and wait for me." Luofong then briefly explained the rest of his plans, so the two of them could think it through clearly. Chapter 567, Arriving ahead of schedule. Although Luofong wanted them to follow closely behind him, there were still some things he felt should be clarified beforehand. After hearing what Luofong had to say, both of them revealed smiles on their faces. Tang Shuoei smiled and said, "We've already made our decision long ago. Wherever you go, we will follow." Actually, entering the 9-colored glazed pagoda isn't necessarily a bad thing. Absorbing energy inside the pagoda can significantly increase efficiency. We can use this opportunity to rapidly improve our strength. If we don't work hard, we'll fall even further behind you. You also need to take care when you're out there alone. Feel free to call us out whenever needed. Luofong wasn't surprised by Tang Shuoei's words. She had already told him a lot about the 9-colored glazed pagoda before, so Luofong was already quite familiar with it. That was precisely why the idea had occurred to him. Thinking about this, Luofong said, "All right, if you have any needs, feel free to let me know. After all, the 9-colored glazed pagoda is just an item." Very quickly, Luofong reached an agreement with them. Soon after, their bodies vanished from the spot, leaving behind in midair a glowing, colorful 9-colored glazed pagoda. Without hesitation, the pagoda immediately flew over to Luofeng's side, and then entered his body. Though the 9-colored glazed pagoda wasn't Luofeng's weapon, it could still enter his body, as long as he gave permission. Once everything had been settled, Luofong knew it was time to leave. As he descended, he found Feng Qingyang already waiting below. Right after meeting, Luofong spoke first. "There's no time to waste. Let's head out now." When Feng Qingyang saw that Luofong had come alone, he didn't say much. It wasn't that he objected to Luofong bringing along 2 women, but after careful consideration, it was safer for them to stay behind. Feng Qingyang didn't waste any time either, immediately leading Luofong out of the city of Anya Guardian. A few minutes later, the two of them arrived before a gigantic city gate. Before the gate stood many humans wanting to enter the city. However, these humans were queuing up for inspection. Only those who passed the inspection could enter Anya Guardian City. This was to prevent intrusions by suspicious individuals, or even demons and monsters. Anya Guardian City was of great importance. Not only were there various guardians, there were also large numbers of women and children. You could say it was no different from an actual city. Many people lived here, and it wasn't strange at all for someone to marry, have children, and settle down. After all, not everyone could endure long-distance relationships, especially in the oceanic world, where communication and message transmission were so slow. Maintaining a long-distance relationship was nearly impossible. Most of the time, the greater the distance, the more likely things could go wrong. Precisely because of these factors, security within Anya Guardian City was extremely important. Entry required multiple layers of inspection, which was time-consuming. However, leaving didn't involve significant obstacles. The two of them casually exited the city gate of Anya Guardian City. As soon as they left, Luofong saw various boats of all sizes around him. These boats came in bizarre and strange shapes, truly an assortment of every kind. Luofong got to witness many unusual sights. Arriving at the seaside, Feng Qingyang took out a boat from his spatial ring, turned to Luofong, and said, "Let's head out by boat." Most travel within the MOC is done by ship. It's not impossible to fly, but it consumes too much energy, and even poses certain dangers. Additionally, the seawater in the MOC isn't normal water. Ordinary humans can't drink it at all. Therefore, the fish and sea creatures here are quite peculiar, and their strength is exceptionally formidable. We haven't officially entered the MOC yet. It should take a few more minutes to reach. Hearing Feng Qingyang's explanation, Luofong felt slightly surprised. The Chaos MOC was indeed no ordinary place. Even the seawater wasn't normal. Without thinking much more, Luofong boarded Feng Qingyang's boat, and they began their journey. Meanwhile, in another location deep inside the Chaos MOC beneath the ocean surface, 5 people stood before a dark entranceway, their faces filled with excitement. Looking at the scene before him, Xiaohua's current mood could be described as extremely excited and complicated. Following his master's instructions and after considerable effort, he had finally found the legendary trio of tomb raiders. Master Ba, the Fat Man, and Zhang Qilan. When the 3 of them learned about the existence of a tomb belonging to a legendary pill master, they were naturally very excited. After all, this was exactly their line of work. When a tomb appeared, they would certainly feel delighted. It meant they were about to obtain valuable treasures. Especially, this was the tomb of a pill master. Its value was naturally even greater. There would certainly be some pills left inside the tomb. If they could acquire those pills, it would be a major gain for them. Someone might question, why would a pill master die? If he was a skilled pill master, why couldn't he save himself? Surely, he wouldn't leave behind any good pills. After all, when facing death, why not just consume or destroy all the pills instead of leaving them behind for you? Actually, this is quite simple. First of all, everyone thinks differently. Some people are like what you said. When someone dies, not only would pills be left behind, perhaps even the body itself might not remain. But there are also those who enjoy setting up tombs. That's just how it is. Some tomb owners hope that their tombs will never be disturbed, but others are actually hoping someone will come and challenge their traps. This is to prove that even after death, they remain powerful. As for why the pill master died, isn't that obvious? Unless one becomes a true god, every living being will reach the end of their lifespan eventually. Of course, different species have different lifespans. Take a pill master, for example. He can at most delay death. This is referring only to normal, natural deaths. As for unnatural deaths, such as illness, injuries, or being killed by others, in such cases, it would be no surprise that any living being could die. Chapter 568, Preparing to Enter. Even true gods have their day of death. It was precisely the uniqueness of this tomb that attracted the 3 of them to rush here so quickly. Without their help, it would have taken Xiaohua an unknown amount of time to arrive here. Among them, his master played an extremely important role. If it wasn't for his master's involvement, Xiaohua, with only level 3 strength, would definitely have been killed by these people without a second thought. Fortunately, his master was quite powerful. From the journey so far, he had also clearly realized how dangerous this place was. As a level 3 human, coming here was practically a suicide mission. But he had no choice but to come. His master said there was great fortune awaiting inside this tomb. He had to come in person. At the very least, a special flame was a certainty. Anyone who becomes a master alchemist possesses at least several unique flames. If he could take this opportunity to obtain more of these special flames, his power could rapidly increase. Therefore, no matter what, he had to come in person this time. Just at this moment, Ba Shu, who had been staring at the dark entrance, spoke with a heavy expression. Judging from the entrance and the surrounding environment, there's definitely a large tomb underground. So there really is a master alchemist's tomb here? I wonder if any pills remain inside. I hope you aren't lying to us. Otherwise, if we came all the way here for nothing, I won't be this nice next time. You should know that our coming here this time involved tremendous risk. Once they discover your presence, the consequences will be terrifying. At that time, even we might suffer the consequences. The three of them had often explored and visited various tombs in the past. Although they gained many treasures, they also suffered some injuries, leaving behind some hidden troubles. In theory, their strength should long have reached level 7, but for a long time, they hadn't managed to advance further. The reason for this was exactly related to their past experiences. Some wounds couldn't be recovered easily through self-healing. They needed special pills for treatment. But in the ocean world, alchemists were extremely rare. Especially high-level alchemists were even more uncommon. This was also the reason why they knew Xiao Huohuo's master. In the past, they had cooperated with Xiao Huohuo's master for a while. But that was only temporary. Later, some events occurred, which they also knew about. Old Medicine Master failed his ascension trial and was directly struck down by thunder lightning. This event had happened many years ago. At the time, they had heard some rumors that Old Medicine Master was killed by his own disciple. But now, that was all in the past. Whether true or false, it no longer held any meaning now that Old Medicine Master was already dead. However, one day when Old Medicine Master suddenly appeared before them, it truly shocked them all. Luckily, they often engaged in things that could train their courage. Otherwise, they might actually have been frightened to death. They had never imagined that Old Medicine could actually survive from thunder lightning. That was a true god's trial. They had only cooperated with him before when his level was relatively low. Later, once Old Medicine Master surpassed them in cultivation, their cooperation became much less. This was also one of the key reasons they were willing to come here. They still had tremendous trust in Old Medicine. With Ba Shu finishing his words, a figure emerged from Xiao Huohuo's ring. It was Xiao Huohuo's master. His current mood was rather complex. After arriving here, he thought of his damned disciple, which made him extremely angry. He spoke indifferently. First of all, I'm naturally very grateful that you were willing to help me come here. I never thought that in my current state, I would still gain your trust, willing to take such great risks to come here. However, I haven't lied. There absolutely are extremely precious pills inside. As an alchemy master myself, I'm quite confident about this. Some pills can truly only be successfully refined after an alchemist's death. Setting those aside for now, even if by any chance there really aren't any pills inside, there certainly will be some high-grade medicinal herbs for pill refining. I can refine pills for you. My purpose for coming here is quite simple. I only want the special flame inside the tomb. Everything else can entirely belong to you. Hearing Old Medicine's words, the three of them weren't surprised. This was all something they had already discussed beforehand. There would definitely be no shortage of valuable treasures inside a single tomb. If Old Medicine only wanted the flame, then they would still gain quite a lot. Most importantly, Old Medicine had also promised to refine pills for them. That alone was of immense value. After all, this was a man about to become a true god. It was precisely due to the combination of these factors that they were able to make such a risky decision. The fat man smiled and said, "All right then, since everything's been settled, let's hurry and enter inside. I can't wait to taste what these pills are like. This is actually my first time entering an alchemist's tomb. This place should be untouched by others." Saying this didn't mean he had entered few tombs. His experiences were not simple by any means. He had practically entered all kinds of tombs, ruins, and forbidden zones, both big and small. His many injuries were all gained from such adventures. It was just that, in the past, once an alchemist's tomb was discovered, it would usually be thoroughly looted. Almost everything that could be taken into spatial rings would already be gone. This meant that those who explored these places usually only reaped major rewards during the very first wave of discovery. Old Medicine looked around the environment and said, "This place is quite hidden and should not have been discovered by others yet. We shouldn't linger here too long. Let's discuss things after entering." Hearing Old Medicine say this, they did not hesitate and immediately entered. These people were bold precisely because of their strong skills, so they had nothing to fear. Xiao Huohuo followed closely in the middle. There was no other way around it. Right now, he was only level 3. Even a level 6 monster brushing against him could kill him instantly. He had to be careful and cautious. Even this kind of treatment was only made possible by his master paying a certain cost. After all, bringing someone of merely level 3 into such a dangerous place was quite a burden. As they entered deeper, a figure appeared in Xiao Huohuo's mind. Luofong. This time, would he still encounter Luofong? Monsters of level 6 often roamed this place. Chapter 569, Decision. Occasionally, there were still level 7 wild monsters around. Even if Luofong was powerful, surely he couldn't have already become strong enough to defeat level 6 monsters. Besides, even level 7 humans would be extremely cautious in this area where they had arrived. Finally, there was no longer any chance of encountering Luofong. Thinking this, he started to relax a bit. Actually, he hadn't interacted with Luofong very many times. But each time they met, Luofong had left a very deep impression on him. Of course, these were mostly negative ones, significantly ruining his gaming experience. Otherwise, his strength would definitely be several times stronger than now. Thinking about Luofong, he naturally continued to monitor Luofeng's activities. From the global chat channel, he learned that Luofong had entered a huge portal. However, where exactly that portal led, that he did not know. At this time, the people heading there were rapidly digging an earth tunnel. The previous black hole wasn't a thief's burrow. It was a kind of crack. There were quite a few similar cracks around. Only the task of digging through the soil remained. Xiao Huohuo also lacked the strength to assist with this. This soil was far too hard. Even if he tried to dig it himself, it simply wouldn't budge. He could do nothing but just follow behind and watch. This made Xiao Huohuo feel somewhat frustrated. However, he truly had no choice. This only made Xiao Huohuo more determined to quickly enhance his strength. On the surface of the Chaos Sea, Luofong and Feng Qingyang advanced rapidly. As they progressed, Luofong couldn't help but sigh. There truly were many high-level creatures here in the Chaos Sea. They had barely moved forward a minute, and Luofong already noticed at least 50 humans in motion, mostly traveling in groups of 3 or 5. Now, Luofong felt rather relieved his strength had improved. No need to fear encountering these level 6 creatures. If Luofong had come rushing over like this without any improvement like before, that would have been really problematic. Now, Luofong was actually looking forward to what his first action in the Chaos Sea would be like. However, as they moved further away from the Night Guardian city, the number of humans around decreased significantly. According to Feng Qingyang, they still needed 5 more minutes to reach the edge of the Chaos Sea. Their current location was essentially the boundary between the Chaos Sea and the Night Sea. Just this border area was already extremely vast. No one cared how many high-level demons and monsters existed within the Chaos Sea. Once these high-level monsters entered this border zone, the Night Guardian city's guards would be dispatched immediately. After leaving this zone, Luofeng's personal danger level instantly rose sharply. Luofeng and Feng Qingyang kept moving forward while chatting. Meanwhile, deep under the sea, Xiao Huohuo, idle and bored from only being able to watch others work, started describing what he saw to his master. Master, not long ago, Xiao Luo left through a huge portal above the Mist City. Do you know where he was teleported to? Inside the ring, the pharmacist elder, who was planning their next move, heard Xiao Huohuo's words. His expression slightly changed. His face began showing a complex emotion. So, he's finally come indeed. Having spent many years in the Night Sea, the pharmacist elder clearly understood many things. For instance, such giant portals. He himself often used them. Some medicinal ingredients needed by alchemists could only be collected personally. That was also why he knew quite a lot about various rare treasures in the ocean world. Therefore, he could point out several excellent treasure locations for Xiao Huohuo. Originally, following his plan, Xiao Huohuo's power could quickly be elevated. However, the appearance of Luofong had already disrupted this plan. Thus, they could only attempt this risky move. Actually, coming here this time was very dangerous. If he were at his peak strength, naturally he wouldn't worry about these. Even in later stages, after tempering his divine body, he wouldn't have even looked twice at a level 8 alchemist's tomb. It held absolutely no significance for him. But now that he had deteriorated into this state, even dealing with a level 6 creature could be difficult. This degree of danger could already be imagined. However, Xiao Huohuo's words brought him some surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I know about that giant portal. Passing through the portal leads directly into the Night Guardian city. So it seems Xiao Luo has also arrived at the Chaos Sea. This time, things are about to become interesting. Originally, outside the realm, it had already spread that Xiao Luo had obtained my inheritance. Once my wicked apprentice discovers Xiao Luo's existence, he will surely go looking for trouble with him. That would place Xiao Luo in serious danger. That wicked apprentice of mine, Feng Han, even if he hasn't become a true god, has likely already reached the semi-god level. Only after completely tempering one's divine body can one be called a semi-god. A semi-god is someone not an ordinary level 8 human can resist at all. If Xiao Luo had remained and developed safely in Mist City, he wouldn't have faced such a major threat. Now he has actually come here. His situation will be extremely dangerous. Upon hearing these words from his master, Xiao Huohuo's heart immediately stirred. This was truly quite unexpected for him. Could Luofong really have come to the Chaos Sea at this moment? Moreover, Luofong now also faced the risk of being discovered at any time by a semi-god human. This made Xiao Huohuo deeply alarmed. Although he really didn't want to meet Luofong, he certainly didn't wish for Luofong to die because of him, or take the blame for his actions. Although Luofong had obtained many things from him, those things were not directly stolen from Xiao Huohuo by Luofong. Luofong had given Xiao Huohuo many other items in exchange. In this way, Luofong didn't actually owe him anything. Thinking of this, Xiao Huohuo spoke up. Master, should we warn Xiao Luo? If he isn't aware of this situation and continues using your abilities here, it would become troublesome if he draws Feng Han's attention. We can't allow Xiao Luo to die for us. Upon hearing Xiao Huohuo's words, the pharmacist elder's face broke into a smile as he said, the decision is entirely in your hands. You can choose how to communicate with Xiao Luo. As long as Xiao Luo doesn't use my abilities inside the Chaos Sea, there won't be any danger. Initially, I wanted to see how Xiao Luo would deal with Feng Han when they met. However, now that Xiao Luo has come so early, no matter how strong he is, within just a few days he definitely won't be able to defeat Feng Han, who has reached the semi-god level. Chapter 570, Rejecting a Friend Request. If he truly can kill a demigod level Feng Han in such a short time, this would prove that my previous guess has a high possibility of being correct. Once such a thing really happens, I'll have to seriously consider whether it's worth letting you defect to Xiao Luo's side. Pao Lao didn't believe Luofong could reach the level of defeating a demigod level human in just a few days. But he didn't completely disbelieve it either. He left room for the slightest possibility. Hearing his master say this, Xiao Huohuo wore an expression of great surprise. He never expected that his master would value Luofong so highly. Even if Xiao Huohuo were to be beaten to death, he still wouldn't believe that Luofong could defeat a demigod level human. Since his master had handed this decision-making power to him, he didn't hesitate. In fact, he had already made his decision internally. Thinking of this, he immediately sent a message to Luofong. However, what followed left him stunned. Just after he sent the message to Luofong, he instantly received a reply. You are not the other party's friend. Message failed to send. Please add the other party as a friend before sending again. Xiao Huohuo tried clicking on the Add Friend button. A large red text popped up. The other party rejected the friend request. After seeing this scene, Xiao Huohuo was completely baffled. After all that effort, he had eagerly intended to contact Luofong. But in the end, he discovered he couldn't even send Luofong a message. Not even a single sentence. Was I the clown all along? A sentence surfaced in Xiao Huahua's mind. This left Xiao Huahua momentarily at a loss for what to do. Although this situation had occurred, Xiao Huahua didn't become angry, and he could still understand. Luofong was such a famous figure. Probably, there would be hundreds of millions of players who wanted to add Luofong as a friend and chat with him. If Luofong didn't set it up like this, just dealing with the flood of friend requests alone would drive him crazy. Faced with this situation, Xiao Huahua tried alternative approaches. He started attempting to contact those around Luofong to see if he could relay his message indirectly. The first ones that came to mind were the female companions around Luofong. At present, 3 women had appeared around Luofong. Only the Mermaid Queen's name was unknown to everyone. As for the other 2, most players already knew their identities. Tang Xuewei and Su Yunxi had schoolmates and friends, from which people could easily guess who they were. However, these people couldn't contact the 2 of them, because they, too, had the same settings as Luofong. Others were completely unable to chat with them. This crushed the hopes of those trying to build connections. Xiao Huahua was no different. He also couldn't make contact. Finally, he tried posting in the chat channel to see if he could catch Luofeng's attention. Hundreds of messages scrolled through the chat channels every second. His message completely disappeared without a trace. Facing this situation, Xiao Huahua helplessly attempted to contact the 4 people, Zhang San and his companions. Since they worked at Luofeng's shop, they should be able to contact Luofong, right? After he sent his message, in less than 10 seconds, he immediately received a reply. Do you have something important to talk to Xiaoluo about? You must first tell us what the important matter is. If it's truly important, we can help you convey the message. But if you try to deceive us, the consequences will be extremely severe. This message was a reply from Zhang San. Among the 4 of them, since they were responsible for matters at the pharmacy, there were often some people coming to consult them. They couldn't set things up the way Luofong did. If they did that, their pharmacy would no longer be able to operate. However, to avoid being harassed by some players, they had already set certain chat barriers. Players with less than 100 ocean coins in assets or below level 1 could not send them messages. This immediately made things much easier for them. It wasn't that they were discriminating against lower level players. It was because these lower level players would definitely use ocean coins first to raise their own levels, from level 0 to level 1. Actually, the difficulty wasn't great. With a little effort, someone could complete the level up in just a few days if they moved quickly, or about 10 days or so even if they were slower. If an ordinary level 1 player wanted to look for Luofong, they wouldn't even acknowledge them. However, Zhang Sin noticed that this player named Xiao Huahua was actually level 3. That was already among the highest levels among players. At this current stage, reaching level 3 meant that his talent level definitely wouldn't be low. His strength wouldn't be low either. This level was even higher than Zhang San's. At present, Zhang San himself was only at level 2. To reach level 3, he still needed some time. Before they had joined Luofeng's side, they didn't have many energy-absorbing items in hand. Back then, their strength hadn't increased much. Only after arriving here did they get access to large amounts of energy crystals for absorption. Still, that wasn't quite enough. A player's talent level directly affected how fast they could absorb energy. The higher the talent level, the faster the absorption speed from the same energy crystal. That's why players with higher talent levels leveled up much faster. Zhang San and the other 3 could only reach an S-level talent grade when they fused together. Once separated, their talent level dropped to merely D grade. That was practically an average or even lower tier among players, which meant the 4 of them had to work even harder. This was exactly why Zhang San had decided to respond to Xiao Huahua. A level 3 player probably wouldn't waste time joking around. Still, he needed to ask for more details first. Seeing this sudden reply, Xiao Huahua was nearly moved to tears with excitement. Trying to get even a single word through to Luofong had been so incredibly difficult. If this attempt failed again, he truly wouldn't have any intention to try further. He didn't dare waste any time and immediately sent a message to Zhang San. Is Xiao Luo currently in the Chaos Demon Sea? I have something extremely important to discuss with him. It concerns his life safety. If it's delayed even a bit, he might be killed. Pass on my message to him. Let him speak with me. When Zhang San read Xiao Huahua's message, he was greatly alarmed. Chapter 571, Don't Refuse. First of all, what shocked him greatly was that Xiao Huahua actually knew that Luofong was in the Chaotic Demon Sea. This kind of thing, he only learned after Luofong had told him that Luofong had gone to the Chaotic Demon Sea. Otherwise, how would he know where the giant portal leads? Judging from Xiao Huahua's reaction, Xiao Huahua should know this information, and it's probably not told by Luofong. This made Xiao Huahua seem somewhat extraordinary. Could it be that Xiao Huahua is a player with an SSS talent rating? That would be quite unbelievable. Then thinking about Xiao Huahua's words later. At this point, Zhang Sin started to feel a bit uneasy. No way. Could Luofong really be in some kind of danger? If Luofong was in danger, the 4 of them as brothers definitely couldn't just stay here. Zhang San had already realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately sent a message to Luofong. There's someone here looking for you. His name is Xiao Huahua. He knows the name of the place where you currently are, and he says you might be in mortal danger. He wants to chat with you. This is what he said. Copied message. At this moment, Luofong was having a pleasant conversation with Feng Qingyang on the small boat. Previously, the 2 of them had exchanged some general information while in the Dark Knight Guardian City. But that was just talking about the big picture. Some details and minor things hadn't been discussed in depth. Now, Luofong looked at the surroundings, and as things came to mind, he would ask Feng Qingyang questions. Suddenly, a notification for a friend message made Luofong pause. The number of his friends was minimal. Seeing that it was a message from Zhang San, Luofong didn't think much about it and opened the message directly. After reading the message, Luofeng's eyebrows knitted tightly. He didn't know what Xiao Huahua meant by saying those things. That Xiao Huahua knew he was in the Chaotic Demon Sea didn't surprise Luofong. After all, who else had the old Master Ring? That could have made him the main character in other novels. Unfortunately, he encountered Luofong. Luofong felt somewhat curious about Xiao Huahua's words regarding his personal safety. Although Luofong wasn't particularly worried at the moment, he still decided to talk to Xiao Huahua. This should be related to the old master. Otherwise, how could an ordinary player know where he was? Luofong didn't waste any time and directly sent a message to Xiao Huahua. What do you need from me? Just say it. I'll have other things to do soon. When Xiao Huahua saw the message from Luofong, he finally exhaled a long breath. He didn't waste any time either, sending to Luofong what he had already prepared to say. It's really not easy to get to talk to you. Now I know that you are already in the chaotic demon sea. I'm contacting you this time to tell you this. My master once had a very promising disciple, Feng Han. Later, Feng Han ambushed my master. That's what caused him to now reside inside the ring. As for Feng Han, he should be nearly at the half-god level by now. Half-god means humans at level 8 whose entire body has transformed into a divine body. He is also currently searching for my master, because he still hasn't acquired the Fengtian Ju that he desperately wants. Once he sees you using Fengtian Ju, well, the consequences probably don't need me to explain further. At that time, if he goes after you, I won't be able to do anything about it. That's all I wanted to say. I'll be busy too soon. After Luofong read Xiao Huahua's reply, his facial expression started to turn somewhat grim. This was really a matter concerning his life and death. If unknowingly, he was targeted by someone at the half-god level, that would indeed be quite troublesome. Judging by Luofeng's current strength, he still couldn't confront someone at the half-god level. Looks like Luofong also needed to be low-key. He wasn't afraid of causing trouble. At worst, he'd just leave directly. But he had just arrived here not long ago, without gaining anything yet. Leaving directly like this was somewhat difficult to justify. Thinking about this, Luofong sent a message to Xiao Huahua. This information you gave me is extremely important. Since you've helped me like this, then I shouldn't let you tell me these things for nothing. Here are 3 drops of divine fire liquid. Consider it a reward for your reminder. Of course, Luofong wasn't stingy, though he didn't know why Xiao Huahua had suddenly told him this at this time. But for Luofong, this was of great help. That's why Luofong gave some divine fire liquid in return. Now, inside Luofeng's spatial ring, there were at least thousands of drops of divine fire liquid. Luofong had to start thinking about what methods he should use for the upcoming battles. Although he couldn't use flame fusion, he still had many other techniques at his disposal. 3 drops of divine fire liquid, trade none. When Xiao Huahua saw the item suddenly sent by Luofong, he was momentarily stunned. He had told Luofong that information without expecting any reward from him. It was simply something he felt he should do from his heart. He hadn't intended to take these drops of divine fire liquid at all. Besides, this was actually the first time he had ever heard of something called divine fire liquid. He casually asked, "What exactly is divine fire liquid?" After I told Xiao Luo about that matter, he gave me 3 drops of divine fire liquid. I didn't intend to accept them. If I refuse them now, I wonder where exactly Xiao Luo got these things from. What? Divine fire liquid? Wait, don't refuse it. Originally somewhat anxious, Elder Yao became instantly excited upon hearing the words divine fire liquid, as if he had just obtained some sort of treasure. But for Elder Yao in his current situation, this was practically a lifeline. He looked urgently at Xiao Huahua and said, "You first accept the divine fire liquid. I will later explain to you in detail what exactly divine fire liquid is. It will be of immense help to our upcoming actions." This was the first time Xiao Huahua had ever seen his master so excited. In the past, basically no matter what happened, his master had always remained quite calm. Even if he wasn't very clever, he could now tell that the 3 drops of divine fire liquid Luofong had given him were definitely not ordinary items. After completing the transaction, he immediately sent a message to Luofong to express his gratitude. "I originally just wanted to let you know casually. I didn't intend to ask for any rewards from you, but this divine fire liquid is indeed something we need. So I'll accept it first for now. In the future, if you have anything you need, feel free to tell me. I've recently made some progress in alchemy, so I can also help you concoct some medicinal pills." Chapter 572, A Gift for You. Hearing what Xiao Huahua said, Luofong wasn't the least bit surprised. As his power continued to rise, his yanjia also broadened. Without much guesswork, Luofong already knew that these divine flame drops would eventually fall into the hands of Xiao Huahua's master. Based on Luofeng's conservative estimate, Xiao Huahua's master must be at least at level 8, and would also need to have some special methods. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't be able to create, nor possess the capability to cause such a situation, to exist and live in a soul state. In any case, Xiao Huahua's master must definitely know how to make full use of these divine flame drops. Luofong didn't dwell on this for long. After all, it was highly unlikely that he would meet Xiao Huahua again in the future. Almost completely impossible. Even with the help of Old Man Yao, Xiao Huahua still couldn't catch up to Luofeng's pace. As for Xiao Huahua's claimed alchemy skills, if it were an ordinary person, they might truly need to rely on his help. But this was something Luofeng looked down upon. Even if Xiao Huahua was continuously refining pills all the time, they still wouldn't even catch Luofeng's attention. In the future, Luofeng and Xiao Huahua probably wouldn't cross paths again. As for the semi-divine rank Feng Han, Luofeng should be fine as long as he was a little cautious. Unlikely to encounter him at all. Luofeng knew well that within the Demon Sea, the transmission of information was relatively difficult. Even if he truly used the fire fusion ability, Feng Han would likely have trouble finding out. Thinking this, Luofeng stopped his wandering thoughts, and instead turned his attention to the Feng Qingyang before him. This time, since he had come here and continuously troubled Feng Qingyang, he might as well give Feng Qingyang some form of reward. As this thought arose in Luofeng's mind, 5 divine flame drops appeared in his palm. As soon as these drops appeared, Feng Qingyang's attention was immediately drawn. As someone with level 6 strength, Feng Qingyang naturally knew what divine flame drops were. It was well known that there were differences among divine flame drops too. Each divine flame drop, created by a different true god, would contain varying amounts of divine flame energy. Normally, the typical divine flame drop would contain only a thread of divine flame. This made it easier for transactions and usage. But Luofeng hadn't thought much about such things. With the growth and development of the mysterious seed, not only was the speed at which it condensed divine flame drops increasing, but also the amount of divine flame contained within each drop was gradually growing. Seeing so many divine flame drops in Luofeng's hands, Feng Qingyang fell into deep thought. Such things were not commonly seen. Each divine flame drop carried extremely high value. Even someone like him, throughout all these years, had used them only once to quickly recover his divine flame. He never expected that Luofeng would actually produce 5 divine flame drops all at once. This was truly shocking. What is this? For a moment, Feng Qingyang didn't know what to say, nor did he understand exactly what Luofeng was intending to do. Seeing Feng Qingyang's reaction, Luofeng smiled and said, "These divine flame drops are a gift from me to you, as a reward for the time you've spent answering my questions. You don't need to refuse, just accept them. In the actions that follow, should any unexpected situation occur, you may find them useful." What Luofeng said was indeed sincere. Moreover, he had expressed it quite tactfully. Truthfully, he was worried. If Feng Qingyang ever ran into danger, what could he possibly do? After all, Feng Qingyang was only level 6. Fortunately, Feng Qingyang was unaware of Luofeng's true thoughts. Otherwise, he would probably feel extremely frustrated. Although in the Demon Sea, level 6 wasn't particularly strong. Still, level 6 was nothing insignificant. Yet, from Luofeng's tone, it sounded as if it was worth practically nothing. At this moment, after hearing Luofeng's words, Feng Qingyang's eyes widened, his face filled with shock. Clearly hearing something he could hardly believe. He fully understood the value of divine flame drops, and hesitated slightly as he asked, "Did you say you're giving them to me? You've already given me 100,000 ocean coins. The information I gave you wasn't even worth that much. These divine flame drops are far too precious. I can't accept them." Luofeng smiled slightly and replied, "I said to take them, so take them. Before we reach our destination, we have a few more questions to ask you." Seeing Luofeng's determined tone, Feng Qingyang didn't refuse again. Truthfully, inside his heart, he was deeply longing for these divine flame drops. After all, who could truly resist resources that could enhance one's strength? With these divine flame drops, he might actually be able to break through to level 7. For a living being, Ninger divine flame within one's body was truly extremely difficult. Those with some background could perhaps take out certain items containing divine flame to aid in the process. As for people like him, who had basically no background at all, they could only toil painstakingly for a very long time to jigger their own divine flame. Thinking this, Feng Qingyang no longer hesitated. He accepted the 5 divine flame drops from Luofeng's hand. Looking at Luofeng, he said, "From now on, if you ever need any help from me, just say so. I definitely won't refuse. You just said there were things you wanted to ask me, right? Go ahead and ask anything you want. I will answer completely and thoroughly." Seeing Feng Qingyang's reaction, Luofeng's face revealed an extremely happy smile. An old saying went very well. Those who accept favors become soft-handed, and those who eat favors become short-tongued. After giving benefits, Luofeng could clearly feel that Feng Qingyang's attitude toward him had noticeably changed. It wasn't that Feng Qingyang hadn't been earnest before. He had previously explained everything in great detail to Luofeng. But after Luofeng produced the divine flame drops, Feng Qingyang's gaze toward him had slightly changed. Because of this, Luofeng had become even more mysterious in Feng Qingyang's eyes. Not just Feng Qingyang. Even anyone who had met Luofeng before felt very curious about him. Luofeng didn't dwell too much on this, and instead began to express his questions. This was a new thought that had just occurred to him regarding Feng Han. He wanted to use Feng Qingyang to find out in advance what kind of person Feng Han was, so that if he truly encountered him someday, he would have some preparation. Thus, Luofeng spoke up and said, "Do you know who Feng Han is?" Feng Qingyang had just finished putting the divine flame drops away. Hearing Luofeng's question, he instantly froze, his eyebrows slightly furrowing as he said, "If you were asking about other people, I might really not know." Chapter 573, Luofeng's background. The Sea of Devils is so vast that only some of the more famous individuals become widely known. Feng Han is one such person. Legend says he has already reached the half-god level. Possibly, he will soon attempt to ascend to true god status. This naturally drew a lot of attention. Of course, there is another reason people know about him. He has opened a pharmacy in every city across the Sea of Devils, selling all sorts of potions. It could be said that he has already become a household name throughout the Sea of Devils. If you suddenly bring him up, does that mean you've heard of him too? Luofeng, upon hearing Feng Qingyang's introduction, couldn't help but change expression slightly. So Feng Han still holds such a powerful position in the Sea of Devils. This put Luofeng in a bit of a difficult spot. Under normal circumstances, avoiding any interaction with Feng Han would be simple enough, as long as he didn't use the Burning Heaven technique. But Luofeng also planned to open a pharmacy in the Sea of Devils. That would inevitably bring conflict with Feng Han's pharmacies. That's a bit of a problem. Luofeng thought for a moment and decided this matter of opening a pharmacy should be postponed for now. Hopefully, he would eventually come up with a suitable solution. Smiling slightly, Luofeng said, "I heard about him from a friend, so I just wanted to ask around. Nothing else really. Let's continue on our way." Seeing that Luofeng didn't want to elaborate further, Feng Qingyang didn't press the matter either. He had already begun using the divine flame liquid Luofeng had given him to enhance his cultivation. Within the dangerous environment of a Sea of Devils, the stronger one's strength, the greater the chance of survival. At the same time, they were moving forward. Deep beneath the Sea of Devils, another group was also advancing. After Xiao Huahua collected the divine flame liquid, he immediately stored it into a spatial ring and handed it to his master. Seeing the 3 drops of divine flame liquid floating before him, Master Yao's face lit up with immense excitement. This was the first time he had felt so happy since meeting Xiao Huahua. With his former strength, naturally he would look down upon such divine flame liquid. A grand alchemy master of 2 stars would have all sorts of resources, especially ocean coins were never in short supply. But now, these drops of divine flame liquid were practically a lifeline for him. He didn't spend too long admiring them before speaking slowly. "Originally, I had planned to wait until your strength reached level 6 before discussing this with you. But now that you've acquired this divine flame liquid earlier than expected, I should explain a few things. As we venture deeper into the Sea of Devils, the higher grade treasures we encounter will only increase. First, let me tell you what Divine Flame is. Only after surviving a thunder tribulation and reaching level 6 can one condense Divine Flame within one's body. In the future, your strength will depend largely on your Divine Flame. Divine Flame liquid is formed by refining another's Divine Flame. It has absolutely no side effects. You can also use this Divine Flame liquid. However, these drops aren't for you. They must be kept for my use. Earlier, I was still worried about what would happen if danger arose. After all, even with these 3 protecting you, they can't guarantee 100% safety. If a wild beast were to attack you by surprise, the consequences would be very serious. Even if I intervene, I may not be able to deal with a level 6 beast. But now, everything is different. With these Divine Flame liquids, I can use much stronger techniques. For instance, some divine skills become available. With this, even a level 6 beast is no longer something to worry about. Even against a level 7 beast, I can still use certain means to take you away. From this, you should understand the power of this Divine Flame liquid. If you had refused earlier, our situation from this point forward would be far less safe. However, Divine Flame liquid is something that only divine level creatures can produce. Essentially, any Divine Flame liquid you see on the market today was manufactured by divine level creatures in the past. If you pay enough money, you can purchase some. Though these drops are only level 6 Divine Flame liquid, they are still far beyond what an ordinary human could possess. I wonder where Xiao Luo obtained this Divine Flame liquid. Could it be that my earlier suspicion was correct? Is there truly a divine level creature behind Xiao Luo? If I hadn't had much confidence before, now that he can produce this Divine Flame liquid, people can't help but speculate. Based on the current circumstances, whoever is behind Xiao Luo must be truly extraordinary. Xiao Huahua had been listening quite calmly to his master's words. But once he heard the explanation about Divine Flame liquid, he instantly became flustered. Divine Flame liquid is actually such a powerful item? The most critical part is that Luofong actually gave him 3 drops of Divine Flame liquid directly? That's truly shocking. Especially after his master's explanation, he now fully understands what the Divine Flame liquid represents. Now Xiao Huahua couldn't help but feel doubtful. Could it be that Luofong truly is connected to someone like what his master had suggested? Could this be a chance encounter Luofong obtained? On the surface of the Sea of Devils, Luofong could already see in the far distance the scene ahead. Seeing the situation clearly before him, Luofong couldn't help but inhale sharply. He actually saw that the color of the sea surface ahead had started to change slightly. Originally, the seawater beneath him was colorless and very clear, but the water ahead had turned a dark reddish hue. Though not very deep in color, it was still somewhat startling. Seeing this scene, Luofong couldn't help but start thinking, could this be caused by the deaths of too many creatures within the Sea of Devils, staining the waters this way? If that were truly the case, then the Sea of Devils was indeed somewhat terrifying. Feng Qingyang saw that their destination was finally in sight, and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing that pale red sea surface, Feng Qingyang smiled and said, "We finally arrived at the edge of the Sea of Devils. You've already noticed the color of the seawater, right? I don't really know the exact reason behind this phenomenon, but there are many rumors about it. As for whether they are true or false, it's hard to say. Some say it's the blood from countless creature deaths that has dyed the sea. Others say it's due to certain special substances contained within the sea itself. And another relatively believable explanation is that a true god once died here. That's why this area of the Sea of Devils contains many mysterious and strange phenomena." Soon, they arrived beside a giant ship. At this point, there were already many people aboard the ship. After they arrived, the two of them didn't pause at all and flew straight onto the massive vessel. Chapter 574, Master Wu. As soon as they landed, a man with a kind smile on his face stepped forward and said, "Welcome, Brother Feng. This time you've actually brought along a friend? This is the first time I've seen that happen." When Feng Qingyang saw the man approaching, he smiled and replied, "He's from the same place as me, and his strength is quite decent. I figured I'd bring him along to broaden his horizons. You can just call him Xiao Luo." Luofong looked at the man before him, his kind face belying his reputation as a tomb robber, and was quite surprised. The most important thing was that this man was level 7, yet showed no airs around a level 6 person, and remained warm and approachable. Feng Qingyang directly introduced the man to Luofong, giving some background information, so their meeting wasn't overly surprising. Normally, a level 7 treating a level 6 with such warmth would seem suspicious. Luofong didn't overthink it, and said, "Nice to meet you for the first time. I hope I can count on your support." Song Rindo also turned his gaze toward Luofong by now. He was always a warm and hospitable person by nature. Seeing Feng Qingyang had brought along an assistant, he didn't feel displeased. Actually, just moments ago he had already mentioned to the others that each person could bring one partner along. This wasn't because he was especially generous or willing to share good opportunities. It was simply because he only had partial information about the location they were going to. He wasn't 100% certain he could find it. Bringing more people meant increasing the chance of actually locating the place. Thinking this, Song Rindo smiled and said, "Now that you're here, we'll move forward together. Including you too, there are 9 of us. That should be fine. Now that everyone is here, let me introduce you around. Then we can set off shortly." The two of them, Luofong and Feng Qingyang, followed Song Rindo into the massive ship. Inside, upon entering, they found a grand hall already filled with people. Everyone looked up when Luofong and the others walked in, and fixed their eyes upon Luofong. They were already familiar with Feng Qingyang, so naturally they didn't pay him much attention. But this was the first time Luofong had appeared, so everyone was naturally curious. Once everyone was seated, Song Rindo looked around the room and said, "Now that everyone is here, let's take a moment for everyone to briefly introduce themselves, so we can become familiar with each other. This is Feng Qingyang's new friend, recently arrived at the Devil's Sea." No sooner had Song Rindo finished speaking than those around the room expressed surprise. This had come as a bit of a shock to them. Originally, they all assumed Feng Qingyang had found a powerful expert to join. Who could have guessed he'd bring in a novice? That was truly bold. After all, the Devil's Sea was full of dangers everywhere. Even veteran adventurers like them weren't sure of returning alive. Bringing along someone completely inexperienced significantly increased the risk. Now, the way they looked at Luofong began to shift. They no longer valued him as much as before. Still, none of them openly mocked Luofong. This was the Devil's Sea after all. Everyone who had made it this far and survived for this long wasn't stupid. Everyone was sharp as a tack. Just like now. Even though they all knew Feng Qingyang's decision wasn't exactly wise, it didn't really concern them either. If they encountered regular dangers, they would cooperate and overcome them together. But if life-threatening danger arose, everyone would just take care of themselves. If Luofong got into trouble, they wouldn't lift a finger to help him. Naturally, everyone kept their faces well composed. Welcome to the new team member. Now we can begin the mission together. If you have any uncertainties, feel free to ask us. We've all been newbies once. It's been a while since we've seen a new arrival. And on your very first time out, joining such a difficult mission, I must say, your strength must be quite formidable. Mind telling us a bit about your abilities? Seeing their reactions, Luofong was momentarily taken aback. This wasn't at all how he had imagined things would go. Indeed, there was a considerable gap between novels and reality. According to the usual novel Kalu, someone should have mocked him and Feng Qingyang right away, questioning how Feng Qingyang could bring along a novice. Everyone would then look down on Luofong, criticizing him, and then Luofong would reveal his strength and slap them all down dramatically. Now, all of them had smiles on their faces. Even if Luofong wanted to take this opportunity to show off his strength, it would be somewhat inappropriate. There's an old saying that goes well. You don't hit someone who greets you with a smile. This caused Luofong to miss a perfect chance to show off and teach them a lesson. Originally, Luofong hadn't planned to casually use the mind-reading talisman. Such a powerful talisman was something he had planned to use at critical moments. But now, this situation left him feeling quite confused. Could it be that in the Devil's Sea, everyone is truly this warm and hospitable? Those who know understand that Luofong has come to the Devil's Sea. Those who don't might think Luofong has already returned home. After using the mind-reading talisman for a few seconds, Luofeng's expression began to become complicated. So that's how it was. It wasn't that these people were truly warm-hearted. Rather, they were all excellent at hiding their true selves. First of all, in the Devil's Sea, few people actively provoke others. Unless they were those with a reputation for being killers, ordinary people still live their lives cautiously. Understanding all this, Luofong stopped overthinking. Since these people were acting this way, Luofong definitely couldn't remain cold and aloof. He showed a smile on his face and said, "All right, thank you for your kindness. If I have any questions, I will definitely ask." Seeing this, Song Rindo smiled and said, "Now, let me introduce to you one of our members. Earlier, everyone wasn't gathered yet, so I didn't bring him out. Now let me bring out Master Wu. If we are to truly locate the tomb this time, we will definitely need Master Wu's help." As soon as Song Rindo finished speaking, the people around began to show surprise, even gasps. Clearly, everyone here was very familiar with the name Master Wu. Moreover, judging from their reactions, Master Wu's identity was no ordinary one. Some had already started speaking up. Is this the Master Wu who is a legendary alchemy master? Chapter 575, Dan Beast. The only person around here who can be called Master Wu, as far as I know, is Master Wu from the Fintindan. If Old Song says that, it must be correct, right? If Song Rindo can really invite Master Wu this time, that would truly be an impressive move. As Luofong heard the people discussing, his expression became rather complex. He had already learned from Feng Qingyang earlier that Feng Han had founded the Fintindan. Inside the Dan, there were various experts skilled in flame techniques. Additionally, there was a large number of high-level alchemists. Basically, half of the medicinal pills circulating in the Devil's Sea were produced by the Fintindan. Most creatures in the Devil's Sea were aware of the existence of the Fintindan. Originally, Luofong hadn't planned on making contact with the Fintindan so soon. Now it turned out that someone directly from the Fintindan was placed beside him. This was indeed quite unsettling. However, Luofong wasn't particularly worried either. After all, Master Wu was merely a level 7 alchemist. Luofong didn't take him too seriously. Hearing the crowd's remarks, Song Rindo laughed and said, "Yes, it is indeed Master Wu from the Fintindan. Being able to invite Master Wu this time is somewhat due to a fortunate coincidence. I just notified Master Wu to come over. Everyone, please wait a moment. Later, I will explain in detail to everyone our mission for this gathering." Less than a minute later, an old man wearing a red Taoist robe entered the room. After arriving, Master Wu looked around the room, smiling as he spoke. "I'm very pleased to meet everyone. I didn't expect that so many of you would be here this time. I hope our cooperation this time will be pleasant. As for the specific details, I'll let Song Rindo explain." Seeing Master Wu actually show up, the crowd's mood was extremely excited. Normally, they barely had any chance to meet Master Wu. Alchemists were indeed highly regarded in the Devil's Sea. After all, in the Devil's Sea, humans often sustained injuries or poisoning. Even if one didn't suffer any illnesses, one still needed pills that could quickly improve cultivation. This led to medicinal pills being extremely valuable. Therefore, alchemists who could concoct these pills held no simple status. Of course, if in the Devil's Sea one was merely skilled at concocting pills, that alone wouldn't lead the crowd to show such respect for alchemists. This was a world that valued strength. Every alchemist could not only concoct pills, but also possessed formidable strength. That was no wonder. When alchemists created pills, they needed to process various materials. Some of these materials were not simple to process. There were high demands on the alchemists. Sometimes, they even had to personally go out to collect these materials. Just like now, since Master Wu had come here, he definitely had come in search of pill ingredients. At this moment, all these people were thinking the same thing, that if they could use this opportunity to make contact with Master Wu, it would be a great opportunity. Song Rindo took a look at the current situation and said, "Since that's the case, I will not hide anything and will directly tell you all where we are going and what we're aiming to do. Now, the giant ship has already set sail. Let's communicate while we move forward together. First, I previously told you all that we may have discovered a tomb. That part wasn't a lie. However, this was only my guess. Of course, this wasn't a random guess. Through certain connections, I found a very valuable clue. Previously, I accidentally obtained something. They were fragments of a Dan Shou West body. Have any of you heard about Dan Shou? As Song Rindo spoke, everyone looked at each other in confusion. They exchanged glances, but none seemed to know what a Dan Shou was. At this moment, Feng Qingyang spoke up. I've heard some things about Dan Shou, although I'm not sure if they're true. It's said that Dan Shou is a very special type of beast. Its body has the very functions of medicinal pills. Simply consuming parts of its body can have effects far greater than ingesting regular pills. Moreover, if you give the Dan Shou the corresponding medicinal ingredients, it can produce pills for you. These are just things I've heard. As Feng Qingyang finished speaking, he immediately captured everyone's attention. Everyone looked at Feng Qingyang in astonishment, never expecting him to actually know about this. Luofong was no exception. During the time Luofong had interacted with Feng Qingyang, he found that Feng Qingyang indeed had extensive knowledge. At the time, Luofong had even asked Feng Qingyang why that was, and he had said that it was because he had traveled far and wide to collect all sorts of information searching for the city lord's daughter, thus acquiring such vast knowledge. After hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Master Wu cast a glance in his direction, revealing a slight expression of surprise. This kind of information was naturally not a closely guarded secret among high-level alchemists. However, for an outsider, obtaining such knowledge was definitely not simple. Nevertheless, he quickly withdrew his gaze. Knowing about Dan Beast was not particularly impressive. At this moment, he spoke. You're right to some extent, but you haven't explained it completely. Let me add some details. Since you're not alchemists, it's perfectly normal that you know nothing about Dan Beasts. To be precise, the original form of a Dan Beast isn't actually beast-like. It is a bon, a pill. Each Dan Beast is a medicinal pill that has undergone some special transformation to become a living creature. Therefore, different Dan Beasts have different effects. For example, if a soul consolidation pill were to become a Dan Beast, then the ability of this Dan Beast would help you quickly consolidate your spirit fire. Although consuming a Dan Beast directly grants powerful effects, the Dan Beast's most formidable ability is its capacity to concoct pills by itself. For an alchemist, this makes it an invaluable treasure. The reason I came here this time is to capture a Dan Beast. The conditions required for a Dan Beast to form are quite stringent. It demands not only specific environmental factors, but also considerable time. Generally speaking, where a Dan Beast appears, there must be many medicinal pills or high-grade medicinal herbs nearby. A place where large quantities of pills appear is highly likely to be the tomb of an alchemist. Of course, that's not necessarily always the case. Judging from the fragments of the Dan Beast's body Song Rindo gave me, it seems to be only a level 6 Dan Beast. There won't be too much danger involved. However, Dan Beasts are extremely good at hiding, making them difficult to find. That's why we've called you all here, to help us locate the Dan Beast. As long as we successfully find it in the end, I will definitely give you very generous rewards. At the very least, 3 level 6 pills per person. Chapter 576, we believe you. The person who contributes the most, I will give him a grade 7 pill. And I will personally concoct a pill for him as well. When the people around heard Master Wu's words, their faces revealed expressions of great shock. They never would have imagined that Master Wu would be so generous. You must understand, grade 6 and above pills don't merely contain energy. They also contain some divine fire energy. Under normal circumstances, humans can't directly absorb, or effectively absorb, the divine fire present in certain ingredients. Alchemists, however, can allow all kinds of energy within the ingredients, including divine fire energy, to fully fuse together, allowing the consumer to gain significant enhancements. An ordinary grade 6 pill can cost hundreds of thousands of ocean coins. A slightly better grade 6 pill costs at least 1,000,000 ocean coins. Needless to say, grade 7 pills are even more valuable. Of course, using ocean coins to purchase such pills is practically impossible. It's just used as a reference point. Humans at this level generally no longer place much value on ocean coins. It's easy to exchange pills for ocean coins, but the reverse is far from simple. Usually, divine fire stones are used in transactions. Thinking of this, everyone was unable to calm their emotions for a long time. They wouldn't dare ask for a grade 7 pill. They'd be very satisfied if they could obtain a grade 6 one. People began to chatter excitedly. So that's how it is with pill beasts? If you could have one pill beast, wouldn't that mean possessing an animal that endlessly produces pills? Saying it like this, the pill beast becomes extremely valuable. I wonder what a pill beast looks like. I finally understand why Song Rindo invited me here. My ability is very sensitive to smells. When any creature appears around me, if the scent is off, I can detect it. If I could sniff a piece of the pill beast's body, then I could track it down by that scent. As soon as the pill beast appears near me, there's no way it can escape. Looks like I'm about to get my hands on that grade 7 pill. My ability is related to sound. I'm extremely sensitive to sound waves. Any vibration within my surroundings, I can detect. I can also lend a hand. Same here. Me too. Listening to these people's words, Luofong finally understood why Song Rindo and Master Wu had gathered a group of level 6 humans to act together, and why there were quite a few of them. Primarily, they were brought here to assist in the search for the pill beast. Almost all of these individuals had abilities that were somewhat related to tracking down objects. As for why they only recruited level 6 humans, the reason was quite simple. It made the situation easier to control. After all, the pill beast was not some ordinary object. There might be people who get greedy and attempt to keep the pill beast for themselves. Both of them were level 7 experts. If all 7 level 6 humans attacked together, the 2 of them could still easily handle it. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Song Rindo smiled and said, "Now everyone knows our target this time. I haven't concealed anything from you, right? I hope that among you, there won't be anyone with ill intentions. If someone does entertain evil thoughts, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll say the unpleasant things up front, so that we can avoid any unpleasant incidents later. Of course, should any benefit be encountered, it will definitely be shared by all. I won't treat you unfairly." Hearing Song Rindo's words, the people around didn't feel surprised. They naturally understood exactly what he meant. One man said, "Brother Song, don't worry. If we didn't trust you, we wouldn't have come to you in the first place. Now with a pill master here as well. We completely trust you too. My demands aren't high. I just hope to gain some benefit when the time comes. You can all rest assured. You know our characters. Can't you trust us? We would never dare to confront someone at level 7. This time, following the two of you also counts as broadening our horizons. Same here. Although in the chaotic Demon Sea, one couldn't trust others and always had to stay vigilant, there were still some people who could be relatively trustworthy. Songrindo, for instance. He often went on expeditions with others. No one who had gone out with him ever spoke ill of him, nor had there been many fatalities. That was precisely why many people were willing to cooperate with him. It's one thing for a person to go on expeditions with a small group. When you return, if everyone else is dead and only you come back alive, then you'll have a huge problem on your hands. It doesn't matter whether you were involved in their deaths or not. From that day forward, you won't be able to find any partners willing to go out with you again. If it's proven that you attack people from Dark Knight Guardian City, then you won't even be able to return to Dark Knight Guardian City. Living in the Demon Sea won't be an issue for you. But if you ever reappear in Dark Knight Guardian City, you'll be captured immediately and thrown into the dungeon. As for how those murderers are treated inside, no one knows. Because everyone who has been locked inside has died without exception. Not even their corpses can be found. Therefore, most of the people living inside the Demon Sea are criminals who killed their way out. These fugitives usually settle down in one of those watching cities, or perhaps live on a small island floating above the Demon Sea. This is exactly why the Demon Sea is so dangerous. You not only have to watch out for those wild beasts, but also beware of these humans. If you happen to run into them, and your strength is relatively weak, you most likely won't walk away alive. If it weren't for Songrindo's reputation, they, as level 6 humans, would never follow a level 7 human into action. Otherwise, during any conflict, these level 6 humans would be in tremendous danger. In the following period of time, they began discussing specific details. Everyone also started getting to know each other and exchanging information. Of course, along the way, they encountered sea monsters, woju, and so on. However, the majority of these creatures were level 6. So far, they hadn't encountered any level 7 creatures. This was actually a very normal phenomenon. Although high-level creatures are common in the Demon Sea, level 7 creatures certainly aren't cabbage. There's no way they'd be everywhere. Even level 6 ones are the same. It's not like all creatures inside the Demon Sea are at least level 6. Most creatures in this sea are below level 6. Chapter 577. What happened inside the 9-colored Lee Tower? To become level 6, every creature is the same. All must endure the thunder tribulation. This isn't something to fool around with. If one fails, he will be struck dead. Generally speaking, creatures at level 6 have sufficient intelligence. They could sense that the humans aboard this ship were beyond their ability to provoke. Therefore, these creatures did not attempt to interfere. This allowed the ship to advance quite quickly, almost without any interruption. Chung Tzu-Jihui, Luofong started to get acquainted with these humans. From chatting with them, Luofong learned a very important piece of information. That was, in the Chaos Sea, medicinal pills were even scarcer than he had imagined. The most precious pills were those used for healing. Because of the special environment of the Bha, even abyssal demons could live here. Therefore, some Guchun frequently suffered attacks from abyssal demons. Like what happened not long ago, when Amuchun was completely destroyed by abyssal demons. Such events happened from time to time. When humans fought these abyssal demons, they were usually at a disadvantage. Once a human was infected by the demonic energy of the abyssal demons, the consequences could be extremely severe. The severe cases could cause complete loss of sanity, turning them into killing machines with no control. Even the mild cases would affect the body and mind of the person. This kind of damage would significantly impact one's future power progression. This made pills that could cure these effects extremely valuable. For Luofong, this was truly a huge business opportunity. He definitely wanted to open a pharmacy in the Moha. He couldn't abandon it just because of Feng Han's presence. However, Luofong currently had no medicinal pills in hand, only some low-level potions. Although these potions weren't particularly powerful, they couldn't be compared to level 6 pills, but they did have one advantage. He could sell them at a cheaper price. After all, a single pill often cost hundreds of thousands, even millions of ocean coins. Not everyone could come up with such a large sum of ocean coins at once. As low-cost, effective products, these potions would certainly be quite popular. As for the issue of medicinal pills, Luofong wasn't particularly worried. Don't forget, where was Luofong going? Since their were Dunsho, Luofong would definitely get his hands on them. At that time, others might be delighted at acquiring just one Dunsho. Luofong simply waved his hand, and there would be 10,000 Dunsho. Even if each Dunsho only gave one pill, it would still amount to 10,000 pills. That would truly be getting rich. Just imagining such a scene was enough to get exciting. It would significantly accelerate Luofeng's goal of opening pharmacies throughout the ocean world. Previously, Luofong had worried that with only a few bottles of potions in his pharmacy, it might appear too sparse. A pharmacy without pills, could it even be called a pharmacy? Now, this problem was no longer worth worrying about. It seemed that coming to the Mohad had been absolutely correct. Such good news had come right after his arrival. This place really was quite promising. If there were many treasures here, Luofong wouldn't mind staying for a while. Partly to gather resources, partly to improve his strength. After all, with his current strength, he probably wouldn't be much help even if he met Tang Shuiying. Thus, this ship continued sailing for a full hour. Songrindo looked at everyone and suddenly said, "Now, we will begin diving underwater. You should all prepare accordingly. Once we enter the sea, the danger will increase significantly." Hearing Songrindo's words, the expressions of these people began to turn more serious. Having lived in this ocean world for so many years, they naturally understood the reason. The deeper they dived into the sea, the higher the probability of encountering high-level sea monsters. The high-level sea monsters were basically all dwelling deep underwater. Although some high-level sea monsters had already been capable of leaving the water and living normally. However, they could cultivate more effectively within the water. Therefore, these sea monsters generally remained underwater. As Songrindo's voice faded, the giant ship raised a protective barrier and immediately dove down. The ship's diving speed wasn't slow either. It seemed that this was quite a good treasure ship. In the past, Luofong might have tried to build a large, luxurious ship. Now he already had Xuanwu. These large ships were basically no longer useful. Luofong didn't even need to look to know. It would take quite a while again before they reached their destination. Primarily because this chaos sea was truly too vast. To reach a certain destination, it would usually take at least an hour. This time, their speed was actually quite fast. Because along the way, they hadn't engaged in any battles with creatures that might waste time. Otherwise, if they had been targeted by some high-level monster, they surely would have run into trouble. By now, Luofong had finished most of his conversations with these people and didn't plan to continue chatting. Instead, he focused his attention inward, onto Tang Xue's 9-colored Li Tower inside his body. Using his mind, Luofong looked into the Li Tower and saw Tang Xue and Su Yunqi inside. He wasn't too concerned at first, until the sight startled him. Luofong originally thought they were quickly absorbing energy crystals. He never expected that Tang Xue and Su Yunqi would actually be taking a bath inside the Li Tower. That was truly shocking. Though this was Tang Xue Li Tower, Luofong could still access some of its functions. Previously, Tang Xue had already granted Luofong access to the Li Tower's functions. Originally, Luofong had intended to communicate with them and see how much their strength had improved. But now, he decided it wasn't appropriate. Luofong didn't want to interrupt their pleasant activity. Indeed, Luofong had been quite busy recently. The two of them had always followed him and hadn't really had the opportunity to bathe. Now, finally, they had the perfect chance, so of course they wouldn't miss it. Half an hour passed like this. Then, a voice interrupted Luofeng's attention. When we reach our destination later, don't stay too far away from me. If any danger comes up, you just run toward me. Then, I can take you away with me. If Luofong and Feng Qingyang were just regular friends, Feng Qingyang wouldn't care this much about Luofong. In fact, he was even planning to help Luofong escape together. Though they had only known each other for a short time, Feng Qingyang deeply respected Luofong. Chapter 578, Live Streaming a Tomb Robbery. In this short amount of time alone, he had already received numerous benefits from Luofong. The first time was the golden horn from the gold horn python. The second time was 5 drops of divine fire liquid. With these 2 items, his strength could be greatly enhanced. Therefore, when danger arrived, he certainly wouldn't abandon Luofong and run away alone. Luofong heard this sudden voice and started shifting his attention away from the 2 girls. Their snow-white bodies. Back to focus. Luofong sighed slightly. It really was quite troublesome when girls took a bath. They had already been bathing for at least half an hour and showed no sign of finishing yet. That was a bit terrifying. 2 girls bathing required this much time? Who knows, if he joined them, how much longer would it take? This math problem seemed too complex. Through simple mental calculation, Luofong couldn't work it out. He would need to conduct a personal experiment for that. But definitely not now. Luofong then focused his attention on Feng Qingyang and said, I understand. If danger arises, I'll stay close to you. Luofong currently didn't have much to say, so he just went along with what Feng Qingyang had said. He couldn't possibly claim, my strength is strong enough that I fear no danger. That wouldn't fit Luofeng's usual style. At the moment, none of the people present were paying much attention to Luofong. After all, a rookie who had just arrived at the Demon Sea wasn't worth their concern. Every year, there were many newcomers like this. Generally, these newcomers would first spend some time adapting in the Night Guardian City. Only after that would they begin to enter the Demon Sea. Newcomers like Luofong who rushed so far and so quickly and directly participated in such a mission, this was the first time they'd ever seen something like that. Usually, most of the rookies didn't have much chance of surviving inside the Demon Sea. Luofong glanced at the surrounding environment and saw no sign of reaching their destination yet. He had no intention of delaying here any further. He was about to start his live stream. Luofong knew he really needed to work hard. At the moment, his shocking value was just over 100 million. Just a small goal. It left Luofong unable to open his golden treasure chest. If, by any chance, he opened the golden treasure chest and directly triggered a 1x reward, that would be a huge loss for Luofong. For others, increasing from 1 artifact to 2 artifacts would certainly be quite joyful. But for Luofong, he had never obtained such a low multiplier before. At this point, Luofong didn't hesitate further and started thinking of a title. Soon, an attention-grabbing title appeared. Shocking. There's a tomb under the sea too? And it even has. Actually, based on Luofeng's reputation, even if he didn't add any title and relied solely on his name, the word Xiu Luo alone was enough to attract countless players to watch. Luofong had long gotten used to it. After all, as a master of naming, his skill was evident. Even if he casually chose a name, it would still sound impressive. Sometimes, Luofong would even think that in the real world, he could open a name-choosing website with this skill. As Luofeng's live stream started appearing in the streaming zone, he immediately attracted numerous viewers. At this moment, in the streaming zone, there were already 30 other live streamers. The content of their streams varied wildly. Some streamers might lack combat abilities, but they could still put on thrilling broadcasts, which indeed attracted many spectators. However, as soon as Luofeng's live stream started, every viewer in other streams flocked to Luofeng's channel without exception. If this happened in the real world, other streamers would definitely organize a joint boycott. But here, even if they wanted to, they couldn't do anything about it. Given a more appealing live content, viewers would naturally make their own decisions. Some streamers themselves, upon seeing that Luofong had gone live, immediately stopped their ongoing streams and ran to watch Luofong instead. The number of people in Luofeng's live room had already surpassed 50 million in less than a minute. It wasn't that all these players were simply idle and waiting for Luofong to start. It was because in this ocean world, players wanting to watch a live stream was just a matter of thought. The live streamed Awamang would immediately appear in their vision, without interrupting whatever they were currently doing. That was exactly why so many players rushed in as soon as Luofong started streaming. Luofeng's live stream channel instantly became extremely lively. After all, in the ocean world, there were practically no forms of entertainment. Watching Luofeng's live stream was the only way to get by. Oh man, Xiao Luo is finally live again. It's been a whole day since his last stream. I was starting to miss you so much. I wonder what amazing item you're planning to give away this time. Bro, you're way too materialistic. The stream just started, and you're already thinking about giveaways? That feels kind of inappropriate. It makes it look like we're only here for the rewards. Unlike you, I truly support Xiao Luo. I hope Xiao Luo can offer more giveaway slots this time. Wonder where Xiao Luo has gone this time. The title says something about tomb robbing. Could there really be a tomb in the ocean world? That's really intriguing. Tell me, will the prize this time be some mummies? Luofong watched the rising number of viewers in the live room and saw his shocking value increasing accordingly. A smile appeared on his face. This was definitely the fastest way to accumulate shocking value. Thankfully, Luofong had obtained the live streaming item that allowed him to broadcast at any time. Otherwise, collecting shocking value on his own would be extremely slow. He didn't even know when he'd finally reach his target. Luofong was about to speak, intending to give the players a brief introduction to the current situation. However, there were humans all around him, making it impossible for him to talk freely. That made Luofong feel somewhat uncomfortable. But in this situation, he couldn't ask for too much. It was already quite good that he could stream for these viewers. What else could these viewers possibly want? Luofong began directing his gaze toward the surrounding environment and the humans nearby. As his line of sight moved, the view in the live room followed accordingly. The audience in the live room watched these scenes with great curiosity. When they saw the humans, they weren't particularly surprised. After all, they had no idea who these humans were or what their identities were. Chapter 579. Isn't that Feng Qingyang? The audience didn't recognize these people either and had no idea about their strength. Naturally, there wasn't much reaction. But when the live broadcast of Luofong focused on Feng Qingyang, the viewers inside the live stream instantly became extremely excited. It was normal for them not to recognize the others, but they certainly knew who Feng Qingyang was. As long as a player had been around Misty City, they should know about Feng Qingyang. After all, some players like to check information about high-level NPCs. Moreover, Feng Qingyang was considered the strongest bounty hunter among the Misty City bounty hunters. That naturally drew the attention of these players. Those players who recognized Feng Qingyang immediately started commenting in the live stream. They wanted to share their surprise with other viewers. Whoa, how come Xiao Luo is hanging out with a 6-star bounty hunter? Could this be the mission Xiao Luo has taken on? Looks like his mission is no ordinary one. To even mobilize a 6-star bounty hunter? Some of you might not know, but the person beside Xiao Luo, I recognize him. He's a 6-star bounty hunter from our Misty City. His level has already reached level 6. His strength is truly impressive. Although I've never personally seen him in action, you can see some of his mission records. Inside the Bounty Hunter Guild, he has completed multiple 6-star missions. Seriously? The person beside Xiao Luo is actually a 6-star bounty hunter? I also plan to become a bounty hunter, but so far, not only have I not met a 1-star bounty hunter, I haven't even completed the task to become a bounty hunter. The process is really quite difficult. I wonder, what level is Xiao Luo now? Since the person next to Xiao Luo is a 6-star bounty hunter, looking at the current scene, there are a total of 9 people, including Xiao Luo. The other 8 people must also be of no low level. Looks like Xiao Luo is planning something big this time. However, why hasn't Xiao Luo said a single word yet? Could it be that Xiao Luo is so low-leveled that he can't even speak? As some viewers recognized Feng Qingyang's identity, the live stream became even more lively. After all, their levels weren't high. They were very curious about these high-level NPCs. Under normal circumstances, they had no way of interacting with such high-level NPCs, let alone receiving missions from high-level NPCs. Just seeing one was an almost impossible feat. Now, everyone was extremely curious about Luofeng's next move. Thus, the live stream of Luofong saying nothing lasted for a full 3 minutes. Although Luofong said nothing, the effect of this live stream was excellent. Because his silence didn't mean others remained silent. The other few people discussed things directly related to this mission. Therefore, there was no reason to hide their conversation. So their voices were fairly loud. Luofong could hear these humans speaking, and so could the viewers watching his live stream. Although these level 6 humans only spoke for a few short minutes, they brought quite a thrill to the audience. This satisfied Luofong greatly. Although it wasn't Luofong personally shocking these players, broadcasting some shocking content through his stream could also earn him quite a lot of shock value. The viewers of the live stream began expressing their opinions, which was indeed quite beyond their imagination. Whoa, did I just hear that correctly? The topics they're discussing are all at level 6? They talk casually about encountering level 6 monsters, even speculating on how to handle level 7 monsters? This is really too terrifying. What are these people's backgrounds? Could all these level 6 players be planning to rob the tomb of the first Qin Emperor? What I really want to know now is how Xiao Luo managed to know so many high-level NPCs. In theory, Xiao Luo entered the ocean world with all of us. We all started from the same point. Even if Xiao Luo leveled up faster, he absolutely couldn't have reached level 6. From what I understand, reaching level 6 requires passing a thunder tribulation. If Xiao Luo really passed that tribulation, such a major event would definitely have triggered a world announcement. Therefore, I'm certain Xiao Luo definitely hasn't reached level 6. I also agree with the previous comment. But Xiao Luo hasn't even reached level 6 yet, and he's already mixed up with some level 6 players to complete a mission. This situation must be extremely dangerous. If he isn't careful and encounters a high-level wild monster, getting killed, that would truly be too embarrassing. Right now, Luofong is bored and has been continuously reading these audience comments. Under these circumstances, he can't possibly start chatting with these players. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, another 3 minutes had passed. This time, the giant ship finally started to slow down in its descent. Of course, everyone on board noticed the change in the ship's speed. They were all at level 6. They were still quite sensitive to all sorts of things. Seeing this, Song Rindo smiled and said, "We're about to arrive at our destination. Everyone should start getting prepared. The situation here is somewhat dangerous. Even for me, this is my first time coming here. After I obtained the clue to this place, I didn't dare to act rashly, afraid of stirring up the snake before striking. However, according to the information I've received, There isn't just the Dan Beast here. There are other wild monsters as well. Even Mu have appeared. So, none of you should let your guard down. Upon hearing Song Rindo's words, everyone's hearts started to turn serious. Actually, without Song Rindo's reminder, they wouldn't have been careless in the first place. After all, no one here is an easy target. Those who have managed to survive for such a long time in the Sea of Devils are all seasoned individuals. As for those who acted recklessly, they would have long since vanished without a trace. Everyone immediately became alert. When it came to matters involving personal safety, there was absolutely no need for others to say much. They all took up a posture of full readiness. They began to direct their attention toward Luofong. He was the only newbie here. A newbie usually lacks experience, and under such circumstances, he might embarrass himself. He might even panic and perform some abnormal actions. However, when these people looked toward Luofong, their faces all displayed a rather surprised expression. The nervousness they had imagined wasn't present on Luofeng's face at all. Chapter 580, Arrival. Instead, there was no other expression on Luofeng's face. It seemed like all these surrounding things didn't affect Luofong at all. People couldn't help but think watching this scene. He must be a rookie who knows nothing. Facing a relatively dangerous situation like this, he didn't even show any caution. With this attitude, he probably wouldn't last long here. These thoughts briefly flashed through their minds. In reality, they didn't really care whether Luofong lived or died. It had nothing to do with them anyway. Feng Qingyang was different from those people. He actually cared about Luofong quite a bit. This time, since he brought Luofong along, he might as well ensure he brought him back alive. He was confident about that. His specialty was running away. Sometimes, he didn't necessarily have to be the fastest runner. He just had to be faster than those people. Thinking about this, he looked at Luofong and said, "Be careful. If you encounter danger, run while you can. Don't hesitate too long." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Luofong nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Everyone present had heard Feng Qingyang's words. They didn't care about nor take seriously this kind of advice given before even starting an action, telling someone to flee at the first sign of danger. First of all, Luofong was a newbie. It was completely normal for him to run away when in danger. If Luofong stayed, he might cause some unexpected problems. Bringing a newbie along often came with significant risks. Some newbies didn't know their place and would end up causing trouble. Luckily, this mission itself wasn't particularly dangerous. Otherwise, they might not have considered bringing Luofong at all. That was only part of the reason. Forget about someone like Luofong who was new. Even among themselves, if faced with life-threatening danger, they would simply apply oil to the soles of their feet and run away immediately, without hesitation. They had no intention of risking their lives over some things. If things got lost, they could always look for them again. But if their lives were lost, then they'd truly lose everything. At this moment, they didn't think much more and started walking outside the ship. The real adventure was about to begin. The audience in the live streaming room became tense and excited watching this scene. They had never seen such high-level combat and adventure before. Without Luofong, maybe it would take years or even longer to witness something like this again. Now, the viewers were completely immersed in Luofeng's stream. In the real world, outdoor live streaming adventures were already quite popular. Even more so in an oceanic world like this. There were all sorts of unknown events here. Anything could happen. Oh, finally taking action. I've been watching them chat like this. Though what they're talking about is quite shocking. Without any actual movement, it gets a bit boring just listening. I hope there will be some exciting battles later. I like watching intense content. The more thrilling, the better. Look at how seriously even these level 6 NPCs are taking things. It seems like this mission won't be simple. I hope Xiao Luo can hold on a bit longer. Don't get yourself killed. Your death would be a huge loss for us. We won't have anything to watch anymore, nor a chance to win prizes. Never thought the day would come for Xiao Luo. I wonder if Xiao Luo will really run away out of fear. I'm actually looking forward to seeing how pathetic Xiao Luo looks. He always acted high and mighty before, which made me really uncomfortable. I wonder when he'll finally be struck by lightning. Soon, all 9 of them exited the ship together. Once they came out, the ship disappeared immediately. As far as the eye could see, in front of them was a sea of complete darkness. Under the ocean, there was hardly any light. Fortunately, they were all level 6 experts. Their vision had greatly improved. Moreover, after reaching level 6, they all used divine fire to temper their eyes. Though their entire body hadn't been tempered into a divine body yet, their eyesight could be greatly enhanced. After all, the eyes were a relatively vulnerable part of a living being. Luofong looked around but didn't find anything unusual. In fact, he didn't see much in terms of marine life either. This situation didn't make the surrounding people feel relaxed at all. In fact, they became even more cautious. Usually, only the territories of some high-level creatures would be like this. Other low-level fish wouldn't dare to come anywhere near. Song Rindo swept his gaze around and examined the surroundings. His expression somewhat heavy, he said solemnly, "This is the place. As for the exact location where the Dan Beast will appear, I'm unable to determine. That's exactly what we need to find out. Later on, we'll form small teams of a few people each and start searching. If anyone discovers traces of the Dan Beast, please notify the others immediately. We need to hurry over as soon as possible. Don't think of the Dan Beast as just a simple pill. First of all, different Dan Beasts possess different abilities and combat strength. But without a doubt, their power will all be tremendous, and they will be extremely difficult to capture. A living Dan Beast cannot be placed into a spatial ring. Therefore, in order to prevent missing the best opportunity for capture, I hope everyone will not hide any information." At this moment, Song Rindo's words carried a very obvious meaning. He was also worried these people might secretly harbor selfish intentions. When they spotted the Dan Beast, instead of announcing it openly, they might plan to keep it for themselves. After all, a Dan Beast is extremely valuable. Would anyone refuse the chance to own one privately? That's exactly why he was concerned. Of course, he wasn't lying either. What he said were all facts. Dan Beasts are living creatures, naturally impossible to be put into a spatial ring. Hearing Song Rindo's words, the people around didn't say much, but each seemed lost in thought. As for what these people were thinking, it was impossible for others to know, except Luofong. Though Luofong could find out their thoughts using the mind-reading talisman. He found it completely unnecessary. It would be too much of a waste. Luofong didn't even consider these people worth the effort. After all, his power stood above them. Unless everyone present simultaneously attacked Luofong, there was absolutely nothing to worry about. Chapter 581. The search begins. There was still a chance that Luofong might face some threat. If it came down to a one-on-one fight, Luofong wouldn't be afraid. Even against a level 7 human, the situation remained the same. Though Luofong couldn't deliver a one-hit kill against level 7 humans, he could still overwhelm them through sheer energy reserves, wearing them down until they perished. At this moment, seeing the situation unfold, Song Rindo didn't hesitate. He directly pulled out fragments of the Danso's body, looked at everyone, and said, "Since we've all come here, everyone should start acting now. Those who can make use of these Danso body fragments may step forward for a close-range experience." As soon as Song Rindo finished speaking, several people stepped forward and began examining the Danso body fragments closely. Their abilities could only achieve maximum effectiveness by being in direct proximity to the Danso's remains. However, Luofong and Feng Qingyang didn't need to go that far. They lacked such abilities for tracking objects. But Feng Qingyang had his own unique ability. From his spatial ring, he pulled out a small paper crane. It was tiny, about the size of a human palm. Yet the paper crane seemed alive, jumping about in Feng Qingyang's palm. Luofong watched curiously. From their earlier conversations, Luofong had learned some of Feng Qingyang's abilities. Feng Qingyang's talents weren't just limited to incredible speed. Another ability he had was crafting various special-purpose paper cranes. Most of these cranes, however, were used for escape purposes. But this particular crane could sense fluctuations in energy. It was a very useful ability. This was also one of the reasons why Feng Qingyang had survived so many years of wandering about recklessly. Relying solely on speed wasn't enough. Just as Luofong and others began their preparations, inside the live stream, the audience surrounding the event grew extremely excited. At this moment, they were finally able to witness various level 6 humans unleashing their unique abilities. These performances were much more spectacular compared to what low-level users could offer. These level 6 NPCs all have very unique abilities. But strangely, most of them seem related to searching for things. I wonder what exactly the Danso is. It must be something extraordinary to draw so many high-level NPCs here. I've never heard of the term Danso before. I hope Xiao Luo can give us a little explanation. All the others are actively using various means to locate the Danso, but Xiao Luo hasn't moved at all. Looks like Xiao Luo Yi is just tagging along with Feng Qingyang, this 6-star bounty hunter, to complete the mission. I seriously doubt whether Feng Qingyang has been hired as a bodyguard by Xiao Luo with payment in advance. Now that Xiao Luo is clearly wealthy, spending a large sum of ocean coins to hire a level 6 bounty hunter as protection is not unthinkable. In that case, even if the Danso is eventually found, it might not belong to Xiao Luo. There are so many high-level NPCs around here. I wonder whether Xiao Luo will pull another lottery this time. At this moment, Luofong wasn't paying attention to the chat in the live stream. He, along with Feng Qingyang, started heading in a particular direction, surveying their surroundings. Altogether, there were 9 people, except for Song Rindo and Master Wu, both level 7 individuals, who each went alone in separate directions. The remaining 7 were divided into 3 groups. 2, 2, and 3. These 3 groups began heading in different directions. Though they all wanted to search individually, searching alone would increase speed. And if someone discovered anything valuable, they could hoard it for themselves. But since this was their first time entering such an unfamiliar environment, they dared not be careless. It was safer to act together first. If danger arose, they could provide mutual support. Looking at the paper crane flying within the seawater, Luofong curiously asked, "Your ability is quite unique. No wonder you can survive in this place for so long. I wonder, can you pass on this skill to others?" Hearing this, Feng Qingyang smiled and replied, "My abilities are somewhat special. They're tied to my natural talent. Even if I told you how to create the cranes, it wouldn't help much. If in the future my power grows stronger, and I gain a deeper mastery of my abilities, then perhaps I could transfer more skills over to you." Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's answer, Luofong smiled slightly and said, "I was just saying that off the top of my head. We should hurry and look for the Bonshou now. I'm quite curious about it too. I wonder what the Dan Beast will look like." Thus, they began searching around the area. Luofong even used his X-ray talisman, but still couldn't find any trace. 1 minute passed. A slightly puzzled expression appeared on Luofeng's face. Could it be that this trip was pointless? Could it be that Song Rindo made a mistake this time? If that were true, Luofong would indeed feel very frustrated. The audience in the live stream naturally witnessed this scene. Originally, they all thought that once Luofong and others came out, there would be a big battle. They expected to see fights against various high-level wild monsters. They would be able to enjoy a spectacular live stream. But reality turned out to be completely different from what they imagined. In Luofeng's live stream, there was no fighting at all. It remained plain and uneventful as they searched around. How boring. When is Xiao Luo going to find something? If the Dan Beast cannot be found, surely he won't keep wandering aimlessly forever? Judging from what those people said earlier, this place is supposed to be extremely dangerous. So why haven't we seen any creatures at all now? Not even a low-level creature, let alone a high-level one. This place is safer than the beginner waters we started in. Could it be that they are just messing around? Xiao Luo, there are no outsiders here now. Can't you speak? Quickly tell us what's going on. We're really confused right now. We have no idea what's happening. Also, could you give us an introduction about that Dan Beast? If you don't provide something more exciting soon, we're going to leave the live stream. Since there's currently nothing to do, how about we directly hold a prize draw for this live stream? We don't know what kind of things you can offer as prizes. Strange as it may sound, these viewers were actually right. Luofong himself felt somewhat bored. He was just not good at searching for things. The key problem was that Luofong himself couldn't even be certain. Chapter 582, The Monster Inside the Body. Whether there's a Danso here or not still needs to be verified. After all, this is the Sea of Devils. It's perfectly normal for Song Rindo to have received some incorrect information. Luofong looked around and had basically already seen signs of other humans. He thought for a moment, then said into the live stream, "Finally, I can speak to everyone. It's not that I didn't want to talk, but those two leaders earlier were both level 7 humans. If they were to discover my uniqueness, it might lead to some conflict, and that would be bad for both sides. I'm not yet ready to fight against level 7 humans." As soon as Luofong finished speaking, the viewers in the live stream all looked at each other in shock, their faces showing expressions of great surprise. This was undoubtedly the most exciting news they had heard since arriving here. Originally, level 6 humans had already been in existence they could only dream of reaching. Now how come there were two level 7 humans appearing? This completely exceeded the imagination of these players. Did I hear wrong? Were those two people really at level 7? Where exactly has Zyle come to? How could there be so many high-level NPCs? Even level 7 NPCs are so eager for the Bunsog. What exactly is this Denso? It must be something extremely powerful. This time, I can really broaden my horizons. What does Zyle mean by that? Why would a conflict with a level 7 NPC be bad for both sides? Shouldn't you just get defeated directly by the level 7 NPC? As a player not even at level 6 yet, you don't seriously intend to harm a level 7 NPC, right? I was originally also looking forward to seeing what these people could do. But if you're just looking for things here, even level 7 won't be of much help. Can't you find some monsters to fight instead? Luofong naturally knew about these comments from the viewers, but there was nothing he could do. He also wanted to find the Dansog quickly and see what it looked like. However, there was absolutely nothing around here, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, under current circumstances, Luofong could still collect some shot points. Otherwise, he really would have felt too frustrated. Luofong looked at Feng Qingyang beside him and asked, "Have you found anything? Are there traces of any other creatures around here?" Luofong did not hide the fact he was live streaming from Feng Qingyang, because Feng Qingyang already knew that he was a player, and understood what abilities players possessed. After all, in the Misty City, it was quite easy for NPCs like them to learn about players' abilities after interacting with them, except that players could not mention specific details about the real world to creatures inside the ocean world. They could talk about anything else freely. For instance, they could even reveal that they were people who had crossed over from another world. Therefore, Luofong had no reason to hold anything back. When Feng Qingyang heard Luofeng's question, his expression became somewhat complex. He replied somewhat disappointedly, "I haven't noticed anything unusual either. Not even a trace of energy signatures. It's like something here is absorbing all the energy. This place really is quite strange. Although the surroundings don't seem dangerous at all, this definitely is not a safe place." Before Luofong could speak again, suddenly a scream startled him. This area had previously been rather quiet. The sudden scream instantly captured everyone's attention. Without hesitation, they all rushed directly toward the source of the scream. For a level 6 human to emit a sound like that, something extremely dangerous must have happened. Luofong and Feng Qingyang didn't hesitate at all and immediately started moving quickly. The viewers in the live stream naturally noticed this situation as well, and they too became increasingly tense and excited. They quite enjoyed watching some intense action scenes. The live stream viewers started speculating about what had happened. Damn, finally something is happening. I was already so bored. If nothing happened again, I was going to quit watching this stream. I wonder what they encountered. For an NPC at level 6 to let out such a horrifying scream, that's really too scary. Don't tell me they've encountered a really powerful monster. I had already left the live stream when I heard someone say something unusual had occurred here. I came back right away to see what's going on. I hope this time it won't disappoint me. Could this be a prank by a level 6 NPC? I mean, how could a level 6 NPC possibly end up like this? Maybe he just got bored and wanted to play some thrilling games. Luofong and his group were not far away. Given their speed, within less than 10 seconds, they had already arrived at the location where the scream had come from. When Luofong saw what was happening clearly, an expression of great shock appeared on his face. He actually saw a level 6 human, whose body was covered with numerous gashes. A large amount of blood was flowing out from the wounds. Not only that, he also saw something moving inside the human's body. Moreover, judging from some of the physical changes, there was more than one thing inside this person. The person's scream continued without stopping. This sight made Luofeng's scalp tingle with fear. His body involuntarily felt uncomfortable as well. The sensation of something burrowing inside the body. Just thinking about it, Luofong already knew how painful it must be. The viewers in the live stream, upon witnessing this scene, were completely frightened. When had they ever seen such a bloody spectacle? The players who had just been excitedly demanding more intense content immediately fell silent. From the outside, it looked as though numerous snakes were burrowing into this person's body. This gave the viewers a strong visual shock. Although in the real world, there were also some terrifying and gory movies. No matter how realistic those films appeared, they were all fictional, and there was always some restraint involved. Now inside the ocean world, anything could happen. What the hell is going on here? What kind of creature is on this guy's body? It looks way too bloody. No wonder his scream was so miserable. It really is quite horrifying. If something like this happened to me. Chapter 583, Master Wu saves a life. I probably can't hold on for even 3 seconds. A level 6 human can't even handle this kind of monster. I wonder what this creature even looks like. So far, there hasn't been any information about its appearance. We definitely need to see what this creature looks like. Just in case we encounter one in the future, we'll know to take a detour. Hey, upstairs, I've always told you to drink less fake alcohol, but you never listen. This is a monster capable of killing level 6 beings. You probably won't even get to see it. You're only level 1 right now. Even if you did see it, you probably wouldn't be able to escape. Don't tell me you think you can run faster than a level 6 NPC. Luofong was relatively close to this person, so he arrived quickly. However, he could only watch from a distance and couldn't get close. He also didn't understand the current situation and was too cautious to act recklessly. Besides, since he wasn't very familiar with these people, he naturally had no intention of intervening. Moreover, even if the Gaishura could be removed from this person's body, the person probably wouldn't survive for long. Although others couldn't see clearly what was happening inside this person's body, Luofong with his X-ray talisman, could observe everything clearly. Precisely because of this, Luofong had already concluded that this person wouldn't survive. This was the first time Luofong had ever seen such a strange snake. As Luofong was thinking, the surrounding humans also arrived. Help me. Oh, at this moment, the person was still struggling. His entire body radiated an intense divine flame energy, but it was completely ineffective at blocking the attacks from these strange snakes. Seeing his friend in such a pitiful state, one of the nearby people hurriedly turned to Song Rindo and Master Wu and said, "Please, can you save my friend? I will repay you. We will also work hard to help you find the Dan Beast. I cannot bear to watch him suffer like this." Under normal circumstances, most people wouldn't bother helping. After all, among these people, they didn't have much emotional connection with each other. Helping someone else wasn't a big deal, but if it ended up costing you your own life, that would truly be bad. However, there are exceptions. Some people had worked together for many years and shared significant bonds. Such trustworthy people could only be found after going through many experiences. Song Rindo stared toward the person suffering not far away, his face showing a very serious expression. His facial expression began changing, fluctuating between different emotions, as if he knew something but wasn't entirely certain. He looked at Master Wu and said, "I've only heard about something like this before, but I've never actually seen it. I'm not quite sure if it's exactly this thing or not." Master Wu's expression also became increasingly serious. As a renowned alchemy master, he possessed extensive knowledge and experience about various medicinal ingredients, animals, and plants. Therefore, one could say he had seen many things and experienced a lot. After slight contemplation, he began to speak. "If I'm not mistaken, the creature inside this person should be a blood demon snake. The blood demon snake has already entered his body and multiplied in such large numbers. It will be quite difficult to remove them. Even if we manage to remove them, these blood demon snakes have already severely damaged your companion's body. In this current situation, we mustn't act rashly. Your companion won't die for now. He'll only experience immense pain. The only way for these blood demon snakes to be expelled is from within his body through his own resistance. If his willpower is strong enough, he still has a chance to survive. Since he came here with us, I cannot just stand by and watch. I will give him some assistance. What happens after that depends on his own fortune. You all must also be careful. There might be other blood demon snakes around. Never be careless. Make sure none of the blood demon snakes enter your bodies." When the others heard Master Wu's words, they immediately became even more alert. Originally, they had already become vigilant when they saw this person get infected. This showed that this place was extremely dangerous. After all, this person was at the same level as them, level 6. If even this level 6 individual couldn't resist the blood demon snake, then all of them were in danger too. Master Wu didn't waste any time and quickly approached this person. At this moment, the person was already rolling around on the ground in pain. His divine flame radiated continuously from his body. This alone shows clearly the unimaginable amount of pain this person was enduring. Under normal circumstances, no one would use their internal divine flame for combat. This kind of divine foundation is something reserved only for extremely critical moments, even when facing life or death situations. Several silver needles appeared in Master Wu's hand and flew rapidly toward the person's body. They directly pinned the person's body to the ground. Then, a pill shot out from his hand and accurately flew into the person's mouth. After a short while, the person's body stopped struggling so violently. Even the blood demon snakes inside him began showing signs of being affected. The movement speed of these snakes was gradually slowing down. Eventually, the blood demon snakes appeared to vanish completely, showing no further activity. When the people around witnessed this scene, their faces lit up with visible delight. At the same time, they also felt somewhat surprised. This is Master Wu? No wonder he is a level 7 alchemy master. He actually resolved this person's problem so quickly. Truly incredible. I only heard of Master Wu's name before. Now that I've seen him in person, I'm completely impressed by his skill. With Master Wu in our group this time, there probably won't be any danger. Earlier, I was still puzzled about why Master Wu spoke that way, but now it seems like he was just being modest. He indeed had the ability to solve such a problem. Now, I hold Master Wu in extremely high regard. Alchemy truly is an incredibly powerful profession. I used to admire alchemists greatly. I even wanted to become one myself. But after trying, I realized that being an alchemist isn't easy. It's not just about having talent for alchemy. One must also come from a relatively wealthy background. After seeing what had happened, Luofeng's expression slightly changed as well. It seems like this Master Wu does have some real skills after all. Chapter 584, Unable to Save Him. Even this brief demonstration alone was enough to impress everyone. Now Luofong finally understood why alchemists were so respected in the Devil's Sea. At this moment, Luofong was actually considering whether he should also learn the art of alchemy. After all, if he continued relying only on picking up pills, who knows when he would get what he needed. Originally, he had hoped to encounter a pill beast, but judging from the current situation, there was a chance they might not even see a shadow of one. That would indeed be quite awkward. Right now, with crowds of people around, Luofong couldn't interact with his live stream viewers. Yet the viewers in the live stream were watching with great interest. They had never seen such a situation before. Damn it, this Master Wu is actually a level 7 alchemist? I only just found out now. His skills are truly impressive. Someone who looked agonizingly pained just moments ago now appears visibly relieved. The blood demon snake also shows no reaction whatsoever. I'm so excited right now. I'm about to become an apprentice alchemist. My current master is merely a level 4 alchemist. If only I could inherit Master Wu's teachings. Zyle, can you introduce me? Can you help me meet Master Wu? I want to become his disciple. Zyle, where exactly are you at? Did you get there through a giant portal? But the giant portal costs 1 million ocean coins to use. That's really difficult to afford, isn't it? At the scene, the injured man's friend, after seeing his companion's injuries being stabilized, immediately said, "Thank you, Master Wu, for your timely assistance." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Master Wu. Master Wu said indifferently, "Don't thank me yet. What I'm doing now is only temporarily suppressing the blood demon snake. But now the blood demon snake has already integrated into his body. There's absolutely no way to remove it. Even for me, I'm not completely confident. Moreover, this isn't exactly the best time for such a procedure. All that remains is to leave it to his own fate. We really can't do anything else either. I'd like to take this opportunity to share with all of you some information about blood demon snakes. Blood demon snakes are extremely special demonic snakes. Normally, their bodies are colorless, blending perfectly into the environment. You can't even sense their presence. Before they start moving, there won't be any abnormalities detected at all. This is probably why your companion was invaded by the blood demon snake. When it is still, the blood demon snake shows no noticeable signs. Only when it moves can slight energy fluctuations be detected. With some attentiveness, you won't find yourself in much danger. This was merely a level 6 blood demon snake. It shouldn't have completely overwhelmed you. The fact that this person was infected so quickly by the blood demon snake must be related to his carelessness. There were no other monsters around here, so his vigilance naturally dropped. Because of that, the blood demon snake had the opportunity to strike. Don't be deceived by the large number of snakes in his body. They all originated from a single blood demon snake. As soon as the blood demon snake encounters flesh and blood within a living body, it will absorb it and begin to replicate itself. The more it replicates, the greater the damage inflicted on the host's body. A conservative estimate suggests that there are now at least 4 blood demon snakes within him. The situation is dangerous. That's all I can do for now. Since everyone came here, you must have anticipated this possibility. I won't speak any further. Let's continue searching for the pill beast. After Master Wu finished speaking, he turned and left. In the Devil's Sea, death is an ordinary occurrence. He had no intention of dwelling on it. Those who arrive here had already mentally prepared themselves for this. The Devil's Sea wasn't a playground. Song Rindo noticed that Master Wu had already departed. Rather than leaving immediately himself, he turned his attention to the crowd and said, I, too, feel deeply sorry for what has happened to him. However, things have come to this point. We must continue our mission. Only by finding the pill beast can his sacrifice be justified. As long as everyone stays alert, the blood demon snake has nothing to fear. If Master Wu himself cannot save him, we certainly can't. Since the blood demon snake has already appeared here, there must be something valuable nearby. It's highly possible that the pill beast may be found here. Let's continue. After Song Rindo finished speaking, he also started walking in a certain direction. The blood demon snake's attack wasn't particularly strong. As long as one remained vigilant, the blood demon snake wouldn't be something to fear. Several level 6 humans remained at the scene, glancing uncertainly at one another. They didn't stay for long either. Soon, they also began moving again. Only the injured man's companion remained behind. Luofong, seeing this, didn't say much and simply left with Feng Qingyang. Luofong didn't understand medical arts and naturally had no idea how to remove the blood demon snake from the man's body. Actually, he did want to obtain the blood demon snake himself. But judging from the current situation, the man could still survive for a while longer. There was no way Luofong could kill him now. Although in the Devil's Sea, taking lives was as simple and common as drinking water, Luofong still had his own principles. If others don't attack me, I won't attack them. So far, none of these people had tried to harm Luofong. In the eyes of others, as a newcomer, Luofong had a high chance of being the first to die. Therefore, none of them truly cared about him. In fact, there was still a chance this person could be saved. Earlier, Luofong had used the mind-reading talisman on Master Wu, trying to find out whether what he said was truthful. Luofong was worried that perhaps Master Wu intentionally concealed the blood demon snake's power, making it seem less dangerous than it actually was. From Master Wu, Luofong had learned that the information about the blood demon snake wasn't a lie. The blood demon snake was simply unusual. Before it moved, it was hard to detect, making it extremely dangerous. Once the blood demon snake had consumed blood and flesh, its body would turn a deep crimson red, and until it used up all the consumed energy, it would remain in this state. At that point, the blood demon snakes would no longer be able to become invisible and therefore wouldn't pose much of a threat. Under the current circumstances, Master Wu could have still saved this person. As a level 7 alchemist, Master Wu did have some rare medicinal pills for treatment. However, these pills were extremely precious. Treating this man would consume many of them, along with a considerable amount of time and effort. Master Wu had no intention of doing so. Thus, he directly and decisively declared that there was no way to save him. Chapter 585. The existence of pill beasts is real. Otherwise, whether he could save them or not, even if they didn't voice it, those people would surely feel somewhat unhappy in their hearts. After all, no one else would know. And through the appearance of the blood snake, it made Master Wu even more convinced that the existence of pill beasts was highly possible. Because the fragment of the pill beast that Song Rindo was holding in his hand was precisely the fragment from the blood pill beast. That really was an incredible coincidence. The blood snake was exactly the main ingredient needed to concoct the blood pill. He knew the formula for the blood pill and had even used the body of a blood snake to refine the blood pill before. But as for a living blood snake, he had never actually seen one before. This chain of events left Master Wu extremely excited. He still had an intense longing for pill beasts. For a pill refiner, a pill beast was a true treasure. Moreover, it would have a considerable influence on the pill refiner's pill refining abilities. This also caused Master Wu to begin paying much more attention to the matter. Although Luofong knew these things, there was nothing he could say. He couldn't possibly say that Master Wu knew how to save them, but had no intention of doing so. Even if he did say something, it probably wouldn't accomplish anything. Master Wu would certainly not listen to Luofong. Worse yet, it might even lead to Master Wu turning hostile against them. These people who were all ranked at level 6. In the end, Luofong could only choose to leave this place. Right now, he had a great interest in the blood snake. He wondered if he could capture one. Moreover, Luofong was also thinking things through carefully. Pill beasts could directly spit out pills after consuming the corresponding materials. And this blood snake was precisely the material for the blood pill beast. If Luofong planned to obtain the blood pill beast, the blood snake would definitely be in huge demand. So now, Both the blood voice snake and the blood chi pill beast were of great necessity to Luofong. As the two of them left, the audience inside the live stream became highly excited. This kind of situation was something they were seeing for the first time. Originally, a powerful level 6 cultivator who was full of life just moments ago now lay on the ground motionless. What a drastic difference. Never would I have thought that even a grade 7 pill master would be unable to deal with the blood voice snake. This place is really too dangerous. Xiao Luo, you should escape as quickly as possible. You haven't even reached level 6 yet. If you're targeted by the blood voice snake, you'd surely be doomed. I really don't want to watch you die like this. Xiao Luo, you can't just leave like this. Go quickly and save that person. How can you stand by and do nothing? Save who? It's obvious that Xiao Luo isn't very close to these people. More importantly, what exactly does Xiao Luo have to save them with? Are you expecting him to use your keyboard to save someone? He should just leave this place as soon as possible. As for the audience's reactions, Luofong naturally didn't pay any attention. As long as these audience members could provide him with shocking value, he didn't care what they said, nor would he follow their suggestions. Thus, they continued their search. However, this time, Luofeng's main focus had shifted to searching for the blood voice snake. As for whether pill beasts existed here, he wasn't sure. After all, even after using the X-ray fu, he hadn't detected any traces of a pill beast. But the presence of the blood voice snake around here was something Luofong was quite certain about. Just after Luofong and the others had left for less than a minute, a deafening sound came from not far away, and with it, a massive surge of energy fluctuations. This immediately caused great surprise among those present. Before Luofong and the others could rush over, a voice came from the distance. Don't panic, everyone. A level 6 blood boa snake attacked me just now, but I can handle it on my own. Continue with your own tasks. It seems there are quite a few blood boa snakes here, so everyone should be careful. If you encounter a blood boa snake you can't handle, just call me over. It was Master Wu's voice. After hearing this voice, everyone felt a wave of relief. Since Master Wu himself had spoken up and promised to help, this naturally came as great news for them. After all, even if they could kill a level 6 blood boa snake, they would certainly suffer considerable losses. In the Demon Sea, and in such a dangerous environment, it was naturally better to engage in as few battles as possible. Among these level 6 individuals, some people had already planned to find the pill beast, and then leave immediately afterward. Earn a fortune, and then go. But if you were to tell them to leave now, they had no such plans. Coming all this way, leaving without anything at all would just be hard to accept. The people here, being able to survive for so many years, were definitely no strangers to perilous experiences. The blood voa snake alone wouldn't be enough to scare them off. Originally, according to their plan, nobody should have been caught off guard by a blood voa snake's ambush. It was just that this kind of snake was also the first time they had encountered, and combined with that person being somewhat careless just now, that tragic outcome occurred. At this moment, Master Wu looked at a blood voa snake in front of him, which was only finger-length in size. A smile appeared on his face. As a pill refining master, it was relatively easy for him to detect a blood voa snake, and capturing it was also very convenient. This blood voa snake was a rare and precious medicinal ingredient for refining pills. For him, more would definitely be better. If other people encountered a blood voa snake, and he went to help them, then this blood voa snake would naturally fall into his hands. Until now, Master Wu finally felt that this trip had truly been worthwhile. This was merely the beginning of their arrival here, yet he had already encountered such a rare medicinal ingredient. It seemed that there was a great possibility this place might hold a tomb belonging to a pill refiner. Thinking of this, Master Wu became instantly very excited. Every pill refiner's tomb was a treasure trove for a pill refiner himself. Master Wu thought for a moment. Since he still had use for these level 6 individuals, in order to encourage them to take this matter seriously, he spoke a sentence. I'm extremely interested in the blood voice snake. Who among you can capture one? You can directly exchange it with me for a blood chi pill. If you spot one, and let me know so I can go there. There will also be some rewards. The surrounding level 6 humans, upon hearing Master Wu's words, were first stunned, then their faces revealed excitement and eagerness. They had heard of the blood chi pill before. It was a rather advanced pill among grade 6 pills. It was especially beneficial for the blood energy inside a living body. It could significantly boost one's energy. Even if a large amount of blood was lost from a body, it could help heal quickly. A single blood chi pill could substantially enhance the combat strength of a level 6 human in a short period. Most importantly, the higher the grade of a pill, the more difficult it was to refine one. Chapter 586, Discovering Strange Circumstances. It often requires many attempts before achieving one success. That's exactly why pills are so valuable. Even Master Wu couldn't guarantee producing a single chi blood pill from just one blood demon snake. But if he didn't offer these people some benefits or motivation, they wouldn't put in so much effort either. As long as Master Wu could obtain a chi blood beast this time, giving out a few chi blood pills would be a minor matter. Now is the time for Master Wu to start making serious moves. At this moment, Luofong also felt slightly surprised upon noticing what was happening. He hadn't expected Master Wu to pull off such a trick. This definitely wasn't good news for Luofong. Luofong himself was also in urgent need of blood demon snakes. His request wasn't too high either, just finding one blood demon snake would satisfy him. Of course, he had to see how much reward multiple the offer was. If the reward ratio was high enough, he wouldn't need such a large quantity. Before Luofong could finish thinking, another voice suddenly echoed out. I've also found a blood demon snake. Here comes my chi blood pill. 3 minutes later. Finally, I found one blood demon snake. Didn't expect it to hide this deeply. Good thing my ability is quite special. As long as there's the slightest movement, I can detect it immediately. But this blood demon snake looks so small. Was it really capable of causing such damage to a level 6 NPC? Watch me take it down. This kind of situation continued for half an hour. During this time, a total of 7 blood demon snakes were discovered. This was thanks to these humans using their special abilities. Originally, they had intended to search for beasts suitable for pill forging. Now they redirected these abilities to locating blood demon snakes, and the effect was quite good. All 7 of the discovered blood demon snakes had already fallen into Master Wu's hands. Master Wu currently only had one chi blood pill in hand. He took that pill and completed a trade with the first person who approached him. As the others saw Master Wu genuinely nachu a chi blood pill for the trade, they immediately became much more enthusiastic. That's exactly why so many blood demon snakes could be found and eliminated within such a short 30-minute period. Although Master Wu now had no chi blood pills left, these humans were still willing to hand over the blood demon snake corpses to him. They had complete trust in Master Wu. A pill-forging master wouldn't possibly bother stealing these small blood demon snake corpses from them. This situation, which originally caused anxiety because of blood demon snakes injuring people, turned into a happy event. Merely obtaining a single chi blood pill was already a massive gain for them. These people were all in great moods now. However, Luofeng's mood was terrible. Everyone else had made gains except for him alone. That left Luofeng feeling very upset. Inequality troubled people far more than simple scarcity. So much so that Luofeng nearly couldn't restrain himself from attacking others to seize the blood demon snakes they found. Finally, after much intense deliberation, Luofeng decided against such action. He couldn't bring himself to steal from others. The most important reason was that his live streaming room had many viewers. Acting that way would severely affect his image. After seeing this incident, the audience in the live streaming room all expressed great sympathy for Luofeng's misfortune. Xiao Luo, although you didn't encounter any blood demon snake, perhaps this isn't a bad thing. After all, your strength still has a significant gap compared to these level 6 NPCs. Even if a blood demon snake appeared directly in front of you, you wouldn't be able to defeat it. Don't wander too far from Feng Qingyang. Otherwise, I'd even worry that if you ran into danger, he wouldn't be able to arrive in time to rescue you. No idea what exactly a blood demon snake is, but if it can be exchanged for a level 6 pill from Master Wu, that must be extremely valuable. I just asked my teacher, a level 4 pill master, about something regarding level 6 pills. He said that a high-grade level 6 pill could easily sell for millions, even several millions of ocean coins. It's entirely possible. Judging from these people's reactions, the value of this chi blood pill must absolutely be extraordinary. If one could obtain such a pill, one would definitely become wealthy. Damn, is a chi blood pill really that valuable? I wonder what functions a chi blood pill might have. Maybe eating one would allow someone to level up multiple times? Right now I really hope Xiao Luo can obtain a chi blood pill, and better yet, offer it as a prize. That would be really exciting. Luofeng's current mood was far from good. He didn't have the heart to pay attention to these comments from the viewers. Luofeng was indeed quite far away from Feng Qingyang right now. That was because the two of them hadn't managed to find any blood demon snake. To increase the chances of discovery, they could only split up and act separately. This way, their search area would be much larger, and they would have a better chance of locating a blood demon snake. But even with this approach, they still hadn't found one. Just as Luofeng was complaining whether this had anything to do with his low luck value, suddenly, his expression changed. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. At the same time, his movements started to slow down, as if he had discovered something extremely important. That was indeed the case. Using his X-ray talisman, Luofeng noticed something unusual about the soil ahead. The middle part was hollow. It looked just like a snake burrow. But Luofeng knew that this wasn't a snake burrow. It was actually a blood demon snake lying hidden in the dirt. Only its head was visible outside. Faced with this situation, Luofeng felt extremely excited. He had finally found a blood demon snake. This would finally be his first successful discovery. Now Luofeng began considering how to capture this blood demon snake. It wouldn't be easy to catch one. Previously, one of the other people who had discovered a blood demon snake tried to catch it by himself, so he could trade it to Master Wu for a chi blood pill. But in the end, the blood demon snake still escaped. Without some techniques, it was still very easy for the blood demon snake to flee. Since that was the case, Luofeng had no intention of hiding his abilities. He decided directly to kill this blood demon snake. The viewers in Luofeng's live streaming room, seeing this scene, felt extremely curious about Luofeng's actions. They all stared intently at the direction in front of Luofeng. Why has Xiao Luo suddenly started acting so strangely? It looks like he must have discovered something, right? But why can't I see anything? I can't see anything either. I suspect Xiao Luo might have made a mistake. There's absolutely nothing there in front. It definitely can't be a level 6 blood demon snake. If Xiao Luo really had discovered a blood demon snake, they should have fled immediately, rather than choosing to fight. These viewers wanted to see Luofeng face off against the blood demon snake, but none of them wished for him to confront it alone. If, heaven forbid, Luofeng were killed by the blood demon snake, they would truly feel terrible. Previously, quite a few players had received prizes through Luofeng's livestream. Each person who received a prize quickly saw their strength improved. Their lives had been changed thanks to Luofeng. Therefore, these people felt very grateful toward Luofeng. Just as these viewers were buzzing with discussion and wild speculation, they saw a fire lotus condense in front of Luofeng. This fire lotus was not created using his special flame fusion ability. Instead, he used his ice and fire fusion technique. Mainly, he was worried about Wudashi, who came from the burning hall. If he used the flame Fun Sao decree and was recognized by Wudashi, things could become problematic. Once Wudashi found out this information, regardless of whether he attacked Luofeng or not, Luofeng couldn't let him leave this place. Luofeng wasn't afraid of Wudashi. What worried him was that Wudashi would report this to Feng Han. Right now, Luofeng had no way of dealing with a demigod-ranked human. It would be better to lay low and develop quietly for now. After Luofeng finished developing, if Feng Han didn't look for trouble, that would be fine. But if Feng Han insisted on courting disaster by provoking Luofeng, then he couldn't blame Luofeng for being merciless. Once this ice and fire divine lotus, fused with vast amounts of divine fire, was formed, it flew straight toward the blood demon snake without any delay. To ensure success and eliminate the blood demon snake as quickly as possible, Luofeng also activated the stun ability of his SSS rank talent. He immediately immobilized the blood demon snake in place. The fire lotus flew straight onto the snake's body. With a tremendous bang, seabed mud mixed with powerful energy scattered outward in all directions. Luofeng kept his full attention fixed on the blood demon snake's body. As soon as the explosion occurred, The snake's body was directly torn into pieces. This turned the originally not-so-large blood demon snake into something even harder to find. Facing this situation, Luofeng's expression changed. He had gone too far. He had clearly overestimated the blood demon snake's defense power. Luofeng had previously worried that one attack wouldn't kill the blood demon snake, so he had poured a great deal of divine fire energy into the attack. Now it turned out he had blown the blood demon snake into fragments. This startled Luofeng slightly. He still needed the blood demon snake's body. Without hesitation, he rushed straight toward the scattered fragments of the blood demon snake's body. Fortunately, the blood demon snake was at least a level 6 wild monster, and quite unique at that. After some effort, Luofeng finally succeeded in collecting several pieces of its body. At the same time, a system prompt rang inside his mind. Hearing this sound, Luofeng couldn't help but smile joyfully. Sure enough, he had succeeded after all. You obtained level 6 blood demon snake, +1. You obtained level 6 divine fire, +1. 100,000x reward. You obtained level 6 blood demon snake, +100,000. You obtained level 6 divine fire, +100,000. In addition to obtaining 100,000 blood demon snakes, he also gained 100,000 wisps of divine fire, an impressive haul for Luofeng. It was unknown how long these blood demon snakes had been here. All surrounding life had already been devoured. Therefore, they remained in this state. The amount of divine fire contained inside them wasn't particularly great. Luofeng's mood now could only be described as extremely happy. He immediately began to examine the attributes of the level 6 blood demon snake. Previously, he'd only heard about them from others. Now that the blood demon snake was in his hands, he naturally wanted to personally check its exact attributes. A familiar interface appeared before his eyes. Blood demon snake. Level 6. Description: an extremely unique type of snake. It possesses very sharp teeth, but is non-venomous. Once it enters another organism, it begins to consume its host's flesh and blood, instantly capable of splitting and reproducing itself. Unless something stops it, eventually the host will be completely devoured. Then, the blood demon snake will swallow every one of its split offspring back into its body to increase its own strength. Although blood demon snakes often appear in large numbers within a certain area, they usually act alone, to avoid competing for food. After reading the blood demon snake's introduction, an expression of deep contemplation appeared on Luofeng's face. This blood demon snake really was quite unique. Previously, he had been puzzled about the person whose body had been entered by the blood demon snake, yet contained multiple snakes inside. If they could reproduce like this, the number of blood demon snakes would probably be enormous. So, in the end, only one remained. At this moment, the Zhiboijian fell into complete silence. All viewers had been shocked by Luofeng's actions. A level 6 creature had been instantly killed by Luofeng. Wasn't that terrifying? You must understand, these players were still at level 1. Even facing level 1 wild monsters, they couldn't achieve an instant kill. Higher level monsters would only result in them being instantly killed instead. Only players with high rank talents could challenge creatures above their level. Even then, they could handle at most 1 or 2. Luckily, some players finally recovered. After all, they had already spent many days in this ocean world. Their psychological endurance had already improved. Especially those players who often watched Luofeng's live stream. They had already become somewhat accustomed to shocking events. Is this real or fake? Did I misread what just happened? Those fragments in Xiao Luo's hand. They couldn't possibly be the corpse of the blood demon snake? A single fire lotus completely exploded a level 6 blood demon snake. Even novels wouldn't dare to write something like this. This small corpse, it really can't be a level 6 blood demon snake, right? Looks more like an ordinary loach. I suspect it's only a level 1 loach. No matter whether this is truly a level 6 blood demon snake or not, judging from the explosion just now, that fire lotus attack from Xiao Luo is simply far more powerful. I'm so jealous that Xiao Luo owns that ring old man. I seriously suspect all of Xiao Luo's achievements and strengths come from that ring old man. Why hasn't that ring old man chosen me? I must say, I'm also an S-rank fire attribute talent. If I could obtain that ring old man, I would definitely surpass Luofeng. While Luofeng was still studying the blood demon snake, Feng Qingyang had already arrived beside him. Feng Qingyang was standing relatively close to Luofeng. Chapter 588, The Bond Beast Appears. That's why he arrived quickly. As for the others, even if they sensed the changes here, it would still take them some time to arrive. When Feng Qingyang saw the huge crater before Luofeng, his expression slightly changed. One must understand, the seabed mud isn't easily destroyed. The fact that a single strike could create such a large crater already showed that Luofeng's destructive power was nothing to scoff at. However, he didn't dwell on this much further. After all, considering Luofeng had managed to kill the golden horn python, his strength wasn't something to be particularly worried about. His attention was drawn to Luofeng's right hand, on which was the now shattered corpse of the blood demon snake. When he recognized it as a blood demon snake, this time he couldn't remain calm. If someone told him Luofeng had struck out a large crater, that was something he could accept. But if you told him Luofeng had instantly killed a grade 6 blood demon snake with a single strike, he'd find it difficult to believe immediately. Because earlier, when others encountered blood demon snakes, he had also gone to observe. A grade 6 blood demon snake wasn't an easy opponent to deal with at all. At the very least, a grade 6 human expert, without some special techniques, would find it impossible to even capture a blood demon snake. And yet Luofeng killed it with one strike. Even he himself wouldn't be able to produce such an effect. Judging from this, he clearly hadn't fully grasped Luofeng's actual strength. Could it be that Luofeng had already reached grade 6? Or perhaps even grade 7? Feng Qingyang dared not continue thinking along these lines, and immediately shook his head. Luofeng had only been here for less than 10 days. If he had reached grade 6 by then, while it took him several decades to reach the same level, the contrast was just too great. No matter what, he couldn't accept such a possibility. Just as Feng Qingyang was still immersed in his thoughts, someone else had already arrived. This was none other than Master Wu. Master Wu remained highly enthusiastic about collecting blood demon snakes. Because previously, Others had tried to kill them alone, only for the snakes to escape eventually. But with him present, such a thing wouldn't happen. However, if someone else discovered a blood demon snake, he wouldn't immediately step in to assist. Only when that person clearly couldn't deal with the snake would he intervene, so as not to give others the impression that he wanted to profit from their efforts. More importantly, Master Wu had suddenly thought of an excellent plan to attract the Chi-blood beast. This would require the use of the blood demon snake as a key ingredient. Generally speaking, any beast born from a pill would be extremely sensitive to the medicinal ingredients used in the creation of that pill, and would also enjoy eating them. So he came up with an idea. But he would need quite a few parts of the blood demon snake's body. Since he was certain there were no Chi-blood beasts nearby, he needed to expand the search area. And if he added this particular blood demon snake that Luofong had, he could start producing the beast-attracting pill. This was a special pill specifically used to attract various beasts, because certain medicinal ingredients that alchemists needed could be found on the bodies of beasts. With the presence of the beast-attracting pill, certain special beasts could be lured out. Of course, different beasts required different variations of the beast-attracting pill. As for creating one specifically to attract beasts, this would be his first attempt. It would probably take several attempts before success. Thus, he needed to prepare more materials in advance. Otherwise, halfway through production, if he ran out of materials, where else could he find these blood demon snakes? Therefore, when Master Wu sensed something happening around Luofong, he rushed over quickly. Originally, Master Wu's mood had been quite pleasant. It seemed he would soon be able to attract the Bon Beast. However, when he arrived and saw what Luofong held in his hand, he was completely stunned. The corpse of the blood demon snake Luofong held was at most only half a body. That alone was already bad enough. Moreover, even this half had been shattered into various fragments. If he hadn't seen a blood demon snake before, he wouldn't even have been able to recognize it as one now. Noticing this situation, Master Wu's expression gradually became complex. He had come here originally intending to help Luofong. Never did he imagine that Luofong alone could actually kill a grade 6 blood demon snake with one strike. Could it be that this so-called rookie actually possessed some unique techniques? Sometimes, a rookie wasn't necessarily weak. After all, nobody who arrived here was truly weak. The weak ones wouldn't dare to come. Better than nothing. Master Wu's perception of Luofong had already changed significantly. For him, this was somewhat of a surprising discovery. Luofeng's powerful strength would also prove beneficial for some of his upcoming operations. He had a premonition that there must be a pill master's tomb here. As long as he could seize the opportunity, he might even find a chance to reach level 8. Above level 6, each upgrade was extremely difficult. Especially during the tribulation, even the slightest mistake could lead to death. Even he, as a pill master, was no exception. Thinking about this, Master Wu smiled and said, I didn't expect you, Xiao Luo, to actually be this strong. To kill a grade 6 blood demon snake with just one strike. Indeed, new talents continue to emerge. This time, our team's strength has grown again. I wonder, do you have any intention of selling that blood demon snake corpse in your hand to me? I promise I won't treat you unfairly. Right now, Master Wu had a rather favorable impression of Luofong. Later, when he lured out the Bon Beast, he would need these people to help intercept it. If it were just an ordinary grade 6 beast, he could capture it with ease. But this was the Chi-blood beast. Its combat power was extremely formidable. The Don Beast also felt no pain. Thus, intercepting it would require the joint effort of everyone. Upon hearing Master Wu say this, Luofong wasn't surprised. Luofong currently had a full 100,000 grade 6 blood demon snakes. He didn't care much for this defective one. Moreover, Luofong also needed Master Wu to attract the Bon Beast. Once Luofong got the Don Beast into his hands, he could mass-produce the Chi-blood pills. That way, his plan to open a pharmacy inside the Devil's Sea would finally have the foundation in pills. Thinking about this, Luofong smiled and said, This blood demon snake is already so damaged, I'll just give it to you. I don't have any use for it anyway. When Master Wu heard Luofong say this, he was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that Luofong would give him half a blood demon snake corpse. After all, even half a corpse was worth a considerable amount of money. If sold, he would receive at least close to 1 million ocean coins. A complete corpse would naturally be even more valuable. Of course, this did not include the spirit fire, which was priced separately. Master Wu opened his mouth and said, Since that's the case, then I shall. Before Master Wu could finish his sentence, suddenly a voice rang out. The Bon Beast has appeared. Hurry up and come. It is chasing the blood-red blood demon snake that emerged from my companion's corpse. Chapter 589 Stopping the Blood Demon Snake. Upon hearing this sound, Master Wu's face changed drastically. Without the slightest hesitation, his body darted directly toward that direction. He completely ignored Luofeng's situation, as if a single moment's delay would mean missing the Dan Beast. Almost in the blink of an eye, Master Wu's figure vanished from Luofeng's sight. Luofeng watched in mild shock. Looks like Master Wu was quite powerful indeed. At least in terms of speed, he wasn't weak at all. Luofeng didn't stay for long either, advancing toward the direction the sound had come from. There were others Luofeng could allow to take over, but not the Dan Beast. Luofeng must obtain the Dan Beast himself. His body moved swiftly. The audience watching in the live broadcast, upon seeing this situation, were similarly shocked and revealed extremely excited expressions on their faces. They naturally favored more exciting content. This live broadcast has been going on for a while, and finally, we're encountering a Dan Beast. I wonder what the Dan Beast looks like. From its name, it should be pretty adorable. I wonder if just one bite of the Dan Beast's meat would significantly enhance one's strength. What a shame. With 2 level 7 humans here, Xiao Luo has absolutely no chance of obtaining the Dan Beast. If Xiao Luo could get it, perhaps he'd even use it to draw lots? However, being able to witness the battle of high-level humans is also a good option. Truly unexpected, Xiao Luo actually gave the blood demon snake he just obtained to Master Wu. It seems like Xiao Luo wants to ingratiate himself with Master Wu. After all, a level 7 alchemy master holds considerable weight. While the viewers were discussing, Luofong had already rushed toward that direction. Luofong could see from afar. Around that person appeared a figure fully crimson in color. It was the blood demon snake who had absorbed massive amounts of blood and flesh. In this state, the blood demon snake had experienced a great enhancement in power. An ordinary level 6 human probably wouldn't stand a chance against the blood demon snake in this form. This was the blood demon snake in battle mode. However, the result Luofong saw left him startled. Now, this blood demon snake was actually fleeing frantically. Chasing behind it was a round, red ball-like creature. That instantly startled Luofong. This should be the legendary Dan Beast, right? Luofong could even discern some animal features on the Dan Beast's body. At least its mouth was instantly recognizable. And behind the Dan Beast was a group of people following closely. It was indeed Master Wu and others. Right now, only Master Wu and Songrindo, the two level 7 humans, could keep pace with the Dan Beast, even slightly faster than the Dan Beast itself. If this trend continued, it would just be a matter of time before they caught up. Witnessing this situation, Luofeng's brows furrowed tightly. No way, no how. If those two managed to grab the Dan Beast, even if Luofeng could seize the Dan Beast afterward, it would already be too late. The items already handled by others were something Luofeng's system wouldn't accept. At that point, the difference wouldn't be a mere 1 or 2. The loss for Luofeng would be calculated in multiples. Thinking of this, Luofeng started to contemplate solutions. He began thinking while moving. His body was also heading toward the direction of the Dan Beast. However, speed wasn't exactly Luofeng's specialty, and he couldn't keep up with them at all. Feng Qingyang, on the other hand, could catch up easily. In this situation, Luofeng could only feel a sense of helplessness. Looks like in the future, he would need to focus on improving his speed. Perhaps acquiring a divine speed skill would be best. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. As the Dan Beast was about to be caught by those people, suddenly, Luofeng came up with an idea. He immediately used the paralysis ability on the blood demon snake, which was just a short distance ahead of the Dan Beast. Originally, the distance between the blood demon snake and the Dan Beast hadn't been far. Combined with Luofeng's paralysis, the blood demon snake, fleeing at full speed, suddenly came to a halt. This really shocked the people chasing from behind. Of course, the Dan Beast was also somewhat surprised. However, since the blood demon snake had suddenly stopped, this was a perfect opportunity for the Dan Beast. Normally, chasing down the blood demon snake would require some extra effort. Its escape speed had indeed been quite fast. But the situation was different now. The Chi blood Dan Beast arrived beside the blood demon snake's body and directly bit through half of it, swallowing it into its stomach. The blood demon snake's body would soon recover its mobility. The blood demon snake, now reduced to half its original size, could still move, but its speed had already been affected. Right after that, the Chi blood Dan Beast bit the remaining part of the blood demon snake to death and swallowed it into its stomach. The entire process lasted less than 3 seconds. Its speed was incredibly fast. Normally speaking, when two level 6 creatures fought, killing each other was relatively difficult. At the very least, a battle wouldn't end in just a few seconds like this. There was actually a reason for this. The Chi blood Dan Beast had a natural advantage over the blood demon snake. The blood demon snake's usual techniques were practically ineffective against the Chi blood Dan Beast. Therefore, when the blood demon snake encountered the Chi blood Dan Beast, aside from fleeing, it had absolutely no way of resisting. The humans behind, upon witnessing this situation, all displayed extremely shocked expressions on their faces. They were beings of level 6 and level 7. Their perception abilities were indeed quite strong. Moreover, all their attention had been focused on the blood demon snake and the Dan Beast. Therefore, they were able to notice the change in the blood demon snake's body. It was precisely because of this that they felt so astonished. How could a level 6 blood demon snake suddenly stop moving? It was the kind of abrupt halt, without any reaction time at all. Precisely because of this, the Chi blood Dan Beast was able to instantly kill the blood demon snake. Could it be that the Chi blood Dan Beast also had an ability to immobilize its enemies? At this moment, everyone turned their attention toward Master Wu. Among them, only Master Wu was truly familiar with Dan Beasts. If Master Wu knew about the Chi blood Dan Beast's abilities but didn't disclose them to others, then they might very likely encounter the same situation. If one was suddenly immobilized during combat, the consequences would be simply unimaginable. Master Wu, seeing the reactions of the crowd, understood exactly what they were thinking. Now that they had already seen the Chi blood Dan Beast, he couldn't afford to allow these people to develop doubts or lose trust in him at this moment. Chapter 590. I haven't seen that either. As he rapidly moved forward, he said, this ability to immobilize, it's really something I've never seen before. I didn't know that a blood Chi beast could have such a capability. In theory, the blood Chi beast should only possess the effects found in the blood Chi pill, maybe even amplifying those effects. Therefore, the fact that this blood Chi beast can use such an ability is somewhat surprising to me. It might be a new ability the blood Chi beast has recently acquired. Everyone, there's no need to panic. Judging from the blood voice snake's reaction earlier, it could be immobilized for less than a second. There are so many of us here, nothing serious should happen. If I can get close enough to the blood Chi beast, I should be able to take control of it easily. I won't go into further details now. As long as we can capture the beast, I will immediately fulfill my promise to you. I'll hand out 6 gray pills right there and then. Make sure the beast doesn't escape. Upon hearing Master Wu's words, everyone instantly became excited. Being able to obtain the pills in advance was great news for them. Once they had the pills, they would have many more options. They could either take the pill and return home or continue exploring. More importantly, with the pill, their powers could be greatly enhanced. In no time, all of them started unleashing their ultimate techniques, charging toward the blood Chi beast. Watching as the group got closer and closer to the blood Chi beast, Luofong felt a bit concerned. It looked like, in less than 10 seconds, they would catch up to the blood Chi beast. Luofong had already made up his mind. If the blood Chi beast ended up in a fight and was clearly at a disadvantage, he would step in directly and rescue it. As someone who loved small creatures, Luofong naturally couldn't bear to see such a cute little animal being killed. He planned to capture the beast and take good care of it with proper food and shelter. Then he could ask it to vomit out a few pills in return. Would that be too much? Actually, Luofong had no intention of killing the blood beast. After all, a live beast was far more valuable than a dead one. The audience watching the live stream naturally followed Luofeng's line of sight, witnessing the scene unfolding not far away. These viewers were extremely excited now. Such a high-level battle could only be witnessed through Luofeng's live stream, so of course they had to watch it closely. The blood chi beast is in some trouble now. It seems like it's about to be captured, but I wonder how strong the round little beast really is. Now I finally understand what a blood chi beast truly is. So basically, it's a massive blood chi pill. If you could obtain this blood chi beast, it could last you for a very long time. Even a pig could gain multiple levels by consuming it. I don't know where one can find these beasts. My alchemy master just checked up some references. He said if I could find a beast for him, I could become his most trusted disciple. He would pass down to me all the alchemical knowledge he possesses. Plus, he said he'd let me marry his daughter. That's why I now have an extreme desire for this beast. Just as everyone thought the blood chi beast was about to be caught, something quite surprising happened all of a sudden. They saw a red glow shining from the body of the blood chi beast. The next moment, the blood chi beast accelerated rapidly forward. Its speed increased dramatically. It left the chasing humans far behind. The live stream audience, after seeing this, were all thrown into disarray. Originally, they had expected a big fight, an epic battle between humans and the beast. But now the blood chi beast had simply run away. This completely shocked the audience. No way. Is the blood chi beast just going to run away like this? That doesn't fit the name blood chi beast at all. How come it shows no sign of bravery? If it were me, I'd definitely charge straight ahead and fight these humans. Either they die or I do. Bro, you're just a level 0 player. Don't talk big now. You aren't embarrassed, but I feel embarrassed for you. You should really focus on leveling up first. Right now, even a level 1 monster might make you run around in panic. I, on the contrary, hope the beast escapes. Because I am a true lover of pills. I really adore these pills. I wish everyone would stop eating them. Seeing you swallow pills causes me great pain. I hope you'll hand the pills over to me instead. Luofong now finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, fighting so many level 7 and level 6 humans alone would be quite challenging. The most critical point was this. They had all come out together. In the end, only Luofong and Feng Qingyang would return alive. That might lead to some unfortunate consequences. Luofong himself wasn't too worried about this. He had never planned to return to Dark Knight Guardian City in the first place. But Feng Qingyang might encounter trouble. Feng Qingyang's home was still inside Mist City. So if possible, Luofong would rather not take action. Even if he did take action, he needed an excuse. Besides, with so many people watching, nothing major should happen. But something like killing all of them just over a treasure hunt would be hard to justify. When Wu Master and others witnessed this development, their expressions immediately changed. Was the pill beast they were about to capture really going to escape like this? Although Song Rindo wasn't an alchemist himself, he had always longed for the blood chi beast as well, because it was he who brought Master Wu here. Once Master Wu obtained the blood chi beast, he would also gain many benefits. This was already agreed upon between him and Master Wu beforehand. Therefore, when Song Rindo saw the blood chi beast about to disappear, he felt extremely anxious. He immediately started channeling energy from his body and even considered using his divine technique to chase after the blood chi beast. He shouted to the others behind him, "I'll go first. Whatever happens, don't let the blood chi beast leave this place. We cannot just watch as the blood chi beast escapes from us." Before he could start moving, Master Wu beside him already spoke up. "There's no need to rush. Now that the blood chi beast has appeared, I definitely won't let it escape. But we also cannot waste too much energy chasing after it. There might actually be an alchemist's tomb here waiting for us. We'll just maintain this current speed." Chapter 591, Three-Den Beasts. The chi and blood pill beast moved away from us, and it had used such powerful energy. The lingering aura was still very noticeable. As long as I follow this trail closely, I can find the chi and blood pill beast. Of course, this method still cannot guarantee a 100% success rate. Therefore, we also cannot afford to be careless. Let's hurry over as soon as possible. Upon hearing the words of Master Wu, Song Rindo also stopped the divine skill he had been preparing to release. He started moving forward along with Master Wu. Among these level 6 humans, there were also some who were particularly skilled in sensing energy. This made their actions much more convenient. Thus, these people began to rapidly approach the chi and blood pill beast. Luofong could naturally hear all their conversations. Master Wu had intentionally spoken out loud on purpose. He wanted everyone in the surrounding area to know. At this moment, Master Wu already had a vague premonition in his heart. The direction the chi and blood pill beast fled might contain a major discovery. Because the dwelling place of the chi and blood pill beast definitely wouldn't be ordinary. It might even be located inside the tomb of a pill master. If that was the case, then by following the chi and blood pill beast, they might actually find the tomb of a pill master. In that case, their gains would certainly not just be limited to obtaining a level 6 pill beast. This was also why, when Master Wu first saw the chi and blood pill beast, he hadn't immediately used his full strength. As a true pill master, he had various techniques up his sleeve. Once he unleashed his divine flame and coordinated it with some tools, he still had the chance to capture the chi and blood pill beast. Besides, a level 6 chi and blood pill beast was enough for him to deploy some power of divine fire. However, precisely because he considered this, he didn't start off with his ultimate techniques. At this point, Luofong and Feng Qingyang didn't feel the need to be overly anxious. They could just follow these people for now. Through the mind-reading talisman, Luofong naturally knew what Master Wu was thinking. Originally, Luofong had no intention of using the mind-reading talisman lightly. Now that the chi and blood pill beast had already appeared, for the sake of obtaining it, he was still willing to pay some cost. The chi and blood pill beast held great importance for Luofong. Right now, Luofong was only level 4, and a level 6 chi and blood pill would provide him with tremendous benefits. Possibly, just one level 6 chi and blood pill would allow Luofong to battle for an extended period. Luofeng's combat capability had always been extremely strong, capable of fighting continuously for 18 hours without feeling any fatigue at all. With pill enhancement effects added, the result would be even more terrifying. Currently, Luofong didn't have many other ideas. He would just follow them and act accordingly. Whether Luofong could become rich and prosperous would all depend on the efforts of these people. Thus, they quickly set off along the way. They didn't encounter any strange monsters on the road. Even common marine fish were surprisingly scarce. At this point, Luofong also had some understanding of the reason behind this phenomenon. The scarcity of life here might likely be related to those blood demon snakes. Perhaps the blood demon snakes had already devoured most of the surrounding creatures. 10 minutes passed like this. Luofong and the others had advanced quite a distance. Earlier, their main purpose around here was searching, so they hadn't gone too far. But the situation was somewhat different now. They were chasing after a level 6 blood demon snake. Already, they had traveled over 30 kilometers. And this was not even at their fastest speed. They had also changed direction several times along the way, yet they seemed to have no sign of stopping. Nobody knew how long this chase would last. After noticing this, Luofong slightly frowned. Had they lost the trail? If that was really the case, it would indeed be quite awkward. Luofong, being cautious, decided to use the mind-reading talisman again to see what Master Wu was thinking. After using the talisman, Luofong slightly relaxed. Master Wu and the others were still quite accurately tracking the Qi and Blood Pill Beast trail. However, they were also feeling rather puzzled. How could the Qi and Blood Pill Beast run this far, just to capture a blood demon snake? That probably meant it had nothing better to do. Of course, that last sentence was Luofeng's own inner thought. Pill beasts probably didn't have such emotions. Although Luofong had already relaxed a bit, the audience in his live stream had no idea. At this moment, the chat in the live stream was already bursting with discussions. No way, another boring phase again. For all we know, you guys might as well be here for an underwater tour. Your live stream content doesn't match the title at all. You said this was a tomb raiding live stream. Yet until now, I haven't even seen a shadow of a tomb. I'm going to report you for false advertising. Too bad there isn't a report button here. Nanny, is the title of this live stream really about tomb raiding? I didn't even know the stream's name until now. I thought maybe Show Luo's live stream this time was about hunting for pill beasts. From what I see, there's nothing related to tombs at all. Could it be a tomb located deep under the sea? This time, neither Show Luo nor the pill beasts can be obtained. Brothers, I'm leaving too. Call me back when something exciting happens in the stream. I just noticed a female streamer buying an eel. I want to check out how she plans to cook that eel. While these players continued their discussion, about 3 more minutes passed. Indeed, the number of viewers in the live stream had decreased somewhat. After all, if people come to watch a stream and see nothing interesting, they won't stay for long. Actually, there was another even more important reason. Luofong hadn't held any lottery draws. Most of the players who came into Luofeng's live stream were here mainly for the prizes. They were very pragmatic. Without a lottery draw, they would just leave. At that moment, Wu Master, who had been moving forward quickly, suddenly stopped. Everyone noticed and immediately stopped as well. They shifted their attention toward the front. They didn't look too closely at first, but once they did, they were genuinely startled. 3 pill beasts of different colors were playing together. Among them was the Qi and Blood Pill Beast they had just encountered. Seeing this scene, the people around all showed expressions of hard-to-hide excitement. However, they didn't dare to act rashly, afraid of alarming them and scaring off the pill beasts. Among these people, besides Master Wu, no one else was more excited than him. As a true pill master. Chapter 592, No Effect. He knew and understood Danso much more than ordinary people. Originally, obtaining a Danso was already considered a quite satisfying gain for him. If he could acquire 3 different Danso in one time, he would truly gain too much. Even an 8th-tier alchemist might not necessarily own a Danso. Mainly, the conditions for the formation of a Danso were extremely strict. Moreover, it required a massive amount of energy resources to be invested. The possibility of deliberately cultivating a Danso on purpose was extremely low. Thinking of this, Master Wu's mood became even more excited. He carefully whispered to those around him, "We don't need to continue advancing. Lying in ambush here will suffice. Later, I will take out the body of the 6th grade blood demon snake to lure the Qi and Blood Danso. Once the Qi and Blood Danso comes near, we will directly and quickly strike to capture it. Remember, we should catch it alive if possible. The value of a living Danso is much greater than a dead one. Only the other 2 Danso remain. After we deal with this one, we will go after them. If we manage to capture 1 Danso, the rewards I promised before will not change. But if we can capture all 3 Danso, all the previous rewards will be tripled. Moreover, from now on, I can give each of you 3 grade 6 pills for free every year. Not only that, I will also give you my contact information. You can buy pills from me at cost price. What do you think about this?" After hearing what Master Wu said, everyone around sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, Master Wu truly made a huge gesture. Other than Master Wu himself, there were 7 other people here. The mere free pills given away had already amounted to over 20. Probably even if Master Wu neither ate nor drank nor cultivated, he might not be able to produce this many 6th-tier pills in an entire year. If they were ordinary pills, Master Wu naturally wouldn't have any problems. But when it came to pills involving divine flames, the refinement of such pills would not be so simple. Merely the success rate alone already made alchemists feel extremely tricky. This was also why a single pill was so expensive. Alchemists could easily spend quite some time crafting just a few pills. That was precisely why these people were so astonished at the sheer number of pills given away. They also knew that Danso must be extremely valuable. But they never could have imagined that Master Wu was willing to offer such a large number of pills as a reward. They naturally had thought of attempting to claim the Danso for themselves. However, there were 2 7th-tier individuals here. They, at the 6th-tier level, would have no way of secretly keeping anything. Moreover, they might not even be able to defeat a 6th-tier Danso. After all, they had just witnessed the abilities of the Qi and Blood Danso. It could bite a 6th-tier blood demon snake in half in one bite. Its attacking power was definitely not weak. If a 6th-tier human fought against a 6th-tier Qi and Blood Danso, the outcome might really be uncertain. They had not yet seen the actual combat capability of a Bonso. But in any case, these people had already decided to help Master Wu acquire these 3 Danso. In this way, they could also gain significant benefits. Thinking of this, the players began speaking softly. Master Wu, you can give your instructions directly. We will all listen to you. After all, none of us are alchemists. We wouldn't have any use for Bonso. We will just help you capture them all. That's exactly right. Master Wu, from the very beginning, tell us what you want us to do. And we'll do it. You should already know our abilities. Tell us, what should we do next? I also hope Master Wu can obtain the Bonso. This means that the Buoha might be able to have an 8th tier alchemist. This would be absolutely great news for others in the Buoha. Master Wu felt quite happy hearing such words. This was the treatment one could only receive as an alchemist. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare provoke an alchemist recklessly. Still, Master Wu also knew time was pressing, and he couldn't think too much here. He began to focus on a bottle of potion. He slowly said, "The potion in my hand is specially refined for the Soul Beast pill. Originally, I intended to make pills that could specifically attract the Qian blood Danso. Who knew that the Qian blood on stir came out on its own? In this case, I don't need to refine the Soul Beast pills anymore. From the previous situation, it's clear that the blood Wusi still had a considerable appeal to the Qian blood Danso. Coupled with the urgency of time now, I plan to directly use the body of the blood demon snake along with this potion to lure the Qian blood Dan beast over. There's no time to waste. We will start now. All of you follow my arrangements precisely." Very quickly, these people positioned themselves according to Master Wu's instructions and concealed themselves at various spots. They had all made preparations for battle at any moment. Once the Qian blood Dan beast entered this range, they would immediately take action. At this moment, Master Wu stood among them. He took out the corpse of the blood demon snake he had obtained earlier. Then he swiftly poured the potion over the snake's body. Immediately afterward, he quickly retreated and hid at a nearby spot. Then, everyone focused their attention on the 3 Dan beasts, wanting to see how the Dan beasts would react. After watching for about a minute, everyone's expressions began to turn somewhat awkward. Because those 3 Dan beasts seemed completely unaffected by what was happening here, they were still playfully messing around, looking extremely cheerful, while they could only stand here foolishly. Had this not been Master Wu's own plan, these people would have already started complaining. Though they dared not voice their dissatisfaction, the viewers in Luofeng's live stream had nothing to fear. After all, this was basically the internet. And as for what kinds of people existed online, everyone knew full well. The players began to heavily criticize. This situation is kind of awkward. Isn't Master Wu a 7th tier pill master? Why isn't his method working? Could he possibly be a fake? So far, hasn't he basically never displayed any evidence of his pill refinement abilities? I just want to say, you guys are seriously too timid. If I had 6th tier strength, I'd have already charged forward and fought these Dan beasts for 300 rounds. But sadly, I'm currently only level 0. After I told my master about the scene I'm watching, Chapter 593, Temptation. When he heard that 3 Danso had appeared at the same time, he was already too excited to remain conscious. Tell me, if an alchemist faints, how do you suggest we save them? As far as I know, there is only one way to save them: artificial respiration. Of course, that's only theoretical knowledge. I've never actually practiced it, but my master is a male. I can't exactly perform mouth-to-mouth on him. Seeing this situation, Master Wu frowned. This indeed went beyond his expectations. He had been quite confident in his plan. Who would have thought that such a situation would occur? It made him feel somewhat frustrated. Thinking for a moment, he stepped out from the shadows, approaching the bodies of the blood demon snakes. Without much hesitation, he took out a knife, cut his finger, and drew blood. Everyone present inhaled sharply, confused about what he was about to do. Then, they saw Master Wu drip his own blood onto the corpses of the blood demon snakes. This made the corpses appear even more vivid and fresh, giving them an eerie and terrifying look. The scene had become excessively bloody. The people seemed to understand what Master Wu intended to do. When Master Wu had dripped enough blood, something truly astonishing actually happened. Among the 3 Danshou in the distance, the Qian blood Danshou suddenly turned its attention toward their direction, as if it had sensed something. The Qian blood Danshou didn't linger for long and began moving toward them. Seeing this, everyone felt extremely excited. The Qian blood Danshou had truly taken the bait. At this moment, Master Wu's mood was also filled with excitement. Finally, his plan had started to work. Blood demon snakes become powerful only when consuming blood. That was why he had used this move to see if it would succeed. Without much thought, he immediately found a place to hide, waiting patiently for the arrival of the Qian blood Danshou. Right now, everyone focused intently on watching the 3 Danshou. After sensing something, the Qian blood Danshou began approaching in this direction. When the other 2 Danshou witnessed its movement, after brief consideration, they also followed behind. They weren't like the Qian blood Danshou, so consuming blood demon snakes wasn't necessary for them. But since their companion was moving, they naturally followed along. After all, there was nothing else to do anyway. They could play anywhere. In Luofeng's live broadcast room, the viewers watched the Danshou actually coming over, and they were all staring wide-eyed, with astonished expressions on their faces, as if they had seen something truly shocking. This, Master Wu really lives up to his title as a Grand Alchemist. With one move, his skill becomes apparent. He easily lured over the Danshou, and not only 1, but 3 at once. Truly admirable. Brother, wasn't that exactly what you said earlier? Didn't you claim that Master Wu was a fraud? Why such a quick change of heart? I know one of them is the Qian blood Danshou, but I have no idea about the other 2 Danshou. I wonder what pills those 2 Danshou were transformed from. As the 3 Danshou drew closer, the surrounding crowd began to concentrate fully, watching the 3 Danshou carefully. Once they entered the trap, they would immediately strike. The Qian blood Danshou led the way. As it approached, seeing so many blood demon snakes made it extremely happy. Although it had eaten 1 blood demon snake before, to escape and avoid attacks from humans, it had consumed almost all of the energy it had gained. Now, upon seeing more blood demon snakes, it definitely wanted to eat them again. Although the Qian blood Danshou possessed 6th grade power, it wasn't very intelligent. primarily because as a Bonsog, it rarely interacted with other creatures. That led to the Bonsog lacking in worldly experiences. The reason for this was simple. For other creatures as well, Bonsog held significant value. Not only humans could consume pills, other creatures could too. These non-humans could also improve their strength by taking pills. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Bonsog would avoid other creatures. That's also why earlier, the Bonsog rushed directly to Luofong and others, hunting the blood demon snakes. Soon, the Qi and Blood and So entered Luofeng's area. However, it didn't immediately rush to the blood demon snake corpses. Instead, it paused at a distance, watching cautiously, because it could sense the presence of other humans nearby. The energy emitted from the blood in their bodies. As a Qi and Blood Dunsog, it remained highly sensitive to such things. If it lacked certain abilities, it wouldn't have survived this long. Right now, it hesitated, unsure whether to move closer. Yet from the blood demon snakes came an incredibly tempting scent. This was something the Qi and Blood Dunsho, having lived here for so many years and hunted countless blood demon snakes, had never experienced before. Now, these blood demon snakes seemed like exquisite delicacies, emitting a fragrance so enticing that the Bonsho could barely control itself. It wasn't only the Qi and Blood Dunsho that felt this way. Even the other two Dunsho had become restless with desire. They weren't Qi and Blood Dunsho, yet they too had been drawn in by the scent from the blood demon snake corpses. Seeing this, Luofong felt slightly startled in his heart. He hadn't expected that the item Master Wu had used would actually be this effective. Actually managing to attract the Bonsho like this. This was practically a legendary tool for capturing beasts. With such a potion, one could easily attract many also. This would significantly increase the efficiency of defeating monsters. No wonder he was called a grand alchemist. It seemed there were indeed many useful medicines in Abindan Sude's hands. Luofong even felt the urge to try becoming an alchemist himself. After all, if he could create some special banyao, perhaps he would find other uses in the future. Thinking about alchemy, Luofong recalled Xiaohuahua. Luofong knew very well that Xiaohuahua's master was an extremely skilled alchemist. Undoubtedly, Xiaohuahua's master possessed a great deal of alchemical knowledge and pill formulas. If Luofong could obtain them, his alchemy skills would definitely improve rapidly. Moreover, Luofong had already mastered several special flames. If he were to engage in alchemy, the results would surely be excellent. However, Luofong currently had no idea where Xiaohuahua and his master were. He hadn't seen Xiaohuahua for quite a long time. Although not long ago, Xiaohuahua had sent Luofong a message with some important information. Luofong hadn't spoken with him much. Chapter 594, Trapped Beast. Did he even ask where Xiaohuahua was? Luofong had no intention to. If he wanted to find out where Xiaohuahua was, there were many other things he needed to take care of first. He couldn't possibly go chasing after Xiaohuahua just for the sake of the pill refinement technique. Although Luofong was indeed curious about pill refinement, he wasn't that desperate for it. After all, with the system he possessed, obtaining a large quantity of pills was still very convenient. Especially now that there were 3 pill beasts right in front of him. Once Luofong captured them, he would never have to worry about pills again. As Luofong was pondering all this, he remained unaware of what was happening deep underground not far ahead. Xiaohuahua was moving forward while watching his live stream. Of course, he also shared some of the stream's content with his master. Xiaohuahua's current mood could only be described as complicated. Originally, he had thought he wouldn't encounter Luofong ever again. But the moment he saw the name of Luofeng's live stream, his heart suddenly sank. Tomb raiding live stream? Could it really be such a strange coincidence? After all, the Chaos Sea was vast, so it was perfectly normal for tombs to appear in other places. At first, he still clung to the hope that maybe Luofong had discovered a different tomb and wouldn't collide with them. But the moment he entered the live stream, his heart sank completely. Luofong had actually come to this very area. Right now, he was not far from them. The surrounding environment looked somewhat familiar to them. At this point, Xiaohuahua couldn't even express his feelings in words. Wherever he went to seek treasures, he always ended up bumping into Luofong. And every time, Luofong ended up taking all the benefits. That alone made him feel extremely frustrated. However, this time, their group had no fewer than 3 level 7 experts. There was no way Luofong could walk away with all the benefits again. What brought him a little comfort was that, so far, Luofong hadn't found the entrance to the tomb, while they had already made considerable progress. Even if Luofong eventually managed to enter the tomb, they would have already taken the rewards. With 3 level 7 experts in their group, they had no fear of Luofeng's team. Thinking of this, he said in his mind, unexpectedly, there are 3 pill beasts there? When we came earlier, we didn't see them. These pill beasts are this strong. If I could capture one, my strength would definitely increase rapidly. Hearing this from his apprentice, the medicine master chuckled and replied, if this was during my prime, pill beasts at this level wouldn't even be worth a glance. Besides, you don't have to worry about pill supplies. Unfortunately, all of that is long gone. The past is too painful to recall. We might still be able to obtain these beasts. You must have noticed that Master Wu, right? The clothes he is wearing bear the mark of the Fintiandian, the sect I founded under the alias Feng Han. Feng Han is doing quite well in the Chaos Sea. Back then, he didn't get his hands on my complete Finiang, but he did obtain a part of it. His talent in pill refinement is indeed exceptional. Otherwise I wouldn't have accepted him as my disciple. However, his character was extremely poor. That's why I see great potential in you. Pill refinement talent is secondary. More importantly, it's about one's integrity. After such a long period of testing, you're barely qualified, but you still need to work harder. Without any unexpected events, at least 2 out of these 3 pill beasts will fall into Master Wu's hands. A level 7 pill refiner dares to be called Master Wu? Looks like the pill refiners in Fintiandian lack humility, since their goal this time is also the tomb of a pill refiner. We might run into them. When that happens, I'll properly deal with him. Let's hurry and advance deeper into the tomb. If pill beasts have appeared here, it means this tomb must be no ordinary one. As long as you can seize this opportunity, your strength will see a significant increase. After hearing these words from his master, Xiaohuahua's mood slightly improved. He had just witnessed Luofeng's power through the livestream. If things continued like this, he would soon fall even further behind Luofong. It was more important now to hurry into the tomb and enhance his strength. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luofong and his group were all watching the pill beasts. At first, the pill beasts were slow and hesitant to approach. But after drawing closer and finding no danger, their courage gradually grew. They quickly advanced toward the corpse of the blood demon snake. The chi pill beast ran at the front. Compared to the other pill beasts, it longed for the blood demon snake's corpse more intensely. The entire process took less than a minute. The chi pill beast had already reached the side of the blood demon snake's corpse. Unable to contain its excitement any longer, it rushed straight toward the corpse and bit into it. Just at that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Around the corpse of the blood demon snake, a white, transparent dome instantly appeared, trapping the chi pill beast inside. That wasn't all. At a spot relatively far from the blood demon snake's body, a transparent wall began to rise. This was clearly to prevent the other two cloud beasts from escaping. Immediately after, Luofong and his group rushed forward directly. When the pill beasts saw this situation, they understood immediately they had been ambushed. As soon as the chi pill beast realized it was trapped, its entire body immediately radiated crimson energy, which it used to smash into the surrounding transparent walls. With each impact, the dome started to tremble and even developed some cracks. The chi pill beast's attacks were truly powerful. Seeing this, the pill master didn't dare hesitate and launched a direct attack at the chi pill beast. Originally, everyone had thought that when the other two pill beasts saw the chi pill beast in danger, they would flee immediately. Then they would need to intervene, intercepting and restraining the other two. But the reality was quite surprising. Rather than running away because of the crisis, the other two pill beasts charged directly toward the chi pill beast, trying to rescue it. This completely defied their expectations. Such loyalty and righteousness among beasts was extremely rare in the Chaos Sea. These two pill beasts were respectively the concentration pill beast and the rejuvenation pill beast. The concentration pill could help humans quickly condense the divine fire within their bodies. The rejuvenation pill could help humans recover from physical injuries. Accordingly, the beasts also possessed these abilities. The three of them had lived here for quite a long time, and being of the same species, they had developed a deep bond over time. Moreover, when these three pill beasts worked together and acted in coordination. Chapter 595, The Abilities of the Three Dun Beasts. Their combat power was extremely formidable. Even when facing a level 7 creature, they had absolutely nothing to fear. This was also the reason they had managed to survive here for so many years. After all, Dun Beasts were treasures that any creature would desire. Although Master Wu was rushing over quickly, however, compared to the distance Master Wu was covering, the distance between the three Dun Beasts themselves was relatively short. Thus, the other two Dun Beasts soon arrived in front of the Qian Blood Dun Beast. Then, they immediately began attacking its protective shield. The focused Dun Beast directly activated the power of Divine Flame. Yellow-colored flames emitted from its body. Divine flames came in various colors. This was related to the specific attributes contained within a creature's body. Every individual's abilities differed, and so did their divine flame energy. That was also the reason why different creatures found it difficult to absorb the divine flame from other creatures. The attacking power of the focused Dun Beast was extremely powerful. With a powerful strike infused with divine flame, it directly created a massive crack in the protective shield. In this way, they coordinated from within and without. They directly broke open the protective shield. The Qian Blood Dun Beast ran out. Then, the three of them regrouped and began to flee outward. Just at this moment, Song Rindo and Master Wu had both surrounded them. Master Wu's body was now radiating raging flames. Generally speaking, any accomplished alchemist would master special flames. Master Wu was no exception. These were no ordinary flames. They also contained numerous silver needles. If these Dun Beasts were hit, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape. As for Song Rindo, his techniques were no less impressive. He pulled out a handful of golden beans from his spatial ring. Then he threw them. All the golden beans transformed into golden humanoid figures. These golden humanoids immediately advanced toward the three Dun Beasts. They surrounded the three Dun Beasts. Before the enemy's attacks could even arrive, the Qian Blood Dun Beast had already broken through the energy shield and rushed out. Their trap, hastily arranged and needing concealment, was not equipped with an overly powerful barrier. Against ordinary level 6 monsters, it might have worked. But these weren't ordinary monsters, they were Dun Beasts. Once the three Dun Beasts exited, they immediately began running toward the distance. They wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. At this moment, Master Wu's flames had already flown over. The attack of this special flame was indeed very powerful. The flames completely engulfed the three Dun Beasts, beginning to fiercely burn them. The flames did cause some damage to the three Dun Beasts. Their movement speed significantly decreased. Moreover, burn marks even began to appear on their bodies. At the same time, Song Rindo's golden humanoids had also arrived. They launched a fierce offensive against the three Dun Beasts. The people around, seeing this situation, were already convinced that this time, the three Dun Beasts absolutely wouldn't escape. They seemed to already see the Dun pills waving toward them. In their minds, they held Master Wu and Song Rindo in extremely high regard. Truly worthy of being level 7 individuals, their power was indeed overwhelming. But the situation that followed shocked everyone greatly. It was completely unexpected. The three Dun Beasts simultaneously emitted an extremely dazzling glow. The Qian Blood Dun Beast emitted a red light. The Focused Dun Beast emitted a yellow light. And the other Focused Dun Beast emitted a green light. This was only the beginning of their transformation. After undergoing this change, corresponding energies emitted from the three of them and flew toward the other Dun Beasts. In this way, all three Dun Beasts now carried all three energies on their bodies simultaneously. This significantly enhanced their fighting capabilities. They directly charged out from the flames, crashing into the golden humanoids. The golden humanoids were merely at the 6th level strength. They were immediately knocked flying by the Dun Beasts. So, the Dun Beasts began to quickly fly outward. The other people, upon seeing this, were greatly alarmed. They immediately used their abilities, wanting to block the three dawn beasts. But the sudden enhancement of the three dawn beasts' power caught them off guard. The two level 7 experts also urgently began using their techniques. Their attacks were also quite fierce. They landed on the three dawn beasts. This did cause considerable damage to the three dawn beasts. But the three dawn beasts simply endured the attacks. They had no intention of engaging with these people. They had only one goal, to leave this place as soon as possible. The dawn beasts finally succeeded. Just as the saying goes, hard work never betrays the bond. Although the three dawn beasts were constantly under attack, they finally managed to escape from this place. After fleeing, they didn't stop for even a moment and continued running in one direction. Seeing this, Master Wu hurriedly said, "Everyone, chase them with all your strength. Absolutely do not let the dawn beasts escape. They have all suffered serious injuries this time. They certainly won't be able to run far." Hearing Master Wu's words, the people around dared not show any hesitation, all of them immediately giving their fullest effort. The dawn pills, which were nearly within their grasp, had directly flown away. These level 6 individuals were even more anxious than Master Wu. Their desire for the dawn pills was extremely strong. All of them began to chase the three dawn beasts rapidly. At this moment, Luofeng's heart was quite joyful. Originally, Luofeng had already prepared himself to intervene at any moment to save the three dawn beasts. He absolutely couldn't watch with his eyes open as the dawn beasts were captured by others. Now, a sudden change like this had appeared. It even caused Luofeng to feel quite surprised. For others, this was definitely not a good situation. But for Luofeng, it was actually a great opportunity. He also followed these people and moved forward together with them. Once the dawn beasts could no longer hold on, he would intervene and snatch them away. Like this, they continued moving quickly for 3 minutes. Because this time they weren't hiding their strength, their speed was very fast. The three dawn beasts remained within their vision all along. Suddenly, a shocking scene appeared. The three dawn beasts, which were still running normally just now, suddenly vanished without a trace. This caused everyone's hearts to tremble, completely unaware of what had happened. Could it be that the three dawn beasts possessed some sort of teleportation ability? Everyone immediately increased their speed. Luofeng, who was moving forward, saw this situation and his face immediately showed great surprise. He quickly activated the X-ray foil and began to scan the surrounding area ahead. In this kind of environment, the sudden disappearance of the dawn beasts meant there were only two possible explanations. Chapter 596, The Robber's Tunnel. One possibility was that the Dawn Sog had used their teleportation ability to escape directly. This was also quite plausible. After all, teleportation wasn't that rare of an ability. Even if these three Dawn Shog had mastered this skill, it wouldn't be particularly surprising. However, if that were the case, it would make it difficult for Luofeng to locate them. Who knew where they could have teleported to? The reason Luofeng used the X-ray flu was because he considered another possibility. The second scenario was that the three Dawn Sog had fled underground. In that case, they would also be invisible to him. This was exactly one of the possibilities Luofeng hoped for. Don't forget why they came here in the first place. As Luofeng focused his mind, the X-ray flu began to take effect. Once he clearly saw what was ahead, his expression changed. Then, his face revealed extreme excitement, because he really did discover a robber's tunnel not far ahead. Further down, there appeared to be a vast open space. Could it really be a tomb? This was the first thought that crossed Luofeng's mind. Wasn't this exactly what they came here to find? A Landon Shu's tomb. There definitely wouldn't be a shortage of treasures inside. So this time's expedition could bring a lot of good rewards. Luofeng could even see where the three Dawn Shou were located. Once they entered the tomb, Luofeng would act alone. Staying with this group would impose considerable limitations on him. Soon, they arrived at the exact location where the three Dawn Shou disappeared. Master Wu examined the surroundings with furrowed brows, and after a moment's silence, said, "There's a strong chance there's a tomb hidden beneath this area. Let's search around here." Those Dawn Shou couldn't have just vanished into thin air for no reason. It's actually quite difficult for Dawn Shou to learn instantaneous teleportation abilities. That must have been a skill taught by someone. If these three Dawn Shou had undergone specialized training, their combat power would be extremely formidable. From our recent encounter, I've already figured out what the other two Dawn Shou were transformed from. One is a focus pill, and the other is a rejuvenation pill. These three types of pills perfectly complement each other. That's exactly why those three were so powerful just now. Now, we'll start our operation. All of you, use your abilities to the fullest. If we really find this tomb, then this time's reward will be far more than just some diao. The people around heard Master Wu's words and became excited. Who would have thought there really might be a tomb here? They had all lived in the Chaos Sea for a very long time. Naturally, they understood what a tomb could represent in terms of value. They didn't even need to feast on the best treasures. Just tasting the broth would be more than enough. Thinking about this, everyone began searching around with full effort. Luofeng had already seen the robber's tunnel thanks to the X-ray flu. Now, he was considering how to proceed with his next move. Should he just tell everyone directly about the tunnel and enter together? Or sneak in alone quietly? This tunnel wasn't simple. Its entrance was several meters underground. The upper part was just soil. Without certain abilities, it'd be really hard to find. It was easy for Luofeng to get inside this robber's tunnel. Others might need to dig through some distance. But Luofeng didn't need that at all. He could directly use his SSS rank talent, teleportation, to enter straight into the tunnel. But if he did that, he would have to leave Feng Qingyang behind here. Something bad could happen. The other people might cause trouble for Feng Qingyang. If Luofeng didn't know Feng Qingyang well, he wouldn't care about his safety. But right now, their relationship wasn't that simple. Not only were they both from Mist City, but since Luofeng arrived at the Chaos Sea, Feng Qingyang had offered him a lot of help. Luofeng naturally couldn't endanger his life. But if he let these people search around here, who knew how long it would take them to find something? Moreover, Luofeng didn't want to enter together with them. At this moment, Xiao Huahua, through the live broadcast, could see Luofeng's current situation. Although he had already ventured deep into the tomb, he still kept paying attention to Luofeng, trying to observe when Luofeng would find the tomb and enter it. so he could mentally prepare himself. So when he was about to obtain the final treasure, Luofong wouldn't suddenly pop up. That would truly be terrifying. This wasn't him overthinking. It was because he had already experienced such situations many times before. He had been truly scared by Luofong, especially when he was just about to obtain a treasure. What appeared in his mind was precisely Luofeng's figure. Luofong had practically become a psychological shadow for him. Fortunately, this time Luofong was much slower. Even now, Luofong hadn't found the entrance yet. By the time Luofong arrived here, he would probably already have left. He spoke to his master within his mind. Master, Xiao Luo has already arrived near the entrance. They're now searching for the entrance. I wonder how long it'll take them to find it. Xiao Huo's master chuckled and said, you don't have to worry too much. They won't find it so easily. The entrance we used to come in has already been blocked off. We followed those 3 people, all of whom are professional tomb raiders. The people outside aren't as skilled as these 3. If they can't find our entrance, then they'd have to dig a new one themselves. That would take quite a bit of time. Also, if they lack the proper knowledge, they might dig in the wrong spot or in the wrong direction. Then, they'd have even less chance of finding us. Right now, we just need to keep moving forward. As we go deeper inside, the dangers will increase. You need to be cautious too. Under the sea, a sudden idea came into Luofeng's mind. He had found a solution. Luofeng had previously tracked the 3 Dunsog trail, but the escape route those 3 Dunsog had taken wasn't the one Luofeng first mentioned. That underground passage was very wide. At least several people could enter at the same time without any problem. Clearly, it was a robber's tunnel. This proved someone else had been here before. However, the tunnel the 3 Dunsog had fled through was a relatively small one, only large enough for 1 Dunsog to pass at a time. This tunnel likely had been dug by the Dunsog themselves. Chapter 597, Finding the Entrance. So it wasn't that big. A human wouldn't be able to crawl in. If they discovered this passage, they would have to dig a new path themselves. Luofeng's plan was to find this passage and let the others go through it. As for himself, he would take the large passage. That way, not only would he be able to separate from the group, but he might reach the tomb much faster than them. Luofeng wasn't sure exactly how much he could take from the tomb. After all, there was already a burglar's hole. That meant someone had entered before. As for what these people had obtained inside, he didn't know. Therefore, it was better to hurry in and see what was left. Luofeng sincerely hoped that those who entered before hadn't obtained too much. Otherwise, if he came all the way here for nothing, it would truly be a huge loss. Thinking about it, Luofeng decided not to hesitate anymore and started revealing the passage. Otherwise, if they searched on their own, who knew how long it would take? The Dunsog's passage was located in a rather hidden spot. There was also some soil covering it. Relying only on the naked eye made it quite difficult. Also, the surrounding area was filled with Gansho's aura. For them to locate the Bansho's trail was even more difficult. Luofeng began pretending to search for clues. After all, he couldn't rush straight to the passage. That would draw too much attention. 1 minute passed like this. Everyone had made no progress. Luofeng wasn't in a rush yet, but the audience in the live stream were getting pretty anxious. No way. Are we going to spend a long time searching again? Another boring segment? You people really aren't professional at all. So far, whatever you do takes forever. If you were going tomb raiding, you could have invited me. I have a ton of experience in this field. I think you should just start digging on the spot. The tomb must be right beneath your feet. Act faster, and maybe we can finally see something exciting. Who knows how long Shalua can continue this live stream. So far, he hasn't even mentioned the lottery. Could it be he never intended to do one? Luofeng didn't take these comments too seriously. Some things couldn't be rushed. Patience was needed. Now the timing was just right. Luofeng walked to a distant and well-hidden spot as he had planned. Then, Luofeng began to dig. Others didn't think it strange to see Luofeng digging, because they were all doing the same. Some people thought they'd found a clue and began digging immediately. Luofeng would dig a few meters at one spot and then give up. Some people had even dug more than 10 meters and still found nothing. However, this time was different. After Luofeng had dug about 2 meters down, he could already clearly see a dark hole appearing before him. Before Luofeng even spoke, his livestream audience had already become ecstatic. Many of the viewers had been quite doubtful about whether there was a tomb here at all. After all, so far, they hadn't seen any evidence of a tomb. If there wasn't any progress soon, they might have given up and left. It was only because it was Luofeng that they could endure a little longer. If another streamer had failed to present anything related to the title so far, they might have started cursing already. Of course, some people had already started swearing, but it was only done silently in their hearts or in real life. They wouldn't dare to do it directly in Luofeng's livestream. Wow, there's actually a hole here? But this hole is way too small. There's no way a person can get inside. This can't be the burglar's tunnel, right? Well duh. Such a small hole, no normal person could fit through. This must be where those Danshoig fled into when they escaped. This might lead to their den. Going down this tunnel, maybe it's not just about catching a few Dansho. There might be a whole bunch of them. I've been fond of Danshoig for a long time. If Shilua does a lucky draw and gives out some Danshoig, that'd be great. I second the idea of doing a lucky draw for Bansho. That way, I can not only become a real alchemist, but also gain a companion. It'd truly be a 2-in-1 deal. As Luofeng exposed the entrance of the hole, the aura emanating from inside became extremely thick. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Before Luofeng could even speak, people nearby rushed over. Master Wu's face lit up with excitement the moment he saw the opening. He said joyfully, "This must be the passage where the 3 Dansho ran off. As long as we follow this path, we can find the alchemist's tomb. Even if we don't find the tomb, a place capable of producing 3 Dansho definitely won't be ordinary. I never expected Xiao Luo to find this passage first. This has truly helped us a lot. Here is a 6th grade chi blood pill as a reward for your efforts. Whoever helps me capture the Bansho next will not be left out either." Everyone present was slightly shocked when they saw Master Wu directly pulling out a pill and handing it to Luofeng. They couldn't help but look at him with envy. Finding a passage and immediately getting a pill. This was a huge gain indeed. Now they finally understood how desperately Master Wu desired the Bansho. This motivated them even more for what was coming next. Luofong was also a bit surprised by Master Wu's action. He hadn't expected Master Wu to be this generous. Luofong now understood that a chi blood pill was worth at least 1 million ocean coins. Thinking about it, he could understand Master Wu's intention. Still, he had no intention of refusing. Why not take a free pill? Luofong accepted it with a smile and said, "Since Master Wu has already spoken, I won't refuse. Thank you, Master Wu, for the pill." Seeing this, Master Wu smiled slightly and said, "I definitely won't let any of you down. If you follow me to seek treasures, you'll all have to put in more effort from now on. The rewards below will be even greater, but the dangers and difficulties will also increase accordingly." Chapter 598, Leaving Together. There's no time to waste. Let's get started right away. We'll begin digging from right here. When the others heard Master Wu's words, without any hesitation, they immediately started working. At such a crucial moment, these people became visibly excited. Yet at this moment, Luofong suddenly spoke up. I think I can't proceed any further. I've only just arrived here. Being able to obtain one pill has already satisfied me greatly. There might be dangerous things underground. I want to return now. Is that okay?" As soon as Luofong spoke, the people around him were shocked. They never expected Luofong to plan to leave at this moment. Although in the Devil's Sea, there are quite a few people who give up midway. After all, when facing extremely dangerous situations, nobody would be foolish enough to charge ahead and throw their lives away. However, up to now, the group hadn't really encountered anything overly dangerous. Just like the blood demon snake they encountered previously, it had long become commonplace to them. That was merely a level 6 wild monster. Plus, there were even 2 level 7 experts among them, so there was really nothing to be afraid of. They had just discovered the passage, and for them, the real excitement had just begun. Therefore, they felt quite surprised about Luofeng's decision. However, when they thought about it again, a newcomer who had just arrived here, managing to obtain a pill worth 1,000,000 credits in such a short time, was indeed already a decent achievement. Under normal circumstances, a larger-sized level 6 creature's intact corpse would fetch only that price. To earn 1,000,000 ocean coins, one would still need to spend quite some time, which sufficiently proves the value of this pill. The audience in the live stream, upon hearing Luofeng's statement, all seemed to have been greatly shocked. They simply couldn't believe that Luofeng could actually say such words. Immediately, it provoked numerous criticisms. Damn it, could Shilua possibly be joking? They were just about to successfully enter the tomb. And yet, he proposes to leave now. Although a level 6 pill seems quite valuable, can Shilua really be satisfied already? What about the pill beast? We truly never thought that Shilua could also be someone who fears death and avoids danger. He's already showing signs of retreat without even encountering danger. This really is quite disappointing. Can't you think for a moment? Shilua hasn't even reached level 6 yet, letting him into such a dangerous place. Of course he'd be scared. On the ground, if there's danger, one can at least run away. But underground, encountering wild monsters, there wouldn't even be space to flee. I completely understand Shilua's current actions. I'm a devoted fan of Shilua, and I don't want him to die here either. Master Wu actually felt quite curious about Luofeng's abilities. Although he hadn't interacted with Luofeng much, from Luofeng's past performances, his strength was definitely no match for that of ordinary level 6 individuals. That was exactly why he hadn't expected Luofeng to be afraid of the upcoming mission. However, since Luofeng had already said so, he couldn't force him to continue forward. After all, before coming, everyone had already agreed. Everyone had the freedom to withdraw at any time. Moreover, it was more dangerous underground, so Luofeng's fear was understandable. Thinking thus, Master Wu spoke. "Alright, if you don't intend to proceed any further, you may leave now. We won't force you. If we have the opportunity in the future, we can cooperate again. Since that's settled, I won't see you off further. We must hurry and go down quickly." After hearing Master Wu's agreement, Luofeng turned his gaze toward Feng Qingyang and said, "I'm leaving now. Do you intend to leave with me, or stay here? It's entirely your decision. I have no objection either way." Deep down, Luofeng actually hoped Feng Qingyang wouldn't continue onward with Master Wu's group. Inside the tomb of an alchemist, it was extremely dangerous. For a level 6 individual to enter, the likelihood of getting injured or dying was huge. A previous audience member had spoken quite correctly. Inside the tomb, space was limited. Even if Feng Qingyang excelled at speed, there wouldn't be much room to maneuver. If they encountered high-level wild beasts, there really would be nowhere to run. Naturally, Luofeng didn't want Feng Qingyang to die here. But Luofeng would also respect Feng Qingyang's decision. He himself didn't have much energy to care about others either. At this moment, Feng Qingyang was also caught in a dilemma. Actually, he wasn't surprised at all by Luofeng's decision. Luofeng had just arrived here, and was immediately getting involved in such a high-risk action. It was completely normal to feel some fear. But right now, Feng Qingyang was thinking whether he should follow Luofeng back, or continue moving forward. They were practically about to enter the tomb. Who knew what kind of great treasures they could obtain then? Even if they couldn't get any treasures, if they could help Master Wu capture the pill beast, that would also bring a very generous reward. For a level 6 player, this was truly an irresistible temptation. Feng Qingyang was no exception. He also understood that going down there would definitely carry a high risk. Eventually, after deep consideration, he still made a decision. That was to leave together with Luofeng. He also clearly knew what his original purpose for coming here was. Coming to the Devil's Sea, searching for various treasures was just his secondary objective. Another extremely important mission was to find the daughter of the village chief. He had brought Luofeng here, wanting to let him experience the environment. Now that Luofeng wanted to back out, he could only leave too. Otherwise, if he died here, it would be an immense loss. After this train of thought, Feng Qingyang looked at the group and spoke. "I've decided to leave with Shilua. Since it was me who brought him here, I should naturally bring him back as well. I'm really sorry for this. We'll be taking our leave first." The others weren't particularly shocked by Feng Qingyang's decision. After all, Luofeng and Feng Qingyang had arrived together. Judging from their relationship, leaving together was completely normal. Under normal circumstances, maybe the other few level 6 players would also want to leave. But the conditions Master Wu had offered were just too generous. They couldn't refuse. Chapter 599. Are we really going to flee? If this mission succeeds, then they might not have to struggle so hard in the future. Therefore, no matter what, they won't leave. Seeing this, Master Wu didn't say much either. Actually, he didn't care too much about these level 6 humans. Moreover, a couple fewer people would save him some expenses. After all, for him, level 6 pills were definitely not as common as cabbages by the roadside. The less he had to pay out, the better. Previously, when he had said what he did, he also had his own intentions. Don't see so many people here now. After this mission ends, it's uncertain how many of them will survive. This way, he had no need to worry too much. Of course, he wouldn't just stand by and watch all these level 6 humans die. At the very least, leave 1 or 2 alive to testify. Otherwise, if all the level 6 humans died, it would gradually impact his reputation. Though it wouldn't affect him too much, he still didn't want any negative influence. Thinking about this, Master Wu said with a smile, "Fine. As for the rest of you, if anyone wants to leave, they can go together. You two go back safely. It's quite far from here to Dark Knight Guardian City, and there might be some minor dangers along the way. Of course, you can also wait here for us to come out. Then we can take you back together." Hearing this, Luofong smiled and said, "Thank you for Master Wu's kind offer, but I don't know when you all will come out. We won't wait for you here any longer. We'll head back right now." Saying this, Luofong looked toward Feng Qingyang and said, "Let's go." Feng Qingyang, hearing this, didn't say much. Since he had already decided to leave together with Luofong, he didn't care when they actually left. Besides, this was a dangerous place, and the sooner they left, the better. "Let's go." Feng Qingyang followed Luofong and walked toward the distance. The remaining people quickly turned their gazes away from Luofong and began digging quickly. Of course, those level 6 people were also discussing Luofong. A newbie is still a newbie, just encountering some danger, and he's already scared off. Earlier, when I saw him, I thought he might be different from other newbies. But now he's just SOSO. His decision was actually quite correct. Think about it. A newbie who just arrived at the Chaotic Demon Sea not long ago has already obtained a level 6 pill, the Bloodchi pill. If I were in his place, I might also choose to retreat. But as for me, I won't do that now. One pill is not enough to satisfy me. Let's find the pill beast as soon as possible. That way, we can also reap considerable rewards. It's just that Feng Qingyang followed him away, which surprised me a little. He actually gave up such a great opportunity. I wonder how he could think of it. You know, the chance to meet a pill refiner is quite rare. It seems those two have an especially close relationship. Luofong and Feng Qingyang gradually moved further away. The audience inside his live stream, upon witnessing this scene, were already astonished beyond words. Immediately afterward, the live stream exploded into a frenzy. "Chow, Xiao Luo, you actually meant it? You just said you'd leave and immediately did, without any hesitation. You're a bit too decisive. I originally thought Xiao Luo was joking. Now it seems he was very serious. This is just too quick. There's really nothing interesting left to watch. This doesn't fit Xiao Luo's personality. This is the first time I've seen Xiao Luo running away. It seems his strength is still not enough. Running into an advanced monster area is clearly asking for trouble. If we could resurrect, we could try challenging some higher level monsters. But right now, we only have one life. We can't afford to take risks. It's better to act cautiously in whatever we do." Compared to the regular audience, the one even more excited was Xiao Huahua in the tomb. Originally, seeing Luofong discovering the cave entrance, Xiao Huahua had felt slight concern. What if Luofong really appeared before him? But now, seeing Luofong leave this place, although Xiao Huahua was very surprised, he was also extremely happy. He smiled and said to his master inside the ring, "Master, Xiao Luo has already left. This time, we won't encounter Xiao Luo. Still, there are 2 level 7s and 4 level SIXS here. It's still a bit dangerous." After hearing Xiao Huahua's words, Medicinal Elder frowned tightly and didn't respond immediately. Instead, he fell into deep thought. Based on his understanding of Luofong, even if Luofong couldn't defeat level 7 creatures, he shouldn't have much trouble dealing with level 6 ones. This could be clearly seen from the fact that Luofong had instantly killed a level 6 blood demon snake using the fire lotus he released. Moreover, since Luofong had given Xiao Huahua divine flame fluid, then surely, Luofong must still have quite a bit of divine flame fluid remaining. In that case, even if Luofong hadn't reached level 6 yet, he could still use the power of the divine flame to create extremely powerful attacks. Judging from his combat capability and previous experiences, there's no way Luofong seems like someone who fears danger. This made Medicinal Elder quite puzzled. He slowly spoke. "Xiao Luo's behavior is somewhat strange. According to his personality, things absolutely wouldn't be this simple. Perhaps he has some other plan. You continue watching Xiao Luo's live stream. If there's anything unusual, report it to me immediately." Because Medicinal Elder had seen much of the world and had rich experience, he held Luofong in high regard. Luofong definitely possessed some extremely important secret. Otherwise, many things simply couldn't be explained. He had always suspected that there was a very powerful deity behind Luofong, but there had never been any direct evidence to prove it. Besides, even if that were true, he didn't know what kind of deity Luofeng's backer was, whether the deity had a good or bad temper. This was extremely important. If he probed too much into Luofong and angered a real deity, the consequences would be very serious. His own highest cultivation level was only at the Heaven Tribulation stage. Hearing his master say this, Xiao Huahua felt somewhat puzzled but still followed his master's instructions. 1 minute later, Luofong and Feng Qingyang arrived at a rather distant location. Those people had already spotted the two of them. Luofong took out the pill that Master Wu had just given him and handed it to Feng Qingyang with a smile, saying, "This pill." Chapter 600, beginning the dig. "You take it, and then you go back. This place is too dangerous. You shouldn't stay any longer." Feng Qingyang was taken aback upon hearing Luofeng's words. He didn't quite understand what Luofong meant by this. Wasn't Luofong the one who had just said they should leave this place? How come now he wanted him to leave alone and even gave him such a valuable pill? Feng Qingyang felt somewhat at a loss. He looked confused and asked, "What do you mean by this? Aren't you leaving with me? Have you suddenly changed your mind again? Also, this pill is far too precious. I can't accept it from you. If you aren't planning to leave, I can stay here with you. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Luofeng smiled and replied, you've been with me all this way and haven't gained anything yet. So just consider this pill a gift. I can't let you come all this way for nothing. As for me, I still need to move forward. But the upcoming situation is dangerous, so I can't let you tag along. I'm not planning to act with those people either. You should go back now. Once I finish things here, I will come find you. After hearing Luofeng's words, Feng Qingyang's face revealed a very surprised expression. This decision of Luofeng's was truly beyond his expectations. Luofeng genuinely intended to act alone. Plus, he even expressed concern for Feng Qingyang's safety and didn't want him to follow. This made Feng Qingyang feel a bit upset. He, someone who had been here for many years, was now being looked down upon by Luofeng, who had only recently arrived. He chuckled and said, you still don't know much about me. My abilities are actually quite formidable. Ordinary dangers can't really stop me. You don't need to worry about that. Let's go forward together. In case you run into trouble, I might be able to help you out. My escape skills are actually quite remarkable. After hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Luofeng didn't immediately reply but instead fell into thought. Earlier, he had considered sending Feng Qingyang back and acting alone himself. It wasn't just because of Feng Qingyang's safety. Another reason was that some of Luofeng's techniques couldn't be seen by too many people. If there were others around, it wouldn't be convenient to use them. However, now that Feng Qingyang had already said that, Luofeng wouldn't push further. If Feng Qingyang insisted on coming, then he could tag along. With Luofeng present, nothing dangerous should happen. Thinking this, Luofeng said, alright then, we'll act together. But still, take this pill with you. You should hurry and recover your strength. We'll set off soon. Feng Qingyang thought for a moment before accepting the pill. Although the pill was indeed valuable, compared to the divine flame liquid Luofeng had given him before, it paled in comparison. With this comparison in mind, he no longer felt overly hesitant about accepting the pill. The blood chi pill simply couldn't have much effect on the divine flame. Then, he stayed in one spot, waiting for Luofeng's signal. He had already decided that from now on, he'd simply follow Luofeng's actions. At this moment, Luofeng used the X-ray talisman and noticed something rapidly descending underground not far away, but he wasn't in much of a rush. He would only take action once those people had gone deeper underground. If he were alone, he could naturally use his SSS rank innate teleportation ability to directly enter the tunnel beneath the ground. But now, Luofeng had another person with him. That significantly increased the difficulty. So, they could only proceed by digging. And even that could only be done when those people were at a considerable distance. Otherwise, if they sensed Luofeng's presence and came to check, discovering Luofeng digging somewhere else, the situation would be extremely awkward. Most importantly, Luofeng wasn't worried about being slower than them. As long as he could enter the tunnel, he could pass through unimpeded and quickly reach the tomb. Now, he was meditating quietly. He needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. So far, Luofeng was still at level 4. It would take some time to reach level 5. The two of them rested in place. However, the viewers in the live stream weren't so calm. This truly was quite dramatic. It stirred up intense emotions among the audience. Oh my god, Xiao Luo truly lives up to his name. Looks like he's going solo. But those people are already digging the tunnel. Why is Xiao Luo still sitting here? Don't tell me he's waiting for others to enter the tomb first before he sneaks in and gets the leftovers. Who knows what Xiao Luo is planning now? He doesn't follow the main group and insists on acting alone now. What if something dangerous happens? There won't be anyone to protect you from the front. Xiao Luo, why did you directly give away a level 6 pill to someone else? Feng Qingyang is just an outsider. We're all players here. You should use the pill for a lucky draw instead. After all, we haven't had a draw this time yet. Luofeng remained unmoved by the audience's comments in the live stream. 5 minutes later, Luofeng saw that those people had already descended quite deep underground. The soil in front wasn't very hard, making it easy to dig. But the deeper they went, the harder the soil became, and the difficulty of digging increased rapidly. He opened his eyes, stood up, and said, alright, we're going down now. We can't waste too much time here. Upon hearing Luofeng's words, Feng Qingyang, wearing a very curious expression, followed Luofeng forward. He wanted to see what methods Luofeng had. He had lived here for many years and knew a great deal about tomb raiding. Primarily, underwater tombs are extremely rare. Even if he had entered one before, he definitely wasn't among the first group to ever enter. So, entering it wouldn't be that difficult. As Luofeng stood up, all the viewers in the live stream turned their attention toward him. They were just as curious about Luofeng's actions, eager to see what exactly Luofeng was about to do next. At this moment, Luofeng didn't intend to hide anything. He straightforwardly went to a specific